Chapter 1. The Delayed Wizard System. In the Grand Wu Empire, a formidable force in the east, lies the quaint town of Qingfeng. During the sweltering summer, the town is adorned with lush greenery, bestowing an exceptional coolness upon its inhabitants. On the eastern edge of the town, within a spacious training arena, the three prominent martial arts houses of Qiongzhou are diligently preparing to recruit new students. Among them, the Tianlan Martial House is the most hurried. Elder, we still cannot locate the senior brother. A young female disciple exclaimed anxiously to the elderly man with a white beard. The two individuals beside her shook their heads in dismay, sharing her frustration as they had made no progress. The elder, seated firmly at the table, slammed his teacup down in anger, his expression darkening. This is outrageous. Zhang Jianling has the audacity to go missing at such a critical time. If we fail to recruit by Yushan, I shall demand half his life. The elder's voice was low and thunderous. The disciples present bowed their heads, fear etched on their faces, feeling the elder's wrath bearing down upon them. With a scowl, he surveyed the surroundings. In a corner, a young man was busy setting up a competition stage, capturing the elder's attention and causing his eyes to brighten. "Yi Chen, come here," the elder called out. Startled, Yi Chen felt a jolt of energy surge through him. He hurried over to the elder, clasping his hands in greeting. Yi Chen pays his respects to the elder. You have heard the news Zhang Jianling is missing. The upcoming recruitment ceremony will require you to represent the Tianlan Martial House. Do you understand? The elder rapped the table, addressing Yi Chen. What? Yi Chen's eyes widened in shock. The three disciples nearby also expressed their astonishment. Elder, it's not that Yi Chen is unwilling to participate, it's merely that I am just an outer disciple, possessing the strength of a third-tier martial apprentice. I fear I may not be a match for the prodigies of Qingfeng town. Yi Chen, direnchid insivit, fervently dejvinit. Do you dare defy me? The elder snorted, his formidable martial prowess enveloping Yi Chen. The latter felt as though an immense weight had been placed upon him, making it difficult to breathe. Yi Chen would not dare. He protested, shaking his head repeatedly. His current predicament was indeed a dilemma. Prepare yourself. After all, you hail from this legendary town, Qingfeng. If your strength is lacking, then appeal to sentiment. If my information is accurate, you had a good relationship with Bai Yushan in your youth. If you can persuade Bai Yushan to join our Tianlan Martial House, I will ensure you gain entry into the inner sect. The elder suddenly smiled, his eyes gleaming with hidden depths. With that, he waved his hand dismissively. The three disciples nodded slightly, surprised by the elder's clever maneuver. No wonder he had insisted that Yi Chen accompany him to the martial house. Understanding exchanged among them, they patted Yi Chen on the shoulder, relieved to escape the impending disaster. However, Yi Chen, burdened with the task, wore a grim expression. What kind of situation is this? Though I originated from Qingfeng town, I merely arrived 3 years ago, and I am not a native resident. As for Bai Yushan, I gave her candied hawthorns back then. She was still playing in the mud. Yi Chen felt a chill run down his spine, silently cursing the intersect senior brother Zhang Jianling. 3 years prior, he had stumbled into this world, filled with unknowns. After a year of struggle, he finally adapted to his surroundings and successfully absorbed spiritual energy. Due to the uniqueness of Qingfeng town, every awakened youth held an esteemed status. As long as they wished to join a martial house, all would open their doors to them, particularly the three renowned martial houses. Yi Chen had chosen to join one of the three, the Tianlan Martial House. Time flew by. In 2 years, he had barely advanced from first-tier martial apprentice to a third-tier martial apprentice. Even so, the martial house had never considered expelling Yi Chen. Simply being from Qingfeng town afforded him considerable privileges. Moreover, he was a hotly contested disciple among the three martial houses, the ancient century prodigy of Qingfeng town, Bai Yushan. What am I to do? Yi Chen paced anxiously. The feeling of being thrust into a task was far from pleasant. Furthermore, Elderly was notoriously strict. If he were to fail, the consequences could be dire, with limbs severed not being an impossibility. Yet, at present, facing competition from the intersect senior brothers of the Tianxin and Tianxian martial houses, he saw no path to victory. Just as he felt overwhelmed, a mechanical voice echoed in his ears. The all-powerful wizard system, is now online. Would you like to bind it? Bind. Chen blurted out, momentarily taken aback. A system. After 3 years of silence, the system had finally arrived. Chen had dreamt countless times at night, yearning for this moment. Now, he finally had the system. In an instant, his heart raced with a mix of anxiety, joy, and excitement, a whirlwind of emotions. Congratulations, host. You have successfully bound the all-powerful wizard system. Beep. Detecting anomalies in the host's environment. We sincerely apologize due to incorrect system calculations. The host has arrived in a fantasy world. As compensation, 5 beginner gift packs have been awarded. The electronic voice prompted Chen to furrow his brow. What does this mean? Wasn't I supposed to have crossed over to this place? Chen questioned, puzzled. Beep. The all-powerful wizard system provides the host with the most powerful magic in the universe. The original plan was to transport the host to a magical world, but due to unforeseen conditions, the host has arrived in a fantasy world. However, the host can still utilize magic in this fantasy world. As for cultivating martial arts, the host may choose to use magic or pursue martial arts, or even combine both. A system panel appeared, outlining the details. Thank heavens, as long as it works. Regardless of the type of power, as long as it is formidable, Chen sighed in relief. No wonder the system had taken so long to appear. It had made an error. What a joke. Had he lost his life during those 3 years, it would have been a tremendous loss. All right, 5 gift packs. Let's open them quickly. This is an urgent matter. Chen's eyes sparkled as he operated the system panel. Items, 5 gift packs. Open. Congratulations, host. You have received a black dragon staff. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the novice magic. Fire control. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the basic magic. Ice freeze. Congratulations, host. You have gained the intermediate magic. 5 thunder strike. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the advanced magic. Time stop. The 5 gift packs were delivered simultaneously. Chen felt a surge of obscure knowledge flooding his mind. It was as if he could grasp a certain extraordinary power in this world. This power was unimaginably potent, a level unattainable by mere martial apprentices. Regrettably, before Chen could attempt to wield it, the 3 martial houses began to beat their drums, heralding the commencement of the triennial recruitment ceremony. Around the martial combat stage, the young talents of Qingfeng Town gathered in droves. On the main stage, Chen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, representing the Tianlan martial house, standing alongside the intersect senior brothers of the other 2 martial houses. Though his face was calm as a seasoned veteran, within, he was a bundle of nerves. Chapter 2. The Ways of the World? The intersect senior brothers of Tianxin and Tianxin martial houses turned their gazes toward Chen, curiosity etched on their faces. Who are you? Where is Zhang Jianling? Who are you? Both senior brothers inquired in unison. Chen slightly clasped his hands, introducing himself with a calm demeanor. I am Chen, an outer disciple of the Tianlan martial house. An outer disciple? The senior brother of Tianxin raised an eyebrow, skepticism evident in his tone. Preposterous. You will tarnish the reputation of our 3 martial houses. Tianlan and Tianxin are of equal standing, yet you, a mere 3rd-tier martial apprentice, are akin to an ant. How dare you take the stage? Where is Elderly? How could he allow you to represent us? The senior brother of Tianxin directed his ire at Chen. As he observed the increasing number of disciples from Qingfeng Town below, his expression turned increasingly grim. Especially since many had begun to take notice of Chen. A 3rd-tier martial apprentice? That could only be an extraordinary prodigy. Otherwise, given the average level of youths from Qingfeng Town, which is typically 5th-tier martial apprentices, an ordinary 3rd-tier martial apprentice would hardly stand a chance against them. Consequently, the youth standing before the Tianlan martial house began to garner more attention, becoming a hot topic among this year's 3 martial houses. Seeing this, the 2 senior brothers could no longer sit idle. The senior brother of Tianxin stepped forward, drawing a silver long sword from its sheath. Young talents, I am Zhao Wuqian, an inner disciple of the Tianxin martial house. I shall demonstrate a sword technique for you all. As soon as his words fell, the long sword in his hand was unsheathed. Sword energy surged forth, stretching over 1,000 miles. Countless silver blades cascaded down like a waterfall from the Milky Way, radiating an overwhelming sharpness. Every young talent could feel the might of this magnificent sword energy. With a single stroke, it was enough to stir the heart. Wonderful! An exquisite display of swordsmanship. Once this sword is drawn, who can contest its peak? I am eager to follow the senior brother to learn the art of the sword. Instantly, many sword enthusiasts among the youths began to queue up before the Tianxin martial house. Yi Chun nodded in approval. Such sword energy, ordinarily sufficient to leave him astounded, now compelled him to suppress the shock within his heart while on the stage. Meanwhile, the senior disciple of the Tianxin martial house refused to yield. The Tianxin martial house has always relied on strength to speak for itself. I, Wu Xuanhao, am the foremost of the inner disciples in this generation, those who wish to defeat me. Feel free to come forth. Wu Xuanhao roared with fervor, his voice resonating like the roar of a dragon or elephant. His formidable power was nothing short of earth-shattering, sweeping across 1,000 miles and causing the very ground to tremble. Dragon Elephant Fist. He unleashed a fist with devastating force. The space erupted with successive sonic booms, producing a deafening cacophony. In the distance, atop a towering mountain, a massive crater formed, threatening to collapse the entire mountain. My heavens! The power of the dragon elephant. What kind of technique is this? Does a martial artist at the 9th level possess such strength? Such power transcends that of ordinary martial artists, is overwhelmingly strong. A new group of youths shifted their steps towards the Tianxian martial house, driven by an insatiable thirst for strength. Of course, another group of youths remained steadfast before the Tianlan martial house. The senior disciples dispatched by the Tianxin and Tianxian martial houses, both at the 9th level of martial cultivation, exhibited extraordinary prowess. Yet, the Tianlan martial house had only presented a disciple at the 3rd level of martial training. Such unconventionality piqued the curiosity of the youths from Qingfeng town, who eagerly anticipated Yi Chen's display of strength. However, after waiting for what felt like an eternity, Yi Chun stood motionless, his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of detachment. The crowd was filled with confusion. Please, senior brother, showcase your martial arts. Tianlan martial house. It is your turn to perform. The sword of Tianxin is profound and unfathomable. The power of Tianxin is immensely formidable. I wonder what signature technique the Tianlan martial house possesses. Some youthful figures spoke with a hint of impatience. Yi Chun, drenched in sweat, found himself under the gaze of the crowd, hesitating to speak. Goodness, I am merely at the 3rd level of martial training, while they're all at the 9th level. How am I supposed to play this? What on earth am I supposed to do? Miss, Yi Chun murmured, uncertain of what to say, when suddenly a profound thought struck him. He recalled a phrase laden with meaning, and articulated it. The Tianlan martial house is not solely about combat, it embodies the intricacies of human relationships. Intricacies of human relationships? Human relationships. Our disciples from Qingfeng town place the utmost importance on them. I find this commendable. All disciples from Qingfeng town unite as one in the face of even the mightiest foes. They remain undaunted. Surprisingly, Yi Chen's words, which he himself found hard to believe, garnered some acknowledgement from the youths. A multitude of young figures gathered before the Tianlan martial house. This left the 2 senior disciples utterly astonished. This fellow has not even made a move. Though he did not bring shame to the Tianlan martial house, he attracted more talented youths than either of the 2 martial houses. In fact, several youths from neighboring villages, who typically maintained good relations, began to rally together. Seeing Yi Chen's cunning, how could they tolerate it? The intricacies of human relationships are commendable. Our Tianxin martial house is equally proficient, and it is even more beneficial for everyone's cultivation, declared the senior disciple of Tianxin, drawing his sword. Ha! Within the same martial house, how could we not share a common enemy? Viewing senior brothers as close friends is not exclusive to your Tianlan martial house. Wu Xuanhao chimed in with a hearty laugh. The youths found themselves in a state of confusion, and a new wave of disciples began to shift allegiances. At that moment, a pale, white palanquin slowly approached. The multitude of young figures parted to make way. A tall woman, veiled and clad in a green robe, gracefully stepped out. Bai Yushan has arrived. Welcome, Sister Bai. Sister Bai, which martial house will you choose? I will certainly follow Sister Bai's lead. Wherever she goes, there will be support. The appearance of Bai Yushan instantly stirred considerable commotion. Yichen let out a sigh of relief, grateful that their attention had finally shifted away from him. Behind the scene, the elders of the three major martial arts factions stood up one after another. This year, they shared a common objective, Bai Yushan, in terms of both physique and innate talent. Bai Yushan was truly exceptional. Thus, whoever among the martial arts factions could recruit her would gain a future leader of remarkable caliber. At this moment, all eyes were focused on Bai Yushan. To everyone as surprise. Bai Yushan turned her gaze towards Yichen. She gracefully walked to the front, her sparkling peach blossom eyes fixed on Yichen, her delicate features concealed beneath a veil, subtly breaking into a smile. Bai Yushan was intrigued by the intricacies of the Tianlan Martial Arts Academy. Strangely, she pointedly directed her inquiry towards Yichen, saying, "Yichen, what are your thoughts?" Yichen slightly lifted his head, unable to conceal the awkwardness on his face. He took a moment to appraise Bai Yushan, deeply feeling how she had transformed. After 3 years apart, the once scruffy girl had blossomed into a graceful young woman. Although her face was not visible, her figure alone was enough to declare her as a rare beauty, elegant and refined. Bai Yushan playfully blinked, and Yichen instinctively felt she must have recognized him. Yet, faced with her question, Yichen found himself at a loss for words. What kind of social intricacies? I genuinely chose at random back then. Elderly, noticing the situation, gently patted Yichen on the shoulder. Hee, Yichen, it's all right. Speak boldly. Elderly encouraged. Feeling immensely pleased that Bai Yushan seemed inclined towards the Tianlan Martial Arts Academy because of Yichen. During my 2 years at Tianlan Martial Arts Academy, I have never faced any oppression. Coming from Qingfeng Town, I have received considerable support, but my fellow disciples have been very caring towards me, Yichen forced himself to say. Upon hearing this, several young talents nodded in agreement. However, Elderly S' expression suddenly darkened. The other two elders from the martial arts factions couldn't help but burst into laughter. You've been at Tianlan Martial Arts Academy for 2 years and are only at the 3rd tier of martial disciples. What a joke. A disciple from the esteemed Qifeng Town has developed to such a degree. All young geniuses, choose wisely, the two elders insinuated. The crowd was taken aback. Yichen, hailing from Qifeng Town, had his cultivation level laid bare. If they too joined Tianlan Martial Arts Academy and also stagnated at the 3rd tier of martial disciples for 2 years, they might as well remain in the town to practice. Seizing the opportunity, the two elders pressed on. Bai Yushan, would you be interested in practicing swordsmanship? The female disciples of Tianxin Martial Arts Academy are renowned for their sword skills. The elder from Tianxin Martial Arts Academy could no longer contain himself and recommended himself first. Tianxin Martial Arts Academy specializes in unleashing physical potential. With your innate holy body, only at Tianxin Martial Arts Academy can its true power be realized, the elder from Tianxin chimed in. Elderly S' face turned ashen, wishing he could silence Yichen on the spot without uttering a word. Yet, Bai Yushan merely bowed slightly. I appreciate the kind invitations from both elders, but my heart is set on joining Tianlan Martial Arts Academy. What do you think, Brother Yichen? Bai Yushan said with a light laugh, blatantly disregarding the advances made by the two martial arts factions. Immediately, everyone turned their gaze towards Yichen. Astonished, it turned out that Bai Yushan had recognized Yichen and had come prepared. Good. Yichen sighed in relief, nodding repeatedly. His eyes, filled with gratitude, were fixed on Bai Yushan. The two elders, realizing the close relationship between Bai Yushan and Yichen, suddenly understood. It was like this. The old rascally Damo has some skill. We can only try to regain some ground with the other disciples from Qifeng Town. The two elders hurriedly notified their respective senior disciples to find ways to recruit the other talented individuals from Qifeng Town. The two senior disciples felt indignant and begrudgingly accepted the situation. Elderly suddenly stood up, courteously inviting Bai Yushan to join the ranks of Tianlan Martial Arts Academy. Moreover, he greedily added, Tianlan Martial Arts Academy values social connections above all else. Any other young talents from Qifeng Town who wish to join Bai Yushan in Tianlan Martial Arts Academy, please line up at the registration desk. Elderly took advantage of Bai Yushan as a bargaining chip to attract others. Many young talents from the town flocked to Tianlan Martial Arts Academy. Seeing their prospects dwindle, Tianxin and Tianxin Martial Arts Academies were thrown into chaos. While social connections are indeed important, one must remember what is most crucial in the martial arts world: strength. The elder from Tianxin bellowed. Yichen has been at Tianlan Martial Arts Academy for 2 years and has even broken through to martial disciple. Meanwhile, the weakest outer disciples at Tianxin Martial Arts Academy are already at the 4th tier of martial disciples. You all must think carefully, the elder from Tianxin scoffed. Though social connections have value, They cannot compensate for lack of strength. Everything else is but empty talk. Elderly also realized this, harboring resentment towards Zhang Jianling. The strength of Tianlan Martial Arts Academy was by no means inferior to that of Tianqin and Tianshan. Otherwise, they wouldn't have showcased Yichen to evoke sentimentality right from the start. At this juncture, Bai Yushan suddenly stood up. How about we let Brother Yichen demonstrate what he has learned at Tianlan Martial Arts Academy? She proposed, encouraging everyone to consider whether to join her in choosing Tianlan Martial Arts Academy. As the top talent from the town, her words carried significant weight. Soon, she gained the approval of all present. Please, Brother Yichen, show us a demonstration. Brother Yichen, Brother Yichen. The calls rang out one after another. Everyone urged Yichen to showcase his abilities, leaving him in a predicament. As a third-tier martial disciple, was he expected to perform a basic sword technique? Just as Yichen wiped the sweat from his forehead, calming his anxious heart, he was suddenly drenched in perspiration again. He bit his lip, glancing anxiously at the crowd below. Internally, he fretted. No, please don't joke around. Chapter 3. The Might of Magic, astonishing all. Yichen, left with no choice, stood in the center of the arena. Bai Yushan and Elderly sat behind, observing intently. In front of him, numerous young talents watched with rapt attention. Even the two major martial arts factions temporarily halted their recruitment to focus on Yichen. I am grateful for your kind attention. I shall now display my humble skills, Yichen awkwardly announced. With no option but to proceed, he decided to give the magic a try. He activated the system panel. Host. Yichen magic level. Apprentice mage LV1. Magic equipment. Apprentice weapon. Flame dragon staff. Magic skills. Apprentice magic. Fire control. Basic magic. Freeze. Intermediate magic. 5 thunderstrikes. Advanced magic. Time stasis. Magic energy. 100 points. Various information appeared on the system panel. Yichen found himself fumbling with the usage, hurriedly searching for a way to activate his magic. Behind him, the two senior disciples were sinister smiles. Let us see how this kid embarrasses himself. What does a third-tier martial disciple think he can perform? I am curious to see what kind of spectacle he can conjure. The two elders exchanged glances, their lips curling upwards. All eyes were fixed on Yichen. He raised his hands, conjuring a peculiar seal in the air, mumbling incantations, seemingly invoking some great spell. What is he doing? Who knows? Perhaps he is concocting some extraordinary martial skill. The disciples watched in a daze, yet after a long while, they saw no signs of power being released. All right, stop pretending. Just step down and spare us the embarrassment. The senior disciple from Tianqin, Zhao Wutian, immediately mocked. What can you possibly achieve with your third-tier martial disciple cultivation? The training conditions at Tianlan Martial Arts Academy pale in comparison to Tianshan. I think Bai Yushan should reconsider and choose Tianshan Martial Arts Academy instead. Wu Xuanhao disdainfully glanced at Yichen, speaking with arrogance. Just as his words fell, Yichen finally stirred. In the midst of his gestures, a slender black staff appeared, resembling a snail shell, with intricate patterns that seemed otherworldly. Ha! Yichen shouted, beads of sweat lining his face, as he struggled to wield the staff. The onlooking disciples scrutinized the staff, its surface pattern shimmering with brilliance. The top of the snail shell-like staff glimmered with peculiar seals, exuding an aura of the extraordinary. They radiated a delicate luster, subtly stirring the surrounding spiritual energy. A mere staff? I expected something more impressive. Zhao Wutian was taken aback, only to realize it was nothing to be alarmed about, just a clownish act, a mere juggling trick. Wu Xuanhao dismissed it entirely. However, in the next moment, something astonishing occurred that left everyone in shock. Upon the ebony staff, the radiant patterns converged, transforming into flickering flames that ignited with fervor. Before the onlookers could fully comprehend the unfolding spectacle, myriad flames began to ascend, burning with a frenetic intensity visible to the naked eye in mere moments. The arena was engulfed in a dazzling inferno, the flames blossoming in their full glory. The scorching black fire surged forth, piercing through the billowing white clouds, soaring into the heavens. The blazing fire appeared astonishingly resplendent, infusing the already sweltering summer with an unprecedented ferocity. Countless disciples of Qingfeng Town gaped in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. As they instinctively recoiled, beads of perspiration dotting their brows, the temperature atop the platform reached a suffocating level. Even Zhao Wutian and Wu Xuanhao, the esteemed intersect senior brothers, wore expressions of trepidation as they hastily retreated from the stage. The crowd was undeniably shaken by the sheer might of the black flames. Below, a cacophony of murmurs erupted, akin to a torrential downpour. It's so hot. I feel as if I'm melting. This staff can breathe fire. Such a powerful blaze could instantly incinerate a martial artist. Heavens, is this sorcery? What terrifying flames! I've never witnessed black fire before. Chen, please rein in your powers. It's unbearably hot. I feel like I'm burning up. At this moment, not only were the youths below astounded, but the three venerable elders of the martial houses behind them also stared in awe at the soaring flames. The potency of the dark fire instilled in them a profound sense of apprehension, particularly elderly, who felt a twinge of anxiety within. Should Chen direct the staff towards him, hiss, the consequences would be dire. Elderly inhaled sharply, casting a serious gaze at Chen. This young man is full of hidden talents. One must not dare to oppose him. It was said that the genius of Qifeng Town was extraordinary. Now, witnessing it firsthand, they were indeed astounded beyond imagination that a martial apprentice at the third level possessed the capability to potentially obliterate a martial artist. Such an implausible feat had manifested before their eyes. The elders of the Tianxian and Tianxin martial houses were equally flabbergasted, hastily relaying the news to their sections compared to Bai Yushan. Their greater concern lay with Chen. Elder, something's amiss. There's a disciple named Chen in Tianlan martial house who possesses the ability to pose a threat to me. Sect leader, are you there? The hidden trump card of Tianlan martial house, disciple Chen, wields flames of apocalyptic power. The two elders were utterly flustered. Beneath this dark fire, they felt their insignificance acutely. The force wielded by Chen was not of his own, but drawn from the boundless expanse of the universe. Such power could only be held by a martial king. Within the hierarchy of martial cultivation, martial apprentice, martial artist, martial master, martial king, martial emperor, and martial sovereign, the martial king stood at an awe-inspiring pinnacle. Observing this, Bai Yushan was equally taken aback. She covered her mouth, stifling her laughter. This is my brother Chen. I always sensed he was enigmatic, undoubtedly extraordinary. That black flame must be the hot weapon he once mentioned. Bai Yushan marveled at Chen's display of magic, continuously exclaiming in wonder. The notion of hot weapons stemmed from a playful tale Chen had shared when he first traversed into this realm. Amusing a little girl, little did she know, she had retained that memory for 3 long years. Previously, she had cleverly coaxed Chen into showcasing his prowess, never imagining that she would truly witness the power he had spoken of. Waves of heat surged forth relentlessly. The oppressive warmth in the air rendered everyone nearly intolerable, clamoring for Chen to cease. Unbeknownst to them, Chen was equally tormented. The novice magic, fire control. He had yet to master this skill, and in this moment of sudden release, the flame spiraled beyond his control. This spell, consuming 20 points of energy, had been unleashed 5 consecutive times. At last, when his energy reserves had been entirely depleted, Chen finally extricated himself from the inferno. Gasping for breath, he leaned heavily on the black dragon staff, barely managing to stand upright. The flames were a spectacle of grandeur. Chen, in his weakened state, was a sight to behold. Bai Yushan rushed forward to support him, her delicate, cool touch providing a comforting reprieve. Dear companions, surely now you are inclined to join Tianlan martial house. Bai Yushan eagerly invited. Indeed, henceforth, Fenglan wishes to follow Brother Chen. A sweet-faced female cultivator boldly declared. Brother Chen's prowess is unparalleled. I too wish to join Tianlan martial house. Sister Bai's choice is indeed commendable. In an instant, disciples from Qifeng Town flocked to pledge allegiance to Tianlan martial house. Meanwhile, the two elders of the rival martial houses stood in stunned silence, rendered speechless. The two martial masters, at the 9th level, felt their faces flush with embarrassment, acutely aware of their humiliation as they watched the once promising disciples of Qifeng Town depart. They glared at Chen, their hearts brimming with astonishment. A martial apprentice at the 3rd level wielded such formidable abilities. Their eyes concealed a lingering wariness, still haunted by the encounter. They silently regarded Chen as a formidable adversary. Brother Chen, what was the name of the technique you just unleashed? A curious youth, his eyes sparkling with innocence, inquired eagerly. Why Chen smiled, pondering his response. This is not a martial technique. You may refer to it as a secret art. This move is called Flame Ascension, a rather fundamental secret art. Secret art? Flame Ascension? Merely a basic secret art? What then of the more profound secret arts? The gathering youths nodded in unison, their astonishment palpable as they rushed to join Tianlan martial house. The recruitment ceremony of the 3 martial houses concluded. Undoubtedly, Tianlan martial house emerged victorious, decisively outshining the other 2. In stark contrast, the faces of the elders from the rival martial houses darkened with displeasure as they departed from Qifeng Town. Conversely, elderly of Tianlan martial house, though initially elated, soon wore a troubled expression. Elderly, when might we fulfill our agreement? Chen stepped forward to inquire. According to their pact, securing by Yushan's allegiance would ensure his ascendance to inner sect disciple status. Inner sect disciples receive resources vastly superior to those allotted to outer sect disciples. However, to his dismay, Elderly's expression soured. He sighed softly, casting a cold gaze at Chen. You, my boy, have indeed overstepped. Since you have remained low-key for so long, why not continue to stay under the radar until the Cheongzhou conference, where you can showcase your prowess and seek to represent Tianlan martial house at the sacred grounds. Revealing your strength now places you squarely in the spotlight. Tianxin and Tianxin will not easily permit your participation in the Cheongzhou conference. You are in peril, Elderly lamented. Upon hearing this, Yuchen's face turned ashen. What? I possess this magical power, and I should be able to participate in the Cheongzhou conference. I never even considered such a possibility before. Now, having inadvertently exposed his strength, he realized that standing out like a tree in the forest would only bring about his downfall. I'm bound to become a target, he thought despondently. The Cheongzhou conference offers only a few slots for the sacred grounds each year, and the other two martial houses would undoubtedly seek to eliminate me. This is a disaster. Chen felt his legs weaken, his heart heavy with despair. Am I to be stifled before I even harness my newfound powers? He lamented. Observing his distress, Elderly placed a reassuring hand on Chen's shoulder. You need not worry excessively. I have already relayed the news back to Tianlan martial house. The core elders will personally come to your aid. It remains to be seen which side will arrive first. Elderly gazed toward the north. Tianlan martial house lies directly north. Chen hurriedly pressed on. Elder, which of the three martial houses is closest to Qifeng town? Upon hearing this, a smile crept onto Elderly's face. Tianxin martial house is the closest, followed by Tianxin. What? Tianlan martial house is the farthest from Qifeng town. Chen's expression drained of color, his heart sinking. Suddenly, the system interface trembled gently, due to the intensive use of magic. Chen found himself leveling up automatically. Congratulations, host. You have advanced to Novice Magic Apprentice LV2. Congratulations, host. Magic Energy refreshed, 200 points. Congratulations, host. Obtained magical equipment. Close Combat Black Robe. Congratulations, host. Received LV1 Growth Gift Box. Congratulations, host. Acquired Novice Magic Flicker. Congratulations, host. Gained a chance to draw a lottery. A mechanical voice resonated in his ears, not at all irksome. On the contrary, Chen's expression shifted from cloudy to sunny, a flicker of joy gracing his features. What a delightful surprise. Chen let out a forced chuckle. The system's series of generous gifts and greetings instantly filled him with boundless hope. It seemed the system had finally awakened to its conscience and sought to make amends. Overwhelmed with joy, Chen began to examine the treasures acquired from his upgrade. Combat Black Robe, an apprentice-level magical equipment, designed for close-range suppression of opponents, featuring a knockback effect and decent defense. He activated the LV1 Upgrade Gift Box. Congratulations, host. You have received 3 bottles of energy potions. Each potion provides 100 points of magical energy. The system announced. Chen nodded in satisfaction. With the magical energy replenished, he no longer had to worry about suddenly depleting his magic and losing his combat abilities. It is crucial for a mage to maintain a sufficient supply of magical energy. Apprentice Magic Blink, traverse space, leaping distances from 10 to 1,000 meters. This skill is quite useful, perfectly suited for escape. It can also be employed in battle, allowing him to create distance and channel magical power effectively. A commendable skill. Chen licked his lips, feeling a sense of calm wash over him. The final item, a lottery. He activated the lottery. Chen manipulated the system panel as the wheel began to spin. His heart raced with anticipation. The 5 sectors, white, green, blue, red, and gold, spun before him. Surely, the gold sector would yield a treasure. Gold, gold, gold. Chen silently urged. If he were to draw gold on his first attempt, he might just soar to new heights. Regrettably, the odds of landing on gold were slim, and the pointer ultimately settled on the blue sector, which was not entirely disappointing. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a one-time use intermediate magical talisman. Draw the earth as a prison. Draw the earth as a prison? A restrictive magical skill that can bind up to 3 individuals. However, he wondered what level of adversaries this intermediate magic could contend within the fantastical realm. The power of apprentice magic might pose a threat to martial artists. In theory, initial level magic could easily dispatch martial artists. Therefore, intermediate magic might very well suffice against a martial king, a ruler of a kingdom. Chen firmly believed that if he wielded this one-time use magic wisely, it could undoubtedly save his life. In that moment, confidence surged within him. The few inner disciples nearby sighed heavily. They glanced at Chen, their eyes filled with resentment. Unexpectedly, after narrowly escaping the schemes of the senior brother Zhang Jinling, they found themselves ensnared by Yi Chen instead. Such is fate. Seniors, do not worry. I believe the Tianlan martial house will ensure our safe return, Yi Chen declared, his face beaming with a radiant smile. Hearing Yi Chen's unwavering trust in the martial house, the usually stern elderly couldn't help but nod in approval. Well said. We should all have faith in the Tianlan martial house. Elderly's tone softened as he regarded Yi Chen with admiration. The three inner disciples nodded slowly. At this juncture, their hopes rested solely on the Tianlan martial house. However, after a lengthy wait of half an hour, there was still no sign of movement. Elderly's expression darkened, and his voice took on an anxious tone. The martial house should at least provide us with a direction for escape. Upon hearing this, the three inner disciples grew increasingly tense. What would they do? Could it be that the elders of the martial house encountered unforeseen circumstances en route? It seemed they might perish here. The atmosphere grew oppressive. Yi Chen stroked his chin, deep in thought. What we can conceive. The two other martial houses can also imagine. News from the Tianlan martial house has likely been intercepted. If the two other martial houses join forces, with one intercepting the Tianlan martial house while the other comes after us, wouldn't that spell doom? Time was of the essence. They needed to depart swiftly, Yi Chen urged. Yet, Elderly shook his head repeatedly, outright dismissing his suggestion. Staying here still affords us a glimmer of hope. Once we leave Qifeng Town, they will act without hesitation. If we are discovered by Elder Tianqin or Elder Tianqian, we will undoubtedly meet our demise. Yi Chen frowned, recognizing the unique nature of Qifeng Town. The three major martial houses would not dare to act recklessly here. At the very least, they would not resort to outright murder. Remaining in Qifeng Town effectively meant relying on a natural barrier. The local youth present would deter the other two martial houses from overtly targeting them, buying them some time. The group felt uneasy. Before long, dense clouds gathered in the sky, gradually obscuring the heavens. How could this be? The Tianqin martial house has brought the three major treasures of the town. The heart barrier umbrella. It seems their intentions are lethal, Elderly exclaimed. Astonished, Yi Chen looked up to see the extraordinary artifact darkening the sky, enveloping everyone within its reach and utilizing its power to isolate Qifeng Town. They intended to forcibly draw the Tianlan martial house's personnel out of Qifeng Town's boundaries. A fierce wind swept through, prompting the youth of Qifeng Town to flee in terror. Only the graceful Bayushan, donned in a flowing green dress and a veil, remained steadfast behind Yi Chen, her gaze unwavering. Are you not leaving? Yi Chen asked, puzzled. I shall not leave. Brother Yi Chen, I wish to learn secret arts from you, so you cannot come to harm. As long as I am by your side, no one dares to lay a finger on you. Bayushan replied softly, her lips pursed. But what if you cannot learn? Yi Chen paused, suddenly realizing the implications of his words. His face twitched, feeling a pang of regret. Goodness. Faced with imminent danger, how could he utter such thoughtless words? The remnants of his previous life's insensitivity resurfaced in this world. Beside him, Elderly and the other inner disciples exchanged incredulous glances, wishing they could tear Yi Chen to shreds on the spot. Fortunately, Bayushan seemed entirely unfazed. Even so, I am still willing to protect you, Brother Yi Chen. Otherwise, my journey to the Tianlan martial house would hold no meaning, Bayushan stated, shaking her head languidly. The inner disciples gradually gravitated towards Yi Chen, primarily to draw nearer to Bayushan. With a resounding boom, the heart barrier umbrella descended, effectively isolating them from the realm of Qifeng Town. Two elders drifted down, exuding an ethereal and formidable presence. Ah, martial kings, one of the two vice house leaders remarked. Yi Chen, my boy, it seems you are destined for greatness. Elderly's heart sank in despair, a bitter smile gracing his lips. The emergence of martial kings, especially two at once, left Yi Chen with no hope of survival. They would all share the same grave fate. The inner disciples of the Tianlan martial house, along with their accompanying outer disciples, appeared ashen-faced. Even Bayushan exuded an aura of uncertainty. The two elders hovered in the air, gazing down upon the gathered crowd. One elder, with disheveled hair, slowly spoke. Who is Yi Chen? The sound of his voice reverberated in Yi Chen's ears, causing him to tremble. I am Yi Chen, he declared, stepping forward. Behind him, Bayushan stepped up and grasped his hand firmly. You must not harm Brother Yi Chen. If you do, my grandfather will not spare you. Bayushan threatened with fierce determination, not waiting for the martial king to act before vowing to protect Yi Chen. Chapter 5. Reverse Strategy. Draw the earth as a prison. Hearing her words, Yi Chen felt warmth blossom in his heart. He could only wonder if Bayushan's declaration would intimidate these two powerful martial kings. However, the disheveled martial king merely snorted. Ah, the granddaughter of Bai Yulong. Since you have chosen the Tianlong martial house, do not expect to gain any favor from me. This matter does not concern you. Step aside. The martial king's tone was dismissive as he waved his hand lightly, unleashing a torrent of violent spiritual energy. Bai Yushan found herself uncontrollably swept towards the heart barrier umbrella. You scoundrels! My grandfather will not let you off lightly. If you dare touch a single hair on Brother Yuchen, I will take your lives. Bai Yushan struggled fiercely, unwilling to relent as she threatened them. Yi Chen's heart tightened. As he watched Bai Yushan vanish, he felt as though he had lost his shield, leaving him anxious and vulnerable. Suddenly, an unimaginable, overwhelming pressure descended upon him. Under the weight of this force, every inch of his skin and bones stiffened, rendering him utterly immobile. Cold sweat broke out on his skin, and a chill ran down his spine. The sensation of being under someone else's control was profoundly unsettling. Alas, the disparity in strength between the two sides was far too great. Yi Chen, relying on his martial prowess, stood no chance against them. The elder raised his hand slightly, causing Yi Chen's body to rise and drift towards the two martial kings. Boy, hand over that wooden staff of yours. The elder squinted his eyes and spoke with an imposing authority. Fortunately, the black dragon staff remained within the confines of the system space. He searched every inch of Yi Chen's body, but found nothing. This staff afforded Yi Chen a fleeting moment of respite. In a state of extreme weakness, Yi Chen struggled to raise his brow and uttered, "That staff originates from the outside world. If you lift the restrictions, release me, I may have a chance to successfully summon the black dragon staff and present it to you both." Faced with peril, Yi Chen remained remarkably composed. At present, only by having the martial king release his bindings could he possibly throw out the intermediate magic talisman to restrain the martial king. Moreover, they must first activate the Heart Realm umbrella to lift the domain's restrictions. Otherwise, even if he managed to confine the two martial kings to the same spot, his own escape would be utterly impossible. Unexpectedly, Yi Chen's words incensed the two martial kings, intensifying their oppressive aura. A more terrifying force descended upon Yi Chen. In an instant, blood poured from his 7 orifices, and his internal organs suffered grievous damage. Particularly, his bones misaligned under this overwhelming pressure, and a warning echoed in his ears. Warning, life in peril. Warning, life in peril. Severe warning. Yi Chen could hardly breathe. The scene before him growing increasingly blurred. He found himself unable to speak, let alone throw the magic talisman from his hand. Witnessing Yi Chen on the brink of death, the disheveled elder finally eased his grip slightly, his gaze chillingly indifferent. You dare to play tricks before me? How utterly laughable. Hand over the staff, and I may grant you a swift death. Otherwise, you will endure a century of torment. The martial king threatened. A chill washed over Yi Chen, rousing him somewhat. His stratagem had been completely disregarded by the martial kings. With a burgeoning desire to survive, he opened his hazy eyes and suddenly chuckled softly. Heh, you two esteemed martial kings are wary of a mere martial apprentice like me. I must say, you do hold me in high regard. The fact that both of you personally intervened to deal with me speaks volumes. Having lost faith in him, he thought, what more is there to say? Come then, act. Yi Chen resolutely closed his eyes, appearing to await death, but in truth, he was employing a reverse tactic. Since they coveted the black dragon staff, they could never bring themselves to kill him. He decided to gamble on the tempers of the two martial kings. As they were martial kings, full of pride, he would openly flaunt his status as a martial apprentice, daring them to release him. Sure enough, the two martial kings exuded an air of haughty superiority. The formidable aura of their martial king realm was laid bare in an instant. Below, elderly and the disciples of the Tianlong martial mansion knelt in submission, trembling with trepidation. You young one, you possess great audacity, another martial king exclaimed, yet he did not strike at Yi Chen. Instead, a mocking smile crept onto his lips. What would it matter if we released you? You wouldn't dare act recklessly in my presence. With that, he activated a seal in his hand. The enormous Heart Realm umbrella, which overshadowed the sun, instantly shrank to the size of a fingernail and landed before him. This was one of the 3 treasured artifacts of the Tianqin martial mansion. Feeling the binding force upon him dissipate, Yi Chen wasted no time and hurled the intermediate magic talisman into the air. Intermediate magic, drawing the ground as a prison, he proclaimed, drawing the attention of everyone in the Tianlong martial mansion. They gazed up to see the purple talisman fluttering down, appearing utterly unremarkable and devoid of any power. This was due to the fact that drawing the ground as a prison belonged to the shadow magic category. The myriad transformations of magical power were entirely invisible to them. Yet, Yi Chen perceived it all. Countless layers of shadow magic were coalescing into a cage, gradually constricting the space occupied by the two martial kings, turning it into a dark prison from which even spiritual energy could not escape. The two martial kings remained motionless. With their swiftness, they could have easily intercepted Yi Chen before he unleashed his spell. Yet neither made a move. They regarded him with disdain, their derisive laughter echoing, drawing the ground as a prison. Have you lost your wits, boy? Humph, such a misnomer. Do you truly believe such a fool is worth our attention? The martial kings shook their heads, lamenting, it seems the news was erroneous. All three martial mansions have been deceived by this lad. However, they failed to notice the subtle smile curving at the corners of Yi Chen's lips. The purple-black incantation magic of drawing the ground as a prison had now built up to completion. The moment it manifested, it erupted in a dazzling purple light, transforming into a pillar of light that ensnared the two martial kings within its confines. Yi Chen felt the pressure upon him vanish in an instant. He expended 10 points of magical energy to employ the blink spell, landing on the ground, utterly exhausted. The two martial kings plummeted alongside him. They struggled desperately within the dark prison, violently assaulting the cage, their faces contorted in rage, yet not a sound escaped their lips. The Heart Realm umbrella remained outside the seal. Alas, Yi Chen was rendered immobile. The Heart Realm umbrella. Elderly S pupils widened as he acted swiftly, seizing the umbrella in his grasp, his expression alight with excitement. He hurriedly retrieved pills, administering them to the dying Yi Chen with fervor. Boy, you've done splendidly. This umbrella possesses immense power. If I bring it back to the Tianlong Martial Mansion to present to the Mansion Master, I shall become a core elder. Elderly's excitement caused his beard to tremble. Joy radiating from him. He surveyed the two martial kings, unable to suppress his astonishment. What technique did you employ to seal a martial king? Remarkable. Your talents from Qifeng Town are truly extraordinary, each surpassing the last. Elderly exclaimed joyfully. However, just as he was admiring the Heart Realm umbrella in his hands, it was suddenly seized by another. Elderly's fists clenched in anger, but upon seeing the newcomer, his expression turned ashen, silencing him completely. Chapter 6. A vow is made. The Mansion Master arrives. Ha ha ha. The Heart Realm umbrella. Who would have thought I would find it without effort? Boy, thank you for your umbrella. Suddenly, a dignified elder, exuding vitality, smiled at Yi Chen. With his flowing white hair and commanding presence, his voice rang clear and robust. No need for courtesy, Yi Chen replied with a weak smile, his pallor betraying his condition. The elder's hand rested on his shoulder, and in an instant, Yi Chen's injuries healed completely. Not only that, but the power within him surged, as he received the enlightening force, abruptly breaking through from the 3rd level of martial apprentice to the 9th level. A remarkable leap. What a relief, truly invigorating. Yi Chen felt the transformation of his strength, nodding in satisfaction. He rose and repeatedly cupped his fists in gratitude towards the elder. Thank you, senior. I am immensely grateful. Enough, boy. My saving you is merely my intention. If thanks are to be given, then you should thank me. Bai Yushan pouted playfully. Thank you. If you wish to learn secret techniques from me in the future, I shall surely teach you. Yi Chen expressed his profound gratitude. Bai Yushan had indeed aided him significantly on 2 occasions. This debt of gratitude was one he would not forget. Wonderful. Upon hearing this, Bai Yushan's beautiful eyes sparkled, nodding vigorously in agreement. The powerful elder beside her stroked his beard, evidently pleased with Yi Chen. He scrutinized the intermediate magic Yi Chen had unleashed, drawing the ground as a prison, and marveled at its ingenuity. Within the dark prison, the two martial kings felt their energies waning. The environment was saturated with shadow magic, an unsuitable place for any being to endure. The two martial kings howled in anguish, their voices echoing solely for Yi Chen's ears. Boy, release us at once. You shameless wretch. What kind of power is this that even strips away spiritual energy? Quickly lift the seal. My spiritual cultivation. The disheveled martial king raved. Hearing this, Yi Chen felt a surge of joy. It seemed that the two martial kings could not withstand much longer within the dark prison. Truly, intermediate magic was immensely powerful. Watching them suffer, Yi Chen felt an indescribable satisfaction. Aren't you two old rascals so arrogant? Bullying the weak. Stay in there quietly. Do you wish to torment me? Do you still want to kill me? You old dog, may you perish within. As Yi Chen recalled the agony he had just endured, his anger surged forth, and he scolded vehemently. The pent-up frustration within him found a momentary release. How outrageous it was. Two masters at the level of martial kings. Yet they conspired against a mere martial disciple like me. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if this were to be known? Now that they had finally been restrained, Yi Chen longed to extinguish their lives on the spot. Turning his head, Yi Chen regarded the elder with cupped fists, saying, Senior Bai, do you think we should eliminate them right away? His words left the elder momentarily stunned. The two martial kings imprisoned in the dark dungeon, upon hearing this, changed countenance, threatening and shouting in unison. You dare? We are the vice masters of the Tianqin Martial Mansion. To kill us is to declare war against the Tianqin Martial Mansion. By Yulong. You better think carefully. The Mansion Lord's power surpasses yours. Should you slay us, Martial Kings will surely fall in Qifeng Town. The two Martial Kings glared fiercely, their voices growing increasingly frantic. However, they remained oblivious that, apart from Chen, no one could hear their outcries. What are they saying? Bai Yulong inquired with intrigue, casting a glance at Chen. Chen's eyes darted as he earnestly replied, Senior, they said if you truly possess the capability, then go ahead and kill them. You rascal. Bai Yulong shook his head in disbelief. Beside him, Bai Yushan stifled a laugh, unable to contain herself. That I understand your desire to eliminate future threats. However, should you kill them, the Tianqin Martial Mansion will seize the opportunity to retaliate against you. Instead, why not compel them to swear an oath? They could agree not to act against you until you reach the Martial King realm, which would allow you to grant them mercy, the elder advised, his expression turning serious. This is the territory of Qifeng Town. Even if Bai Yulong were to slay the two vice masters of the Tianqin Martial Mansion, the Tianqin Martial Mansion would have no choice but to swallow their grievances. What a pity, Chen lamented, stroking his chin as he regarded the two Martial Kings. Did you hear that? Swear an oath. Never to act against me for all eternity, or you will perish here in Qifeng Town. Chen emphasized the name of Qifeng Town. The two Martial Kings exchanged a glance, gritting their teeth in defiance. Their entry into Qifeng Town with the domain ensnaring technique had already violated its taboos. Should they truly perish here, it was unlikely anyone would seek vengeance for them. With resolve, the two Martial Kings extended their hands and immediately swore their oaths. Li Dongxing swears an oath of heaven, never to act against Chen in this lifetime. Lu Tianji swears an oath of heaven, never to act against Chen in this lifetime. The two Martial Kings both established their highest level oaths. Thunder rumbled ominously in the sky, marking the solemnity of their vows. Chen nodded in satisfaction. Kid, let us out. Lu Tianji suddenly stood, his expression darkening. What? Let you out? When did I say I would release you? Chen shrugged, outright refusing. The cacophony of curses reached his ears, but he couldn't be bothered to pay them any mind. Before him, the elder presented a splendid diamond ring. This is a storage ring, filled with numerous resources. I shan't take advantage of you. These treasures are more than sufficient for you to cultivate to the martial master realm, the elder said, stroking his beard. Chen accepted the ring, a smile illuminating his face. He had little interest in the domain ensnaring technique, but the resources were indeed a timely boon. Upon opening it, he found a plethora of resources within, martial techniques, methods, medicinal pills, and countless rare materials. Thank you, Senior, Chen expressed with cupped fists. The means to elevate a mage's level include not only practice and usage of magic, but also the absorption of various elemental treasures. Items like medicinal pills and rare materials are exemplary choices. This third-grade fire essence pill should significantly enhance my fire control abilities. When I next employ my fire control technique, it should be far more agreeable, Chen contemplated. Beside him, Bai Yushan whispered something into the elder's ear. Suddenly, a smile broke across the elder's face as he grinned and asked, Chen, might you be interested in becoming my disciple? Chen was taken aback by the question. Bai Yushan hurriedly interjected. Brother Chen, I exerted considerable effort to persuade grandfather. There are countless individuals from Qifeng Town queuing to become his disciple. You must think this through. Once this opportunity passes, it may never return. Should you choose to become his disciple, few would dare to bully you within the realm of Qiangzhou. Bai Yushan spoke of her grandfather with great pride. Chen gazed upon the elder, who exuded an aura of ethereal wisdom and unparalleled strength. He mused that given his current weakness, becoming a disciple was indeed an excellent choice. Moreover, his granddaughter possessed an exquisite figure, although veiled. It was not difficult to surmise her breathtaking beauty, which could potentially lead to further developments in the future. Such was the nature of fate. Chen raised his hand in a gesture of respect, preparing to express his desire to become a disciple. Yet unexpectedly, an even more formidable and profound presence descended upon them. Bai Yulong looked up and chuckled softly. Ah, the elusive lord of the Tianlan Mansion has graced Qifeng Town with his presence. How intriguing. Chapter 7. The arrival of great figures, whom to choose as a master. Beneath the vast sky, a towering figure emerged. From the elder's tone, it was clear that he was the most enigmatic master of the Tianlan Martial Mansion. Likely a pinnacle-level martial king. A middle-aged man descended gracefully. Chen cast a sidelong glance at him. He had his hands clasped behind him, his face sharp and resolute, exuding an unmistakable air of authority that evoked immediate respect. His peak martial king cultivation rendered him one of the most formidable figures even within the extensive realm of Qiangzhou. When the mansion lord met Bai Yulong, he merely nodded slightly before turning his gaze to Yi Chen and stated coolly, although Yi Chen hails from Qingfeng town, now that he has joined the Tianlan martial mansion as a disciple, it would be prudent for him to receive martial teachings from the mansion. Upon hearing this, Bai Yulong chuckled lightly. The mansion lord speaks wisely. Alas, had you arrived just a moment later, this precious disciple might have met his end at their hands. Bai Yulong's tone was laced with a hint of sarcasm. For his strength was somewhat inferior to that of the Tianlan mansion's lord. At this moment, he gestured towards the two martial kings of the Tianqin mansion. The mansion lord's expression darkened at this, and with a casual glance, he regarded the two who were imprisoned in the domain-ensnaring dungeon. His gaze turned cold, and with a snap of his fingers, he swiftly drew the martial kings of the Tianqin mansion into a vessel. The action was seamless, executed without a moment's hesitation. Yi Chen could only widen his eyes in astonishment. Was that it? His domain-ensnaring technique was a mid-tier magic capable of containing martial kings. Yet, in the mansion lord's view, it seemed trivial, easily dispelled with a mere wave of his hand. This mansion lord was no ordinary figure. Yi Chen's heart raced with trepidation. What he did not realize was that, in that instant, the mansion lord too was deeply shaken, especially upon sensing the formidable and enigmatic sealing power of the dark magic. He understood that had he not utilized a treasure to suppress it, he would have struggled to easily unsettle that heavy prison. He cast a profound look at Yi Chen, recognizing that a martial disciple possessed methods that even he found troublesome. That Yi Chen undoubtedly bore immense fortune. With this thought, he smiled and said, "Outer disciple Yi Chen, would you be willing to become my disciple?" The mansion lord extended the invitation. Bai Yulong's face registered surprise, and after a moment's consideration, he remarked, "Lu Feihong, if I recall correctly, you have never taken a disciple before." "Neither have I," Bai Lao echoed, his expression mirroring that of Bai Yulong. The mansion lord gazed at the elder with a bemused smile. Seeing this, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. It seemed these two great figures were both eager to take him as their disciple. Yet, whom should he choose? As Yi Chen pondered, a voice suddenly reverberated through Qifeng town, ringing in his ears. "Another prodigy has emerged in Qifeng town. It has been a century since I last stirred. I never anticipated that beyond Baiyushan. There was another deeply concealed talent." Soon after, an elder clad in coarse garments appeared. Upon his arrival, the heavens themselves seemed to dim. Countless strands of spiritual energy converged instantaneously, involuntarily swirling around him, allowing him to draw it into his being. Bai Yulong and Lu Feihong immediately bowed their heads in respect. "We pay our respects to Elder Long." Yi Chen was startled, his entire body shuddering. Goodness, could this be the legendary martial emperor? A body of innate talent, effortlessly absorbing spiritual energy, akin to perpetual cultivation. Even while sleeping, such a constitution would be engaged in the art of cultivation. A mere breath could stir the rhythms of the heavens and earth. This old man must be the true powerhouse behind Qifeng town. Yi Chen inhaled sharply. Even though the man bore no trace of hostility and appeared utterly harmless, it sent shivers down Yi Chen's spine, leaving him feeling utterly uncomfortable. "Child, do not fear. You are one of us from Qifeng town, and coincidentally, you are of the same era as Bai Yushan. If you were to take Bai Yulong as your master, it would be a perfect match for a romantic union. Just agree to become his disciple, and I shall take charge of this marriage." The elder spoke with a carefree and generous demeanor, resembling an old rascal. Yi Chen felt as though he was caught in a dilemma. My goodness, how could I offend anyone here? On one side is the martial emperor of Qifeng town, and on the other, the lord of the Tianlan martial house. Yi Chen's expression grew strained. Who would have thought that Bai Yushan would interject? Smiling sweetly as she said, "Brother Yi Chen, I am willing to marry you, so you can wholeheartedly teach me the secret techniques." Yi Chen couldn't help but frown, feeling as if a stampede of wild horses was raging in his heart. "Sister, is this how you decide on such a monumental matter? The values of this world seem rather abstract." Yi Chen found himself at a loss for words. Feeling incredibly distressed, he resolved to remember, from now on, be a low-key mage. Do not easily reveal your talents, lest the consequences be dire. The old rascal, Elder Long, seemed to sense Yi Chen's inner turmoil and patted him on the shoulder. "Child, there is no need to overthink it. Since I have spoken, little Lu will have no objections. And besides, you are attending the Cheongzhou conference this year. You will surely secure a spot for the Tianlan martial house. Make a bold decision," Elder Long said with a nonchalant eye in his eyes. The lord, Lu Feihong, was merely a young Lu Feihong, standing nearby, nodded repeatedly, but discreetly crushed the seal in his hand. After receiving a response, he confidently declared, "Yi Chen, take your time in making a decision." Elder Long furrowed his brow at the challenge. A dangerously ominous aura descended like a thunderclap. Senior Long, please do not be angry. My master is arriving soon. Lu Feihong clasped his fists repeatedly, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Though the difference between a martial king and a martial emperor is but a step, the gap in power resembles a chasm between heaven and earth, insurmountable. Elder Long, do not be wrathful. This fine wine is merely a token of respect from the younger generation. A gourd of exquisite wine flew forth first. Soon after, a gaunt old man stepped forward with deliberate slowness. His every step traversed layers of space, covering tens of thousands of meters in an instant. The power of a martial emperor is indeed terrifying. Chen inhaled deeply. This is true strength. In the realm of martial arts, reaching the level of an emperor is a remarkable feat, yet, in his presence, this Elder Long must still be regarded as a predecessor. What kind of formidable existence must Elder Long truly be? Elder Long savored the fine wine, exhaling contentedly, causing the spiritual resonance of the world to ripple. At that moment, even standing beside him, Chen could feel the blessings of heaven and earth. Cultivating in the presence of this elder was several times faster than within any cultivation formation. Truly terrifying. Chen was astounded. Perhaps only the advanced magic he had yet to witness could rival such power. However, becoming an advanced mage is no easy feat. Senior Long, would you grant me a favor? Allow Chen to choose his own master. The emaciated elder glanced at Chen and spoke. His meaning was clear. After Elder Long finished his wine, his mood significantly improved upon seeing the arrival of this elder, and he waved his hand dismissively. He no longer interfered with Chen's choice. Everyone turned their gaze toward Chen. He felt a wave of perspiration in his palms. Can I truly decide on my own master? Chen asked anxiously. Everyone, including Elder Long, nodded in affirmation. Why? Chen's heart settled. If he chose wisely in selecting a master, his future would be bright. If not, he feared a path fraught with obstacles. Such as life. Choices outweigh efforts. Take a risk, and a bicycle could become a motorcycle. Opportunities must be seized. With newfound resolve, Chen clenched his teeth. To the astonishment of all, he knelt before Elder Long with hands clasped and head bowed respectfully. He declared, Chen dares to ask, please take me as your disciple. Chapter 8. A named disciple. Undercurrents flowing. Chen's single knee on the ground caused the strong figures present to drop their jaws in astonishment. He was actually taking Elder Long as his master. Who was Elder Long? The hidden superpower behind Qifeng Town, the hidden supreme lord of the Tianlan martial house, a generation of martial emperors, whom even the most formidable must address as a predecessor. He had once suppressed an era, making the great martial dynasty yield. Even a martial king would likely hesitate to mention the idea of apprenticeship to Elder Long, yet here was Chen, a mere martial apprentice, openly seeking his tutelage. How ignorant could he be? At that moment, Bai Yulong and Lord Lu Feihong both lowered their heads, fearful of provoking Elder Long's wrath. Nearby, the gaunt elder revealed a puzzled expression and inquired, Child, you wish to take Elder Long as your master? Do you comprehend who he is? I do not know. Chen shook his head. The Supreme Lord chuckled and ceased to speak, turning his gaze to Elder Long. The latter glanced at Chen and said coolly, Do you believe you possess the qualifications to be my disciple? What qualifications are required to take you as my master? Chen asked, his eyes shimmering with curiosity. Elder Long stroked his beard, pondering briefly. Qualifications? If we speak of talent, you just might possess the qualifications. After a moment, Elder Long seemed to recall something, his aura fluctuating and stirring the very heavens. Yet, the specifics would require further evaluation. Today, I shall accept you as a named disciple. 3 months hence, at the Cheongzhou conference. If you secure first place, I shall officially take you as my pupil. Elder Long decisively proclaimed. Chen's face brightened with joy as he repeatedly clasped his fists, saying, I humbly greet my master. Though he was merely a named disciple, he was still considered a disciple of Elder Long. Within the vast expanse of the great martial dynasty, such a title could grant him significant influence. At the very least, he would no longer be easily threatened or have his life endangered. Having just emerged from a life-and-death crisis, Chen understood better than anyone that life is precious and its value immeasurable. Take a martial emperor as his master was undoubtedly the right choice. Seeing Chen's successful apprenticeship, Bai Yulong couldn't help but admire him, then turned to Elder Long, clasping his fists and smiling. Congratulations, Elder Long, on acquiring a cherished disciple. Congratulations, Elder Long. The Supreme Lord of the Tianlan martial house also offered his congratulations. Congratulations, elder predecessor, on gaining a beloved disciple, Lu Feihong said respectfully as he stepped forward. Bowing his head. A generation of martial house lords was but an ordinary person before Elder Long. Elder Long smiled with satisfaction. Ha ha ha. Child, you are indeed perceptive and possess some courage. You dared to offend the Honorable Lord Lu Xuanyi of the Tianlan Martial House, so I shall grant you an opportunity. At the Cheongzhou Conference in 3 months. I will be present personally. Do not disappoint me. Otherwise, I shall revoke your status as a named disciple. Elder Long pointed at Chen, emphasizing his warning. Chen felt the piercing gaze of the Tianlan Martial House's Supreme Lord, filled with a deadly intent, making him feel as if he were walking on a tightrope. To take Elder Long as his master could very well mean he had made a powerful enemy. After all, a martial emperor personally sought to recruit disciples, but had been publicly rejected by Chen. He would likely harbor resentment towards him. Thankfully, Elder Long agreed. Chen sighed with relief. However, he seemed to recall something about needing to secure first place at the Cheongzhou Conference. The Cheongzhou Conference is a grand event where the great martial dynasty seeks out prodigious talents. Only the most exceptional geniuses from various martial houses are qualified to participate, with only 3 individuals selected to enter the sacred ground. The difficulty is akin to that of hell. Yet, Chen must emerge as the foremost among them. To rise above billions of peers is an extraordinary challenge. With this thought in mind, Chen resolved to give it his all. Master, I am merely a lowly martial apprentice at the 9th level of the realm. Although I have ample resources at hand, I lack the ultimate treasures. If it is only this, 3 months may not be sufficient for me to claim the top spot. Chen spoke with a tone steeped in sorrow, his countenance marred by sadness. Upon hearing his words, Bai Yulong and Lu Feihong's expressions shifted dramatically, their hearts suddenly gripped by trepidation. Good heavens, to demand the most treasured possessions from Elder Long was akin to courting disaster with audacious arrogance. However, what astonished them further was that Elder Long not only remained unperturbed but erupted into hearty laughter. You rascal, he said. Fine then, no one has ever requested anything from me before. Since you have spoken, I shall bestow upon you a gift as a token of our first meeting. With that, Elder Long tossed a pitch-black pill into Chen's mouth without waiting for his reaction. The quail egg-sized elixir swiftly descended into his stomach, transforming into nourishing essence that invigorated his body. The Zao Huadan was a potion designed to enhance one's innate qualities. Its effects were not instantaneous but rather subtle and enduring. Upon hearing Elder Long mention the Zao Huadan, Chen observed that even the Grand Master of the Supreme House could not help but be moved. The Zao Huadan, a 7th-grade Imperial-grade elixir, was limited to a mere 5 in the entire Great Martial Empire. Now, none remained. He sighed inwardly, feeling a profound sense of regret. Yet, Elder Long merely shook his head, his tone slightly haughty as he remarked, "It is merely a 7th-grade elixir of modest potency. It isn't as miraculous as you might think. Should you desire more, venture beyond the Tianlan Martial House into broader realms, and you shall have no trouble overcoming your limitations." Thank you for your wise counsel, Elder Long. The Grand Master of the Supreme House expressed with a respectful bow before vanishing into thin air. Subsequently, Elder Long, accompanied by Bai Yulong, returned to Qifeng Town. Lu Feihong, the Master of Tianlan, personally led a group of young disciples from Qifeng Town to the Tianlan Martial House. Along the way, the Master warned Li Damo and the other disciples, what has transpired today must not be disclosed. Any hint of it will result in expulsion from the Martial House. Understood? Understood. Li Damo replied tremulously. He could no longer dare to confront Chen directly. The weight of being Elder Long's disciple was suffocating to him. He could only hope that Chen would overlook past grievances. The inner disciples, too, wore anxious expressions, secretly regarding Chen as one of the most perilous of peers. Bai Yushan patted Chen on the shoulder with a smile, saying, "Once we reach the Martial House, you must share your secret techniques with me." Of course. Chen nodded in agreement. As the two engaged in their light-hearted banter, Lu Feihong took note. He retrieved a communication talisman and discreetly sent a message. Daughter, pay close attention to a fellow named Chen. He has become Elder Long's disciple. Do your utmost to befriend him. Yes, father, came the prompt reply. However, it appears there is no record of a Chen among the core disciples. In a secluded forest glade of the Tianlan Martial House, a stunningly beautiful woman expressed her confusion. That fellow is merely an outer disciple. He conceals himself quite well. Exercise caution, Lu Feihong reiterated. They then hastened towards the Tianlan Martial House at full speed. At that very moment, the entire Cheongzhou and the Great Martial Empire were embroiled in an unimaginable undercurrent of intrigue. In the magnificent halls of the Great Martial Empire, the Emperor, with his hands clasped behind his back, admonished the 3 young men before him. An anomaly has arisen in Qifeng Town. The heavenly fire has ravaged the mountains for miles, prompting Elder Long to emerge from seclusion after a century to take a disciple. You are to seek him out at the Tianlan Martial House. Whoever prevails in this endeavor shall be crowned as the Crown Prince. Yes, father, The three princes responded in unison, bowing deeply, under various banners. In the hall of the crown prince of the Jing Wang, a voice echoed, "Son, the first prince has sent word. You must hasten to Qiangzhou and join the Tianlan martial house." The Jing Wang descended upon the hall, his voice booming with authority. "Yes, father," the young man replied succinctly, promptly departing for the Tianlan martial house. In the outskirts, at the Xian Wang Hall, an elder summoned all the young heirs to gather at the martial arena. "The 10 outstanding youths of our family shall proceed to the Tianlan martial house to assist the second prince." In the Ming Wang Hall, a slender young woman with blood-red eyes was addressed by her father. "Daughter, the third prince urgently requests your assistance. Will you go? Assist him?" Not interested. Remarkably, the girl flatly refused. The Ming Wang chuckled, stroking his beard with confidence. At that time, all three princes will be present, as it is rumored they are to meet an extraordinary talent. You often claim that no one in the great martial realm is worthy of you. Don't you wish to see for yourself this time? The Ming Wang grinned broadly. "Extraordinary talent? Arrange for me to go to the Tianlan martial house." The girl readily acquiesced. In the span of half a day, the entire great martial empire, across 72 states, stirred to action. Unbeknownst to Chen, Qiangzhou had become the most fervent of locales. He remained blissfully ignorant, feeling a slight fluctuation of magical energy within himself. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the 7th grade Imperial Zhao Huardan had elevated his status to that of a level 3 apprentice mage. Chapter 9. The Tianlan Martial House, a convergence of aspirants. The Tianlan Martial House, one of the 3 major martial houses of Qiangzhou, is situated atop the Tianlan mountain range, surrounded by numerous fantastical peaks. The outer precincts lie on the plains bordering these bizarre mountain formations, adorned with magnificent palatial structures that exude grandeur. At the very center stands the towering Tianlan stone sword, a symbol of the Tianlan martial house and a tribute to its founding master. The Tianlan Sword Emperor. Behind the stone sword lies the residence of the Outer Disciples, a quaint wooden pavilion hidden in a valley's corner, Chen's humble abode within the martial house. Upon returning home, he immediately checked his system panel. "Congratulations, host. Your magical level has risen to level 3 apprentice mage. Congratulations, host. You have received a level 2 growth package. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the apprentice mage equipment, the Soul Bell. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the mage marketplace." The mechanical electronic notification echoed in his ears. Sitting in the meditation chamber, Chen scrutinized the system panel. "Open level 2 growth package. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the apprentice mage's ice manipulation spell. Ice manipulation, akin to the fire manipulation spell, it allows control over the power of ice elements. It is a lower tier spell, belonging to the most basic category of magic. Chen attempted to practice it, and from his palm emanated a misty chill that gradually coalesced into a white-blue ice lotus. The surrounding temperature plummeted, a refreshing coolness enveloping him before transforming into a penetrating cold. Ice crystals materialized in the corners of the chamber. "Brr, it's so cold." Chen quickly withdrew his hands, having experienced casting magic for the first time. He felt significantly more adept in releasing the ice manipulation spell. He now understood how to control the output of magical energy. The magical energy output of ice manipulation was similar to that of fire manipulation. Each casting consumed at least 20 points of magical energy, yet it could be cast without limit. Next, he examined the magical weapon. The Soul Bell. Chen toyed with a small red bell, shaking it lightly. Ding ding ding. The sound echoed through the chamber. As the resonance reached his ears, Chen found himself momentarily dazed, as if his very soul had paused, rendering him devoid of memory. Moments later, a sharp pain surged through his mind, a most uncomfortable sensation. What a treasure! Just a gentle shake of this bell can leave an ordinary warrior stupefied. Even a martial master would feel its effects. A remarkable artifact for the soul. Chen marveled at its efficacy, thoroughly impressed, though he noted a slight headache. After taking a rest, he resumed his exploration of the system panel. Browsing the mage marketplace. It offered a variety of magical tomes, apprentice magic, basic magic, intermediate magic, and so forth, encompassing diverse elemental categories such as wind, fire, thunder, light, and more. Naturally, there were also magical equipment, staffs, rings, bells, and the like. Most importantly, purchasing these treasures required coins. The marketplace featured a recycling system, which accepted only artifacts imbued with powerful elemental forces. Chen pondered this, attempting to find a matching item but was unsuccessful. However, the immediate priority was to practice the magic he had already acquired, with fire manipulation, ice manipulation, and flicker as his 3 foundational spells. Mastering them would enable him to easily deal with martial practitioners. Let us start with fire manipulation. I need to find a suitable location. Otherwise, I want to be able to unleash my full potential. Chen stroked his chin, resolving to practice magic within the outer sect's cultivation array. The outer sect's training hall, a grand edifice towering 10 stories high, was besieged at its entrance by a throng of thousands of disciples, a veritable sea of humanity. Most of them were not clad in the garb of outer sect disciples, chattering incessantly, creating an atmosphere rife with unrest. What on earth was happening? Chen stood there, utterly flabbergasted as he attentively listened to the conversations of these unfamiliar disciples. A sense of alarm washed over him. What a pathetic place, this Tianlong martial house, with its minuscule and dilapidated training grounds. Indeed, one could only wonder why his father had sent them here. They needed to find a place to cultivate swiftly. Youth was slipping away. Why, oh why, could I not simply ascend to become an inner sect disciple? You inner sect disciples of Tianlong martial house, come out and challenge me at will. How infuriating that one must queue even for cultivation. The multitude of young disciples continued to voice their grievances. Meanwhile, the outer sect elders standing outside the hall wore grim expressions, their eyes dark and brooding as they gazed upon the younger generation. Frustration simmered within them, yet they were unable to voice their discontent. Each of them hailed from distinguished backgrounds. Ordinary outer sect elders could not afford to offend them. Who can tell me what exactly is transpiring? One elder exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. No one knows. The scions of the entire great martial dynasty have all come to Tianlong martial house. It seems a great upheaval is imminent. Though the outer sect elders were unclear on the specifics, they sensed an approaching storm. Upon observing the scene, Chen's lips twitched. Surely, this cohort of peers was not all here to seek him out? What a calamity! He needed to find a more secluded spot to lie low. Chen was filled with trepidation. Although he now possessed the notable status of being a named disciple of Elder Long, he was still alone in this world, devoid of any connections or foundations. In contrast, these individuals were all heirs to nobility, princes with impressive titles that could instill fear. With his current strength, Chen was disinclined to confront such formidable foes. He must hasten to practice magic, elevate his level, and strengthen his power. Chen's anxiety grew, leading him to contemplate an excellent hidden location, the western mountain of the outer sect. A remote place, sparsely populated, with exceedingly thin spiritual energy. It was utterly unsuitable for cultivation, yet ideal for practicing magic. The western mountain, a peak soaring 1,000 meters high, was a strenuous climb even for one at the 9th realm of martial apprenticeship. After laboriously ascending, he carefully surveyed his surroundings, ensuring no one was nearby before commencing his practice. Come forth, Black Dragon Staff. Fire Control Technique. Chen promptly attempted the fire-based magic, Fire Control Technique. The spell, imbued with formidable destructive power, was directed at a towering ancient tree, 100 meters high and as thick as 2 men embracing. Flames erupted with a cacophony of crackling sounds. Within 3 to 4 breaths, the ancient tree was reduced to ashes. The intense heat made Chen break into a sweat. He glanced at the Black Dragon Staff, acknowledging the substantial enhancement it provided, the close combat black robe. Chen recalled his other magical equipment, draping the robe over himself. His aura instantly elevated to a level that rivaled the offspring of various noble houses. Now, he felt his presence was no less imposing than those of the aristocratic heirs. Subsequently, Chen stowed away the Black Dragon Staff and began to wield the Fire Control Technique with his bare hands. Flames, arise! The golden red flames engulfed the ancient tree, taking several breaths to reduce it to charred remnants. The weapon's magical amplification was evidently significant, naturally, in this practice phase. The enhancement from weapons was unnecessary. Fire Control Technique. Burn, ignite. Chen quickened his training pace, expending 20 points of magical energy. Currently, as a level 3 apprentice mage with a total of 400 points of magical energy, he rapidly depleted his reserves. Fortunately, he possessed 3 magical potions, which replenished 300 points of energy. Fire Control Technique. Ignite. He pressed on, round after round, growing increasingly adept at the spell. The release of magic did not severely tax his stamina, though it was not without its challenges. The previous near collapse had been due to overexertion. After practicing the Fire Control Technique 30 times, the system panel displayed the words proficient. Excellent, he thought, finally achieving proficiency. Wiping the sweat from his brow, a wave of satisfaction washed over him. With proficiency in the Fire Control Technique, its potency had significantly increased. To incinerate an ancient tree now required only 5 to 6 breaths. Against mid-tier martial practitioners, it posed no challenge. Of course, if one disregarded consumption. This spell could at least repel most late-stage martial practitioners. Chen began to experiment with the apprentice magic of blink. At a distance of about 10 meters, he concentrated on a specific location in his mind. In the next instant, he opened his eyes and found himself at the intended spot. Checking the system panel, he noted that it had consumed 1 point of magical energy. Then, at a distance of 20 meters, he blinked again. Chen's body felt as though it was propelled through water, warping the space around him. Moments later, he appeared at his target location. Consuming 2 points of magical energy. 1 point of energy allowed him to blink a distance of 10 meters, with a maximum range of 1,000 meters. After achieving proficiency, he wondered if he could blink even farther. Chen stroked his chin, pondering. However, he soon realized his magical energy was insufficient to continue training. He activated the storage ring given by Elder Long, which contained a considerable number of third-grade pills, fire spirit pills. Curious about how much magical energy a single pill could convert, he swallowed one. Instantly, his dantian felt ablaze. Were it not for his breakthrough to the 9th realm of martial apprenticeship and having consumed creation pills, this third-grade fire attribute pill could have been fatal. Fortunately, the system intervened in time. The fire energy dissipated, and his magical energy increased by 50 points, which was quite satisfactory. Magic itself was powerful, and the consumption of resources was to be expected. Chen immediately consumed a significant number of third-grade pills, quickly recovering his magical energy to 400 points. He then resumed practicing the blink spell. His body became a blur as he locked onto a position in his mind. In the next instant, he would appear there. After 50 repetitions, he felt slightly dizzy. Finally, the apprentice magic of blink also displayed the word proficient. Testing the limits of his newfound ability, he declared, "I blink." Chen exerted all his strength in a bid. This time, he had no designated target. Suddenly, upon opening his eyes, he found himself 3,000 meters away. The ground beneath him gave way. He stood at the edge of a cliff. The sensation of weightlessness engulfed him, and panic gripped his heart as he plummeted downwards. By the heavens, I must blink. Chen reacted swiftly. During his fall, he blinked back 3,000 meters, returning to solid ground, sighing in relief. The thought of the 1,000-meter cliff sent a chill down his spine. Thank heavens, releasing magic required no external force. Otherwise, a fall from such height would surely spell disaster. After calming his racing heart, Chen continued his magical training. With proficiency attained, the maximum distance for the blink spell was now 3,000 meters. Chen was well aware of this and began practicing the ice control technique. This technique was primarily aimed at immobilization, channeling cold energy within his palm. The more magical energy he accumulated, the greater the potency of the cold. 50 points of magical energy. Freeze. Chen began by unleashing a broad area freezing spell. The cold energy radiated outward in ripples. Within a 50-meter radius, the ancient trees froze, and the ground transformed into a sheet of ice. Break. He struck the ice with his fist. Crack. Ancient trees, towering 100 meters, shattered into crystalline fragments, cascading down. Quite impressive, Chen thought with delight. Of course, this was also contingent upon the amount of magical energy he expended. 100 magical energy points. Ice control technique. Freeze. Chen suddenly discovered the joy of magic. Letting out a fierce roar. He unleashed his ice control spell with all his might, transforming a radius of 100 meters into a vast expanse of ice. The leaves of ancient trees became shards of crystal. Chen felt as though he was immersed in a world of ice sculptures, gazing at the serene blue and white crystalline panorama. An unexpected pang of sorrow struck his heart. Memories of the grievances he had endured over the years as a martial apprentice at the 3rd tier of cultivation flooded his mind, leaving him deeply contemplative. If only the system had appeared a few years earlier, I would have surely soared to great heights by now, he mused. However, upon reflection, he found solace in the boundless potential of magic, which was powerful and enigmatic. Chen felt a surge of confidence in the strength of magic. Before long, his ice control spell reached a level of mastery, enabling him to exert control over a range of 200 meters. After a session of practice, the sky began to darken. In the distance, the setting sun painted the horizon crimson. Chen made his way back home, only to find his small abode surrounded by a throng of hundreds, completely impassable. Inwardly, he was perplexed. What could they possibly want? Despite his fatigue from a day of arduous practice, yearning for rest, he discovered he could not return home. The discomfort of this situation was unbearable. No, I cannot let this band of ruffians blockade my doorstep. They shall not escape unscathed, Chen thought grimly. Once I learn a few more spells, I shall deal with you all. For now, I must jot down their faces. Resolved, Chen committed the visages of these youths to memory. noting their attire, which bore the insignias of various noble houses: the Jingwang Hall, the Xinwang Hall, the Mingwang Hall, the Dugu family, the Murong family, the Bailey family. What manner of formidable figures are these? The more he pondered their identities, the more foreboding he felt. Collectively, they possessed the power to destabilize the entire Dawu Empire. Why were they all fixated on him? This was utterly nonsensical. After returning from Qifeng town, it had scarcely been 3 days, yet such a multitude of heirs from powerful families had converged, their sights set directly upon Chen. What could possibly compel them to be so serious? Was it the allure of magic, or perhaps his status as a disciple of the Dragon Elder? Chen speculated that the latter was more likely, given the unique circumstances surrounding Qifeng town, which the entire Dawu Empire was well aware of. So they all wish to challenge me. They seek to assess the strength of the Dragon Elder's named disciple. Very well, I shall oblige. Chen smirked softly. Even a clay figurine possesses its temper. If I do not demonstrate my might, they may think me an easy target. In a flash, Chen vanished into his home, employing the power of spatial distortion to evade detection by any onlookers. Suddenly, an eerie ringing filled the air. In an instant, the noble heirs outside erupted into chaos, their tempers flaring. The soul-stirring resonance of the soul bell proved to be remarkably effective. This time, Chen vigorously shook the bell, unleashing a wave of soul-shattering energy that enveloped a 100-meter radius. Who the hell is ringing that bell? Stop it! I command you! The cries of the young nobles echoed as they clutched their heads in despair. Within the confines of the loft, Chen gritted his teeth, reveling in the satisfaction of their dismay. It is I who rings the bell, and what of it? Let it all shatter. Block my door. Will you? Have you all lost your wits? Come, feel the pain from this moment forth. Intensifying his actions, Chen expended 200 points of magical energy to unleash a soul attack. You scoundrels, come forth. Suddenly, a young martial artist of the 9th tier bared his teeth and swung his blade. The advanced martial technique, Sky Splitter Slash, surged forward with lethal intent. How could the rickety structure of the outer disciples' abode withstand such a full-force strike? The blade roared as it approached. With a thunderous crash, the small loft was cleaved in two, reduced to ruin. Chen's figure flickered as he emerged, his teeth clenched in fury. Dare to demolish my home? I shall remember your Murong garb. His anger boiled over. Summoning the black dragon staff, he declared. Freeze. Harnessing the staff's power, Chen unleashed an ice control spell across a distance of 200 meters. Just then, a youth clad in golden robes charged toward him. What? Someone is lying in wait for me. Chen was taken aback. Without hesitation, he blinked away. That individual possessed the cultivation of a martial artist. Chapter 11. Cloaked in black, dressed in white in the location where Chen had stood, the youth in golden robes arrived, scanning the surroundings with a keen eye, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Spatial displacement. Not only does he master the powers of fire and ice, but he also possesses the rare ability to control spatial energy. Such formidable mastery over 3 elemental forces. No wonder the Dragon Elder took him as a disciple. The golden-robed youth mused. Returning to the outer disciple's residence, he lowered his gaze slightly. Observing the Murong family youth encased in ice, he felt a tremor of shock. Such strength rivaled that of Earth-tier martial techniques. Indeed, this was a troublesome opponent. The youth summoned a blaze from his palm, swiftly dissolving Chen's ice control spell. His martial prowess was sufficient to counteract novice magic. However, the Murong family youth, frozen and severely injured, barely clung to life, on the brink of death. Witnessing this, the crowd's expressions shifted to one of fear, and they began to disperse in haste. They had come to understand that Chen's strength was no trifling matter. Of course, many remained in the shadows, merely observing. In a corner of the North Mountain, Chen watched the crowd depart, muttering to himself, had I known it would come to this, I would have acted differently. Yet, judging by the circumstances, it seems the Dawu Empire has become involved. That fellow is likely a disciple of the royal family. Chen surmised the identity of the golden-robed youth, his heart racing with unease. Regardless of their intentions, he believed that as long as he grew powerful enough, he would remain unthreatened. With his current predicament precarious, he needed to hasten his cultivation, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Chen recalled his agreement with elderly Mo and promptly headed toward the inner sect. As long as he quietly became an inner disciple, he would not easily attract attention. Tianlong Martial Academy, inner sect. The 36 peaks, each home to an elder, formed the 36 factions of the inner sect. Atop Demo Peak, in this era, resided the premier disciple, Zhang Jianling, whose extraordinary prowess had earned him the title of inner sect's eldest brother due to his first place ranking in the inner sect assessments. Consequently, this year's recruitment of disciples from Qifeng Town was undertaken by Li Damo and Zhang Jianling as representatives. Approaching Damo Peak, Yichen gazed up at the summit and immediately spotted the figure of Zhang Jianling. A striking young man with a sword on his back and hair tied up, descending the steps as if bidding farewell to a nearby woman. On the peak, Li Damo, hands clasped behind him, was surveying the surroundings when he suddenly caught sight of Yichen. His expression shifted dramatically, and upon meeting Yichen's gaze, a smile broke across his face. With a single leap, he appeared before Yichen. "Young friend Yi, what brings you here?" Li Damo smiled, his demeanor now one of ingratiating warmth. Reflecting on the once arrogant intersect elder, Yichen found himself momentarily unsettled by this transformation. "There is no need for such formality. Just call me Yichen. I have come to see Elder Li regarding our previous agreement. With Bai Yushan's acceptance into Tianlan Martial Academy, I should rightfully be able to join the intersect now." "Correct," Yichen stated calmly. Upon hearing this, Li Damo readily agreed without hesitation. "If you wish to join, you may do so today and become a disciple under Damo Peak," he declared, thumping his chest in assurance. Yichen nodded in satisfaction. "Very well, it is settled then." The proceedings unfolded with remarkable smoothness. Li Damo led Yichen as they prepared to ascend the mountain to Damo Peak, only to encounter Zhang Jianling and the stunningly beautiful young woman. They both turned their gazes toward Yichen, who, clad in a sleek black robe, possessed a striking figure and bright eyes, exuding an air of charm and sophistication that overshadowed Zhang Jianling's stiff, square features. "How dare an outer disciple enter the intersect? Hasten your departure, and do not hold it against me for my lack of courtesy." Upon their first encounter, Zhang Jianling, with his hands clasped behind his back, approached Yichen. His authoritative tone bore the unmistakable mark of a senior disciple. Why Yichen paid little heed to him, instead directing his gaze towards the enchanting woman clad in white, whose beauty was utterly captivating. She, too, scrutinized Yichen, her alluring phoenix eyes locking with his. Her grace and charm were truly unparalleled, her strength formidable and unfathomable, radiating spiritual energy that reached the level of a martial artist. "Outer sect disciple," the woman remarked with a gentle smile, her voice ethereal, her face illuminated by a breathtaking smile. She was confirming her suspicions. Her father had mentioned that the remarkable individual was indeed a deeply concealed outer sect disciple. Observing Yichen's disregard for him, Zhang Jianling's expression soured, and he let out a disdainful snort. "Humph, a mere outer sect disciple. Did you not hear what your senior brother said? Are your ears deaf? Quickly leave this place. Do not linger here as an eyesore, or I shall be within my rights to slay you on the spot." His gaze was fierce, revealing the temper of an intersect senior brother. He mistakenly believed that the woman's words implied disdain for Yichen's status as a lowly outer sect disciple. Yet, Yichen remained unfazed, slightly furrowing his brow as he replied, "Slay me. You may certainly give it a try." Seeking death, Zhang Jianling, enraged, turned crimson and unsheathed his sword, truly intent on taking his life. As he brandished his sword, Yichen's brow furrowed deeply, showing no inclination to evade, until the sword energy approached. Two formidable auras suddenly surged, instantly shattering Zhang Jianling's weapon into fragments. "Stop! Stop!" they both shouted in unison. Li Damo's face darkened as he raised his hand and struck Zhang Jianling across the face with a resounding slap. Slap! Blood spurted from Zhang Jianling's mouth, leaving him stunned and bewildered. "Master, what is this?" "Silence, you fool. Get back at once. You disgraceful wretch." Li Damo's aura enveloped Zhang Jianling, his voice filled with righteous indignation. Who would have thought that this brat possessed so little discernment? He personally accompanied Yichen, which should have sufficed to establish his status, yet Zhang Jianling insisted on posturing before the woman, truly oblivious to the situation. Hearing this, Zhang Jianling was even more astonished. "Master, I was merely intending to escort Miss Siyu," he protested, unwilling to back down. However, the woman in white shook her head repeatedly. "Anyone who would resort to killing a fellow disciple should not be tasked with escorting me. Moreover, do you not realize how much of an eyesore you are?" Her tone turned frigid. Her words pierced Zhang Jianling's heart like a needle. It was evident from his gaze that he harbored feelings for this ethereal woman. Yet she now deemed him an eyesore. Was it not the insignificant outer sect disciple before them that was truly the eyesore? Why did it have to be him? How could it be that a mere outer sect disciple could provoke such a reaction from the master? Even Miss Siyu's attitude had shifted so dramatically. Who exactly was this Yichen? Zhang Jianling's mind buzzed as he pondered, suddenly awakening to a realization. "You are Yichen." Yichen shrugged his shoulders. "Yes, and what of it? Do you still wish to strike me?" His tone dripped with frost. This individual had attempted to take his life upon their first encounter, firmly placing himself on Yuchen's kill list. The murderous intent in his words sent a shiver down Zhang Jianling's spine, making him feel as though he were being hunted by a primordial beast, standing on the precipice of death. Upon discovering Yuchen's identity, Zhang Jianling hastily departed from Damo Peak. Not long after his departure, Li Damo inquired with a grave expression, "Young friend Yuchen, should you wish for his demise, feel free to command it." Yuchen was taken aback, glancing at Li Damo, whose resolve was unmistakable. To please him, Li Damo would so casually discuss the slaughter of his own disciple. Why Yuchen instinctively shook his head. No need. "I shall handle it myself," he replied coolly. Li Damo nodded slightly. Meanwhile, the woman in white suddenly smiled. "Should you personally take action, I shall eagerly await the outcome. This is my token. If the opportunity arises, come to the core peak of the martial manor to practice and compete. There lies your rightful place." She offered her communication token to Yuchen. Luziyu, core disciple. Once Luziyu departed, Li Damo leisurely remarked, "Do you know who she is?" "Who is she?" Yuchen murmured. "Miss Luziyu is the daughter of the manor lord, Lu Fei Hong, the jewel of the Tianlan martial manor. I suspect she has come specifically to seek you out." Li Damo gave Yuchen a knowing glance, laden with significance. "Miss Luziyu is both beautiful and talented. You are quite fortunate indeed," he said with a slight smile. Yuchen shook his head. "I have no desire to become a pawn in a marriage alliance. Please take me to the training formations." Yuchen expressed his lack of interest. In the past, he might have entertained the notion of becoming the son-in-law of the Tianlan martial manor. However, now that he possessed the power of magic, he could have any woman he desired once he grew stronger. Truly, Yuchen, you are remarkable. The core disciples at the main peak are fighting tooth and nail to win Miss Yu's favor. Who would have thought you would remain so unfazed? Your aspirations are lofty, and I admire that. Li Damo flattered. Yuchen wore a black expression. To claim he held no interest would be disingenuous. After all, Luziyu was a stunningly beautiful and graceful noblewoman. Yet, he found himself standing on a precarious precipice, surrounded by danger on all sides. His thoughts were consumed with the urgent need to acquire the means of self-preservation. Once he possessed sufficient magical power, he would have the luxury to act with nonchalance. Soon, Yuchen arrived at a broad platform halfway up Damo Peak, where the spiritual formation shimmered with rich energy. This cultivation formation, imbued with the essence of ice, perfectly aligns with my requirements, Yuchen declared. Li Damo promptly activated the formation, ushering Yuchen inside. "I shall not intrude upon your training any further," he said, taking his leave. It was not that he wished to pry into Yuchen's cultivation, rather, he did not dare covet his magical prowess. As a named disciple of Elder Long, should he attempt to steal a glimpse, he might find himself meeting an untimely demise before Yuchen could even speak. Within the spiritual formation, snowflakes danced and the icy ground solidified. A chilling aura enveloped Yuchen, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. He was curious about the source of this frigid energy. He began to practice his ice control technique within the formation. The cold energy within the formation seemed to respond to Yuchen's intentions. Gathering at his command, "Congeal," with a wave of his hand, the icy essence truly coalesced. His eyes widened in astonishment. Incredible! The ice control magic can manipulate external ice, within the realms of ice and fire. He found that he needed to expend minimal magical energy to command a vast array of ice and fire elements. Yuchen marveled at this revelation. He had harnessed a strength exceeding the power that would typically require over 200 points of magical energy to manifest. With a flick of his hand, the cold energy coalesced into an ice sword, slicing through the formation with a piercing whistle. The ability to fly with a sword was typically reserved for martial artists, while materializing the power of ice could only be achieved by formidable martial kings. Yet, magic made it effortlessly achievable. After a period of practice, Yuchen had mastered the ice control technique to perfection. He decided to give the basic magic, the freezing spell, a try. Yuchen, brimming with youthful vigor, resolved to attempt basic magic. With his current prowess as a level 3 apprentice mage, he endeavored to master a spell meant for novice mages. However, his initial attempt ended in utter failure. Not only did his magical energy deplete in an instant, but he also found himself significantly fatigued. He couldn't even finish reciting the incantation. A minimum of 600 points of magical energy was required to cast a single basic spell. Furrowing his brow, Yuchen spoke with difficulty. Fortunately, his storage ring was well stocked. After consuming a few third-grade elixirs, his magical energy was restored to its previous state. Yuchen pondered how to elevate his mage rank. Unexpectedly, the external spirit array suddenly activated. A young man, clad in intersect attire, strode in directly. His expression was dark as he glared furiously at Yuchen. "You scoundrel! Who dares to secretly use my spirit array? It turned out to be a rogue from the outer sect. You, audacious little brat, have the gall to intrude into the inner sect and use my cultivation formation. Today, if I don't dismantle you piece by piece, I shall not be called Xiong Dahai. Xiong Dahai, harboring immense rage, unleashed a thunderous punch imbued with icy power. Without warning, he sought to kill. Yi Chen was taken aback by the sudden intrusion of Xiong Dahai. He quickly summoned his ice control technique, channeling the entire array's frost power to free Xiong Dahai on the spot. As the frost aura enveloped the area, the change in Xiong Dahai's expression was palpable. The frost on his fist dissipated, leaving him in disbelief. Soon after, the entire array was under Yi Chen's command and a myriad of frigid winds descended upon him, causing him to tremble in shock as he surveyed his surroundings. In the next instant, an icy chill enveloped him completely. Only then did Xiong Dahai's eyes widen in terror. Realizing it was too late to plead for mercy, he was transformed into a frozen statue. Yi Chen waved his hand, visibly displeased. Is it customary for you all to resort to murder at the slightest provocation? If that is the case, I shall disregard your dying words. Yi Chen pointed a finger. Xiong Dahai's eyes turned crimson, filled with resistance, yet he could only watch helplessly as Yi Chen shattered the ice. His body disintegrated into scattered ice fragments. Xiong Dahai, a martial artist of the sixth heaven, fell on the spot. Congratulations, host, on successfully advancing to level 4 apprentice mage. Congratulations, host, for receiving the level 3 growth package. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the apprentice mage equipment. Invisibility pearl. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a chance to draw a lottery. A series of jubilant announcements from the system resounded. Yi Chen's spirits lifted considerably. It turned out that killing could lead to leveling up. A smile involuntarily appeared on Yi Chen's lips. His mage rank advanced a level after slaying the practitioner. Open level 3 growth package. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the apprentice spell. Golden Light Embodiment. Golden Light Embodiment. A defensive apprentice spell that can render the body as hard as gold for a duration of 15 minutes. This is quite useful. A life-saving skill. Yi Chen immediately began to attempt it. With his current mage rank at level 4, his magical energy refreshed to 800 points. Golden Light Embodiment was a relatively simple spell to learn, requiring 50 points of magical energy per USE. It granted a defensive capability that rendered one invulnerable beneath the martial artist realm. Coupled with his melee black robe equipment, he would be nearly unafraid of any practitioner at the martial artist level. Soon enough, the Golden Light Embodiment spell bore the mark of mastery. While rummaging through Xiong Dahai's storage ring, Yi Chen stumbled upon a gem exuding an icy aura. The system panel indicated, can be recycled. Ah, splendid. Recycle. Yi Chen rejoiced, promptly sending the gem into the system's recycling compartment. Gold acquired. 10 coins. Yi Chen hurriedly opened the mage shop, only to discover that even the most basic apprentice spellbook required 100 coins for purchase. He wondered where he could procure such treasures. Rubbing his chin, he received a message from the identity token given by Lu Ziyu. Yi Chen, the mid-year assessment of the Martial Arts Academy is about to commence. During this time, shall we venture together to the trial grounds? It would serve as preparation for the Cheongzhou conference. Perhaps we might even obtain some ancient treasures of heaven and earth. Upon hearing of the heavenly treasures, Yi Chen felt a stir of excitement. Although he understood that Lu Ziyu's motives were not entirely pure, he could begrudgingly sacrifice a bit for resources. Treasures infused with the power of heaven and earth? Yi Chen replied, inquiring further. Indeed, the trial grounds are the remnants of a vast sect from 1,000 years ago, housing numerous treasures imbued with the essence of heaven and earth. Lu Ziyu messaged again. I shall await your arrival. Yi Chen promptly agreed. As the saying goes, one cannot refuse hospitality. Since she mentioned that the trial grounds held treasures of heaven and earth, how could he let the opportunity slip by? Chapter 13. The Trial Grounds. Abundant in treasures, Yi Chen immediately made his way to the core main peak. Compared to the 36 outer peaks, the main peak was truly magnificent, stretching across a vast 8,000 meters of mountain range. Rising nearly 10,000 meters high. In the expanse of Cheongzhou territory, it was among the finest. Beneath the waterfall stood Lu Ziyu, clad in white, elegantly adorned, exuding an air of nobility and grace. She had been waiting specifically for Yi Chen. Upon his arrival, she pursed her lips slightly and smiled. I still do not know your capabilities. Let me take you to the trial grounds to have a look. All right, let's south explore the place abundant in treasures. Yi Chen replied straightforwardly. The treasures of heaven and earth were his primary objective. Upon hearing this, a flicker of disappointment crossed Lu Ziyu's eyes. If an ordinary disciple were to see him, they would likely be transfixed. Praising her beauty, Alas, her allure did not capture Yi Chen's attention. She nodded slightly. Very well, we shall head to the largest ruin. With that, she led Yi Chen toward the cave heaven within the main peak. Before a massive stone door, a throng of core disciples stood, densely packed, eagerly awaiting. Naturally, their focus was on Lu Ziyu. Upon her arrival, several handsome youths immediately donned flattering expressions. Sister Ziyu, you look truly beautiful today. I heard you were heading to the trial grounds. I have been waiting here for quite some time. Song is willing to accompany you to the trial grounds. The crowd clamored with invitations. Lu Ziyu furrowed her brow, her expression darkening. She seemed unprepared for such a situation. At this moment, the crowd also began to notice Yi Chen, who was following closely behind Lu Ziyu. Who is this person? An outer disciple. How did he end up here? Sister Ziyu, who is this kid? The core disciples questioned in astonishment. Lu Ziyu, wearing a displeased expression, had initially intended to use this opportunity to get closer to Yi Chen. But this group had dampened her spirits. All of you, clear out. Who he is of no concern to you. Lu Ziyu retorted angrily. Grabbing Yi Chen's hand, she strode directly into the trial grounds. The cold, soft touch startled Yi Chen. Before them lay a vast spatial teleportation array. The two stepped directly into it and vanished, leaving behind a group of bewildered core disciples, staring at one another in shock. Sister Ziyu actually held that kid's hand. Damn it, who is he? An outer disciple. Look at that vile little white face. How could Sister Ziyu have an interest in him? I doubt they're going to the trial grounds for anything proper. Quick, let us follow and see. Damn it, how could a flower be sullied by such a piece of cow dung? A multitude of core disciples lamented incessantly, each stepping into the teleportation array, their hearts brimming with confusion. At that moment, Yi Chen and Lu Ziyu materialized within the unique space of the trial grounds, an isolated realm exuding an aura of ancient vicissitude. This was the long-sealed sanctuary of the venerable Dongfang family. The main hall adorned with the powerful characters of Dongfang. The grandeur of this place was sufficient to proclaim the dominance of this illustrious clan from a millennium ago. Yet, despite the Dongfang family's former glory, it ultimately faded into the annals of history, reduced to mere dust. It was suppressed by the Tianlan martial house, transformed into a mere trial ground. Lu Ziyu promptly warned. The Dongfang family is the most perilous site within the trial grounds of the Tianlan martial house. Ancient beasts lurk here. You must exercise utmost caution. Yi Chen nodded slightly as they entered the main hall. Inside stood 16 resplendent golden pillars, intricately engraved with dragon and phoenix motifs. Above them, crystal chandeliers hung from the ceiling, while the surrounding murals showcased exquisite craftsmanship. As Yi Chen surveyed the surroundings, a voice from the system echoed in his ears. Non-recyclable. Non-recyclable. Recyclable. Suddenly, a black wooden chair on the main seat captured Yi Chen's attention. The recycling station of the system's mage shop detected its potential for reclamation. Approaching it, he sensed a strong wood elemental aura emanating from the chair. Recycle. Yi Chen swiftly sent the chair into the system's space. Reclamation successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 160 gold coins. A full 160 coins, a sum sufficient to purchase an apprentice spellbook or even a piece of novice mage equipment. Yi Chen was thoroughly satisfied, a smile inadvertently gracing his visage. Unexpectedly, upon entering, he had stumbled upon a treasure. Beside him, Lu Ziyu noticed the change in Yi Chen's expression and couldn't help but smile, remarking, "Your taste is rather refined." This chair was once reserved solely for the patriarch of the Dongfang family. Yi Chen nodded slightly, refraining from elucidating the chair's unique attributes, for it concealed the wood elemental essence of the world, thus holding immense value. After thoroughly searching the main hall, Yi Chen ventured into two side chambers designated for receiving guests. The interiors were sparsely furnished, seemingly devoid of any treasures. However, one particular teacup was marked as recyclable. It was a delicate pearwood teacup imbued with the essence of the world's wood element. Yi Chen immediately added another 40 gold coins to his account. Observing this, Lu Ziyu expressed her surprise. The items Yi Chen selected were rather peculiar, not for cultivation but for daily use. Does this fellow possess some unique penchant? She pondered before suggesting. Since there are no treasures here, how about we explore the martial arts hall and alchemy loft of the Dongfang family? Just as she finished speaking, Yi Chen suddenly spotted a distinctive golden pillar within the side chamber. It emanated a potent golden elemental aura, likely forged from rare golden materials. That he stroked his chin and grinned. Who says there are no treasures here? This pillar is indeed a rare find. But how can I detach it? Yi Chen pointed at the pillar, musing aloud. Lu Ziyu's lips twitched slightly, sensing that Yi Chen's behavior seemed somewhat perplexing. This pillar is a treasure? She questioned skeptically. At that moment, several core disciples arrived behind them. Their gazes immediately fell upon the pillar Chen indicated. What a joke. A mere pillar can be considered a treasure. This outer sect disciple truly lacks insight. I reckon this is your first visit to such an ancient relic. And you're easily amazed. It's just a pillar. How can it possibly be deemed a treasure? The core disciples scoffed, dismissing him with derision. Chen chuckled lightly, too uninterested to offer an explanation. Yet, a few core disciples approached to investigate. One disciple, a 7th-tier martial artist, after testing the pillar, widened his eyes in astonishment. This pillar is crafted from spirit crystal goldstone. If given to a skilled craftsman, it could be forged into a top-grade weapon. Spirit crystal goldstone. What? A top-grade weapon. Let me see. The crowd gathered, eager to inspect. Upon learning the truth, their eyes widened in disbelief. Heavens, it truly is crafted from spirit crystal goldstone. What a treasure. This material is already priceless in the outside world. This kid has an exceptionally keen eye. Boy, could you possibly possess an extraordinary eye for discovering rare treasures? One disciple queried, astonished by Chen's perceptiveness. Chen shrugged dismissively, responding. It was obvious at first glance. Hardly remarkable. With that, he leisurely departed. The disciples who had previously mocked him ground their teeth in frustration, their faces alternating between shades of green and white, utterly humiliated, wishing they could burrow into the ground. Especially before Lu Ziyu, they had assumed Chen was a country bumpkin, inexperienced in the world. Little did they know, Chen's discerning eye was astute, revealing their own ignorance. Chen continued deeper into the palace. It wasn't that he was unwilling to vie for the golden pillar. Rather, the pillar bore the weight of the entire hall. Dismantling it would necessitate the destruction of the entire palace, a formidable task indeed. After personally inspecting the pillar, Lu Ziyu's eyes brightened. She hurriedly matched Chen's pace. Several core disciples, sensing the shift in the atmosphere, followed suit, muttering among themselves. Could this kid truly be capable of uncovering rare treasures? It's hard to say. This spirit gold pillar is exceptionally elusive. Even if it were right before me, I might not recognize it. Yet he spotted it at a glance. There must be something amiss. Come, let us follow him. Many disciples transformed into shadows, tailing Chen without a word. He paid them no mind as he delved further into the Dongfeng family's interior. Numerous palatial structures stood tall, a testament to the family's past prosperity. Chen resolved to investigate each one, intending to collect all treasures that could be exchanged for system gold. Although he was unable to wield basic magic, he could utilize novice mage equipment, especially defensive magical gear. With this thought, a smile crept across Chen's lips. Considering the one-time use magical talismans, they were costly yet remarkably effective, capable of threatening even the mightiest of foes. For instance, the drawing boundaries spell, a foundational restriction spell within the intermediate magic tier, was among the many one-time use magical talismans available in the mage shop, as long as he had sufficient gold. He could purchase them. Gold, here I come. Chen's face broke into a greedy grin as he rubbed his hands together and entered one of the lofts. Surveying the surroundings, he discovered it to be the weapons hall, filled with countless weapons of various grades, heavenly, earthly, profound, and yellow. Regrettably, over the passage of time, most had decayed, crumbling to dust upon contact. However, some heavenly-grade weapons had withstood the test of time, remaining intact, though the intricate formations etched upon them had long since lost their efficacy. Chen gazed at these weapons, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Recyclable, recyclable, recyclable. All could be reclaimed. The system's recycling station sought materials imbued with the elemental essence of gold, not the weapon's inherent capabilities. The materials once used to forge these heavenly-grade weapons concealed unimaginable golden elemental power. Recycle, recycle. All reclaimed. Chen was ecstatic as he gathered all the heavenly-grade weapons into his possession. Inside the system's space, the delightful chime of gold coins resonated, evoking a tingling sensation throughout his being. Ah, how delightful. Chen exhaled contentedly. In the shop section, the notifications rang out. Gold 300. Gold 620. Gold 354. Gold 986. Gold coins, a staggering $9.99. The number of gold coins rapidly surpassed 5 digits. Chen could be described as having a heart full of excitement and hands trembling with anticipation, akin to the sensation of collecting wealth in a burlap sack. In recent days, exquisite weapons adorned before him lay unclaimed and unwanted. Those were gold coins. After all, 10,000 gold coins would suffice to purchase a single-use intermediate magical talisman, particularly one of an offensive nature. Through his careful deliberation, Chen estimated that such a talisman could slay an ordinary martial king. Meanwhile, the gold coins in the system's reclamation space continued to rise. Unabated 20,000 gold coins, 30,000 gold coins, 40,000 gold coins. Watching the fluctuating numbers, Chen felt as if he were floating on air. Indeed, this was a scenario where all the equipment was obtained through mere collection. Ancient relics and time-worn treasures were exceedingly accommodating to the system. Henceforth, he would need to frequent such ruins more often. Ancient graveyards would also suffice. The older the object, the more elemental energy it would harbor. Chen contemplated, as if he had stumbled upon a shortcut. Soon, he had completely reclaimed all the exquisite weapons from the weapon hall. The gold coin tally read 80,000 gold coins. Chen paused in his actions. Beside him, Lu Ziyu looked on with evident confusion. "Why are you collecting these corrupted weapons?" she inquired, her curiosity piqued. Before Chen could respond, the onlookers behind them cast cold glances in his direction. How laughable! They had assumed this young man possessed a discerning eye. While these weapons were indeed exquisite in the present context, they were merely worthless scraps. Observing his eagerness, it seemed as though he believed anyone would compete with him for them. Is he here to collect rubbish? How tedious. He's wasting my time. The crowd scoffed, promptly losing interest in Chen. Chen remained in high spirits, dismissing the group entirely to them. Those weapons were mere junk. Yet for the system, they were precious elemental nutrients. He continued to delve deeper into the weapon palace, seeking more equipment to reclaim. The gazes of the outer disciples began to shift toward Lu Ziyu, especially as they noticed her expression of confusion. Several core disciples perceived an opportunity and eagerly invited her, saying, "Miss Ziyu, why don't we explore deeper into the Dongfeng family as territory? This place has been scoured hundreds, if not thousands, of times. There is unlikely to be anything of value left. Indeed, senior sister, this place lacks any challenge. It's impossible to find treasures here." Upon hearing this, Lu Ziyu shot them a disdainful glance before resolutely following in Chen's footsteps. Though she was somewhat perplexed, she firmly believed Chen had a unique purpose. "These weapons must hold some significance for you, right?" Lu Ziyu tentatively asked. Chen responded with a mysterious smile. "You could say that. These seemingly worthless weapons hold immense value for me." Chen raised an eyebrow and explained. Lu Ziyu continued to gaze intently into Chen's eyes. His excitement was unmistakable, indicating he was surely onto something significant. As they ventured further into the weapon palace, Chen amassed a considerable fortune in gold coins. At the end of the hall, he encountered a peculiar stone door, adorned with enigmatic engravings. A prompt from his system space echoed, "Reclamation possible." He scrutinized the wall, deep in thought. "Have you found anything?" Lu Ziyu asked curiously as she noticed Chen pausing. Chen suddenly shook his finger, signaling her to remain silent. The latter became serious. He placed his hand on the stone door. "Try tapping it," Chen suggested. Lu Ziyu summoned her spiritual energy, unleashing the formidable power of a martial master from her palm, with a resounding strike. The wall trembled, producing a deep reverberation mixed with a clear, distinct sound. Lu Ziyu was utterly astonished. The wall was, in fact, made of gold. The gold she referred to was, of course, spirit crystal gold. Chapter 15. Fiery Flames Ascending. The art of observation. Lu Ziyu was correct. This stone door was indeed constructed from spirit crystals of gold, its worth far exceeding that of exquisite weapons. However, this was merely the tip of the iceberg. Chen gazed at the system's reclamation prompt. Behind the stone door likely lay an unimaginable vein of spirit crystal gold. Otherwise, even during the Dongfeng family's heyday a millennium ago, they would not have been able to use such precious spirit crystal gold to construct pillars. Once this door was opened, the core disciples would undoubtedly swarm in, competing fiercely for the treasures. If the news spread, it would undoubtedly cause a stir throughout the entire martial house, and even across the entire Qiangzhou region. A plan was necessary, Chen mused, stroking his chin. In the magician's shop, there existed a type of apprentice magical talisman, illusion, capable of transforming the essence of an object into another form, serving the purpose of disguise. Chen promptly purchased it, expending 160 gold coins. "Congratulations, host. You have acquired the magical talisman, illusion." With the talisman in hand, Chen immediately took action. "Step back. I shall melt this door," he said calmly. Lu Ziyu, who had unsuccessfully tried several times, reluctantly complied, sensing the door's extraordinary nature. With her martial master cultivation, she knew she could not budge it. "Melt it?" Lu Ziyu asked, perplexed but slightly hopeful. She was intrigued by Chen's capabilities, knowing he must possess extraordinary strength to have garnered her father's attention. Chen conjured the black dragon staff, mastering the art of fire control, directly infusing it with 100 points of magical energy to brew a fiery inferno. Fire control, burn. The ferocious black flames coalesced into a pillar of fire, scorching the surrounding wall. A wave of heat surged forth, engulfing the hall in darkness. Beneath the blazing inferno, the lower grade and profound grade weapons melted instantaneously. Crack, crack. The surrounding earth and stone crumbled, the array patterns disintegrating. Soon thereafter, the golden door behind the stone door emerged, towering 10 meters high and 6 meters wide, an awe-inspiring sight. The words Secret Hall were emblazoned upon it, only to be swiftly melted into liquid by Yi Chen's dark flames. Fire conquers gold. In the world of magicians, the element's restraining powers are nearly absolute. Hence, even the indestructible spirit crystal gold was no match for Yi Chen's fire control. Moments later, with a resounding crash, the surrounding wall dissolved, and the golden door collapsed entirely while Yi Chen stowed away the black dragon staff, wiping the sweat from his brow. Beside him, Lu Ziyu was left speechless in astonishment. What kind of flame is this? Why is it so powerful that it can even melt spirit crystal gold? The dark flames empowered by Yi Chen's black dragon staff were terrifyingly potent. With her martial master cultivation, she dared not approach. The destructive force made her feel as though her very being might disintegrate. In a wonder my father urged me to befriend him. His fire technique could obliterate any martial master cultivator. Lu Ziyu took a deep breath, suppressing her shock, and stepped forward to praise. Yi Chen, you are truly remarkable. I never expected you, with your martial apprentice level, to possess such formidable strength. But where did you learn this fire technique? Lu Ziyu's probing gaze fixed upon Yi Chen. I created it myself. Yi Chen shrugged nonchalantly. He could hardly admit it was derived from the system. Created it yourself? Lu Ziyu's eyes widened in disbelief. She knew such techniques did not exist within the Tianlan martial house. Yet Yi Chen claimed to have conjured such a powerful art, which was hard to accept. What kind of monstrous talent must you possess to create such a secret technique? Lu Ziyu exclaimed in astonishment. Why? Yi Chen chuckled softly. It's nothing. Just a burst of inspiration. I created it on a whim. A burst of inspiration. Created on a whim. Lu Ziyu cast another glance at Yi Chen. Her gaze transformed entirely. Within her eyes sparkled an intense admiration, veiled with a deep-seated affection. The two lively orbs shimmered with brilliance as the golden stone gate swung open. Inside lay a hidden palace. And upon entry, an overwhelming sense of dread enveloped the atmosphere. Yi Chen surveyed his surroundings. This palace likely harbored a passage leading to the golden crystal or vein, yet he was unable to locate it at once. Both he and Lu Ziyu began to search diligently. However, Yi Chen felt an unsettling shift in the underground world. Beginner magic. Scrying. Anxious thoughts plagued Yi Chen's mind. He procured a disposable beginner-s scrying talisman from the mage's shop and activated it to scan the vicinity. It felt as though he possessed extraordinary long-range vision. All barriers were pierced by his discerning gaze. He beheld a mountain-sized deposit of golden crystal deep within the earth. Illusion. He cast the talisman aside. The golden crystals transformed into the guise of ordinary stones. What is the matter? Have you found something? Lu Ziyu inquired. Yi Chen lifted his gaze. The scrying ability allowed him to see right through her. The blood flowing within her, the organs, and the icy aura emanating from her dantian were all laid bare before him. In a wonder it cost 3,000 gold coins. This scrying magic was indeed formidable. Yi Chen rubbed his nose, his focus unwavering as he scrutinized Lu Ziyu from head to toe, taking in every detail. A hint of confusion crossed Lu Ziyu's face as she sensed the fervent gaze of Yi Chen, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. Her heart raced, a mixture of nervousness and allure prompting a teasing smile. Is it proper for you to look at me like that? Unfazed by Yi Chen's stare, she straightened her posture, accentuating her curves, presenting the most alluring aspects of her figure to his gaze. Wow, how exhilarating, Yi Chen thought, unable to suppress a smirk as he reveled in the sight. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from outside the hall. Kid, shut your eyes, or I'll gouge them out. A voice bellowed angrily. A group of core disciples stormed in, their faces contorted with rage. Hearing the commotion, they rushed over, only to find Yi Chen peering intently at Lu Ziyu's figure. How could they endure witnessing this, having harbored feelings for her themselves? One by one, they summoned their inner strength, preparing to teach Yi Chen a lesson. Damn it, if I don't teach you a lesson today, I want to be called Luomu. A wrinkled-faced youth lunged at Yi Chen. Yi Chen glanced sideways, fist clenched tight. Damn it, you've ruined my mood. I didn't want to deal with you. But since you're looking for trouble, I'll oblige. The black dragon staff materialized once more. Ice control. Brilliant shards of ice emerged as the sweltering heat within the palace dissipated, replaced by an icy chill. Blue crystalline shards shot forth like daggers. With a swift whoosh, the icy fragments pierced through the brash core disciples. Luo Mu's chest was impaled by an icy shard, freezing him solid in an instant. The remaining core disciples hastily summoned their magical artifacts to defend themselves. However, Yi Chen's chilling aura was the embodiment of elemental power. Though they possessed the realm of martial masters, they could not withstand the frigid onslaught. Within mere breaths, all core disciples were severely injured by the icy blast. They trembled in fear, their eyes wide as they gazed at Yi Chen. Who would have thought that a mere outer disciple, with the cultivation of a 9th-level martial apprentice, could wield such formidable power, manipulating the frigid air, an ability akin to that of a martial king? Yi Chen's cold gaze swept over them. "You noisy lot, it would be wise not to provoke me again, or this will be your fate." He gestured towards the fallen Luomu, using him as a warning. He bore no fondness for bloodshed. Yet he would not tolerate provocations that incited violence. The core disciples were left in a state of shock, unable to fathom Yi Chen's decisive and ruthless response. They nodded vigorously, akin to chicks pecking at rice. As Yi Chen observed Lu Ziyu approaching, the time limit on the scrying magic expired, and his irritation grew. The black dragon staff was summoned again, as Yi Chen was poised to deliver further retribution. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed. A bizarre 8-legged creature emerged from the underground realm, emanating a powerful aura at the peak of the 3rd tier. It roared, its voice deafening. Yi Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. What the hell? That massive creature I glimpsed earlier was this thing. Chapter 16. The 8-legged demon lizard. Before him stood an enormous beast with 8 limbs, its body a dark mass, bristling with fur, and a long snout. The 8-legged demon lizard? Hadn't it gone extinct a millennium ago? Lu Ziyu exclaimed in shock. Yi Chen scrutinized the creature. It hunched its form, its long tail swaying, as a vivid crimson. Fixated on them, aside from its 8 legs and dark fur, its other features resembled that of a lizard. This beast was formidable. Let us withdraw with the treasures. We must lure it away, Yi Chen decided instantly. Sensing the pressure of the creature's aura, he hastily stored the golden crystal gate and dashed towards the palace exit. Sensing the imminent danger, Lu Ziyu followed closely behind him. Unexpectedly, the 8-legged demon lizard locked onto Lu Ziyu, lunging forward with its monstrous claws. With a resounding crash, the massive claw descended. Lu Ziyu spun around, and, wielding her silver sword, unleashed a sharp wave of sword energy to cleave through the claw. The high-grade Xian tier martial technique sought to defend against the lizard's assault. With a clang, the sword energy was dispersed, emitting a metallic clash. The lizard's body, as hard as golden crystal, was impervious to mere iron. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lu Ziyu invoked her earth-tier agility techniques to evade the attack. The demon lizard swiped at empty air but remained relentless in its pursuit of her. A deafening roar reverberated as another claw struck out, aimed directly at Lu Ziyu's life force. As the claw approached, her heart raced with terror, her pupils dilating. In a moment of desperation, she cried out, "Yi Chen, save me. What a hassle. Fine, I'll spare you this once, considering you invited me here to gather treasures." Yi Chen grumbled. With a flick of his wrist, he cast off the black cloak he wore. When the claw made contact with the cloak, it was instantly repelled. The immense repulsive force successfully restrained the demon lizard. "What are you waiting for? Hurry and run," Yi Chen shouted. Lu Ziyu, suddenly shaken from her stupor, sprinted to stand beside him, still trembling from the encounter. Inside the dim palace, several core disciples scattered in panic. "Help! How could there be an 8-legged demon lizard here? Notify the elders, quickly!" they cried in terror. Upon hearing the commotion, the demon lizard exhaled a plume of smoke. In mere moments, it silenced the entire palace, leaving the core disciples to meet their demise. Outside, those core disciples still dismantling the pillars of the main hall rushed in response to the noise. Upon witnessing the 8-legged demon lizard, they were taken aback. How could there be an 8-legged demon lizard? Wasn't it said that the Eastern clan perished alongside the lizard? Quick, flee! The core disciples shouted as they scattered. Yi Chen clenched his fists in frustration. He had intended to lure the demon lizard outside to stealthily delve into the depths for the gold mine, yet it seemed the beast was merely guarding the palace, showing no intention of following. "The 8-legged demon lizard is stronger than a martial master. Yi Chen, we must leave. Let the elders handle it," Lu Ziyu urged, pulling at Yi Chen's arm, her face pale with fear. As the core disciples made their escape, Yi Chen's black dragon staff materialized in his hand. A glint of determination in his gaze. He needed to seize it before the elders arrived. Apprentice magic, fire control. Dark flames erupted instantaneously. The heat waves surged relentlessly, each one more intense than the last. At a formidable 100 points of magical energy surged into the black dragon staff. As Yi Chun prepared to counterattack. Lu Ziyu became increasingly anxious. She shouted with all her might, "Yi Chun, you are no match for it. The eight-legged demon lizard possesses the combat power of a fourth-tier magical beast." Yi Chun, upon hearing this, merely waved his hand dismissively. Flames, rise to the heavens. Burn. The black dragon's fire transformed into an explosive pillar, hurtling toward the eight-legged demon lizard like a meteorite colliding with the earth. The raging flames crackled as they consumed the surrounding spiritual energy. Swiftly descending upon the demon lizard, with a furious roar, the eight-legged demon lizard unleashed a cry, mist rising from its body. The acrid scent of charred flesh filled the air. Yi Chun could barely glimpse its fur, shimmering with a faint dark golden hue. Suddenly, a sonic boom reverberated through the air. The eight-legged demon lizard launched its long tongue like a dart, piercing through the air. In that instant, Yi Chun's pupils constricted sharply. Instinctively, he activated his apprentice-level magic, golden light armor. The crimson gold magical glow enveloped him. With a resounding thud, the demon lizard's tongue, sharp as a sword, collided with Yi Chun's golden body, but was forcefully halted. A jolt of pain surged through the creature. It held in agony, thrashing about in confusion. Yi Chun felt a heavy blow to his chest. However, recognizing the demon lizard's moment of weakness, he seized the opportunity without hesitation. Ice control. He summoned the frigid breath of ice, unleashing a torrent toward the demon lizard. Countless icy particles coalesced into a chilling gale, encasing the demon lizard in a solid block of ice. The biting cold sent shivers through Yi Chun. He wiped the corner of his mouth, surprised to find a trace of blood. How unfortunate, to be injured. Thankfully, the demon lizard's resistance to ice was relatively low. He thought. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him, and he reopened the system panel. Demon lizard, magical level, none traits. High affinity for dark magic, extremely high affinity for earth, very low resistance to fire, very low resistance to ice. The data on the demon lizard materialized on the panel. Yi Chun turned to Lu Ziyu once more. Lu Ziyu, magical level, none traits. High affinity for dark magic, very low resistance to fire. If Lu Ziyu could master magic, she would indeed possess the potential to become a dark magic sorceress, a rare talent indeed. Yi Chun stroked his chin thoughtfully. Her low resistance to fire was a weakness. Fire element magic would be the key to defeating her. The system's analytical property function allowed him to see the strengths and vulnerabilities of any living being. This revelation filled Yi Chun with excitement. By harnessing the elemental forces of magic, he stood a significant chance of overcoming the strong with the weak, especially against those whose prowess exceeded his own. Utilizing the power of elemental dominance could yield unexpected results. As Lu Ziyu beheld Yi Chun freezing the eight-legged demon lizard, disbelief filled her expression. Is this truly possible? Are you really only a martial apprentice? She exclaimed, astonished. She cautiously approached the ice sculpture of the demon lizard, eager to examine this creature that had been thought extinct for millennia. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the ice. Yi Chun turned his gaze. Dark energy began to emanate from the demon lizard. That was demonic energy, the formidable power unique to magical beasts. Be careful, Yi Chun shouted, already moving into action. Fire control, flames, rise once more, he commanded, and the fiery torrent surged forward. I'll reward you with an ice and fire combo. Yi Chun gritted his teeth. His dismay. The flames shattered the ice instantly. The demon lizard, weakened and retreating from the inferno, found itself unable to withstand the blaze, its flesh beginning to char. Yet, in its dying moments, its eyes glowed a fierce crimson. With a swift flick of its tongue, the demon lizard struck like lightning. But its target was not Yi Chun. It was Lu Ziyu. A dark flash surged past, piercing through Lu Ziyu's abdomen. This is bad. Yi Chun frowned, swiftly dispatching one final flame to obliterate the demon lizard before rushing to assess Lu Ziyu's condition. Her body was enveloped in a dark purple hue. She had been poisoned by demonic energy. Chapter 17. 1,000,000 gold coins. Fully armed, Lu Ziyu fell into unconsciousness, emitting faint cries for help. Her breath perilously shallow. Yi Chun hurriedly checked the magic shop. There were wood-based healing spells, water-based healing spells, light-based healing spells, and more. Apprentice-level healing talismans were priced around 500 gold coins. However, Yi Chun surmised that the toxicity of the demon lizard's venom was severe. The apprentice healing magic might prove ineffective. With no other choice, Yi Chun made a resolute decision and purchased a basic water-based healing talisman. Ocean's Revival. Ocean's Revival. The warmth of oceanic vitality brings forth a vigorous life force, capable of gradually restoring vitality and healing near-fatal wounds. Cost: 10,000 gold coins. Go. Yi-Chun pressed the blue magical talisman against her abdomen. Water magic transformed into countless streams, light blue patterns weaving across the wound. Gradually, the ocean's magical power began to hinder the spread of the venom, and Lu Ziyu's complexion improved slightly as her breath became steadier. That moment, a rumbling sound echoed from outside. It seemed the elders of the martial academy had activated the teleportation. Preparing to enter this realm of ruins, without hesitation, Yi-Chun activated his teleportation magic, traversing the spatial distance into the depths of the underground mine's core. Before him lay the sharply defined dark material, the vast gold crystal mine concealed beneath his illusion magic. It connected to the entire gold crystal vein. Absorb. Yi-Chun immediately activated the system's powerful absorption ability. A dark vortex appeared in his palm, resembling a black hole, voraciously consuming the gold ore from the small mountain. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 1 million gold coins. A full million gold coins. Yi-Chun felt a surge of exhilaration, his hands trembling with excitement. With 1 million gold coins, apprentice magic books were within reach, as were apprentice sorcerer's equipment. Even intermediate magic talismans capable of countering martial kings would be easily attainable. Once I emerge, I will fully equip myself. With a complete set of sorcerer's gear, I shall fear no martial king. Yi-Chun thought joyfully. Just as he prepared to leave the mine, he suddenly noticed that, after the gold crystal ore vanished, something else remained in the pit. A black egg. What is this egg? Whose egg is it? Yi-Chun was taken aback. Upon closer inspection, he found the shell covered in mysterious magical runes, shimmering with a dark golden light. Clearly, it had absorbed a significant amount of gold elemental energy from this mine. A dragon egg. Magical level: 0 traits. None. The system panel revealed little information. However, he discerned its identity: a dragon's egg. Non-recoverable. Yi-Chun attempted to absorb it, but to no avail. As he contemplated how to handle the egg, cracks suddenly appeared on its shell. Is it about to hatch? Yi-Chun observed carefully. He searched the magic shop for suitable sealing talismans but found none. Is the novice guide still available? Yi-Chun inquired of the system. Ding. The novice guide will remain available until the host becomes an intermediate sorcerer. How may I assist you? Yi-Chun stared at the black egg, deep in thought. Theoretically, a dragon's egg would hatch a dragon. Is there any magic that can control this dragon? He asked, analyzing. Replying to the host, the beginner magic book Beast Taming includes dragon taming magic. You may purchase it to learn. The system suggested. The beginner magic spell, Beast Taming, encompasses the magical control techniques for all creatures. The magic cost will depend on the strength of the spirit beast. It seems there's still some time before it hatches. I should take it out first. If it truly hatches into a living dragon, I'll give my utmost effort to try the beginner magic. Yi-Chun made his decision. Given his current level as a sorcerer, attempting beginner magic would be exceedingly challenging. However, if it truly was a magical offspring, it would certainly be worth his investment of effort. Yet, he wondered why an egg of such a high-tier creature would be found here. Yi-Chun speculated that this egg must have been entrusted to the care of the demon lizard clan. Regrettably, just moments ago, the last of the demon lizards perished, leading to the complete extinction of their race. With this thought in mind, Yi-Chun hastily vacated the mining area. Having secured the largest gold ore, the remaining gold crystals seemed hardly worth mentioning. Upon his exit, he encountered Lu Feihong, who had come personally. I pay my respects to the lord of the mansion, Yi-Chun said, repeatedly cupping his fists in greeting. Lu Feihong, holding Lu Ziyu in his arms, bore an exceedingly grim expression as he scrutinized Yi-Chun. The flickering of magic was a force that transcended space. Despite his martial king-level prowess, he could not discern from where Yi-Chun had materialized. To possessed the means to traverse space. You, young lad, have concealed your depths quite effectively. Depart from here at once. Lu Feihong commanded coldly. Yi-Chun nodded, eager to make his escape, as he preferred to remain low-key in the presence of the lord of the mansion. He quickly left the trial grounds. Outside, a continuous stream of elders from the martial mansion arrived. Upon seeing Yi-Chun, many elders were filled with disbelief, yet they refrained from comment. After all, as an outer sect disciple, his badge set him apart wherever he went. Yi-Chun rubbed his nose and hurried to Damo Peak, seeking elderly. This is the finest lodging at Damo Peak. You may rest here. I assure you. No one will disturb you, Li Damo said with a sycophantic smile. Very well, you may leave now. Chen waved his hand, and Li Damo promptly vanished from sight. In a concealed area of Damo Peak, there lay a hidden pavilion, cleverly situated within a recess of the mountain, virtually undetectable by ordinary folk. Practicing magic here was truly a fortuitous advantage. Chen nodded in satisfaction. Li Damo was indeed adept at handling people. He activated the magician's shop, where 1,000,000 gold coins gleamed temptingly. Filled with excitement, Chen promptly began to spend. Purchase the Dark Element Apprentice Magic Set. Dark Strike. Cost 10,000 gold coins. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Dark Strike Staff. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Dark Strike Ring. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Dark Strike Bracelet. The Magical Offensive Trio. Chen opted for the Dark series of magic. Dark magic is characterized by its shadowy and cunning nature. Offensive dark magic is typically extremely deceptive and strikes unexpectedly. The magical techniques Chen mastered were truly unique in the world, shrouded in mystery, and with their added uncanny characteristics, they could achieve unparalleled ferocity. Purchase the Gold Element Apprentice Magic Set. Golden Falcon. Cost 5,000 gold coins. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Golden Falcon Chestplate. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Golden Falcon Robe. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Golden Falcon Boots. For defense, the Gold Element Magic was the unequivocal choice, as the Golden Falcon set offered formidable protective capabilities while maintaining a degree of agility. Next came the magic books. Chen meticulously selected offensive dark magic. Apprentice Magic, Spectre Hand, Apprentice Magic, Shadow Blade. He chose these two, both bizarre and powerful offensive spells. Although they were somewhat challenging to practice, their power would undoubtedly be impressive. Chen observed the magic spell analysis, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Additionally, he certainly needed magic talismans. Intermediate Offensive Fire Element Magic Talisman. Ash Extinction. Cost 600,000 gold coins. Chen estimated that it should be sufficient to slay a martial king. He also purchased a substantial number of magical energy potions. While 1,000,000 gold coins seemed a considerable sum, the expenditure was surprisingly swift. However, he was now fully equipped, and Chen possessed the capability to challenge a martial king. Chen, come quickly. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his ear, belonging to Lu Feihong. With a flick of his sleeve, Chen calmly exited Damo Peak. It could be said that he no longer feared Lu Feihong. Chapter 18. Healing Magic. The Master Healer atop the main peak. Within the resplendent palace of the Lord of the Mansion, numerous alchemists wore furrowed brows, engaged in heated debate. The demonic poison must be sealed with the ice pulse pill. No, that is too conservative. The poison is extremely potent. If we do not expel it now, it will surely lead to great calamity in the future. An elderly man immediately countered. Nay, the demonic poison has already invaded the marrow. Even an immortal pill cannot reverse the situation. We can only resort to life-preserving treatments while awaiting the awakening of the lady's constitution. A seasoned alchemist suggested from the back. The alchemists were at a loss. They had been summoned by Lu Feihong to treat Lu Ziyu. Unfortunately, confronted with the poison of the demon lizard, they found themselves rather helpless. After all, it was a beast from a millennium ago. In this era, many alchemists had never encountered demonic poison. Upon receiving the news, Lu Feihong grew increasingly impatient. Recalling the moment he had seen Chen emerge from the palace, he immediately notified him to come. I pay my respects to the Lord of the Mansion. Chen bowed and clasped his fist. He was adorned in a golden robe and armor, his hands bedecked with a purple-black ring and bracers. A testament to his splendid equipment, Lu Feihong gave him a brief appraisal, feeling a hint of surprise. However, recalling that Elder Long had taken Chen as a named disciple, the resources he possessed seemed scarcely noteworthy. Young lad, I must inquire about the situation at that time. What transpired? Lu Feihong asked, his voice authoritative and unyielding. Chen regarded Lu Feihong, his demeanor steady as a mountain. Senior Sister Ziyu invited me to the Eastern Family's ruins. And to my astonishment, upon entering the Armory Palace, we encountered an 8-legged demon lizard. That creature's long tongue pierced Sister Ziyu's abdomen, and the venom spread throughout her body. I used secret techniques to seal the demonic poison. But I am uncertain of her current condition, Chen replied candidly, his gaze unwavering toward Lu Feihong. The latter did not sense anything amiss and nodded slightly. Indeed, there was a crucial icy power within Lu Ziyu that had allowed her to endure thus far. Beneath the Armory Palace lay a gold crystal vein. However, with one gold crystal missing. How do you explain your actions, young lad? Lu Feihong's tone sharpened further. Naturally, I took it. Yi Chen replied directly, his words crisp and decisive. Without the slightest hesitation. Very well, Lu Feihong was momentarily taken aback by Yi Chen's rapid response. I shall not question the missing gold crystal. However, this opportunity was, after all, sought out by my daughter. Heal my daughter, and all will be forgiven. Lu Feihong declared that Yi Chen understood well. The matter Lu Feihong referenced was, of course, Yi Chen's apprenticeship under Elder Long, which had led to his refusal of Lu Feihong's offer. This incident had even stirred the supreme lord of the mansion, yet Lu Feihong had still come away empty-handed. Such a matter could be significant or trivial. Now that Lu Feihong was willing to make concessions, Yi Chen would naturally not decline. The poison of the demon lizard is indeed quite troublesome. I shall do my utmost. Yi Chen smiled and nodded slightly as he ventured deeper into the inner palace. Yi Chen was astonished by the opulence of the palace. Gold crystal gemstones, rare in the outside world, were merely used as lighting fixtures here. It appeared that the Eastern family likely possessed more than one gold crystal vein. Yi Chen firmly believed that there must be larger reserves of gold crystals. In a corner of the inner palace, a fragrant aroma wafted through the in the chambers. Lu Ziyu lay quietly on the bed. Yi Chen approached slowly, and the alchemists all turned their heads simultaneously in curiosity. They were puzzled. Yi Chen reached Lu Ziyu's side. The system panel activated. Lu Ziyu. Magic level, none. Attributes, high dark affinity. Extremely low fire resistance. Status, poison. A status column had appeared on the panel. Yi Chen clicked on the status, and the word poisoned appeared. Demonic poison. Using light-type magic can heal. The system provided an analysis. Yi Chen was greatly impressed. It even saved him the trouble of experimenting with magic. Light-type healing magic. Yi Chen glanced at the magician's shop. The apprentice light-type magician's talisman was priced around 1,000 gold coins. Not overly expensive. However, Yi Chen chose not to purchase it. Instead, he opted for the apprentice magic book, Sunlight Restoration, the most fundamental light-type healing magic. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the apprentice magic book. Sunlight Restoration. Cost, 1,500 gold coins. The Tome of Healing Magic is considerably less expensive compared to that of offensive spells, as it is predominantly functional in nature, with patience readily available for me to practice my healing spells. It would be a grave waste not to learn them. Yin Chen contemplated that in this brutal martial arts world, rife with peril, how could one possibly forego the necessity of healing magic? Without delay, Yin Chen commenced perusing the spellbook. Meanwhile, numerous alchemists observed in puzzlement. Lu Feihong elucidated. This is Yin Chen. It was he who employed the frost secret technique to freeze the venom of the magical lizard, thereby saving Lu Ziyu's life. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze towards Yin Chen. Truly, a young hero emerges. The power of his frost surpassed the efficacy of third-grade elixirs, and it was astonishing that such prowess was exhibited by a mere martial apprentice. Incredulous, the elder alchemist marveled at the young man's exceptional talent. The alchemists eagerly sought to investigate Yin Chen, scrutinizing everything from his cultivation to his physique, only to be left sorely disappointed. Yin Chen did not possess an innate constitution, nor did he have extraordinary meridians. He appeared utterly unremarkable. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within Yin Chen. He pressed his palm against Lu Ziyu's abdomen. Lu Feihong furrowed his brow, suspecting Yin Chen of taking advantage of the situation. Several alchemists also cast wary glances at him. Gradually, a warm sunlight began to swirl around his palm, and the gentle current flowed into Lu Ziyu's body. The dark aura dissipated, as if the toxins were being evaporated. Forcibly expelling the magical poison from within her, Lu Ziyu trembled and coughed up a mouthful of black blood. Miraculously, she awoke, her breath stabilizing as she glanced around in confusion. The potency of sunlight magic is truly remarkable. A miracle indeed. My young friend Yin Chen is nothing short of a divine healer. I am deeply impressed. How laughable it is that we, old fools, cannot even measure up to this young man. I feel utterly ashamed. The alchemists were left in awe, thoroughly won over by Yin Chen's skill, their faces flushed. Just moments ago, they had claimed the magical poison was insurmountable. Yet, with a mere wave of his hand, Yin Chen effortlessly resolved what they deemed an incurable ailment in the span of mere breaths. Phew. Expending 100 points of magical energy, Yin Chen murmured softly. Although healing magic is not overly costly, It does consume a significant amount of energy to Lu Feihong. A martial king possessed keen hearing and discerned this. While Yin Chen's actions appeared effortless, they were indeed quite taxing. Ziyu, how do you feel? Lu Feihong inquired of Lu Ziyu. Father, please do not worry, I am perfectly fine, Lu Ziyu replied, her lips pressed together, her tone still quite feeble. Lu Feihong turned to Yin Chen. The toxin has not been completely eradicated. It will require detoxification once a day for 3 days to fully heal. Yin Chen explained. Lu Feihong nodded slowly, instructing Lu Ziyu, make sure to rest well. He then gestured for the alchemists and Yin Chen to step outside. Once outside, the alchemists approached Yin Chen with respect. Young friend Yin Chen, the Alchemist Guild always welcomes your visit. Here is my identification token. Do ensure to come by when you have time for a discussion, should you take an interest in refining elixirs. Do not hesitate to seek me out, the esteemed alchemist said courteously. Yin Chen offered a modest smile and responded briefly. After Lu Feihong and the others departed, he followed Lu Feihong to the summit of the main peak. Chapter 19. The Lord of the Mansion's warning. A calm smile, his expression gradually settled into calmness, as if lost in thought that I do not know what secrets you harbor, nor what extraordinary opportunities you might possess. However, in light of your healing Lu Ziyu, I must offer you this piece of advice. A tree that stands out in the forest will surely be uprooted by the wind. From the moment you became Dragon Old's disciple, you have stood on the edge of a precipice, Lu Feihong warned Yin Chen, his hands clasped behind his back. Though his words carried a serious tone, they were filled with sincerity. The esteemed lord of the mansion. His willingness to divulge such information to Yin Chen was a genuine counsel. Yin Chen, puzzled, asked, stand on which side? Indeed, Lu Feihong gazed into the distance. The Tianlan martial mansion is currently rife with chaos. With the Grand Martial dynasty intervening, various royal offspring and noble heirs have entered the mansion, all with their sights set upon you. You would do well to choose a prince's faction promptly. For even if you later ascend to the sacred land, your safety may remain in jeopardy. Lu Feihong's words echoed in Yin Chen's ears. He mentioned the sacred land. Ever since the 3 major martial mansions of Qiangzhou vied for Baiyushan, all objectives have pointed towards the sacred land. The Tianlan martial mansion exists to funnel talent into the sacred land. This includes the vast Grand Martial dynasty, where various families, factions, and royal houses zealously send their prodigious disciples into the sacred land. There lies the true realm of martial arts. The harshness of fate dictates that only a minuscule portion can step foot into the sacred land. Yin Chen nodded slightly. He had resided in this world for 3 years now. Though he had mingled at the lower tiers, he understood the rules of the martial arts realm. While strength is undoubtedly vital, it is one's identity and background that form the insurmountable mountain pressing down upon one's breath. To become a formidable force, one must possess a robust foundation. Otherwise, the path to growth would be fraught with insurmountable challenges. Yin Chen's origins lie within Qifeng Town, under the Grand Martial dynasty. Without the support of the Grand Martial dynasty, even a visit to the sacred land would render him but a leaf adrift upon the vast ocean, easily consumed by the tides. After all, the sacred land intimidates numerous dynasties, with the Grand Martial being but one among them. Yin Chen stroked his chin, a faint smile gracing his lips. What if I choose not to align myself with anyone? He inquired. Lu Feihong glanced at Yin Chen, disappointment flickering in his eyes as he shook his head slightly. While Dragon Old holds a prestigious status and unique position within the Grand Martial dynasty, he is but a footnote in the presence of the sacred land. Do you understand? Yin Chen nodded in response. Within the sacred land, there likely exist formidable beings surpassing even the martial kings. Judging by Lu Feihong's tone, it seemed that such elite figures would hardly regard the martial kings with any respect. You may choose to rebuff the various princes. However, they can kill you, while you cannot kill them, Lu Feihong remarked with a knowing smile. Yin Chen was taken aback. This exemplified the disparity of status. As Dragon Old's named disciple, Yin Chen bore a certain weight, yet it paled in comparison to that of a prince. Should a prince take his life, no one could predict Dragon Old's response. Conversely, if Yin Chen were to slay a prince, the entire Grand Martial dynasty would likely turn against him. This served as a warning from the Lord of the Mansion to Yin Chen, no matter the circumstances. One must never lay a hand on a prince. Otherwise, not only would Yin Chen find himself in peril, but the Tianlan Martial Mansion would also suffer the consequences. Yin Chen felt a wave of frustration wash over him. The tree wishes for tranquility, but the wind does not cease. Even if I possess intermediate magic to contend with martial kings, How might I deal with martial emperors? The only option is to utilize advanced magic. However, the price of advanced magic talismans is astronomical, soaring into the millions of gold coins, an unattainable sum. Chen found himself at a loss. Despite having gained control over the mage system, he still faced numerous limitations. Never mind, if I cannot provoke them, I can still evade them, he resolved. Lord of the mansion, how about I simply withdraw from the Tianlan Martial Mansion? Lu Feihong chuckled upon hearing this. The Tianlan Martial Mansion is a royal faction. Your presence here signifies your allegiance to the Grand Martial Dynasty. Should you depart, you would then be under Dragon Old's banner in Qingfeng Town. The three princes are unlikely to lower themselves to recruit you. And what awaits you will be the elite of the Grand Martial Dynasty. Chen furrowed his brow. Leaving was not an option. Observing Chen's troubled expression, Lu Feihong continued, Dragon Old has not taken a disciple in a century. He once had 2 disciples, both of whom consumed transformative elixirs and subsequently ascended to the sacred land. Thus, your significance is extraordinary. The Grand Martial Dynasty will not easily let go of you, as they did with his 2 previous disciples. Chen was astonished by this revelation. 2 senior brothers, how did they refuse the Grand Martial Dynasty back then? He inquired eagerly. Lu Feihong feigned profundity and gazed at Chen. Those 2 were Dragon Old's direct disciples, shrouded in mystery, known to no one that they participated in the Chongzhou conference in the same year. When they chose to remain silent, they astonished all. 1 claimed the top position, while the other ranked among the top 10. As he spoke, Lu Feihong too marveled. Dragon Old's methods are indeed exceedingly profound. Even my master speaks highly of him, Lu Feihong added, while Chen fell into silence. When he had once become a disciple of Elder Long, he was told to give himself a chance. It now seemed that this opportunity was not as easily attainable as he had hoped. I understand. Chen smiled faintly. Lu Feihong was somewhat taken aback. Why Chen's demeanor did not convey the clarity of understanding he expected, but rather an air of bewildered confidence. He hoped this young man would not be overwhelmed by the tempests of fate. Lu Feihong waved his hand. Focus on preparing for the mid-year assessment at the Martial House. By then, you can engage in a spirited exchange with the 3 imperial princes. Having said this, Lu Feihong vanished from sight. Chen stood atop the main peak, leisurely sighing. Perhaps this was the burden that one must face on the path to becoming a formidable figure. With that thought, Chen did not dwell further and returned to his dwelling at the desert peak, dedicating himself to the practice of magic. Soon after, Li Damo sent a message to Chen, announcing that Bai Yushan had come to visit. Following the conclusion of the newcomer conference, she had unsurprisingly become the strongest among the newcomers, directly entering the inner sect. Upon learning that Chen had arrived at Desert Peak, she had followed suit. Brother Chen, I'm here. Bai Yushan playfully blinked her eyes and exclaimed with delight. The lively atmosphere in the 3-story pavilion where Chen resided suddenly became much more vibrant. Quickly teach me the secret arts. I have been looking forward to it for so long. Teach me about firearms. Bai Yushan appeared before Chen like a little girl, entirely different from the celestial goddess he had imagined. Upon hearing that Bai Yushan had come seeking knowledge of Chen's secret arts, Li Damo's expression changed. I shall not disturb you too. Li Damo tactfully excused himself. Only then did Chen nod slightly. I can teach you the secret arts. He then glanced at Bai Yushan's veil and changed the subject. But first, let me see what you look like beneath this veil. A smile appeared at the corners of Chen's mouth as he gestured for Bai Yushan. After looking around and ensuring no one was watching, she lifted her veil. The exquisite face hidden beneath it instantly captivated Chen's gaze. Though he had mentally prepared himself, witnessing Bai Yushan's full beauty made his heart race and his thoughts scatter. Such breathtaking beauty was enough to stir the hearts of any man. Her perfect, crystalline eyes were mesmerizing. Beneath her lashes, her delicate nose was perfectly shaped, and her cherry-like lips were rosy and dewy. Her skin bore not a single flaw. Brother Chen, Grandpa said I possess a beauty that should not be easily revealed. No one has ever complimented me before. Do you think I am beautiful? Bai Yushan's sparkling eyes inquired. Beautiful. Absolutely stunning. To be honest, I have never seen a woman as beautiful as you. Chen exclaimed in astonishment. He even questioned whether the face before him was a painting of unparalleled perfection. Just a glance was enough to penetrate one's soul. Hee. Bai Yushan covered her mouth and giggled. Brother Chen, do you regret not becoming my grandfather's disciple? If you had, perhaps I would have married you. Bai Yushan teased, blinking playfully. Upon hearing this, Chen realized this girl had quite the audacity. A wicked thought sparked within him. Chapter 20. Teaching Magic. an exceptional talent. The corners of his mouth subtly lifted as he chuckled. It's not too late now. If we were to consummate our union now, you could learn any secret arts you desire in the future. Yi Chen's heart stirred. Bai Yushan's beauty was undoubtedly a formidable test of any man's restraint. No wonder Bai Yulong claimed she possessed an unparalleled beauty. If some old monster were to discover her, she might find herself in dire straits. The beauty like her could easily invite calamity. Bai Yushan, upon hearing Yi Chen's words, broke into a fit of giggles. Brother Yi Chen wants to consummate our union, but it's not that easy. Father told me that my future partner must be a scion of a prominent family or a disciple of the Holy Land. Of course, if I were to become a direct disciple of Elder Long, not even my father, but my grandfather would be pleased for us, Bai Yushan said earnestly to Yi Chen. Her words seemed somewhat naive and childish. However, in the martial world, parental arrangements and matchmaking were customary. Bai Yushan had no choice but to comply. For Yi Chen, becoming partners was merely a matter of thought. All right, put on the veil. Shall we make a pact? Yi Chen eagerly suggested, handing the veil to Bai Yushan. What pact? Bai Yushan gazed at him intently. 3 months from now, at the Cheongzhou conference, if I successfully enter the Holy Land, we can consummate our union. Until then, you must keep this veil on and not show your face to anyone. What do you say? Yi Chen licked his lips as he spoke. Bai Yushan's breathtaking visage was likely unmatched throughout the entire great martial dynasty. Moreover, this girl seemed to harbor a fondness for Yi Chen, affectionately calling him brother Yi Chen as soon as they met. The days he spent buying her candied hawthorns had indeed borne unexpected fruit. Yi Chen had already developed feelings for her, he thought. This girl is still young, making this the perfect opportunity for mischief. After pondering for a moment, Bai Yushan nodded repeatedly. She donned the veil. Accepting Yi Chen's proposal, Brother Yi Chen, hurry and teach me magic. I can hardly wait. Bai Yushan tugged at Yi Chen's sleeve, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. All right, what type of magic do you wish to learn? Yi Chen asked with a smile. Firearms, flames. I want to master fire, Bai Yushan declared, her target already set. Yi Chen browsed the wizard's shop. Beneath the novice magic tomes, he noticed a section for magic apprentices. The system, having not appeared for 3 years, directly helped Yi Chen skip the apprentice stage and become a wizard. Otherwise, Yi Chen would still be starting from the apprentice level. The system was rather considerate. Yi Chen thought with a hint of admiration as he purchased the most basic introductory magic tome. First and foremost, Bai Yushan needed to acquire the ability to wield magic. Here, take this book and read it. If there's anything you don't understand, just ask me. Yi Chen handed Bai Yushan a purple magic book. She eagerly accepted it, her heart brimming with joy as she nodded enthusiastically. Brother Yi Chen. From now on, you are my master, Bai Yushan giggled. The two practiced magic together outside the pavilion. Yi Chen skillfully controlled the dark magic. Shadow blade. A dagger imbued with dark energy materialized in his hand. With a flick of his wrist, whoosh, the dark dagger flew through the air, vanishing mid-flight, only to reappear having severed the ancient tree that bound their hands. Its power was slightly weaker but exceedingly deceptive. The stealthy nature of dark magic made it incredibly difficult to evade for anyone below the martial king realm. If Yi Chen were to launch a surprise attack on another practitioner, he could likely achieve a one-hit kill. Incredible, Brother Yi Chen. I admire you so much. Is this also a secret art? Bai Yushan exclaimed, her eyes wide with wonder, gazing at Yi Chen in awe. Indeed, once you master this technique, your assassination abilities will be formidable. Yi Chen nodded as Bai Yushan witnessed Yi Chen unleash the power of magic. She became even more focused on the magic book, reciting the special incantations aloud. Yi Chen could sense that this girl possessed an innate ability to channel the magical energies of the universe. Is this what they call talent? Before long, magical energy began to envelop Bai Yushan's form. She raised her hand slightly, and the magical energy coalesced into colorful bubbles, exuding an air of friendliness. Remarkably, Bai Yushan, utilizing the introductory chapter for magic apprentices, successfully became a wizard. Yi Chen's lips twitched. Newbie navigation. Does she possess a talent superior to mine? Yi Chen suddenly felt curious and inquired. Analyzing. Bai Yushan. Reporting to the host, Bai Yushan's innate body has a tenfold affinity for magical energy compared to yours. The system's response left Yi Chen's face darkened. Oh, my talent is akin to that of a waste? Yi Chen retorted indignantly. The host can enhance magical energy release speed, magical energy value, and magical comprehension through magical potions. Such potions exist. Yi Chen was suddenly taken aback. After scrutinizing the magician's shop and confirming the existence of intermediate magical potions with the ability to enhance innate talents, he took a deep breath. Nice, he thought. Having a poor talent was not frightening. The ability to improve was still acceptable. A smile crept onto Yu Chen's lips as he opened the system panel. By Yushan. Magic level, Apprentice Mage LV1. Traits, extremely strong in fire attribute, extremely strong in light attribute. Status, undamaged. No wonder she was so eager to learn fire elemental magic. It turned out she had an innate affinity for flames. Yi Chun pondered, stroking his chin. He spent 40 gold coins in the magic apprentice shop to purchase the apprentice-level spell, Fireball. Then, turning to Bai Yushan, who was focused on studying magic power, he slowly spoke. Bai Yushan, congratulations on becoming a member of the mages. Huh? A mage? Is that someone like an alchemist? Bai Yushan asked, puzzled. Yes, I am the last descendant of the mages, but from now on, you too shall be a mage. Yi Chun nodded in affirmation. Upon hearing this, Bai Yushan was utterly astonished at a mage. She murmured. Upon learning that she had become one of the two inheritors of the mage lineage, a strong sense of mission welled up within her. Master Yi Chen, I will not disgrace the identity of a mage, Bai Yushan proclaimed as she knelt before Yi Chen. Rise, Yi Chen said. You need not read this introductory text any longer. Here is an offensive spell for you. Called Fireball. You are now an apprentice mage and can practice magic. Yi Chen took back the introductory text from Bai Yushan and handed her the Fireball spell. Bai Yushan's eyes lit up with joy as she eagerly began to peruse it. Indeed, what I am teaching you is not secret arts, but genuine magic. Once you master it, you must not share it with anyone. Understand? Yi Chen cautioned her. She nodded vigorously. Rest assured, Brother Yi Chun, I understand. This power is far too formidable. If revealed, it would bring calamity upon us mages, Bai Yushan replied thoughtfully. She felt a swell of pride in her identity as a mage. Yi Chun, reassured, encouraged her. Very well, study hard that I will not disappoint you. Brother Yi Chun, Bai Yushan declared firmly, clenching her fists. She began to attempt the most basic fire magic. Fireball. Yi Chen stood by, methodically experimenting with combining magical weapons and spells to unleash even greater power. The two practiced magic together as time flew by, and soon, dusk began to fall. Xiao Bai, let's rest together tonight, Yi Chen said, glancing at Bai Yushan with a grin. Xiao Yushan, what a delightful name. I too wish to rest with Brother Yi Chen. But a promise made must not be broken, Bai Yushan playfully responded, her face blossoming with a proud smile. Yi Chun was taken aback. This little girl seemed to possess more wisdom than he initially thought. Perhaps there was a hint of pretense in her demeanor. Could she be scheming to ensnare him for the sake of magic? Yi Chen's brow furrowed, his thoughts spiraling into an unsettling territory. However, judging by her gaze, it did not seem to be that complicated. Of course, I will uphold my promise, Yi Chen replied with a nod. Bai Yushan giggled. Fireball is about to be mastered. Today has been exhausting. Brother Yi Chen. I will go to sleep now. See you tomorrow. She winked at Yi Chun and headed straight up to the second floor. Yi Chun sighed helplessly. Perhaps the cherries were not yet ripe. With a little more time, they might taste sweeter. The night passed peacefully. The next morning, as the warm sun gradually rose, Yi Chen opened his drowsy eyes to behold that exquisite face once again. He was instantly awakened. Xiao Yushan, how did you come to possess such beauty? Yi Chen marveled. Bai Yushan beamed at the compliment, her eyes squinting with joy. Really, Brother Yi Chen, let us practice magic together, she invited softly. All right, but you should wear your veil. Yi Chen replied with an awkward smile. In the early morning, the stirrings within a man were most fervent. Seeing such a beautiful face left Yi Chen feeling quite restless. He. Okay, Brother Yi Chen, Bai Yushan laughed with a vibrancy that seemed to uncover some delightful secret. The two made their way outside to the loft. Yi Chen furrowed his brow, extending his palm to conjure a ghostly hand. Instantly channeling a formidable dark magic, the eerie magical energy stirred the very air around them that if unleashed upon a practitioner, it could slay even those at the mid-tier of martial mastery. What a powerful force. Bai Yushan said, her brow furrowing. Compared to the previous Shadow Blade, this dark magic, Ghost Hand, posed a far more immediate threat. This is dark magic, known for its eerie reputation. You will first learn fire magic. And when you are stronger, I will teach you light magic, Yi Chen said with a grin. With Bai Yushan's affirmation, he was increasingly convinced that the power of magic would one day allow him to overpower all martial arts experts. Bai Yushan began to sketch magical runes with her bare hands. Magic energy swiftly converged, forming a sphere that gradually ignited into flames. Whoosh! The fireball took shape. Yi Chen's eyes widened in shock. Bai Yushan had succeeded. Fireball, go! With a grunt, she propelled the fireball forward. Boom! In less than 10 meters, the fireball exploded, scorching flames igniting all around. Yi Chen quickly shielded himself against the spreading fire. Fortunately, the magical energy infused in the fireball was not substantial, and its power could not breach the golden robe's defense. Bai Yushan, panting, wiped the sweat from her forehead. The first release of magic often left one feeling drained, and Yi Chen had experienced the same. Xiao Yushan, how do you feel? Yi Chen inquired, smiling that it was quite taxing, but I think I've learned it, Bai Yushan exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She could sense that she was beginning to harness this unique power. Yi Chen nodded slightly. Bai Yushan indeed possessed remarkable talent. He fetched a potion of the most basic magical elixir and handed it to her. Without hesitation, she drank it, placing her complete trust in Yi Chen. In an instant, a vast reservoir of magical energy surged within her. Yi Chen noted that she had directly ascended to apprentice mage LV2. Though there were no rewards from the system, her magical energy cap had increased to 200 points. This potion is marvelous. I feel invigorated, Bai Yushan exclaimed eagerly. Let me try again. With renewed energy, she eagerly attempted the fireball spell once more. Her delicate hand waved, and the fireball materialized instantly. Whoosh! The flames roared to life. Growing ever more intense, from the size of a stone, it gradually expanded to that of a house. Stop! Stop! Yi Chen urged, quickly conjuring the ghost hand spell. Such a large fireball consumed 100 points of magic energy. If an accident occurred, he had to intercept it in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, the entire dune's peak would tremble. In stark contrast to Yi Chen's concern, Bai Yushan appeared to be brimming with enthusiasm. She gazed at her fireball spell, admiring it with great interest as she carefully observed the patterns of the flames. The fireball spell expanded further, channeling a full 200 points of magic energy into it. Before them, a fireball the size of a 3-story building scorched the surrounding trees to ashes, waves of heat sweeping across the entire dune's peak. Yi Chen's lips twitched. Ice control, seal. With no other choice, he unleashed the power of ice to contain the fireball's destructive range. He turned to Bai Yushan. You little girl, your courage knows no bounds. This power must not be observed by outside practitioners. Quickly, put it away, Yi Chen warned her. Oh, Bai Yushan pouted, waving her hand to disperse the fireball spell. As the magic subsided, Yi Chen finally exhaled deeply. Fortunately, it had not spiraled out of control. However, unbeknownst to him, Lu Feihong had long been observing from the shadows. Beside him, Lu Ziyu had witnessed everything unfold. My daughter, this is the power that Yi Chen has mastered. Do you understand? Lu Feihong remarked. Yes. This power is capable of rewriting a person's fate. Lu Ziyu responded thoughtfully. Lu Ziyu nodded gently. She cast her gaze upon her abdomen, acutely aware of the potency of the poison from the magical lizard. The fact that Yi Chen's healing magic could expel such a formidable toxin is a testimony to the terrifying nature of that mysterious power. He can impart this knowledge to that girl. He can certainly do the same for you. I hope you understand the importance of seizing this opportunity. Moreover, the attendants of the 3 princes have also taken notice of him. Lu Feihong surveyed the surroundings, catching sight of several fleeting figures. Father, I know what to do. Lu Ziyu nodded repeatedly, her heart racing. Yi Chen's identity and strength ignited an insatiable desire within her. The sheer might of his magic left her utterly astounded. A shock that lingered long after. This power, I must possess it. If she can learn it, then I can too. And no matter the cost, I will draw closer to Yi Chen. A strange light flickered in Lu Ziyu's eyes. Seeing this, Lu Feihong led her into the main hall of the Damo Peak. Yi Chen soon received a message from Li Damo. Yi Chen, the Lord and the young miss have come to seek you. Upon reading the message, Yi Chen hurried to the main hall. Lu Ziyu was there to seek his assistance for a second detoxification, and it was time to practice healing magic once more. Inside the main hall, the lights shone brightly. Lu Feihong was seated at the head, savoring his tea. As Yi Chen arrived, his gaze flickered. Yi Chen, I trouble you once more to rid my daughter of her poison. Lu Feihong said politely in response. Yi Chen nodded slightly. No problem. He turned to Lu Ziyu, who wore a joyful smile. Thank you, Yi Chen. Lu Ziyu respectfully clasped her fists, despite her esteemed status as a core disciple. She regarded Yi Chen with utmost respect. Follow me, Yi Chen instructed, leading Lu Ziyu to a side room. They proceeded directly to the bedroom. He gestured toward the wooden bed, saying lightly, Please lie down. Lu Ziyu nodded slightly and reclined on the bed. She turned her gaze toward Yi Chen. watching as a warm light emanated from his palm, gradually enveloping her entire being. This force did not draw upon spiritual energy, which astonished Lu Ziyu as she observed closely. However, despite the power of the warm sunlight, it was insufficient to dislodge the poison deep within her abdomen. Yi Chen's palm inched closer to Lu Ziyu, who could already feel his hand pressing against her abdomen. The radiant light of the sun lingered for a long time, yet it still could not displace the toxin from the magical lizard. Yi Chen furrowed his brow. Utilizing the healing light magic alone would not resolve the deeper issues. He glanced at Lu Ziyu. Sister, forgive me. Yi Chen expended a significant amount of magical energy and placed his hand directly on Lu Ziyu's abdomen. She trembled all over, though she was mentally prepared. It was still difficult to contain her reaction as a sheltered young woman. This was her first experience of a man's hand on her abdomen, and it was such a warm touch. The sunlight healing magic gradually penetrated Lu Ziyu's body. However, in the face of the stubborn magical poison, it still could not be completely eradicated. After all, the sunlight healing was an externally applied detoxification magic, inferior to pills and magical potions. Yi Chen looked at Lu Ziyu. Her face flushed, as if she had guessed something, and she spoke up. It's all right. You may unfasten my clothing. Only through true skin contact could the light magic unleash its full potential. After saying this, Lu Ziyu closed her eyes. A healer's heart is solely dedicated to saving. I have committed an offense. Yi Chen directly placed his palm on Lu Ziyu's abdomen. For a moment, Lu Ziyu's entire body stiffened. But soon after, she began to relax. The sunlight healing magic swiftly coursed through her entire being. A warm current surged from her abdomen, sweeping through every corner of her body, expelling the residual poison. The toxins within her transformed into black mist, being expelled entirely. Soon, the poison from the magical lizard was completely resolved by Yi Chen. The healing was surprisingly smooth. Yi Chen withdrew his hand. He had just expended 300 points of magical energy to counter the magical lizard's toxin. Fortunately, the sunlight healing magic had reached a mastery level that in future battles, should he sustain injuries, Yi Chen would not need to be overly cautious with the healing magic at his disposal. If his healing magic proved potent, he could even fight without regard for his life. All right, the poison within you has been completely eradicated. All in one go. Yi Chen clapped his hands and smiled. Thank you, junior brother. Lu Ziyu's cheeks blossomed with color. With the poison gone, she felt significantly more at ease. At that moment, she gazed at Yi Chen with burning intensity. After much contemplation, she decided to tentatively ask, Yi Chen, could you possibly impart this healing method to me? I would like to take you as my master. Lu Ziyu looked at Yi Chen earnestly, her desire for magical power evident. Yi Chen immediately declined. Sister, this is a secret technique passed down by Elder Long. I cannot easily share it. Yi Chen offered a reason. The name Elder Long was a powerful deterrent. Merely mentioning him made Lu Ziyu hesitate to pursue further. Simultaneously, it dashed Lu Feihong's hopes that Yi Chen naturally had his own motives. How about this? What if you and I were to become family? Lu Ziyu's brows knitted tightly as a sudden thought struck her, and she proposed. Her eyes sparkled as she gazed at Yi Chen. Family? Don't be ridiculous. You are the Lord's woman, the young lady of the Wu family. I could never be worthy of you. Yi Chen hastily waved his hands. After meeting Bai Yushan, Yi Chen had lost interest in Lu Ziyu's beauty. Moreover, Yi Chen was aware that Lu Ziyu's intentions were not pure. Her initial approach to him was solely at Lu Feihong's behest. Seeing Yi Chen's firm refusal, Lu Ziyu felt a twinge of discomfort. As a core disciple of the main peak, widely admired, she had not anticipated such a decisive rejection. Is it that I am not beautiful enough? Lu Ziyu said, a hint of defiance in her voice. No, sister, you are as beautiful as a flower. Who in the Tianlan martial house does not know that? I am solely devoted to pursuing strength. Matters of marriage are to be cast aside. Yi Chen waved his hand dismissively. Upon hearing this, Lu Ziyu nodded. Very well, pursuing martial prowess is indeed a man's aspiration. I shall return to seek you for training. Lu Ziyu flashed a bright smile and departed without waiting for Yi Chen's refusal. Yi Chen's lips twitched. She intends to come back for training. If she could introduce me to some treasures of heaven and earth, it wouldn't be out of the question. Reflecting on the dwindling coins in his system shop, Yi Chen stroked his chin. If you come across treasures infused with the power of heaven and earth, do let me know. Yi Chen sent a message to Lu Ziyu. She responded almost instantly. Ziyu understands. The fact that she referred to herself as Ziyu sent shivers down Yi Chen's spine. Indeed, she was a beauty, but her intentions were not pure, concealing her true nature beneath an enigmatic facade. After completing the treatment, Yi Chen was about to leave Damo Peak when, to his surprise, just as Lu Ziyu departed, new guests entered the main hall. Zhang Jianling reappeared, accompanied by a young man clad in extravagant attire. Behind him followed many young cultivators, all entering together. To be able to freely enter and exit the main hall of Damo Peak suggested an extraordinary status. Yi Chen, Zhang Jianling exclaimed, somewhat astonished upon seeing Yi Chen. What brings you here? He inquired. Before Yi Chen could answer, the young man beside him gasped, Yi Chen. You are the Yi Chen? The young man questioned, stepping forward. His gaze was piercing, his dark eyes locking onto Yi Chen as if seeking to see through him. After scrutinizing Yi Chen, he clasped his hands behind his back, standing proudly before him. Zhang Jianling approached slowly, introducing, this is the young master of the Jingwang, Wu Jingshan. You should promptly pay your respects. Zhang Jianling shot Yi Chen a fierce look, commanding him sternly. In the Great Wu dynasty, the status of a young master was akin to that of a noble, with great importance. Commoners were required to show proper respect upon encountering him. Yi Chen shrugged and clasped his fists, saying coolly, I have seen the young master. At least you are somewhat perceptive. I came specifically to test your mettle. Accompany me to the martial platform. The crown prince of the Jingwang spoke first. Extending a challenge for battle, with a flick of his sleeve, his gaze fell upon Yi Chen. Let us engage in a contest of martial prowess. As the crown prince, my cultivation is at the mid-stage of the martial realm. And my strength is formidable. How could I possibly be your match? Instead, would you prefer to seek me out for a duel at the core main peak? Yi Chen shook his head, politely declining. You do not wish to go to the arena. Very well, let us fight here then. The crown prince of Jingwang frowned immediately, his tone laced with a menacing undertone. He began to mobilize his martial energy. Preparing to strike at Yi Chen. Wait a moment. If a fight is truly inevitable, why not establish a wager? Yi Chen proposed, wishing to avoid conflict but sensing the pressure of the situation. He casually gestured, revealing the exquisite purple jade pendant hanging at his waist, a fine item indeed. If he could win it, exchanging it for gold coins would make his efforts worthwhile. A wager. Splendid. What do you wish to bet upon? The crown prince's interest was piqued, and he laughed heartily. Chapter 23. The wager of extraordinary treasures, prepared for battle. Though his gaze reflected disdain for Yi Chen, he was exceedingly intrigued by the prospect of a wager. Boy, what treasures do you possess that could stand against the esteemed crown prince? Wu Jingshan, curious, turned his attention to Yi Chen. Being the crown prince, he lacked for resources, yet the profits of battle brought him great joy. Yi Chen had no treasures to offer, only magical equipment. He presented the black dragon staff to the crown prince. The latter glanced at it dismissively. However, before he could speak, Yi Chen activated the magical patterns on the staff. The shimmering dragon patterns captured Wu Jingshan's attention. Wu Jingshan expressed mild surprise, taking the staff to examine it more closely. Behind him, Zhang Jianling cast a scornful look, deriding, a mere wooden staff? Are you truly so foolish as to think you can wager with the crown prince using that? Yi Chen regarded him coolly, unimpressed by this elder brother. This staff is not as simple as you believe. You wouldn't understand its worth, Yi Chen replied dismissively. Zhang Jianling clenched his fists in frustration. Humph, your highness, I believe this boy is merely toying with you. Your esteemed status need not be sullied by such a contest. I could easily take him down myself, Zhang Jianling suggested to Wu Jingshan, visibly irritated. Previously, Yi Chen had caused him embarrassment before Lu Ziyu and Li Damo, and now, with the crown prince at his side. Zhang Jianling felt emboldened. Wu Jingshan raised an eyebrow at Zhang Jianling's insistence. No, this staff is indeed remarkable. An ordinary artifact master could never carve such vivid dragon patterns. Boy, I accept your wager, Wu Jingshan declared, then began to circle Yi Chen, contemplating. What do you desire as a stake? Yi Chen's lips curled into a subtle smile, sensing he had hooked his prey. Your highness, the jade pendant you wear at your waist appears quite exquisite. Yi Chen pointed to the pendant. Upon hearing this, Wu Jingshan was taken aback. A jade pendant? You have a keen eye. He produced the pendant for closer inspection. After a moment's contemplation, he explained, this purple crystal thunder jade pendant was a coming-of-age gift from my father. You truly are perceptive, Wu Jingshan chuckled, shaking the pendant in his hand. I will claim your wooden staff. Naturally, should you prevail, I shall grant you the purple crystal thunder jade pendant. Come, let us proceed to the arena, Wu Jingshan promised, casting a deep gaze at Yi Chen. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jianling's expression darkened. He hadn't anticipated that the wooden staff would be deemed sufficiently valuable for the crown prince to wager such a precious pendant. Furthermore, it seemed that the crown prince acknowledged Yi Chen in some regard, which left him perplexed. As Wu Jingshan turned to leave, Yi Chen remained rooted in place. There is no need to go to the arena. We can fight right here, Yi Chen suggested. Are you afraid to go? Wu Jingshun retorted, turning back to provoke Chen. After all, you are merely at the martial apprentice level and clearly beneath me in rank. Zhang Jianling added insistently, His Highness is a royal prince. Engaging in battle with you is an honor. Do not be so ungrateful. Besides, do you not wish to win the jade pendant? A sly smile crept across his face as he tried to entice Chen. Indeed, if you wish to win the pendant, follow me, Wu Jingshun chimed in, both of them leaving without concern for Yi Chun's compliance. Yi Chen shrugged, suspecting that the crown prince's intentions extended beyond a mere scuffle. It was likely a ploy orchestrated by the princes to gauge his strength. Very well. Since you noble princes are so eager to witness my prowess, I shall oblige, Yi Chen mused with a faint smile. The three princes had traveled great distances from the imperial capital to seek him out. There was no escaping this confrontation. Thus, he resolved to display his abilities, ensuring that the princes would not underestimate him. Within the inner sanctum of the Wu family, surrounded by 36 peaks, lay a valley where numerous palatial structures were erected. Among them, the arena was the liveliest place. However, today was distinctly different. All 36 combat platforms remained unoccupied. The central main platform was open, with elders standing on high alert. In the surrounding stands sat several young figures, resplendent in their finery, indicating their high status. 3 distinct groups were present. Yi Chen surveyed the surroundings, his mind racing. These must be the retainers of the three princes. They are likely observing me from the shadows. The last time I was ambushed, it must have been by a prince, and their strength appears to be formidable. Yi Chen thought, furrowing his brow. Previously, when he had acted outside his own door, employing flickering magic, he had been detected. The individual's cultivation was at the martial master level, and their strength was likely extraordinary. Seeing the assembly before him reinforced Yi Chen's determination. Since he was already standing at the precipice, unable to retreat, he decided to seize the moment, surging forward as a choice, standing atop the main combat platform. All eyes turned towards them. Wu Jingshun gestured, Please, go ahead. Shall I begin? Yi Chen inquired, feigning confusion. No need for pleasantries. You may go first. I will allow you 3 moves, for with your martial apprentice level, you may not even have the opportunity to strike otherwise. Wu Jingshun stood proudly, arms crossed behind his back. Yi Chen simply nodded. In that case, I shall unleash my full strength. Elder, please ensure safety. Yi Chen called out, not addressing the crown prince, but instead cautioning the elder. I require no such reminders. The elder retorted coolly. Very well, then I shall indeed unleash my full strength, Yi Chen confirmed, his voice resonating with intensity. Wu Jingshun's countenance darkened, his teeth clenched in anger. Strike if you wish. Do not waste words. Yi Chen nodded. Excellent. I shall unleash my full strength, he reiterated. With those words, a dark assault staff materialized in Yi Chen's hand, part of an attack set imbued with potent dark elemental power. As he struck, the surrounding light began to shift and dim. The arena felt as though it were shrouded in the ominous clouds preceding a storm. As magic surged into the atmosphere, a celestial phenomenon unfolded. Once again, the heavens and the earth manifest their anomalies. This dark aura instantly instills a sense of dread among all the noble descendants spectating. Even the 3 princes, who were covertly observing, rose in unison, frowning as they gazed towards the duel platform. There, the countenance of Wu Jingshun, filled with fury, gradually morphed into astonishment. Soon, it transformed into sheer terror. As the dark elements converged in Yi Chen's grasp, his eyes widened in horror. What is this power? My heavens, you scoundrel, you have deceived me. I shall not allow you 3 moves. I, the young master, will fight you to the death. Wu Jingshun was thrown into disarray, greatly intimidated by Yi Chen's prowess. Chapter 24. The Hand of the Demon Slayer. A single strike to overpower. Even before the battle commenced, Wu Jingshun had already lost his composure. He hastily drew his long sword from its sheath, gathering resplendent golden light while unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy from within. The external manifestation of spiritual energy is a hallmark of martial prowess. This moment, the vast reservoir of spiritual energy within him transformed into a soaring sword aura. Golden light radiating, clearly indicating he was utilizing all his strength to earth-level martial skill. The Jinling Sword of Seeking Immortals. With a single stroke of the Jinling Sword, sharp and ferocious yet ethereal in its celestial essence, it pierced through the space and lunged toward Yi Chen. The surrounding spiritual energy rapidly coalesced around the golden sword, producing a strike with earth-shattering might. Although Wu Jingshun was merely a martial artist of the 5th realm, he nonetheless managed to unleash the Earth's tribulation martial skill with great difficulty. You think you can play the fool and eat the tiger? I, the young master, shall show you that this tiger is not one you can devour." Wu Jingshun scoffed disdainfully, gritting his teeth. The overwhelming might that Yi Chun had gathered forced him to confront the situation earnestly. His cultivation of the 9th tier of martial disciples could not be used as a measure of his true strength. Before him, the Jinling sword was already piercing into the dark void, a slight smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Even the elder referee had manifested beside Yi Chen, ready at any moment to intervene. Within the dark elements, Yi Chen sensed the intense aura of golden energy. However, to him, the true crux lay in the elemental potency. The augmentation of martial spiritual energy was of little concern. Fire control technique. A circular shield of blazing flames appeared out of thin air, the searing fire seemingly forming a barrier to thwart the attacking sword. Ridiculous. How can flames possibly impede my sword aura? Wu Jingshun sneered at the sight. Internally deriding Yi Chen for lacking even the most basic combat knowledge, he looked disdainfully at the flame barrier until the seeking immortal sword aura pierced through it. Countless flames seemed to transform into vines, dragging the sword aura down, preventing it from advancing even a fraction further. What? Wu Jingshun's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at this astonishing scene. This is impossible. How can flames obstruct sword aura? Flames are intangible and insubstantial, while sword aura is even more elusive. How could they possibly bind each other? The spectators also rose in unison, astonished as they beheld Yi Chen's fire control barrier. The flames indeed could not halt the sword aura, but controlling the flames could dismantle the sword aura, at the very least obstructing it from further rending the space. Moreover, fire counters metal. The elemental interplay is profoundly significant in a mage's eyes. Yi Chen expended merely 100 points of magical power to successfully intercept an earth-level martial skill. Soon, the formidable golden sword aura that Wu Jingshun had exerted with great effort vanished entirely. Without even making a sound, "Young master, your martial skill is all show and no substance. If that is the case, shall I allow you 3 moves?" Yi Chen jested. Wu Jingshun, dazed, surveyed his surroundings. The dark clouds loomed ever lower. And under this pressure, manipulating spiritual energy became exceedingly arduous. The dark assault set. The special effect of the dark assault staff. Darkness suppression. Yi Chen had gradually begun to master the dark elements within the duel arena. Within this space, an ordinary martial king, let alone a spiritual practitioner, was certainly no match for him. Creak. Wu Jingshun clenched his fists tightly. He glared at Yi Chen with fury, his volatile emotions gradually calming. This lad is anything but simple. The 3 princes' eagerness to recruit him is enough to prove his extraordinary nature. Yet, he never expected that a martial disciple of the 9th tier could truly possess power that even he found hard to contend with. Is this the disciple of Old Long? No, I refuse to accept this. Even if I must reveal my trump cards, I shall test the limits of your strength. Wu Jingshun's aura suddenly surged. His cultivation soared from the 5th tier of martial artists to the 6th tier, and then ascended further to the 7th tier, the later stage of martial artists. The extent of his external spiritual energy was now sufficient to apply pressure on Yi Chen. The later stage of martial artists could indeed pose a threat to me. Yi Chen murmured. Although the Dark Assault staff had granted him immunity against any martial artist due to the darkness suppression it had established, facing off against a martial artist in the outside world still posed a risk of injury for Yi Chen. Golden light infusion. Yi Chen activated the novice magic, enveloping himself in golden light. His body radiated with golden magic, resembling a formidable guardian, his defense astonishing. Come now. Let me witness the prowess of the young master of the Jingwang. Yi Chen provocatively challenged, almost as if he was inviting the young master to strike him thrice. You shall understand. Wu Jingshun's eyes widened in ire. He gathered a unique mark within his palm. This mark bore a power that Yi Chen could not fathom. Just as he pondered, the surrounding spectators voiced in unison, the power of royalty. Wu Jingshun was in a hurry. The secret arts of the Jingwang's legacy. Who would have thought he would witness them today? How intriguing. Let us see if Wu Jingshun can secure a victory. The crowd expressed admiration, eagerly anticipating this legacy-level martial skill that Wu Jingshun's bloodline surged. Successfully manifesting the mark, and a confident smile graced his face. You brat, let us see how you handle this move. Wu Jingshun made his move, the royal seal. The miniature mark was hurled towards Yi Chen. With a thunderous boom, the mark suddenly transformed into a mountain-sized force, descending upon Yi Chen with crushing weight. The red gold light, imbued with unparalleled royal power, looked down upon all mundane beings. This power transcended elemental control. It was a unique martial force, one that could not be countered by mages. Yi Chen's brow furrowed. Observing his expression, Wu Jingshun could not help but grin sinisterly. Ha ha ha, tremble beneath the power of royalty. The royal seal descends upon Yi Chen. Wu Jingshun seemed to envision Yi Chen succumbing under the weight of this power. However, in the next instant, the mountain-sized royal seal vanished without a trace. Enveloped entirely by a dark aura, the golden light extinguished, darkness reigning supreme. In an instant, the dual arena transformed into an impenetrable night, devoid of any light that could penetrate Yi Chen's domain. The dark assault staff expended 200 points of magical power, pushing the darkness suppression to its utmost limit. The hand of the demon slayer, Yi Chen's spectral hand, finally reached out. Countless dark patterns entwined, ensnaring the golden light of the royal seal. A hard sensation resonated in his palm. Break for me. Yi Chen continued to channel his magical power. The hand of the demon slayer inherently consumed 80 points of magical energy, but Yi Chen chose to overload its use. 200 points of magical power erupted forth. Break. With a fierce grip, the royal seal shattered. The spectral hand surged forth, traversing space to strike Wu Jingshun's chest. The latter's pupils dilated in an instant, feeling as though his chest had been struck by an overwhelming force he could not withstand. Ah! He cried out in anguish. This power was enough to shatter his ribcage. Yet, at the crucial moment, Yi Chen held back. With a single blow, he severely injured Wu Jingshun. A blood arrow erupted from the dark space. The dark aura spilling forth, the royal seal was destroyed, and Yi Chen remained poised in place. Wu Jingshun, blood streaming from the corner of his mouth, struggled to rise, standing there in a daze. His mental state had yet to recover from the backlash of the shattered royal seal. How could he have anticipated that even after exhausting his power and employing his trump card, he would still fail to pose a threat to Yi Chen? Yi Chen's figure had seemingly transformed into a nightmare in his heart. This is impossible. Wu Jingshun shook his head in denial, retreating. The surrounding spectators were equally struck with fear. Do you see what power that was? Someone inquired. All darkness. Nothing was cleared. It seemed like a hand crushed the royal seal. Impossible. How could the royal seal be shattered? A terrifying force looms, as the heavens and earth respond in unison, plunging the surroundings into darkness in an instant. This is undoubtedly the handiwork of the mighty King Wu. Particularly among the faction of the eldest prince, those aware of the terrifying power of the royal seal cast fearful glances toward Yi Chen. At this moment, perhaps only Wu Jingshun on the stage comprehends the true extent of Yi Chen's formidable magic. Are you still willing to fight? If you concede, then simply hand over the jade pendant. Yi Chen grinned, extending his hand in demand. Chapter 25. Recognition of Power. Misunderstanding the prince. Wu Jingshun's face turned ashen. Faced with Yi Chen's demand, he hesitated for a moment before tossing the purple lightning jade pendant toward him. What on earth is this power? My father's royal authority cannot possibly be deciphered by someone of your martial apprentice level. Wu Jingshun's expression was one of confusion, yearning for an explanation from Yi Chen. The royal authority of the King Jing is a legacy power of the feudal lords within the great martial dynasty. And the ease with which Yi Chen dismantled it was simply incomprehensible to him. At this juncture, the jade pendant and the duel were trivial matters. It was Yi Chen's method of deconstruction that was paramount. It's not so much a deconstruction, but rather the characteristics of a secret technique, Yi Chen replied nonchalantly. Holding the purple lightning jade pendant, he felt quite satisfied. This pendant could easily be exchanged for hundreds of thousands of gold coins, affording him the opportunity to purchase a tome on lightning-based magic. The lightning element boasts an exceptionally potent offensive capability, making it the prime choice for devastating spells. Secret techniques. Very well. Consider this son of the world bested by you. Wu Jingshun inhaled deeply, conceding. A sharp glint flickered in his eyes, but was swiftly suppressed. He glanced toward the viewing platform of the eldest prince's faction, where a young man stood, nodding in his direction. Then he turned to Yi Chen. Brother Yi Chen, your strength is remarkable, thriving on the unpredictable. I too wish to witness your prowess. Would you be interested in engaging in another bout? Another challenger? Yi Chen couldn't help but furrow his brow. Could it be that they believe I possess hidden cards yet to be played? Eager to witness my utmost strength. Before he could respond, another member of the opposing faction stood up. Zhao Qing'an. Brother Yi Chen has already fought once. I suggest we find a place to rest for a moment and discuss martial skills and secret techniques, which may prove more intriguing. A slender young man with squinty eyes emphasized the word secret techniques. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qing'an fell silent. Brother, shall we go to the Crane Evening Pavilion for a chat? The young man smiled, inviting Yi Chen. Indeed, Brother Yi Chen, I am quite curious about your secret techniques. Wu Jingshun, the son of King Jing, also extended his invitation. His royal authority was formidable and inscrutable, and Yi Chen had expended 500 points of magical energy merely to triumph. It had not been an easy feat. All eyes turned toward Yi Chen, including those from the third faction, who were now keenly observing his reaction. Very well, since you wish to discuss life ideals with me, let us converse. Chen shrugged and nodded in agreement. These individuals had sought him out. Surely they would not leave empty-handed. Chen followed the members of the three factions to the Crane Evening Pavilion, the most opulent establishment within the inner gates of the Tianlan Martial Academy. On the arena, three youths clad in golden robes appeared simultaneously. They scrutinized the martial platform, sensing the dark pressure emanating from Chen, a force of elemental power that left them perplexed. There is absolutely no inheritance of such power within the great martial dynasty, declared the eldest prince, arms crossed confidently. Indeed, only the disciples of the dragon could possibly wield such extraordinary power. His strength is formidable, and as fortune would have it, I am in need of a retainer. I trust my two elder brothers will not compete with me for him. The third prince suddenly grinned and glanced at the two. The eldest and second princes both wore smiles. Very well. As long as he is willing, the eldest prince readily agreed. A retainer, is it? Let us see what kind of disposition this Chen possesses. Should the opportunity arise, it would not be amiss to call him brother. Mused the second prince. How highly does the second brother regard this young man? The third prince expressed mild astonishment. Lin Xiantian has become the chief disciple of the sacred ground. The news arrived just yesterday. The second prince replied with confidence, making his way toward the Crane Evening Pavilion, leaving the two princes exchanging astonished glances. The Crane Evening Pavilion, the foremost tavern within the inner gates of the Tianlan Martial Academy, is reserved exclusively for the privileged offspring of the Martial Academy, with stringent restrictions on entry. Typically, one would seldom see ordinary disciples approaching this establishment. However, today the Crane Evening Pavilion was bustling with activity. Outside the tavern, a throng of distinguished young elites awaited eagerly the arrival of Chen and his entourage. The Crane Evening Pavilion was cleared of patrons, now devoid of any presence. News had already spread within the academy. The sons of various dukes and lords within the great martial dynasty had arrived. Once arrogant and domineering figures within the martial academy had become subdued and cautious, seizing this opportunity to curry favor with the dukes and lords, sparing no effort to establish familiarity. As the crowd converged, several noble offspring surrounded Chen, placing him at the center, the undisputed focal point. Witnessing such a grand reception, Chen couldn't help but smirk. These individuals had once epitomized arrogance within the martial academy. Yet now each donned a day of humility, their faces adorned with sycophantic smiles. How utterly surreal. Chen hastened his pace, finding their expressions somewhat distasteful, approaching the tavern. The air was filled with a cacophony of flattering remarks. The esteemed son of King Jing has arrived. Prince Xian is truly a figure of grandeur, exuding the aura of a general. Look, the esteemed Ling Yun has come as well, with a sword that pierces the clouds and questions the heavens. Even from this distance, I can sense an intangible sword energy. The heir of the Dugu clan has also arrived. Good heavens! These individuals are all top-tier talents of the younger generation within the great martial dynasty. And they have gathered here at the Tianlan Martial Academy. Suddenly, someone inquired, wait, who is that lad standing at the forefront? Unlike the other disciples, who exuded an air of nobility, Chen appeared distinct. His golden robe conveyed an enigmatic quality, noble yet unpretentious. Lacking the ostentation of a prince, yet emanating an aura of high status. Could he be a prince? Pondered one. It is plausible. Standing before so many sons of dukes and lords, he could only be a prince. Greetings, your highness. Someone unexpectedly knelt before Chen. Taken aback, Chen paused, intending to clarify the misunderstanding. However, this momentary halt seemed to confirm his identity. A multitude of distinguished inner disciples knelt in unison, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to your highness." All present bowed their heads, even chanting in unison, "We welcome your highness to the Tianlan Martial Academy. We have long admired your highness's renown. Today's encounter is truly a dream come true, your highness. The noble dragon graces us with his presence, illuminating the Tianlan Martial Academy. A stunningly beautiful woman boldly requested, your highness, may I accompany you into the Crane Evening Pavilion?" Chen surveyed his surroundings, unable to suppress a laugh. This group had mistaken him for a prince. Observing their obsequious demeanor, he shook his head in disbelief. Who said I am a prince? Are you all out of your minds? Have you ever seen a martial apprentice at the 9th level who is a prince? Chen scoffed, genuinely amused by these individuals attempting to curry favor with the offspring of the powerful. The crowd's expressions darkened, and as they rose, sensing Chen's true prowess, they became rigid with astonishment. Chapter 26, A Humiliation Beyond Measure. Offering gifts upon meeting. After all this, it became clear that Chen was not a prince. They had knelt before a mere martial apprentice at the 9th level. The expressions of those present turned predatory, as if they were ready to devour him. Were it not for the presence of the sons of dukes and lords beside Chen, they would likely have pounced on him, demanding retribution. Chen glanced helplessly at the young man beside him. Zhao Qingyan frowned, gesturing toward the Crane Evening Pavilion. Brother Chen, no need to pay them any mind. Let us ascend and converse. Chen nodded slightly. However, after taking just a few steps, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure. Lianda, they do not recognize me, nor do you recognize me, Chen inquired, casting a glance at the rotund man before him. The latter scrutinized Chen closely. In an instant, his expression turned to one of utter astonishment. His face twitched uncontrollably. You brat. Bah. What nonsense about being a prince. This fellow is merely an outer sect disciple. And I actually knelt before him. Chen, I demand that you kneel and apologize right now. Otherwise, I shall break one of your legs. Lianda seethed with rage, gritting his teeth as he spoke. In his eyes, Chen was nothing more than a lowly waste at the very bottom of the outer sect, inferior even to the most formidable beast in this martial world. Who would have thought he would kneel before Chen? The humiliation surged within him. He rose repeatedly, vehemently berating Chen, his face flushed with anger. If he did not compel Chen to kneel in return, how could he possibly swallow this humiliation? Upon learning of Chen's identity, the onlookers could not help but rise in indignation. Each of them glared at Chen with wide eyes, their hearts filled with resentment. It's not as if I ordered you to kneel. You peculiar lot, do not kneel without reason next time. I have no red envelopes to give you. Chen shrugged helplessly, speaking nonchalantly. His words seemed to convey his innocence. To the audience, however, they were exceedingly grating. Soon after, Chen ascended the Heshi building. The crowd stood frozen in place, their faces alternating between pale and flushed. Such an immense disgrace, truly an immense disgrace. This time, they had lost face beyond measure. Those present were adamant that no one should spread rumors that it was this rotund man who knelt first. Damn it, let him die. Numerous inner sect disciples surged forward. The cries of Chen, the prince's disciple, and the kneeling fat man echoed as they brutally pummeled Lianda. As the crowd dispersed, the two exchanged glances. Do you know that scoundrel? The gaunt young man questioned, his face contorted with rage. Lianda, bruised and bloodied, spat a mouthful of blood, his anger flaring at the mention. I encountered him 6 months ago. Chen, that boy from Qingfeng town, is reputed to be the weakest disciple from there, merely a lackey at my side. Today, I actually knelt before him. If I do not avenge this grievance, Lianda, vow not to be human. The rotund man howled in fury. I feel the same. The two soon reached a consensus, conspiring together against Chen. Inside the Heshi building, the first floor exuded classical elegance. Adorned with screens on all sides. A broad, elongated sandalwood table was set to accommodate numerous noble heirs. At the forefront, 3 chairs awaited. Chen, my young brother, please have a seat. Zhao Qingyan, seated in the secondary position, gestured to the opposite side. Chen took his place at the leftmost seat. In terms of prestige, aside from the 3 positions directly above, his was the next in rank. The others took their seats in a carefully considered order, reflecting the hierarchies that the imperial court held in high regard. Chen surmised that the 3 princes would surely make an appearance. Bring in the tea. As soon as Zhao Qingyan gave the command, several young women of exquisite beauty entered carrying tea. Their figures were graceful, and their movements delicate. They approached each noble heir respectfully, serving tea with glances laden with hidden meanings. Should any of the young disciples here show a hint of interest, they would unabashedly display their alluring forms. Young master, this is your rain-dew fragrance tea, a beauty clad in a red chi-pao with peach blossom, I said, her tone imbued with affection. The sound was utterly enchanting. Chen nodded slightly. He savored the tea, feeling invigorated. What a fine tea, Chen exclaimed. Having spent 3 years in this realm, he had remained in the outer sect, where he could hardly hope to experience such refreshing tea. Even without a refined palate, he could appreciate it greatly. Moreover, this tea was made from rare spiritual herbs aged several decades to centuries, capable of nourishing the body. Chen closed his eyes, relishing this moment of tranquility. His heart stirred by ripples of emotion. The benefits of strength. In this vast and boundless martial world, as long as one possesses formidable power, what is there that one cannot attain? Now that I am a named disciple of Elder Long, I must seize this opportunity to establish a firm footing in the great martial dynasty and become a true and powerful mage. Outside, 3 young men clad in golden robes approached in unison. Their appearances were similar, yet their expressions and demeanor varied greatly. We greet the 3 princes. Upon the arrival of the 3 princes, Everyone rose and clasped their fists in respect. Yi Chen, seeing this, also offered a polite bow. The eldest prince seated himself at the center and raised his hand to signal everyone to sit. Yi Chen, my young brother, I presume you need no introduction. The eldest prince smiled, directing his gaze towards Yi Chen. Naturally, the three princes are indeed more impressive in person. Yi Chen nodded slightly. Upon hearing this, all eyes turned toward him. The second prince suddenly chuckled. Brother Yi Chen, your golden robe seems to contain some hidden significance. No wonder you were mistaken for a prince. You do possess a certain regal air, the second prince remarked, admiring Yi Chen's golden robe, while the design of the dragon patterns may not compare. In terms of the substantial aura, Yi Chen's golden hawk robe overshadowed their ordinary garments. Indeed, one's bearing and power are formidable and enigmatic. Yi Chen was truly a prodigy of the great martial dynasty. In the future, he would undoubtedly be of great importance to the imperial court. Bring forth a reward, the third prince proclaimed suddenly. After sampling the tea, an elder behind him presented a storage ring. Yi Chen glanced sideways and was immediately taken aback. A martial king. This frail old man emanated an extreme sense of danger, surpassing even the head of the Tianlan martial house. A reward? Is this a token of your goodwill towards me? Yi Chen picked up the spatial ring, bewildered. Upon briefly inspecting its contents, he found an array of treasures imbued with the essence of heaven and earth, truly fine items. The corners of Yi Chen's mouth curled upward in delight. Although the act of presenting gifts upon first meeting was rather cliché, Yi Chen found it most agreeable. Your Highness, the third prince, while it is said that one should not receive rewards without merit. Since you have been so generous, I shall graciously accept. Yi Chen smiled broadly. The crowd was taken aback. Even the other two princes were astonished that Yi Chen so readily accepted the gift. It was rather inconsiderate of face. However, in Yi Chen's eyes, the matter of face was secondary. After all, it was all gold coins. For him, gold coins represented strength, and who would refuse strength that was freely given? Seeing Yi Chen accept the gift, the third prince's lips also curled into a slight smile. Brother Yi Chen, there is no need for formality with this prince. You possess great talent. These are merely small tokens of the great martial dynasty's imperial grace. The third prince spoke nonchalantly. For him, these resources were indeed trivial matters. Yet Yi Chen understood that the third prince had likely put considerable thought into this. He must have investigated Yi Chen's desire for treasures infused with the essence of heaven and earth. Your Highness, the third prince, you are indeed magnanimous. Yi Chen offered a cliché compliment, evoking the sensation of a live streaming platform, expressing gratitude to a benefactor. The two then engaged in mutual flattery, leaving the numerous noble heirs dumbfounded. The eldest prince, unable to contain himself, rapped the table lightly and coughed, saying, Brother Yi Chen and our third brother seem to resonate quite well. This is indeed a fortunate event for the great martial dynasty. I see that Brother Yi Chen is in high spirits. Why not discuss some secret techniques? The eldest prince broached the topic directly. The second and third princes nodded slightly, and all eyes turned to Yi Chen. Yi Chen grinned. It was evident that these individuals were here with the intent of acquiring his magical techniques. Chapter 27. Utterly arrogant, willing participants hooked. My secret techniques are naturally powerful and unfathomable. Extraordinary and beyond compare. Even the most basic of my techniques would be sufficient to crush earth-level martial skills. In the presence of my techniques, ordinary martial skills are nothing but inconsequential trifles. As Yi Chen began to speak, he deliberately boasted. The audience was taken aback by his bold claims. Arrogant. A burly man slammed his hand on the table, rising in anger to berate him, though Yi Chen had just demonstrated the strength of his techniques. This statement was indeed off-putting. The eldest prince waved his hand, and the man finally took a deep breath and sat back down. He fixed his gaze on Yi Chen, snorting coldly, and challenged, Your techniques may be formidable, but if you speak so insolently, I, this young master, cannot simply accept it. The monk's gaze was filled with an air of arrogance. The sons of numerous princes and dukes nodded in agreement. Indeed, while secret arts are undeniably powerful, it is the martial techniques and methods that serve as the foundation for a cultivator's existence. The path of the unorthodox is merely a shortcut, lacking the elegance required for true mastery. You are but a mere novice martial practitioner. How could you comprehend the profundities of martial skills? Not to mention the martial kings. Even the formidable martial emperors regard martial techniques as their cornerstone. Do you truly believe that your understanding of secret arts surpasses that of the martial emperors? Or do you consider that old Long, relying solely on secret arts, could have established his current standing? The crowd vehemently retorted to Yi Chen, even bringing up old Long's esteemed identity. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen merely took a leisurely sip from his cup of tea, his expression unwavering. He then turned his gaze towards the three princes and, with a leisurely tone, stated, "In truth, I am not targeting any individual in particular. I speak of every young disciple present. Your martial techniques are all inferior, eclipsed by my secret arts. If anyone is dissatisfied, I welcome a challenge. I shall not refuse." Yi Chen's audacity was remarkable. Such an attitude prompted the three princes to exchange incredulous glances, finding it difficult to fathom, prior to this moment, their understanding of Yi Chen was based on his past demeanor, which contrasted starkly with his current disposition. An anomaly such as this surely harbored ulterior motives. The eldest prince, observing the descendants of nobles growing restless, could hardly contain himself. They began to communicate telepathically, deliberating who would step forward to challenge Yi Chen, determined to set an example and impress upon him the reality that in the realm of martial arts, talent is abundant, and one cannot simply disregard the world by mastering a mere few secret techniques. Before long, a young disciple at the 7th level of the martial master realm rose to his feet, clasping his fists in salute as he proclaimed, "Your Highnesses, this brash fellow Yi Chen has become excessively arrogant. Allow me, this young scion, to extinguish his arrogance." Soon after, someone volunteered to face the challenge. A faint smile graced Yi Chen's lips, for he was indeed unperturbed. After all, the piece of purple thunder jade had already been exchanged for 200,000 gold coins within the system space. With gold coins at his disposal, his capacity for combat was assured. Present, his light-based healing magic had reached an advanced level, allowing him to maintain the sunlight restoration spell during battle without concern for magical energy consumption. With his skills as a martial master, even if he were to suffer grave injuries at the hands of an opponent, sunlight restoration would swiftly mend his wounds. Moreover, he possessed the Golden Falcon set, making him nearly invulnerable. The martial techniques of an ordinary martial master were akin to mere scratches. Should a confrontation arise, Yi Chen would only regard the three princes with caution, yet it was evident they would not intervene. Thus, Yi Chen felt entirely confident in his ability to provoke them intentionally. He smiled faintly, and the eldest prince remarked, "Brother Yi Chen, your audacity is indeed considerable. However, in my view, as long as one possesses the foundation for such arrogance, it is only natural to be bold. So, do you dare accept the challenge?" All eyes turned toward Yi Chen. Naturally, Yi Chen nodded, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Since I have dared to speak thus, I certainly possess the confidence to back it up. I am unafraid of your challenge. I shall strike but once, allowing you to defend. If you withstand it, I concede defeat. If you fail to withstand it, I claim victory. What say you?" Yi Chen assertively proposed, determined to seize control of the situation and ensure a flawless outcome. The young man before him was brimming with indignation, and at that moment, all eyes were upon him. After weighing his options, he deemed Yi Chen's proposal fair and nodded without hesitation. "Very well. As you say, my cultivation level surpasses yours significantly. What harm could there be in allowing you to strike first?" The crowd nodded in agreement. The youth, filled with self-satisfaction, added with a smirk, "Moreover, it will not be so simple for you to compel my surrender." Confidence radiated from the young man's face. Meanwhile, Yi Chen's smile deepened. A hint of dark green magic materialized in his palm, an apprentice spell he had recently acquired, torturous poison. This spell inflicted the victim with agonizing pain, a torment that penetrated to the very marrow. Not particularly potent but excruciating nonetheless. Observing the young man, who stood with his arms crossed and an air of extreme arrogance, Yi Chen felt a surge of assurance. This individual had become but a small fish in Yi Chen's pond, readily ensnared by his bait. The application of this tormenting poison would ensure that surrender was not an easy option. "Are you prepared?" Yi Chen offered a friendly reminder. However, the young man regarded it with disdain. "Feel free to strike," he replied dismissively. Nearby, the young Duke of Jing instinctively furrowed his brow, observing Yi Chen's confident demeanor. He suspected that matters were not as straightforward as they seemed. He had personally experienced Yi Chen's dark secret arts, where an extraordinarily powerful spectral hand had shattered the royal seal he had released. Now, with Yi Chen poised to make the first move, he feared hidden dangers lurked beneath the surface. Wu Jingshan, reflecting on the situation, finally cautioned, "Young Master Xie, it would be wise to exercise caution. Though this fellow may be arrogant, his strength is indeed formidable. Do not underestimate him." As the Duke of Jing spoke, several individuals turned to regard him, yet their expressions remained one of disdain. It appeared that the earlier defeat had left a lingering shadow over the Duke, prompting him to adopt such a cautious stance. "How intriguing." Someone remarked sarcastically, "Ha ha ha, young Master Jing, are you afraid?" This fellow possesses some skill, but young Master Xie wields the true and noble lineage, not some ephemeral royal power. He is not so easily vanquished. The crowd erupted in mocking laughter. Even young Master Xie, soon to enter the fray, could not help but shake his head. Thank you, Marshal Brothered. I am well aware of my capabilities and will not be careless. Observing that not only did the crowd disregard his warning, but also seemed to diminish his own strength. Wu Jingxuan's expression soured. He cast a final glance at Chen, snorted disdainfully, and fell silent. Yi Chen, undeterred, began to gather his magic. Poison magic, while simple to wield, posed great challenges in mastering its intricacies. Nonetheless, inflicting unbearable pain upon a mere martial master was a trivial task for him. With a casual flick of his wrist, the dark green poison magic descended upon the young man before him. The youth remained motionless, lacking any martial techniques to counter Yi Chen's assault, having failed to perceive any threat from the poison magic. Yi Chen clapped his hands and began a countdown. 3, 2, 1 surrender. Chapter 28. Manifestation of Secret Arts. Straight to the point. Surrender? Impossible. Young Master Xie scoffed, his expression one of utter disregard. Yet, as soon as the words left his lips, his countenance abruptly stiffened. Blood oozed from the corner of his mouth, shimmering with a green hue and emitting an unbearable stench. Xie Wangshixi clutched his throat, his body convulsing violently, yet no sound escaped his lips. His complexion abruptly turned a ghastly shade of green, and bizarre hair sprouted all over his body, reminiscent of a corpse undergoing decay. In the next moment, the blood within him seemed to be drawn out entirely, leaving his frame little more than skin and bones. The visage of the young man became utterly chilling. His bloodshot eyes widened in terror as he pounded the table with all his might, as if pleading for mercy. In that instant, he resembled not a youthful martial artist, but rather an ailing old man on the verge of death. The surrounding disciples, witnessing this scene, instinctively recoiled, their hearts filled with profound apprehension. Even the three princes, observing the severely poisoned Xie Wangshixi, could not help but furrow their brows. This was the result of an insidious poison. How terrifying it was, capable of sealing even the power of bloodlines, rendering Xie Xian utterly incapable of breaking free. Blood streamed from his 7 orifices, the poison penetrating to his very marrow. He was in grave danger. The potency of this young man's toxin was indeed formidable. The onlookers were filled with trepidation, holding their breath as they gazed upon Xie Xian. It was not until he laboriously inscribed the words "I concede" on the table with his finger that Yi Chen waved his hand, casting the prepared antidote spell upon him. The torment he endured was legendary for its cruelty, yet the actual toxic damage was not as severe. After the antidote was administered, Xie Xian's body visibly reverted to its normal state at an astonishing pace. He slumped in his chair, drenched in sweat, utterly spent. The look he cast towards Yi Chen was rife with fear, still struggling to escape the clutches of his agony. The crowd fell into a hushed silence as they regarded Xie Xian. No one could have anticipated that within mere breaths, the illustrious Xie Wangshixi would be unable to hold on and would ultimately concede. Moreover, given his previous state, had he not yielded, he likely would have perished beneath the onslaught of the vicious toxin. I have lost, Xie Wangshixi declared, a reluctant expression of regret etched upon his face. He yearned to justify and explain himself, yet the words remained unspoken. A loss was a loss, after all. In the end, employing poison in a public contest of martial prowess would not draw censure. Conversely, Yi Chen's formidable mastery of toxic arts earned him the respect of many, particularly at the moment he effortlessly dispelled the poison. The three princes could not help but express admiration in their gazes. To wield poison and possess the means to counter it. That was the hallmark of a true master of toxic arts. Moreover, Xie Xian's appearance was one of complete recovery, with not a single scar left upon him. Clearly, Yi Chen had shown restraint. So, is there anyone else who dares to challenge? Yi Chen extended an invitation with open hands. However, this time, none of the previously boastful noble offspring dared to speak. The atmosphere was thick with silence. Even the son of the Jing Wang, who had previously been bested by Yi Chen, sneered, "Disregard the warnings of the good-hearted, and you suffer the consequences that I had forewarned you." Wu Jingshan, reveling in his misfortune, then shifted his tone. "This secret technique is no simple matter. Otherwise, how could it possibly counter the royal powers of my family?" he said, feeling a sense of balance upon witnessing Xie Wangshixi's pallid face. After all, to be defeated by Yi Chen did not imply the weakness of royal authority. It was simply that Yi Chen's secret techniques were exceedingly strange and powerful, leaving one defenseless. The dark force previously displayed was an unprecedented method to all present. Now, unleashing such excruciating toxins, No one knew what other hidden capabilities Yi Chun possessed, leading to a palpable reluctance to challenge him. At this moment, the eldest prince nodded slightly and spoke. Yi Chun, young brother, you indeed possess the audacity to be arrogant, which I appreciate. Since you have engaged in battle and emerged victorious, you must be rewarded. Come forth and bestow your honors, the eldest prince commanded, a smile gracing his face, as if he had discerned Yi Chun's intentions. Upon hearing of a potential reward, Yi Chun rubbed his hands together in anticipation. Another formidable elder of the martial king realm presented a spatial ring. Yi Chun eagerly examined it. Within the ring were not merely various crystal stones, but rather an array of potent heavenly materials and earthly treasures. All infused with strong elemental wood essence, each plant had aged over a century. The value of this spatial ring was beyond imagination, prompting an involuntary gasp of astonishment from Yi Chun. Ha ha ha. Your Highness the eldest prince is truly gracious. I shall consider you a friend, Yi Chun exclaimed with delight. These resources, when recycled through the system, would likely amount to a fortune in gold. In due time, Yi Chun would have the opportunity to acquire some fundamental magical learning. Although the gap between apprentice and basic magic was but a single tier, the difference was akin to that between heaven and earth, not easily bridged merely by augmenting magical power, especially some functional magics, which were irreplaceable. Yi Chun had already set his sights on several unique basic spells. Once mastered, his strength would experience a transformative leap. With this in mind, Yi Chun's fondness for the three princes soared. Their welcoming demeanor was indeed endearing. The gifts were truly delightful. Although their haughty and arrogant demeanor struck him as rather unsightly, the promise of gold rendered such concerns trivial. As the saying goes, virtue is indeed invaluable, but integrity is worth even more. If it were for gold, both could be sacrificed. The allure of rust scent was captivating. I am willing to bow for 5 pecks of rice. Sacrificing my integrity for gold. I am but a humble mage, yet my desire for excellence and obsession with gold is entirely reasonable. Yi Chun gazed at the resources, grinning foolishly. He was acutely aware that in this ruthless and cold-blooded martial world, possessing resources and gold equated to having the power to control and change everything. The eldest prince nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging Yi Chun's attitude as meeting expectations. However, they ultimately approached with strong intentions. After 2 trials, Yi Chun's secret techniques had proven their might. The 3 princes could hardly conceal their yearning hearts. The eldest prince, taking the lead, spoke candidly. Yi Chun, young brother, hailing from humble beginnings, you have a great need for resources. I happen to be in a position to fulfill your training requirements. However, as the saying goes, a common man is innocent, but possessing treasure brings trouble. This principle should require no further explanation from me. The eldest prince hinted at Yi Chun, with the other 2 princes nodding in agreement. Below, many noble offspring also expressed their approval. All eyes were fixed upon Yi Chun. In response, Yi Chun did not refute, but instead nodded vigorously. Indeed, you speak nothing but the truth, Yi Chun replied with a smile. The crowd looked on in confusion as he continued. My secret techniques are indeed exceedingly powerful. As you have witnessed, anyone who discovers them will undoubtedly harbor covetous thoughts. I understand your intentions. However, my techniques must not be disclosed lightly. As he spoke, a pained expression crossed his face. Must not be disclosed lightly. That is tantamount to saying it can be shared, the eldest prince retorted swiftly, only to be met with Yi Chun's immediate agreement. Indeed, what you say, your highness, is absolutely correct. However, the price. Yi Chun rubbed his fingers together, a slight frown on his brow. Resources are in place, and I can learn in a day. You may set your conditions, the eldest prince declared generously. As a prince, he spoke with the confidence of one who wields substantial power. Excellent, that is splendid. Yi Chun nodded eagerly, his excitement palpable. I favor treasures infused with the forces of heaven and earth. Spiritual plants, medicinal pills, and crystal weapons. All are acceptable. With resources secured, the quality of my techniques shall undoubtedly meet your expectations. Yi Chun grinned broadly. Laughter erupted among the crowd. No problem. You shall not lack for resources. Whatever you desire, feel free to ask. I require your technique to counter my royal powers. The offspring of various nobles unified in their requests. This group was not lacking in resources. What they sought was Yi Chun's favor. As long as there were conditions for trade, everything appeared effortlessly achievable, especially regarding the means belonging to Long Lao. In their eyes, Yi Chun's methods were undoubtedly closely tied to the esteemed Dragon Elder. Even if Yi Chun's fortunes were his own, it was inevitable that he had been nurtured by the Dragon Elder's guidance. Yi Chun stroked his chin thoughtfully. Since resources were plentiful, it would be prudent to take advantage of them. However, he mused, they could not be allowed to easily acquire the arcane arts. After a moment of contemplation, he expressed, I am delighted that everyone wishes to learn the secret techniques. However, if you sincerely aspire to grasp the essence of these arts, you must seek a master. With a sudden shift in tone, he continued, causing a wave of astonishment among the crowd. The notion of needing to pay homage to a master was met with a heavy silence. Observing their reaction, Yi Chen's eyes glinted. It appeared they held a certain trepidation towards the idea of apprenticeship. Thus, he quickly added, it is not obligatory to take me as your master. Paying respects to our ancestors would not tarnish our traditions. Rest assured, our ancestors have long since passed, and merely performing a gesture of respect will suffice. From this moment forth, consider me your junior. Yi Chen beamed, presenting an image of someone genuinely concerned for the well-being of others. Yet, the glint of avarice in his eyes led the crowd to perceive a mutual benefit in this arrangement. The three princes promptly engaged in hushed discussions. Among them, the crown prince stood without hesitation, respectfully clasping his fists before Yi Chen, and inquired, if I address you as senior brother, can you impart the secret technique I just witnessed? Yi Chen nodded slightly, with both conditions of resources and apprenticeship met. I can teach you at any time, he replied with enthusiasm. Excellent, Wu Jingshun declared, gritting his teeth before kneeling publicly. Ancestors above, allow me this bow. Senior brother, today I wish to become your disciple. His gaze was earnest, though the intent was clear. All right, brother Wu Jingshun, please rise, Yi Chen urged, assisting him up while secretly chuckling. Goodness, he knelt right away. I never stipulated such a formal bowing ceremony. Why does everyone seem so inclined to kneel before me today? Without any need for red envelopes, the resources and treasures offered would serve as his tribute to his senior brother. The resources for the secret technique will be delivered to you by the Jing royal house within 3 days. Wu Jingshun proclaimed with fervor. Yi Chen's eyes widened as he assessed the resources within the storage ring. By my stars. Is this the financial power of the young master? He marveled at the sight of treasures worth hundreds of thousands of gold coins. Without hesitation, he began transmitting the message. I trust my junior brother. I shall impart this secret technique to you now. The dark magic, the apprentice's spell ghostly hand, was swiftly conveyed to Wu Jingshun. However, the latter found it perplexing and difficult to comprehend. Unlike Bai Yushan, who had access to beginner-level magic. Wu Jingshun, though confused, could sense the formidable power of the ghostly hand. The onlookers turned their attention to him, eager to gauge his reaction. Yet, to their surprise, Wu Jingshun respectfully clasped his fist once more, saying, Senior brother Yi Chen, I must confess my ignorance. This secret technique is exceedingly complex. I implore you to elucidate it for me. Haha, it is indeed quite challenging. Yi Chen replied with a grin. It is certainly no small feat. Wu Jingshun took a deep breath and shook his head. Such a powerful secret technique must naturally be fraught with difficulty. Here is my identity token. Should you wish to learn, come find me daily. Yi Chen said, handing over the token, which bore the glaring words outer sect disciple. To Wu Jingshun, however, it appeared exceptionally precious. Thank you, senior brother. I shall return to the Jing royal house to gather resources, and I hope you will generously guide me. Wu Jingshun expressed, displaying his understanding. Yi Chen's spirits lifted at his words. Of course, with resources in place, you'll learn in a day. He laughed heartily. Wu Jingshun's expression shifted dramatically. Learn in a day. Without further ado, he departed from Hishi Tower, hastily making his way back to Tian'an Martial Manor. The crowd remained momentarily stunned. The three princes found themselves caught in a stalemate as well. Below, Xian, after some contemplation, stood and inquired, I do not wish to pay homage to a master. I simply desire your poison techniques. Is that possible? Certainly, as long as the resources are sufficient. Yi Chen rubbed his hands together. The crowd could not help but chuckle. Yi Chen's sole objective was, after all, resources. Very well, I shall procure the necessary resources for you. Xian replied before vanishing. Many sons of nobility began clamoring for information. What other secret techniques do you possess? Someone asked. I have fire control in my left hand and ice control in my right. He had also won over 3 charming and affluent junior brothers. Do you have sword techniques or spear techniques? Yi Chen procured an apprentice magic talisman. With a flourish, he unleashed an intangible sword chi magic that filled the room. While magic could not manifest a physical sword, it could conjure the essence of the sword. Several more young masters chose to become his disciples, of course, with gifts being indispensable. As the crowd witnessed Yi Chen's myriad abilities, they eagerly opted for apprenticeship. Almost every attendee became Yi Chen's junior brother, elevating his status above all. Most crucially, the influx of resources was overwhelming. Merely from the apprenticeship gifts, Chen was reaping bountiful rewards. Moreover, any future needs for materials or tasks could be seamlessly delegated to these wealthy junior brothers. The thought filled Chen with pride. However, the three princes had yet to agree to apprenticeship. They were burdened with considerations beyond themselves. Representing the vast and illustrious Wu dynasty. To refer to Chen as senior brother would elevate him to the status of national teacher. They dared not make a unilateral decision. After much deliberation, the first prince finally asked, "While the secret techniques are indeed powerful, they do not warrant us sacrificing the dignity of the Wu dynasty as a bargaining chip. Let us forego the apprenticeship. I permit you to propose one more condition." After conferring with the other two princes, the first prince addressed Chen. Chen stroked his chin. The notion of a lineage of masters was merely a fabrication, ultimately aimed at securing a steady stream of resources. Nevertheless, having uttered the words, he felt compelled to utilize them wisely. Thus, he nodded slightly and stated, "My ancestors once conveyed to me the paramount importance of lineage in the arts. They urged me never to contravene this principle. Your Highness, this places me in a rather difficult position." Chen's expression grew grave as he lamented. Chapter 30. The Eruption of Difficulties. The pressure of royal authority. Chen sighed softly. His demeanor suggested the weight of a difficult decision. The first prince's expression darkened. His intentions had been rebuffed, and he felt a flicker of displeasure. "Are you planning to refuse, young man? I urge you to think carefully. Rejecting this prince will come at a cost," he warned. The undertone of his words laced with threat. A prince of a dynasty could easily deal with Chen, despite his affiliation with the Dragon Elder. Chen's heart tightened, a flame igniting within him, though he maintained his composure. Before the system had awakened, in the span of 3 years, he had learned the rules to navigate this world. Until he possessed sufficient strength, he must not allow arrogance to cloud his judgment. "You jest, Your Highness. It is merely a matter of some difficulty. It is not beyond the realm of possibility," Chen replied, his expression calm. Over the past 3 years, he had endured countless scorn and threats. Although the circumstances were dire, he managed to remain unfazed in the face of the prince's intimidation. Before the first prince could continue, the third prince rapped on the table. A formidable warrior of the Martial King realm emerged, carrying 10 spatial rings filled with resources. "I wonder if these resources can alleviate your troubles." The third prince smiled and spoke. "When it comes to gifting, my efforts are beyond reproach. 10 spatial rings. The resources contained within them are worth enough to recover hundreds of thousands, even millions of gold coins if these rings were to be placed in the outside world. They would surely incite a fierce competition among warriors of the Martial King realm. Yet, before Chen, they are seemingly within easy reach." Chen stroked his chin. Pondering for a moment, he turned to the second prince, who had been observing him throughout with a rather peculiar expression, yet remained motionless. Noticing Chen's gaze, the second prince calmly inquired, "Brother Chen, how do you propose we resolve this predicament?" Unlike the other two princes, the second prince was genuinely curious about Chen's opinion and offered him a modicum of respect. In contrast, the first prince, with his lofty status, was exceedingly arrogant, while the third prince was motivated solely by profit. The second prince, however, exuded an air of inscrutability. Appearing composed and steadied, Chen's eyes twinkled as a smile graced his face. He replied, "If there were a spirit-grade gem concealed with the elements of heavenly thunder, I believe any difficulty could be surmounted." As soon as Chen finished speaking, the three princes turned their attention to the martial kings behind them, all of whom shook their heads in unison. Treasures harboring the elements of heavenly thunder were already exceedingly rare, and to fulfill Chen's request made it an even more daunting task. Previously, the purple thunder jade pendant belonging to the heir of the Jing King was only of the earth grade. Not particularly valuable, yet its rarity was unparalleled. After a brief discussion with the martial king beside him, the third prince respectfully bowed, then vanished from sight. Upon learning of Chen's need for a gem resource, the third prince's face lit up with delight. He turned to Chen and said, "Rest assured, Brother Chen, acquiring a mere thunder element gem is not beyond my capability. As long as it is not a source gem, everything is negotiable. Await my good news. Once accomplished, I will require you to impart a powerful secret technique that boasts tremendous explosive force," the third prince proclaimed with exuberance. Chen nodded in agreement, while the second prince made some arrangements as well. Only the first prince remained with a furrowed brow. He was too engrossed in the pursuit of power within the dynasty to concern himself with treasures, often leaving such matters to outsiders. The quest for the Thunder Gem would not be easy, especially with two brothers vying for the same resources. No, This cannot be overlooked. The first prince suddenly erupted in anger. Glaring at Chen, he reprimanded, "Did you not claim that our ancestor had decreed that secret techniques must not be shared? How dare you openly convey them to those outside our sect? How do you defy the orders of our sect?" Hearing this, Chen was momentarily taken aback. Just moments ago, the first prince had aggressively pressed him for a trade of secret techniques, and now he was turning against him, accusing him of abandoning an imaginary ancestor. How absurd! Chen, feeling somewhat displeased, replied coolly, "Your Highness the First Prince, I have never heeded the words of our ancestor since childhood. Besides, he has long since passed away. As my lineage is singular, I am naturally entitled to make my own decisions." Chen shrugged, dismissing the first prince's words. However, the second and third princes exchanged glances, remaining silent. The first prince's expression darkened once more, his anger palpable as he pointed at Chen. "You dare disregard the edicts of our sect? You disgraceful wretch! Scoundrels like you deserve to be punished," he declared vehemently. None could fathom the cause of his sudden fury. The martial king beside him exuded a menacing aura, indicating a potential confrontation with Chen. A tremendous pressure enveloped Chen, making him feel as though he were submerged beneath hundreds of meters of ocean, a suffocating force weighing heavily upon him. Sensing the imminent danger, he hastily produced a mid-level magic talisman, the Inferno Extinction, a high-value item worth 600,000 gold coins. Chen stood ready, mentally preparing for the worst. He cast a glance at the first prince, and an ember of anger began to kindle within him. "Noble first prince, you dare to oppress me today. I, will ensure you pay the price." Chen gritted his teeth, secretly contemplating how to deal with the first prince. "You, young man, I command you to retract your promise regarding the secret technique and bow in apology to our ancestor. Otherwise, do not blame me for casting you into the depths of the great martial dynasty's hell, to endure the world's tortures," the first prince proclaimed with a commanding presence. His contradictory stance suggested ulterior motives. The great martial prison was undoubtedly under the first prince's dominion. His intentions were not merely to chastise Chen for sharing techniques. He was clearly seeking a pretext to imprison him and monopolize his secrets. By doing so, others would be deprived of Chen's methods. Chen's gaze turned frosty, his understanding of the first prince's temperament becoming increasingly elusive. As the first prince prepared to act, Chen hurriedly browsed the system shop, purchasing a one-time life-saving magic talisman, just in case. Meanwhile, the second and third princes stepped forward in unison. Chen was unaware of the first prince's control over the prison. But they were well aware. "Brother, your words are misguided. The rules of Chen's sect are not for us to meddle with," the third prince cautioned. He had already dispatched someone to procure the purple thunder gem resource, and he would not allow the first prince to succeed so easily. A sinister smile spread across the first prince's face. He understood that his scheme would undoubtedly be uncovered by his two brothers. At this juncture, he decided to drop the FAAD, laying his cards on the table. "Interfere? I am the legitimate first prince of the great martial dynasty. I have the authority to intervene in the dynasty's policies and sect rules. If everyone in the great martial dynasty were to disregard the teachings of their sect like this young man, countless sects would descend into chaos. If everyone emulated Chen, carelessly disseminating secret techniques and betraying their masters, the power of the dynasty would inevitably suffer in the long run. Thus, I must take this young man back to the prison for severe punishment to demonstrate the strictness of our great martial dynasty's rules." The first prince articulated. As the first prince, he indeed possessed such authority. This realm belonged to the great martial dynasty. Everything and everyone must bow to imperial power. His words seemed reasoned and justified, rendering them difficult to refute. The second and third princes frowned, contemplating their response. Meanwhile, the first prince gestured to the martial king beside him. The elder martial king nodded slightly, slowly approaching Chen, brandishing a chain. "You wield spatial power to ensure your safety. Wear this," the martial king ordered with an imposing demeanor. The pressure from the martial king realm descended upon Chen, creating an unbearable sensation akin to being submerged hundreds of meters underwater. A glint of cold determination flickered in Chen's eyes. He activated the Inferno Extinction Talisman, casting it forth. Chapter 31, Seeds of Hatred, a standoff between them. The Inferno Extinction Talisman began to gather tremendous power. The fire magic surged, instantly raising the temperature in the room to unbearable levels. However, before it could fully ignite, another martial king appeared before Chen, belonging to the second princess faction, who swiftly dissipated the pressure enveloping Chen. A system notification appeared. "Continuation of the Inferno Extinction may endanger your life. Do you wish to proceed?" The system's prompt was rather considerate. Observing the second prince's intervention, Chen temporarily clicked no. Nevertheless, he kept the Inferno Extinction Talisman poised for activation. The gathering flames caused both martial kings to change expression, recognizing that this unusual aura could pose a threat to even martial kings. Their eyes instinctively darted towards Chen, having remained an observer thus far. The second prince finally took action. He approached, patting the first prince's shoulder with a smile. Brother, even if you were to imprison Chen, his disciples would not easily acquiesce. Moreover, the rules of Chen's sect are merely a matter of their own lineage. Given Chen's reputation, it would not incite significant public outcry within the great martial dynasty. Additionally, he is a registered disciple of Elder Long. If anything were to go awry, it would not bode well for Elder Long either. The second prince alluded to the venerable Elder Long, subtly hinting at his significance. The first prince's brows furrowed immediately as he became ensnared in the notion of monopolizing the benefits of the secret arts. Unable to extricate himself from this obsession, little did he know that Chen's identity was that of a registered disciple of Elder Long. The current Wu Empire was not in a position to disregard the influence of Elder Long. Moreover, Chen had deliberately showcased the formidable power of the secret arts, proclaiming to all that anyone could learn them. Consequently, numerous noble heirs had already taken him as their senior brother. Move against Chen would not be as simple as it seemed. Many noble scions had begun to contemplate the secret arts, and should the first prince attempt to monopolize them, he would likely incur the ire of the entire younger generation of aristocrats. At that juncture, the factions they belonged to might well prefer the second or third prince over him, which would incite the wrath of the first prince. Furthermore, Chen had Elder Long backing him. If matters escalated to the point of open conflict, the first prince would not dare to eliminate Chen indiscriminately. After careful consideration, the first prince finally relented, acknowledging, "It appears my younger brother has thought this through." He sighed, "I shall refrain from meddling in your sect's affairs, but since the secret arts can be disseminated, I must also claim my share." Having just threatened Chen, he promptly retracted his words. Claiming a stake for himself, the dignified first prince certainly possessed a thick skin. Chen, stowing away the talisman paper, couldn't help but smile broadly. As long as the first prince's resources were sufficient, everything could be negotiated. Chen nodded in agreement, though internally, he scoffed. "You dare threaten me? Weren't you quite arrogant just now? You wish to learn magic from me? Dream on. Just watch how I torment you. Should you seek to learn from me even for a single day, I will ensure that your experience is far from pleasant." A seed of hatred took root in Chen's heart. No matter how lofty his status as the first prince, it mattered little, as long as he had enough gold and resources to rapidly elevate his magical prowess. He would fear no one. The spatial ring he had just acquired contained resources sufficient to be exchanged for several million gold coins. He needed to hasten his attempts at mastering basic magic. Currently, as a level 4 apprentice mage, he deemed himself too lowly. Achieving the rank of a basic mage was essential to truly contend with them. Chen clenched his fists tightly, eyeing the 10 storage rings presented by the third prince. Swiftly claiming them. "Thank you, Your Highness the Third Prince, for your resources. In 3 days, I shall return the favor with a secret technique." Chen clasped his hands in gratitude. The third prince nodded repeatedly. Clearly satisfied with his response, Chen then turned his gaze towards the second prince. "Thank you, second prince, for your gallant assistance. With your ice physique, in a few days, I shall gift you a powerful ice technique, guaranteed to be formidable." Chen expressed his gratitude. The second prince's help had spared him the effort of acquiring a mid-level spell. Chen was always one to repay a drop of kindness with a fountain of gratitude. Having received assistance from the second prince, he would ensure it was not in vain. The second prince, somewhat astonished, remarked, "You can actually discern that I possess an ice physique. Indeed, I, too, possess the talent to wield ice." Chen explained, sensing the cold energy emanating from the second prince. Upon finishing his words, he unleashed the ice control technique. In an instant, the room was enveloped in a chilling frost. Chen had thoroughly mastered the ice control technique, executing it with remarkable finesse. The three princes stood in awe, taken aback by the sheer terror of such a talent. Such control over ice was beyond comparison, even for those at the mid-level of martial prowess. Was this the strength of secret arts? The three princes trembled in astonishment. Even the martial kings beside them were left astounded, their hearts filled with shock. Such a technique seemed to be the exclusive domain of the elite. And yet Chen appeared to be merely a lowly martial apprentice. The strangeness of his ice technique was akin to a phenomenon from the heavens. Yi Chen's ice secret arts once again shattered their understanding. The gaze of the three princes towards Yi Chen transformed entirely. Even the martial kings regarded him with newfound respect. At this moment, the second prince stepped forward, gazing intently at Yi Chen. Brother Yi Chen, your secret arts exceed my expectations. In terms of talent and strength, you should rank among the top 10 on the Dowu talents list. All you lack is a platform. In a few days, at the Cheongzhou talent gathering, I hope you will attend. I will arrange for other talents who possess mastery over ice to engage in discourse with you. The second prince presented a token, his eyes gleaming with admiration for talent. Yi Chen examined the token, which bore the inscription, Second Prince, Wu Chen Yuan. This was not merely a token, it represented the second prince's recognition and esteem. With this token, Yi Chen was akin to a disciple of the second prince. That he nodded in acceptance of the token. The third prince, unwilling to see Yi Chen aligned solely with the second prince, presented his own identity token as well. With a friendly expression, he smiled and said, Brother Yi Chen, should you require any resources in the future, do not hesitate to contact me. The key to the Dowu Empire's treasury is currently in my possession. Whatever resources you desire, I can provide. The third prince's generosity delighted Yi Chen. Seeing the third prince's openness, he boldly proclaimed, Your Highness the third prince, whatever secret art you seek, I too can offer it in exchange. Yi Chen boldly asserted. The numerous noble heirs had already vacated the premises, leaving only the three princes and the martial kings present. Hence, the more techniques Yi Chen revealed, the higher his value in their eyes became. The third prince's satisfaction was palpable upon hearing this. The trio engaged in lively conversation about secret arts, while the first prince, standing nearby, clenched his jaw in frustration, his face flushed with anger. You truly do not regard me with any respect. The first prince exclaimed in fury. Yi Chen leisurely turned to him, a faint smile gracing his lips. Not at all. How could a mere mortal like me show disrespect to His Highness the first prince? I wonder, what business do you have with me? Yi Chen feigned ignorance, fully aware of the underlying tension. If you can perceive my younger brother's physique, then you must also be able to discern mine. I demand that you hand over the secret arts suitable for me. Otherwise, do not blame me for disregarding elder long-standing and punishing you. The first prince's tone was forceful and aggressive, his arrogance towering above all. Yi Chen glanced at the first prince, gradually summoning his own imposing presence. Your cultivation is profound, and I cannot discern it. If your highness truly has a need, come with resources to trade for the secret arts. Yi Chen's tone grew increasingly cold. His shift in attitude astonished the three princes. You have some nerve, the first prince said, his eyes glinting dangerously as they fixed on Yi Chen. The second and third princes stepped forward, positioning themselves alongside Yi Chen. The three formed a united front. The first prince, seeing this, let out a cold snort. You dare to stand against me? You should consider how many lives you possess. Prepare the fire attribute secret arts for me. Within 3 days, I will personally seek you out for a trade. The first prince's threats echoed ominously. With a furious flourish, he stormed away, followed closely by the martial kings behind him. Before departing, one of the martial kings shot Yi Chen a chilling glance. Their eyes filled with an icy malevolence, as if warning him that allying with the second or third prince while incurring the first prince's wrath would demand a heavy toll. Yi Chen shrugged nonchalantly. His expression unfazed, he harbored nothing but disdain for the first prince. Humph, speak so boldly, yet have the audacity to seek my magic. As the saying goes, a tempest must follow a storm. Misfortune follows arrogance. Yi Chen had no qualms about orchestrating some mischief for him. Fire magic. Let us see what is available. Basic fire magic. Blood of the fire god requires a blood sacrifice, consuming vast amounts of magical energy. Just wait until I turn the tables on you. Yi Chen perused the system shop, formulating a plan. He was still chuckling to himself when he noticed both the second prince and third prince bowing their heads in respect. Yi Chen felt somewhat bewildered. Their expression suggested they were in admiration of him. Chapter 32. Power and political strife. As soon as the first prince departed, the second and third princes burst into hearty laughter. They turned their gazes towards Yi Chen, repeatedly clasping their hands in salute. Brother Yi Chen, your boldness is truly remarkable. From childhood to adulthood, my brother and I have never dared to confront our elder brother head-on. Unexpectedly, you remain defiant in his presence. What awaits you in the future is likely to be his wrathful measures, remarked the third prince with a hint of schadenfreude. You are quite right, third brother. In the time to come, you must exercise caution. Our elder brother possesses a petty nature. Should you defy him, he will not let you off easily. the second prince cautioned. Yi Chen's face twitched slightly. Observing the demeanor of the two brothers, it appeared that even within the imperial court, one needed to unite in order to contend against the first prince, who seemed to wield immense power. As he himself stated, as long as one possesses the capital for arrogance and hubris, even reckless behavior poses no concern. The world of martial arts is indeed such. Yi Chen took a deep breath. Increasingly aware that his magical training needed to accelerate. Noticing Yi Chen's anxiety, the second prince clasped his hands behind his back and approached him, patting his shoulder. However, rest assured, by choosing to stand with us. My brother and I shall do everything in our power to protect you. As long as you remain within the Tianlan martial house, it will be difficult for him to threaten your life. Moreover, our elder brother is also coveting the secret arts you possess. He cannot afford to make a personal move against you. But do be wary of his subordinates. The second prince spoke with a serious demeanor. Handing each a list, this is a roster of our elder brother's known subordinates. Take a look. If you encounter them in the future, remember to exercise caution. Yi Chen accepted the list. The names included Murong family's young master, Murong Junjie, Dugu family's young master, Dugu Baiqiu, and from the carefree sword sect, Lang Shuedrin and Yin Hong. Yi Chen stroked his chin thoughtfully. Among them, Murong Junjie stood out distinctly. He recalled that a scoundrel from the Murong family had previously smashed his residence with a single strike. Is the Murong family powerful? Yi Chen inquired immediately. The Murong family? Among the 4 great families of the Dahu Empire, they rank at the very top. The second prince chuckled, then asked, What? Do you have a grudge against the Murong family? And no, Yi Chen stammered. The foremost of the 4 great families. How could I disturb them? However, I sincerely hope they do not give me a chance to take revenge. Yi Chen expressed his frustration. These offspring of nobles and dukes come from affluent backgrounds. Their families abundant in martial artists and martial kings. Provoking even one of them is akin to disturbing an entire hornet's nest. Unlike other time travelers, Yi Chen deeply understood, after 3 years without the system's support, how vulnerable an ordinary cultivator was before such colossal powers. While he may resent his powerlessness, he must endure, for life is but a single thread. Yi Chen, by nature prudent, was reluctant to take risks, especially with his magical prowess still in its infancy. Observing the relationship between the second and third princes, it seemed amicable. However, he could not overtly display hostility towards the first prince, merely nodding slightly before bidding farewell to the 2 princes. He hastened back to Damo Peak, as the resources in his possession urgently needed to be exchanged for gold coins. Yi Chen was eager to practice basic magic and elevate his status to that of a junior magician, so he could fully unleash the power of a one-time use intermediate magic talisman while ensuring his safety. Upon his departure, the second prince's expression immediately turned frigid, his demeanor as calm as still water. The third prince, however, remained carefree and natural. Second brother, what do you think of this lad? The third prince inquired with a placid tone. This boy possesses extraordinary fortune, concealing great opportunities within him. It is indeed rare for someone to maintain such a low profile and restraint. If he can be of use to us, he will undoubtedly become a trump card in the future. Even in the sacred land, he would likely not be inferior to those 2 from years past. The second prince replied with a shadowy gaze, his tone utterly devoid of emotion. Second brother holds this lad in high esteem. However, it is only natural. Being accepted as a named disciple by a legendary figure like Old Long speaks volumes of his exceptional nature. Fortunately, this lad has positioned himself against our elder brother. The third prince remarked with a grin. As the 2 conversed, the third prince did not forget to arrange his hairstyle, for he was the most handsome among the 3 princes. Indeed, thankfully, he stands opposed to our elder brother. Our elder brother will not tolerate him. Thus, we shall take advantage of the situation and deepen his animosity towards our elder brother. The second prince's face revealed a chilling smile, reminiscent of a snake revealing its fangs. The third prince, unfazed, noted the ambiguity in the second prince's attitude. It seemed that the second brother had indeed been cunning, having made alterations to the list beforehand. If matters unfolded as anticipated, Yi Chen would likely attribute all troubles to the elder brother. What a clever tactic, the third prince applauded, his admiration evident. The second prince appeared quite pleased, glancing at the martial king by his side before exiting the hall, leaving the third prince and his martial king protector behind. Your Highness, that lad possesses treasures that can threaten a martial king. The martial king elder cautioned with a grave expression. I am aware. Prepare some life-saving scrolls for him, and include those thunder crystals as well. Inform him that I will be waiting for him at Yushinj tonight. the third prince casually instructed, striding away from the Tianlan martial house. Upon hearing Yichin, the martial king elder couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. Your Highness, you truly are an extraordinary individual. While you may not grasp the intricacies of political maneuvering, you possess a clear understanding of each individual's greatest needs. In this manner, who could escape your enticements? The martial king elder expressed with admiration. In his hand, a key appeared, a key that governed the treasury of Qiangzhou. Having acquired the key, he was free to select resources from the treasury at will. In dealing with his subordinates, the third prince demonstrated a profound understanding of what the martial king needed most. As a result, the elder's strength surpassed that of the martial kings behind the first and second princes. Yichun returned to the secluded residence at Damo Peak. Bai Yushan's eyes sparkled as she eagerly ran to greet him. Big brother Yichun, you have finally returned. I have already mastered the fireball technique. Look, Bai Yushan exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. As soon as Yichun returned, she eagerly showcased her magical prowess. With a flick of her finger, she effortlessly conjured a fireball, the first, second, and even the 10th fireball followed in quick succession. To his astonishment, Bai Yushan wielded magic with such remarkable finesse. Bai Yushan. Traits: extremely strong fire attribute, extremely strong light attribute, magic level, apprentice magician LV3, magic attribute, fire element. Magic skill, fireball technique, mastered. Status: excited, joyful. Yichin was utterly astonished. It turned out that the highest level of proficiency in magic is mastered, not merely proficient. How did you achieve this? Yichun inquired, bewildered. By training continuously, practicing magic is quite arduous, but as one of the two inheritors of our school, I cannot afford to slack off, Bai Yushan declared, her small fist clenched resolutely. Her dedication surpassed all expectations. Impressive, my little Yushan. Yichun praised her with a thumbs up. Internally, he resolved to learn diligently from this young girl. After all, Bai Yushan's rate of magical recovery had already reached a level beyond his reach. Receiving Yichin's commendation, Bai Yushan beamed with satisfaction, her eyes narrowing into crescent shapes. Thank you, master. I believe I can attempt even more powerful magic. Bai Yushan's eyes sparkled as she tugged at her clothing hem, sweetly ingratiating herself to Yichun. Why Yichun examined the system space. Primary fire magic, blood of the fire god. The potency of this spell undoubtedly ranks among the foremost in the realm of beginner magic. However, it was a perilous spell that Yichin had prepared for the crown prince, fraught with a formidable backlash that would inflict harm upon the body should one fail in its cultivation. Yet, if mastered, it could serve as a trump card. Yichin found himself in a quandary. Bai Yushan, with her crystalline gaze, fixed her attention upon Yichin. Brother Yichin, are you feeling a bit troubled? She inquired, puzzled. Indeed, little Yushan, I possess a very powerful spell, yet it is also exceedingly dangerous, with the risk of heart backlash. Would you prefer to attempt this perilous magic or a more conservative fire-based spell? Yichin decided to cautiously probe Bai Yushan's sentiments. To his surprise, upon hearing of the spell's danger and might, an unusual gleam flickered in her eyes. She was instantly filled with excitement. I am drawn to this dangerous yet powerful magic. Brother Yichin need not worry about me. Little Yushan will surely be able to learn it, Bai Yushan confidently promised, patting her small chest. Yichin silently nodded, considering the resources at his disposal. He could exchange them for a substantial amount of gold. Should any mishaps arise, he could acquire healing magical potions to remedy any backlash injuries Bai Yushan might sustain. Primary fire magic, blood of the fire god. This spell transforms the power of blood into searing flames, using blood as a catalyst, and is deemed taboo by ordinary mages. It is exceedingly dangerous yet immensely powerful. The minimum magical cost, 700 points of magic power. Given Bai Yushan's current status as a level 3 apprentice mage with a magic power cap of 400 points, she lacked the ability to unleash it. Therefore, specific magic potions would need to be purchased to enhance Bai Yushan's magical capacity. In terms of magical talent, Bai Yushan far surpassed Yichun. The beginner magic that Yichun could not master, if entrusted to Bai Yushan first, could then be performed by her in this manner. Yichun might glean some insights and engage in mutual exchange, potentially grasping beginner magic by the time he reached the apprentice mage stage. After all, Bai Yushan's prodigious talent could elevate her apprentice magic practice to an extraordinary level. While Yichun could only attain a proficient standard, regardless of his efforts to enhance his magical skills. My talent is utterly pathetic, he lamented. Fortunately, the mage shop offered potions to enhance talent. Otherwise, with his qualifications, who knows when he would become a beginner mage? Yichun stroked his chin, contemplating that after exchanging his vast resources for gold, he must first find a way to elevate his own qualifications. The auxiliary magic potions in the shop are exorbitantly priced, often requiring hundreds of thousands of gold coins. The resources Chen had at hand, if placed in the outside world, would undoubtedly surpass imagination. However, being a mage is an expensive profession. The treasures imbued with the powers of heaven and earth are scattered throughout the vast territories of the Great Wu Empire, accumulated over countless years by various nobles and dukes. If Chen were to rely solely on his own efforts to plunder resources, who knows how long it would take to acquire them? Presently, Chen's situation was perilous, yet it also signified opportunity. Thus, he acknowledged by Yushan's aspirations. He nodded slightly, gazing at her as he said, "Very well. Since you are willing to try, I shall impart this spell to you. However, we must make some preparations first. Please wait for me here." Upon finishing his words, Chen entered the secret chamber alone. Yushan obediently nodded, filled with anticipation for the powerful yet dangerous spell that Chen had spoken of. Within the secret chamber, Chen opened all the spatial rings he had acquired. The treasures therein were displayed before him, including various radiant crystals of heaven and earth, fragrant materials, and gleaming weapons. The sight was truly dazzling. Each of these treasures was rare and precious. If traded, they could likely be worth billions of spirit stones. To Chen, they represented a vast fortune in gold. Open the mage shop. Begin the reclamation. He began tossing various treasures into the system space. Shortly thereafter, pleasant sounds rang in his ears. Reclamation successful. Gold 23346. Reclamation successful. Gold 56777. Reclamation successful. Gold 8000. Reclamation successful. Gold 34599. Reclamation successful. Gold 112000 for a full half hour. Chen exchanged this immense bounty for gold. Some treasures, while highly valuable, harbored too little of the powers of heaven and earth to be worth reclaiming directly into the system. Chen intended to take them to the outside world to exchange for treasures with greater heavenly power. He was meticulous in his calculations regarding gold resources. After tallying, the total gold in the shop reached 5,317,264 coins. Over 5 million gold coins. They must be put to good use. Chen rubbed his hands together excitedly. Opening the system shop and preparing to go shopping. No, it should be referred to as restocking. The mage shop was replete with a variety of magical items. He first examined the talent-enhancing potions. The most basic beginner talent enhancement potion cost 1 million gold coins. For an ordinary person, it could elevate one's talent to over 3 times the original, with a single bottle costing 1 million gold coins. Chen winced at the price. I suppose I'll buy one for now. Once the subsequent resources from my junior brothers arrive, I can purchase more? Chen thought to himself, adopting a better-than-nothing attitude, and bought a bottle, swallowing it immediately. Instantly, a flood of obscure information surged into his mind. In just a few breaths, Chen reflected on magic, gaining new insights into both fire control and ice control spells. Both spells advanced from proficiency to mastery. Seeing this change, Chen's expression twitched. Indeed, his talent was too weak, leaving him feeling utterly helpless. Fortunately, the items in the mage system shop were comprehensive, as long as he possessed sufficient resources to convert into gold and purchase talent-enhancing potions. He could infinitely elevate his talent. Once he attained a millionfold talent, even if his mage level was low, he would easily master high-quality magic. Next came the auxiliary potions for enhancing magic power limits. All magical potions were exorbitantly priced, akin to the alchemists of this world. Each elixir they concocted was of high value. Chen perused the shop, noting that the most basic apprentice magic power enhancement potion cost 200,000 gold coins per bottle. Its effect was minimal, only raising the magic power limit by 500 points, and was only applicable to apprentice mages. This magic power potion seemed rather exploitative. Chen grumbled in dissatisfaction. Fortunately, a 500-point increase in magic power was sufficient for Yushan. Chen purchased 5 bottles in one go. He swallowed 4 of them immediately. Congratulations, host. You have gained an additional 2,000 points of magic power, added to the original 800 points. Chen possessed 2,800 points of magic power at level 4 as an apprentice mage. He no longer had to worry about quickly depleting his magic power during battle after casting spells multiple times. Following that, he acquired the primary fire magic book, Blood of the Fire God, valued at 100,000 gold coins. Among beginner spells, its price was steep, but Chen purchased it swiftly, consuming a total of 1 million gold coins. It became evident that over 5 million gold coins were rather fleeting. The most pressing concern remained his mage level. Yi Chen checked the apprentice magic experience potion, priced at 100,000 gold coins per bottle. He promptly bought 10 bottles and swallowed them all. His magic level rapidly ascended from level 4 to level 5. Immediately, a series of jubilant notifications rang in his ears. Congratulations, host. Your mage level has risen from level 4 to level 5. All elemental affinity has increased, and your base magic power has risen to 1,600 points. Congratulations, host. You have received a level 4 growth package. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Ice Element Apprentice Magic, Ice Crystal Spear. Congratulations, host. You have received a one-time use primary magic talisman, Roar of Winter. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a medium magic potion, Embodiment of the Wind, permanently doubling your speed. The system presented an abundance of gifts. The mage's level ascended, bringing forth numerous advantages. Among these were magical tomes, enchanted gear, talismans, and exceedingly rare potions. Merely one vial of wind incarnation could fetch a staggering sum of several 100,000 gold coins. Indeed, leveling up proved to be a far more prudent choice. Another 10 vials, please. Chen, exhilarated by his fortune, eagerly purchased another 10 magical experience potions. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 10 apprentice mage experience potions, a total of 1,000,000 gold coins has been expended. After consuming yet another 10 potions, he felt no immediate change. What the? Chen stood frozen in place. It was futile. He lacked the experience to advance to level 6. With determination, he decided to go all in and purchase 10 more vials in a gamble for success. Once again, he bought 10 experience potions. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 10 apprentice mage experience potions, a total of 1,000,000 gold coins has been expended. The sound of coins depleting echoed like a wound in Chen's heart. The 10 experience potions appeared in his inventory, and he resolved to consume them all at once. I must level up. He gritted his teeth and declared. Swallowing the combined potions in one gulp, an overwhelming sensation of fullness enveloped him, as if he had feasted for 3 days. Moments later, the system's prompt sounded in his ears. Congratulations, host. Your apprentice mage level has risen from LV5 to LV6. With the enhancement of his mage level, a wealth of magical insight surged through his mind, granting him a newfound understanding of the blink spell. The blink magic now reached a level of mastery. With a mere thought, Chen could expend magical energy to teleport several kilometers away. The maximum distance he could now blink was sufficient for a swift escape. Fantastic! This distance allows me to cast intermediate magic talismans and flee. Chen nodded in satisfaction. The conditions for using the intermediate fire extinguish talisman in his hand were now far less stringent than before. Should he encounter the formidable martial king again, Chen would not resort to a low-profile approach. Moreover, with his apprentice mage level elevated once more, he received special rewards, a strong affinity for the ice element. Congratulations, host. You have received the LV5 growth package for apprentice mages. Congratulations, host. You have earned one chance to draw a lottery. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the primary magical tome of the wood element, 10,000 trees returning to origin. Astounded by the acquisition of a primary magical book, Chen eagerly examined its contents. 10,000 trees returning to origin. A primary wood element spell. It absorbs the power of wood elements and converts it into magical energy without any cost. A spell for recovering magical energy. This magic was indeed impressive. He could hardly wait to learn it. Without hesitation, Chen retrieved an ice spirit grass from his storage ring. 10,000 trees returning to origin. As his palm neared the ice spirit grass, it withered instantly, transforming into 100 points of magical energy for his use. Cooldown time, 60 seconds. It's simple enough. However, the cooldown is somewhat inconvenient. If only there were no cooldown. I could save on magical potions, Chen lamented. The new user guide promptly informed him. Magical auxiliary potions can permanently reduce magical cooldown times. Upon seeing this, Chen confirmed the existence of such potions. Though their exorbitant price left him unable to indulge further, within his inventory he still possessed 2 upgrade packages and 2 lottery chances. Open the LV4 growth package. Open the LV5 growth package. Activating both packages at once unleashed a surge of resources. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 100,000 gold coins. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Earth Element Apprentice Magic. Earth Escape Technique. Earth Escape Technique. Isn't that a ninja's signature move? Chen felt a twinge of surprise. He investigated the Earth Escape Technique and discovered its high difficulty level, failing several attempts to learn it. However, When paired with dark element magic, it could become a perfect ambush technique. Let us start the lottery. The spinning wheel commenced, and Chen decided to expend both of his lottery chances. The colors spinning included white, green, blue, red, and gold. Fixating on the gold, the pointer first landed on the blue section, which was not bad. What would the second draw yield? Soon, the pointer halted. White. Congratulations, host. You have received one apprentice magic value potion. A mere ordinary item that only increased magical value by 100 points. Damn, he exclaimed, spinning again. The pointer whirled once more. White, green, blue, white. Another white. Chen lost hope and prepared to close the lottery system. Since childhood, he had believed such lottery systems were mere tricks for amusement. However, in the next instant, the pointer trembled slightly, just crossing the white line and grazing into the gold area. Gold. The entire wheel transformed into gold. The highest tier reward? What the? Chen's eyes widened in astonishment, his face frozen in disbelief. Gold had arrived so unexpectedly. He held his breath, awaiting the system's reward. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the growth-type superlative magic, the blessing of the Chilean thunder god. A golden magical tome appeared within the system space. Chen eagerly opened it. Currently, the blessing of the Chilean thunder god was only at the apprentice level, but it was a growth-type magic. As Chen increased his proficiency, it could eventually transform into superlative magic. Superlative magic. My goodness, the hierarchy of magic includes apprentice, primary, intermediate, advanced, ultimate, superlative, and supreme. This was only second to supreme magic. How incredibly powerful it must be. Chen exclaimed in surprise, instantly abandoning any thoughts of delving deeper into the blood magic of the fire god. The blessing of the Chilean thunder god surpassed it by countless tiers. Chen's heart raced, pounding like a drum, excitement radiating from his face. Damn it. Chen, am no longer the same. I'm finally about to soar. He immersed himself in the study of this new magic. His resolve unwavering. Unbeknownst to him, a vivid image of the Chilean beast appeared on his wrist, radiant and lifelike, crackling. Bolts of divine thunder manifested upon his palm. Chen's mastery over the thunder element ascended instantaneously. This is my trump card. Not just martial artists, even martial masters would be no match for me. The sensation of increased power was exhilarating. Chen took a deep breath and mused aloud. Then, recalling Chen outside, he promptly exited the chamber. Apologies for the wait, Zio Chen. Chen grinned, his entire demeanor transformed. Chen stood in stunned silence, gazing at Chen in astonishment. Brother you. What happened to you? You look different. Did I become more handsome? Chen asked, his confidence shining through. Not just more handsome, you're an entirely different person. Chen's cheeks flushed slightly, her gaze fixated on Chen as she spoke softly. Ha ha ha, really? Let us explore our new magic together. You should try this potion first. Chen handed her a magical potion. Without hesitation, she consumed it, placing her trust entirely in him. Take a look at the blood of the fire god. Chen retrieved the magical tome. Although his talent could not match Chen's, he was eager to attempt learning it. Of course, he was more inclined to first engage with the blessing of the Chilean thunder god. So he stepped outside the hidden chamber to practice controlling lightning. Crackling sounds erupted. In an instant, an ordinary evening transformed into a stormy night. Is this the power of growth-type superlative magic? Chen marveled at his hands, finding it hard to believe. Even the strongest martial kings could hardly fathom the existence of someone capable of altering the very rules of nature at will. Only the old man sipping wine in Qingfeng town gazed toward Tianlan Martial Manor. What a remarkable young man. You harbor great secrets, Long Lao exclaimed in shock, and in the next instant, his figure vanished without a trace. Chapter 35. The Blessing of the Thunder God, the Blood of the Fire God. Chen immersed his consciousness in the emblem of the Chilean thunder god, discovering that this mark seemed to harbor a spirit of its own. The will of the divine beast Chilean was intertwining with his soul. This sensation of commanding lightning was far more pronounced than the special reward he received upon advancing to apprentice mage LV6, which granted him ice element affinity. It felt as if the very thunder and lightning of heaven and earth were bowing to Chen's will. A power so immense it defied imagination. Even those martial kings who could perceive the profundities of power, capable of manipulating the rules of their realm, could not compare. Once mastered, it would be capable of annihilating heaven and earth. Chen murmured. On a stormy night, thunder rumbled ominously, echoing through the skies. Torrential rain fell relentlessly. Chen felt as though he was amidst a desolate mountain, the azure lightning in his palm gradually illuminating the night sky. The pure essence of thunder only required a modicum of magical energy to cultivate an unparalleled force of destruction. although the blessing of the Qilan thunder god was still at the level of an apprentice mage. Chen was utterly convinced that its power surpassed that of the fire god's initial magic, the blood of the fire god. With a crack of thunder, a bolt of lightning shot forth. In the darkness, the streak of lightning painted a magnificent arc across the vast sky. Numerous cultivators hastily retreated into the halls of the martial mansion, their hearts filled with trepidation. Such close-range lightning was sufficient to instill fear in all cultivators below the martial king level. Chen continued to experiment, weaving the lightning into a net, transforming the Tianlan martial mansion into the domain of the Qilan thunder god. When his magical energy was depleted, he utilized the 10,000 trees restoration technique. If that proved insufficient, he would purchase apprentice magic potions from the shop. He aimed to master the blessing of the Qilan thunder god in the shortest possible time, for only then could he safeguard his life amidst the current chaotic circumstances. Crackling sounds of thunder echoed as Chen unleashed magic without regard for consumption, releasing a staggering 300 flashes of lightning before barely achieving proficiency, still merely at the apprentice level. The difficulty of mastering such magic to perfection remained a matter of exploration. Just as he was resting, Bai Yushan emerged from the pavilion. She was graceful in stature, her face veiled, her eyes gleaming with a golden flame hue. Upon seeing her, Chen instantly recognized that this young girl had learned something significant. Bai Yushan's innate physique exhibited a high affinity for fire elements, making the mastery of fire magic considerably easier for her. It appeared that she had likely grasped the essence of the blood of the fire god. Brother Chen, is this the powerful magic you have mastered? Bai Yushan gazed at the swirling thunder. Her astonishment evident, Chen nodded slightly. This devastating power of thunder signified that Chen was no longer the same as before. Remarkable. Wizards are truly extraordinary, Bai Yushan exclaimed, taking a deep breath in admiration. Then, shifting her tone, she continued, however, the magic Brother Chen bestowed upon me is even more formidable. Allow me to demonstrate the power of fire magic for you. With a mischievous smile, Bai Yushan fixed her fiery gaze upon Chen. In the next instant, flames erupted all around her, engulfing her form entirely. Yet, even the searing heat of countless flames did not diminish her in the slightest. This was a power on par with that of the Qilan thunder god. Although the intensity manifested differently, the quality was not significantly inferior. Fire god. Chen stared at the flames, momentarily entranced. Brother Chen, watch closely. Bai Yushan smiled playfully. As her hands intertwined, she summoned her blood, igniting the flames of her soul. Instantly, her internal magical energy of 700 points was completely expended. With a roar, the flames surged skyward, tearing through the lightning net. Thunder and fire intertwined, creating a series of celestial phenomena. The clash of these two elements of ultimate destruction caused cracks to appear in the very space above. Those unaware might have thought that two martial kings were engaged in a deadly duel. Little did they know that the cultivators unleashing this power were merely a peak martial apprentice and an early-stage martial artist. With a resounding boom, the blood of the fire god was fully manifested. Who would have thought that Bai Yushan could successfully cast an initial-level magic in one go? Moreover, she executed it with such ease. The blood summoned the power of the fire god, and flames spread like an ocean, mingling with the thunder across the vast night sky. Unlike the gift of the thunder god, the blood of the fire god required blood as a catalyst and consumed vast amounts of magical energy, generating an extraordinarily terrifying force. Presently, it was not far off from the blessing of the Qilan thunder god. Chen observed this spectacle, nodding in satisfaction. High talent indeed makes a difference. How is that? Brother Chen, Bai Yushan panted, perspiring profusely. The release of this magic had taken a toll on her. Just as Chen was preparing to praise her, Bai Yushan suddenly fainted. She began to lean back. But Chen caught her just in time. As her veil slipped away, Chen beheld Bai Yushan's exquisitely beautiful face once more, momentarily struck dumb. Light magic. Sunlight restoration. Chen hurriedly supported her into a secret chamber and activated sunlight restoration to heal her wounds. The sunlight illuminated Bai Yushan's lips, gradually washing away the bloodstains. She blinked awake, her vision still hazy. Brother Chen, how long have I been asleep? Bai Yushan asked, seemingly disoriented, as she held her head. Chen was taken aback. The power of the blood of the fire god, while formidable, carried side effects, which was not a trivial matter. Before long, this magic would harm your body. Unless absolutely necessary, you should refrain from using it. I will get you a more foundational magic book, Fire Magic, Crimson Flame Serpent. You should start by studying this spell. Chen spent 10,000 gold coins to purchase a new magic book for Bai Yushan. She gazed at him, Her eyes filled with gratitude, biting her lip, tears glistening in her eyes. Brother Chen, why are you so good to me? Since childhood, you are the only one who has played with me and bought me sweets. As we grew up, you are the only one who has been willing to train with me and teach me magic. Yushan's voice trembled slightly as she spoke gently. Did I? Chen scratched his nose, realizing he hadn't paid much attention to these things. 2 years ago, he had merely played with the little girl out of boredom. Now, it was simply a matter of circumstance. Yes, Brother Chen is the best to me. I will study this magic diligently. In the future, when I become strong, I will protect Brother Chen. Yushan declared resolutely, caressing the new magic book. Crimson Flame Serpent. Very well. The task of promoting the wizarding arts will rest upon your shoulders, little Yushan. Chen replied with a smile. Although Yushan had developed well, she was still under 15 years old. Her temperament not yet fully mature. However, hearing her words touched Chen's heart deeply. In his 3 years in this world, it was the first time someone had expressed a desire to protect him. In this perilous martial world, such a sentiment was exceedingly rare. Your backlash injuries have yet to fully heal. You should rest now. Chen assisted Yushan into her room. However, shortly after they left, a devastating force of destruction erupted from Chen's chamber. Both Chen and Yushan felt a tightening in their chests. There's an assassin. Brother Chen, be careful, Yushan exclaimed. Her eyes wide with shock. Chen furrowed his brows, a surge of anger igniting within him. A stormy night was indeed an opportune time for assassination. Chapter 36. The Power of Darkness, Poisoning the Martial Artist. Stay here and wait for me, Chen reassured Yushan, his figure flickering as he descended to the first floor. Before him stood 2 figures clad in black, arms crossed, scrutinizing him. Martial artist level. Spiritual energy formed a protective aura around them, a hallmark technique of martial artists. Chen's brow furrowed deeply. Are you two from the Crown Prince? He inquired cautiously. It seemed he had only offended the Crown Prince. However, if it were truly the Crown Prince, he would not go so far as to attempt to kill him. After all, the secret techniques were still in Chen's possession. No matter how arrogant the Crown Prince was, he would not simply eliminate Chen, whether it is so or not. What does it matter? The figure clad in black spoke mysteriously, channeling his inner energy as he prepared to strike at Chen once more. The bitter water nether palm shall send you to the underworld. In an instant, the shadowy figure lunged forward, transforming into a fleeting specter. His murderous intent was palpable, and this technique possessed lethality. Such swiftness. Chen's pupils constricted in surprise. Fortunately, he had mastered the spatial manipulation spell. Flicker. As the palm technique approached, Chen leaped, reappearing above the 2 figures in black. With a resounding crash, he struck the air, shattering the pillars of the hidden tower. What? The power of space. To think one could escape through spatial evasion, it seems today will prove difficult to eliminate you. The 2 figures in black widened their eyes in astonishment. The power of space is indeed enigmatic, and those gifted to wield it are exceedingly rare in this world. Unbeknownst to them, Chen controlled this force, rendering them powerless against him. It should not be the Grand Prince. Which faction do you belong to? Chen murmured, perplexed by the situation. As he spoke, a golden battle robe adorned him, and in his hand, he wielded a dark staff, the golden falcon set, the dark set. Regardless of who you are, those who dare to ambush me shall pay the price. Fully armed, Chen activated the effects of his dark staff. Darkness enveloped the surroundings. This night indeed presented a prime opportunity for action. Those who dared to approach under the cover of night would witness the formidable power of dark magic. A grin spread across Chen's face as his magical energy surged forth like a gushing spring. With his magical power now at 5,200 points, he was unperturbed by any expenditure. The elements of darkness swiftly enveloped the tower, casting it into a realm where not a single ray of light could penetrate. Even the senses of martial masters could not permeate the gloom. The 2 figures in black stumbled in a panic, completely disoriented as they lost track of each other's positions. Where are you? Oldly, one of them urgently inquired. I'm in the corner. This power feels strange. My spiritual energy seems to be suppressed, the other replied, his voice tinged with fear. Before he could finish, his voice vanished. It wasn't that he had perished on the spot, but rather that Chen, utilizing the arrival of darkness, devoured everything within the tower. Even sound could not escape. The 2 were ensnared within Chen's dark domain. Do you dare to ambush me? You are truly overestimating yourselves. First, I will strip you of your martial prowess, and then we shall have a proper discussion about life. Chen scoffed. Patterns began to emerge on his wrist as he donned his dark bracelets. With the enhancement of his magical power, even these novice magical weapons felt as light as a feather in his hands. Spectral hand. Slowly extending his palm, a ghostly hand materialized from the darkness, silently striking at the dantians of the two figures in black. Poof, poof. Both men spat blood, their cultivation inexplicably rendered null by Yi Chen's strike. They collapsed to the ground, their eyes devoid of life. Utterly terrified and bereft of hope, without their powers, even survival would be a fate worse than death. As the darkness receded, Yi Chen stood before them. I will ask you again, who sent you? He demanded. Brandishing his dark staff, his expression grew increasingly frigid. He had no intention of allowing these assassins to escape unscathed. The two figures struggled to lift their heads and cast a glance at Yi Chen. Their faces contorted in a grimace. If the mission fails, I never expected to live. One elder spat blood, preparing to bite his tongue in self-destruction. Hey, hey, hey. Do you think I am invisible just because you wish to commit suicide in front of me? Yi Chen retorted, kicking him. The black-clad man trembled in agony, his teeth shattering upon impact. Witnessing this, the other figure's eyes flickered with fear. Yi Chen was not at all what they had anticipated. He glanced at Yi Chen's profile and felt a surge of panic. This can't be right. How could this be the waste of a mere outer disciple from the Tianlan martial house? He is clearly a top-tier talent. Why would the martial house hide the truth and send us to assassinate him? How could we possibly succeed? The elder was utterly baffled. Why Yi Chen cast a sidelong glance at him. Green magical energy swirling in his hand. I advise you to speak willingly. I am inherently kind-hearted and do not wish to employ torture. But, should you choose to resist, I will have no choice but to grant you a swift end. With that, he infused the torturous magic into a goblet of wine and presented it to the elder, raising an eyebrow in silent command. The elder's eyes turned crimson, his teeth clenched tightly. It was evident he intended to die rather than yield. Why go to such lengths? I truly need to know which faction you belong to, so if you seek suffering, I can offer no alternative. I did advise you, but you ignored my good counsel. Leaving me with no choice. Yi Chen shrugged, pouring the poison wine down the elder's throat. Cough, cough. You think this poison means anything? You believe you can extract information from me? I am an old man of iron will. The elder declared defiantly, only to collapse to the ground in agony, veins bulging. The other black-clad figure watched in terror, his eyes wide in disbelief, as if witnessing an impossible event. The elder, having ingested the poison, curled into a ball, desperately attempting to end his own life, but to no avail. Observing the elder's nearly asphyxiated state, the other man stood frozen in place. Yi Chen shook the goblet of poison. Indeed, your tongue is quite stubborn. Oh, my apologies for the misunderstanding. After drinking this cup, you'll find it hard to speak. You are brothers, after all, sharing both fortune and adversity. Why not indulge a little? Yi Chen offered the poisoned wine to the other figure, who shook his head vigorously. Ugh, ugh, ugh. He frantically pointed at his mouth, his teeth shattered, unable to articulate clearly. What? You want me to pour it into your mouth? Very well, I am at your service. Yi Chen grinned, though this time his smile sent a chill down the spine of the black-clad man. Wu Fu, XX Wu Fu, the black-clad man stammered, retreating frantically while trying to articulate clearly, waving his hands in rejection. What Wu Fu? Yi Chen pressed. Tianqin Wu Fu, the black-clad man finally replied. Yi Chen nodded slightly, shaking the goblet of wine once more, casting a sidelong glance at him. Are you sure you don't want to take a sip? The black-clad man again waved his hand in refusal, taking advantage of Yi Chen's momentary distraction. He chose to end his own life. Yi Chen did not intervene. He relieved the other black-clad figure of his torment and, with a smile, inquired, So, have you come to a decision? The elder repeatedly uttered two words. Tianqin, Tianqin, Tianqin. Yi Chen was left utterly perplexed. Is it Tianqin or Tianqin? It should be Tianqin. This old man has been tortured to such an extent. His willpower should be insufficient to fabricate lies. So, this scoundrel has deceived me. Yi Chen frowned. The recently deceased black-clad man had attempted to frame the Tianqin martial house before his death, although it was likely the Tianqin martial house desired his demise as well. It was a pity that his current level of magic was insufficient, otherwise he would have dared to deceive him. I shall resurrect you, and ensure to torment you further, Yi Chen remarked. Meanwhile, the two figures in black pondered, recognizing that amidst the turmoil within the Tianlan martial house, both the Tianlan and Tianqin martial houses were embroiled in conflict, and they had already traced the situation to this very place. It was no longer safe here. They needed to devise a plan to seek a secure base for their cultivation. Before long, a new visitor arrived at the hidden tower, a martial king of the third prince's entourage. Esteemed Yi, the third prince requests your presence at the night song gathering, the martial king said, cupping his fists in greeting. The night song gathering? What is that? Bai Yushan asked, her eyes blinking with curiosity. The night song gathering is a place for singing under the night sky. Yi Chen coughed lightly, casting a glance at the martial king, who quickly attempted to gloss over the matter. Indeed, the night song gathering is a venue for nocturnal performances. The elder of the Wu King twitched his face and spoke. Bai Yushan then slowly nodded while Yi Chen surveyed the once grand hidden pavilion, now in a state of disrepair, and decided to send Bai Yushan away to the inner sanctum. Remaining here could result in an unfortunate misfortune at the hands of the two formidable martial houses, which would be a tremendous loss. Subsequently, the powerful Wu King took Yi Chen on a journey of 1,000 miles to the illustrious land of Qiongzhou. Renowned for its Night Xinga, Chapter 37, Night Xing Tavern, the prince's recruitment along the way, the Wu King, filled with curiosity, inquired of Yi Chen, given the dilapidated state of your hidden pavilion. It seems there has been a fierce battle. Yi Chen nodded slightly at the remark. The martial master ambushed me, which required some effort. Yet, how could they possibly succeed? Yi Chen replied with a smile. The elder Wu King cast a curious glance at Yi Chen. Were you able to discern which faction was behind it? He asked again. Why Yi Chen's eyes flickered as he casually replied, the Tianxin Martial House, although I do not know why they have targeted me. Their actions indicate that they stand in opposition to me. The Wu King appeared quite intrigued by him, prompting Yi Chen to cautiously probe his and the third prince's sentiments regarding the matter. I shall report this to His Highness the Third Prince. The Tianxin Martial House will not trouble you again, not even once, the powerful Wu King suddenly promised. The assertiveness of his declaration was beyond imagination, causing Yi Chen to take notice. Young man, you do not think that the esteemed Third Prince is incapable of handling such trivial matters, do you? The Wu King clarified, observing Yi Chen's astonishment. That would not be the case. Yi Chen hastily shook his head. However, he gained a newfound understanding of the Third Prince's influence. In the Great Wu Dynasty, their status was second only to the Emperor. In the land of Qiongzhou, the princes were akin to celestial beings. A mere stomp could cause the heavens to tremble and the earth to quake. Noticing the demeanor of the Third Prince's personal guards and the friendliness with which the Third Prince approached him, Yi Chen felt a sense of ease. Before long, Yi Chen delved deeper into the main city of Qiongzhou. Along the way, he observed that the buildings within the city grew increasingly opulent. Everywhere was ablaze with light, and the formations of countless families shimmered, with some powerful martial masters strolling gracefully through the sky. This was the very heart of Qiongzhou, a place countless cultivators yearned to reach, the Martial Dao Pavilion. The training square, the alchemist's guild, the blacksmith's guild, auctions, trading streets, and private martial academies all contributed to a flourishing world of martial arts. Yi Chen took a deep breath and remarked, entering here, I can finally glimpse a fragment of the cultivation world. The vast expanse of Qiongzhou, home to innumerable humans, had only a handful of places of prominence. Compared to the imperial capital, this was merely a speck of land. The elder Wu King chuckled as he noticed Yi Chen's astonished expression. Stroking his beard, Yi Chen felt a slight blush creeping to his cheeks. Goodness, does he take me for a country bumpkin? Alas, I shan't dwell on it. I shall visit the imperial capital sooner or later, he thought, pondering the true intentions of the Third Prince in bringing him here. As they strolled, Yi Chen accompanied the Wu King to the Night Xinga, the grand establishment, resplendent with lights and revelry. Resembled an imperial palace, exuding an aura of elegance. Colorful curtains fluttered atop the building, and the hues of the interior lighting were intoxicating. Is this a place of indulgence? Yi Chen queried, though he had suspected as much prior to arrival. Yet, upon witnessing it firsthand, he realized that his imagination had fallen short. Indeed, I wish you much enjoyment, young Master Yi Chen, along with His Highness the Prince, the elder Wu King said, his face turning slightly red as he personally escorted him. He soon departed from the Night Xinga, likely to avoid any potential complications in such a place. Donning his golden falcon attire, Yi Chen stood out among the throng of oily-faced cultivators. Young master, please follow me. A slender maid in a flowing gown beckoned, bowing graciously. Barefoot, she led Yi Chen up the staircase into the pavilion. The atmosphere within the palace enveloped him, leaving him somewhat dazed, his heart racing uncontrollably. My goodness, this is quite risky, he thought. A casual glance around the grand hall revealed a veritable garden of beauty. In a private booth, the Third Prince reclined elegantly, savoring fine wine. Welcome, he greeted upon Yi Chen's arrival. Yi Chen's gaze fell upon the stunning women dancing gracefully to the gentle music. Their beauty was exceptional, and their dance skills remarkable. Each movement was enough to stir one's heart. I have seen you. Your Highness, Yi Chen offered a courteous salute, The third prince waved dismissively. No need for formalities. If you do not mind, I would like you to become my retainer. A retainer is akin to a friend of the royal family, he said, raising his cup in invitation. Nearby, several maids hastily arranged a reclining chair for Chen, who sat down. The vastness of the space made him feel somewhat uneasy. Is this your first visit here? The third prince inquired, noticing Chen's hesitation. Indeed, it is my first, Chen replied with a slight nod, feeling a twinge of doubt. Could it be that the third prince intends to entice me with beauty? Is that not a challenge to my weakness? Haha, Chen, your current demeanor is quite different from before, the third prince remarked as he observed Chen's restraint, waving his hand. The numerous singing and dancing maidens withdrew, their expressions tinged with reluctance, leaving Chen shivering slightly. After all, for women of their stature, any connection with a prince could elevate them to the status of a favored consort, a path to rapid advancement. Ah, this is amusing, the third prince chuckled. I have been favored by elder long, yet I find it difficult to navigate such lavish indulgence. My previous arrogance was merely a day of helplessness, Chen said with a shake of his head, offering an awkward smile. Remaining in this place left him feeling dizzy and disoriented. The third prince nodded slightly. It is evident that you are not a haughty aristocrat. However, having become Elder Long's named disciple, your identity now represents more than just yourself. With the Tianxian martial house targeting you, what are your plans? The third prince suddenly inquired, taking a sip of wine while regarding Chen with keen interest. Chen furrowed his brow in surprise. The third prince's demeanor sparked a revelation within him. Perhaps this was the true nature of a prince. Haha, do you have no plans at all? If not, how about I step in on your behalf? The third prince suggested, swirling his wine glass and signaling to Chen. Chen regarded the third prince with curiosity. This fellow appeared unrestrained and carefree, as if handling the formidable Tianxian martial house would be a trivial matter. What does the third prince propose to do on my behalf? Chen inquired, intrigued. Simply give me your consent. Tonight, the Tianxian martial house will be engulfed in chaos, blood flowing like rivers, while you remain here, sipping wine and enjoying the company of beauties. This is the advantage of allying with me. I appreciate candor. Whatever you desire, I can provide, the third prince declared. Straightforwardly. He clapped his hands, and within the pavilion, dozens of breathtakingly beautiful women approached, their eyes sparkling with allure. They were exquisitely adorned and gracefully strode towards Chen, bowing in greeting, their delicate appearances utterly captivating. A wave of intoxicating fragrance filled the air, leaving Chen even more dazed. Noticing the change in Chen's demeanor, the third prince continued, a palace, vast territories, a title of count, and countless women and resources. From this day forth, you, Chen, shall be my esteemed retainer. Do you accept? The third prince boldly extended his offer, aiming to leverage his status and resources to win Chen over. Such a generous gift was nearly impossible to refuse. And even Chen felt a fleeting temptation. However, he ultimately chose to decline. Thank you for your kindness, your highness. I must confess, I do enjoy a good bargain, but I cannot accept such a grand gift. If you hold me in regard, I would be honored to be your friend, but the title of retainer is one I shall forego. Chen shook his head with great difficulty, declining the third prince's proposition. After he spoke, silence enveloped the attic. Numerous maidens of the night song knelt in unison, bracing for the wrath of the third prince. Surprisingly, he did not erupt in anger. Instead, he smiled faintly and remarked, "If you dare to refuse me, you possess some interesting qualities. You dislike being beneath others, which is commendable. I have a friend who shares your pride, claiming that none in the Great Wu dynasty are worthy of her. Would you care to wager with me?" The third prince cast a sidelong glance at Chen, a smile gracing his features. A wager? That depends on the benefits. Chen rubbed his chin, having discerned the third prince's intentions. The prince feigned mystery, clasping his hands behind his back. In the martial realm, it has always been the case that the strong possess unyielding spirit. My friend is no ordinary individual. I consider myself unworthy to contend with her. If you can best her, I will acknowledge you as my friend and cease my pursuit of you, avenging the grievances you hold against the Tianxian Wufu. However, should you lose, you must bow before me. Relinquish that haughty heart, and become my retainer. Do you dare? The third prince taunted Chen. Chen gazed at the thunderous mark on his wrist. After some contemplation, he looked back at the third prince. My pride is invaluable. If you wish for me to join you, you must add a piece of origin-level thunder crystal to the wager. Only then will I accept your challenge, Chen declared with spirited confidence. Given his current prowess bestowed by the Chilean thunder god, along with his formidable equipment, He felt he could face even peak martial masters with considerable odds in his favor. Very well. Should you emerge victorious, I shall scour the Great Wu dynasty to find you a crystal infused with the essence of thunder. The third prince nodded decisively. He gestured with his hand. Follow me. Chen trailed closely behind. Chapter 38. The Blood-Eyed Maiden, chief prodigy in the main city of Changzhou. The vast underground fighting arena was swiftly cleared. Only the third prince and his close guards, powerful martial kings, remained to observe the duel. Upon the arena, a tall woman clad in a flowing red gown approached with graceful steps. She scrutinized Chen, and upon noticing his ninth-layer martial apprentice Cultivation, a flicker of disdain crossed her eyes. Their gazes locked, and Chen felt a surge of astonishment. This woman possessed blood-red pupils, adorned with a crimson maple leaf mark on her brow. Her countenance was chillingly beautiful, exuding an aura of danger. Her cultivation had reached the late stage of martial master, surpassing even that of the third prince, and she appeared to be only slightly older than Chen in the Great Wu dynasty. She was a paragon among prodigies. The sheer intensity of her presence was enough to deter ordinary martial masters from approaching. Standing before Chen, the blood-eyed maiden exuded an invisible pressure that made it difficult for him to breathe. Reluctantly, Chen activated the effect of the Golden Falcon set, Golden Body Protection. His form transformed into that of Arhut, barely enabling him to withstand her overwhelming aura. Seeing Chen's predicament, the blood-eyed maiden shook her head repeatedly and turned her gaze toward the third prince. Is this the individual you three brothers wish to recruit? A mere insect? Utterly feeble. If I cannot even withstand my presence, how can he hope to fight? Should I kill him, it would likely bring trouble to the Ming Wang Hall. Her expression was grave, her voice cold as I see. Chen's lips twitched upon hearing her words. He could discern her utter contempt for him. Yet, this opponent was indeed beyond Chen's expectations. He opened his system panel to inspect her attributes. Ming Lu Luo. Magic level. None. Traits. High affinity for the 5 basic elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Extremely high affinity for wind, light, dark, and magic elements. Status. Angry. Upon seeing the panel, Chen was left dumbfounded. What the hell? This is ruthless. Her affinity for nearly all elements was indicative of a staggering level of talent. It was a pity she had not pursued the path of a mage, especially her affinity for the magic element, which had reached an extraordinary level. Chen had never encountered anyone with such supreme elemental affinity. If she were to become a mage, the world would surely gain a new demigod. If only he could cultivate her as a junior sister. But first, he must defeat her. This woman was exceedingly proud and somewhat dismissive. Today, he would have to teach her a lesson. Chen furrowed his brow, his fighting spirit gradually igniting. Sensing the shift in energy, the blood-eyed maiden glanced sideways. You wish to battle me? Very well. Sign this death agreement. It will save your master the trouble of seeking revenge from the Ming Wang Hall should you perish. She tossed a document toward Chen. Chen's gaze narrowed. In that instant, he felt the murderous intent emanating from Ming Lu Luo. She sought a life or death battle. Are you certain? Chen inquired, his tone tinged with warning. Certain, Ming Lu Luo replied, her demeanor dominating that a life or death battle is not merely words. All right. Chen signed the document. The life and death agreement was established. Surrounding formations activated, enveloping the two combatants. This time, not even the martial king guards beside the third prince could intervene. He couldn't help but question the third prince. Your Highness, both of them hold great potential for us. Are we truly allowing them to fight to the death? The third prince smiled faintly. If Chen perishes, he is not worthy of our grand fortune. Should Ming die, it would prove that Chen's value surpasses that of the entire Ming Wang Hall. Let them fight. I wish to see who among Chen and our Great Wu's chief prodigy is truly superior. A glint of fierce determination flickered in the third prince's eyes, a ferocity that made even the martial king guards feel a chill. It had been a long time since they had seen the third prince in such a state, and they anxiously turned their gazes to the arena. Chen's figure had already flickered to the edge of the fighting platform. He activated the effect of the Dark Assault set. Darkness descends. With 5,200 points of magic power at his disposal, Chen faced such a formidable opponent without concern for consumption. The moment he made his move, he expended 1,000 points of magic power to create the realm of Darkness Descends. Within the enclosed fighting arena, this represented his greatest advantage. The dark energy swiftly enveloped the entire arena, plunging it into a void where one could scarcely see their hand before their face. Chen could perceive Ming Lu Luo's position. Yet she was entirely unable to sense his presence. As time elapsed, the dark energy began to consume everything, including the spiritual energy within the formation. If the spiritual energy were to be devoured by the darkness, Ming Lu Luo would lose her combat capabilities, unable even to execute her martial techniques. Sensing this strange power, a rare look of seriousness crossed Ming Lu Luo's cold visage. Spatial power. A strange dark secret technique. Is this your trump card? She inquired, her tone laced with concealed pride. Chen scoffed. Who do you look down upon? Is this truly considered a trump card? If I were to reveal my trump card, you would already be a corpse. In response to Ming Lu Luo's arrogant demeanor, Chen resolved to strike back. Although he disliked drawing attention to himself, he could not abide anyone being excessively arrogant in his presence. With a crack, Ming Lu Luo clenched her fists, her anger flaring. Earth-level martial technique, Fallen Sky Annihilation Fist. Without granting Chen any time to prepare, she unleashed a devastating blow. This punch seemed capable of swallowing everything. In an instant, it absorbed both the dark energy and spiritual energy, unleashing a force that annihilated all. Boom! The destructive force of the punch sent Chen reeling to the edge of the formation. The protective formation of the fighting arena, capable of withstanding assaults from martial kings, trembled violently. Chen's lips parted, blood spilling forth. This punch had shattered the breastplate of his golden falcon set. Had he not activated the golden body protection in advance, he would likely have become a lifeless corpse. With only the cultivation of a martial apprentice, his physical body was too frail that I must elevate my cultivation appropriately to ensure my body is robust enough. Chen spat out a mouthful of blood, realizing that his low cultivation level had cost him dearly. Ming Lu Luo, noticing that Chen had not perished, felt a twinge of surprise. However, upon seeing the pile of fallen golden falcon breastplates, a faint smile crept onto her lips. It was merely of the earth tier level. Yet, that was all there was to it. Ming Lu Luo spoke. She launched another attack, earth tier martial technique, destruction of the golden Xian finger. A golden finger materialized out of thin air, darting straight towards Chen's heart with astonishing speed. This golden finger was particularly ferocious, imbued with a fierce intent to kill, aiming to eliminate Chen in an instant. Leaving no chance for struggle. Chen's pupils widened in shock as he instinctively activated his flickering magic, leaping to another corner of the formation. Damn it. Does the earth tier martial technique not require preparation? Chen was drenched in cold sweat from the speed of Ming Lu Luo's strike. For an ordinary person, even a martial king would need to deliberate carefully before releasing an earth tier martial technique. Yet, in Ming Lu Luo's hands, it felt as effortless as plucking a flower. Filthy mouth. Die! Ming Lu Luo exclaimed in fury. Another crimson gold finger shot forth, and Chen once again flickered away to evade, after dodging twice. Ming Lu Luo seemed rather irritated. She finally began to gather her strength. However, the entire space became exceedingly unstable. Chapter 39. Cultivation Suppression. Ice and fire intertwined. Chen was profoundly shaken by this sudden change. The immense martial technique that Ming Lu Luo was brewing, poised to unleash, promised terrifying power. Moreover, the fluctuations of spiritual energy radiating from her enveloped the entire battlefield. Once unleashed, it could obliterate everything. Chen's feet trembled uneasily beneath him. His expression turned grave, and his obscure gaze fell upon the blood-eyed girl, Ming Lu Luo, as his heart raced. Dark Assault Bracelet. Dark Element Apprentice Magic. Shadow Blade. Chen's wrist spun, summoning a dark magical halo. The Shadow Blade surged forth, striking with a speed that was almost imperceptible. This dark element ambush magic was executed in an instant, catching one completely off guard. Though its power was not substantial, the cunning angle of the attack forced Ming Lu Luo to halt the formidable martial technique she was preparing. With a fierce glint in her eyes, she aimed to seize the Shadow Blade. Swish! The Shadow Blade transformed into a dark mist, dissipating into the air. This was an intangible spell, lacking physical form. Ming Lu Luo's eyes widened in surprise as she cast a deep glance at Chen before continuing to channel the vast spiritual energy within her. Previously expending 1,000 points of magical power to conjure the descent of darkness, she had somehow devoured it entirely. The enormity of this devouring power made Chen ponder with growing dread. Ming Lu Luo's martial talent was utterly beyond his comprehension. Now, he found himself in a predicament that Chen also exerted himself fully, refusing to show the slightest sign of negligence. The dark assault staff materialized in his hand, and the power of the ambush descended once more. The dark magical energy coalesced along the intricate magical patterns into a gigantic ghostly hand, Apprentice Magic, Hand of Ghostly Extermination, the Ghostly Hand. Mastery reached an extraordinary level. Chen aimed to crush the formidable blood energy field that Ming Luluo had conjured. Otherwise, should she unleash her power, the consequences would be dire. Even if Chen utilized flickering magic to evade to the edge of the formation, he would still be unable to escape the fallout. At that point, without the protective effect of the Golden Falcon suit, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to preserve his life on the battlefield. The only viable strategy was to confront Ming Luluo head-on. He must preempt her, seize the initiative, and never allow her to unleash that move, overestimating oneself. As the ominous ghostly hand approached, Ming Luluo dismissed it with disdain. Summoning her devouring blood energy with a wave of her hand, the overwhelming force surged like a tempest, howling towards Chen, colliding head-on with his ghostly hand. With a resounding boom, Chen's ghostly hand disintegrated in an instant. Countless blood streaks appeared on his palm. It felt as if his ghostly hand had collided with the towering Mount Tai, utterly unable to shake it. This power was simply on another level. Even the amplification brought by the ghostly hand was negligible in comparison. Chen's gaze sharpened, and he gritted his teeth. The female cultivator before him possessed an inner reservoir of spiritual energy as deep as the ocean, and as mighty as a mountain, far beyond his reach. Despite her cultivation level being at the late stage of martial master, she should not possess such overwhelming spiritual energy. This only served to prove that Ming Luluo had an inherently powerful physique and exceptional innate talent. The Hand of Ghostly Extermination could only serve as a temporary distraction, unable to halt Ming Luluo's accumulation of a lethal strike. Boom! With a resounding sound, Ming Luluo's cultivation aura soared, rendering the surrounding space exceedingly unstable. She ascended from the late stage of martial master to the pinnacle of martial master in an instant. Gradually, a red glow ignited around her, and the blood-red spiritual energy transformed her eyes into something increasingly sinister. Chen could sense an extremely dangerous aura enveloping his form. A shiver coursed through him. A chilling sensation gripped his spine. The dark realm had been entirely claimed by Ming Luluo. The bizarre spiritual energy emanating from her encircled Chen, leaving him no avenue for retreat. Chen's lips trembled slightly as he cast a troubled glance at Ming Luluo. The absolute disparity in their cultivation levels rendered him nearly powerless to resist. The third prince's chosen one was indeed extraordinary. Yet, for her cultivation to exceed his by 2 entire stages was simply unreasonable. Fine, if you are merciless, then I shall be unprincipled, since you wish to crush me with overwhelming power. Is it too much to poison you a little? Chen gritted his teeth, speaking with a sinister tone. Gathering a pale green magical energy in his palm, he directed it towards Ming Luluo. Poison Element Apprentice Magic. Torturous Agony. Chen unleashed it beyond his capacity that a substantial dosage of toxic elemental magic quietly descended upon Ming Luluo. The latter remained oblivious to the poison magic, her expression cold as she stared at Chen, stating indifferently, I give you one last chance. Show me your trump card. Let me see what a named disciple of Dragon Old, trained for a century, is capable of. The chilling voice reverberated in his ears, causing his eardrums to tremble. A faint smile appeared on Chen's lips as he subtly snapped his fingers. Instantly, Ming Luluo's body trembled violently, her aura waning. The powerful martial technique she was preparing was seemingly forced to a halt. A trickle of green blood escaped from the corner of Ming Luluo's mouth as her internal organs roiled violently. For a full 3 breaths, within the dueling arena, Ming Luluo found herself in a state of suffocation. System status: poisoned. However, unlike ordinary individuals, Ming Luluo did not suffer excruciating torment from the poison magic. On the contrary, the pain only intensified her fury, and her murderous intent escalated. Solidifying into something tangible, the blood-red pupils of her eyes began to radiate a dazzling light in the shape of a lotus flower. A tempest of annihilating spiritual energy swept in all directions. Chen was forcefully hurled away. The bizarre spiritual energy struck him with such force that he could barely open his eyes. What the hell? Is she really that fierce? Chen quivered in shock. System status: enraged. The poison state had been lifted if nothing went awry. Ming Luluo had completely gone berserk. Her current power was entirely out of control. Her cultivation aura surged beyond the pinnacle of martial master, nearing that of a slightly weaker martial king. Chen's lips twitched. The dosage he had administered was indeed excessive. It had driven Ming Luluo to the peak of her fury. With the torment lifted, Ming Luluo advanced towards Chen, her blood-red spiritual energy burning like invisible flames. incinerating everything around her, transforming the entire battlefield into her domain. Yi Chen found it nearly impossible to summon his magical power. Under the absolute suppression, he felt utterly helpless. At this moment, Ming Luluo descended upon him like an avenging spirit, looking down upon him with fury as she growled, "You dare to poison me, you shameless scoundrel. How dare you toy with such filthy tricks in front of me, Ming Luluo? How could Dragon Old deign to take you as a disciple?" Ming Luluo's words were laced with insult, piercing Yu Chen's ears. He furrowed his brow in response. The magical power within him surged forth as he faced Ming Luluo head-on. "Am I shameless? You, a pinnacle martial master, attacking me, a pinnacle martial apprentice, is not shameless. Moreover, we are engaged in a life-and-death battle. Must there be rules against using poison?" Yi Chen retorted repeatedly, his anger flaring at the thought of Ming Luluo's haughty demeanor. "Moreover, this is my exclusive secret technique. What do you mean by dirty tricks? The fact that Long Lao can take me as his disciple clearly indicates my considerable talent and formidable strength. From your tone, it seems you enjoy showcasing your prowess, do you? Very well. Today I shall enlighten you on the reality that there are always greater beings beyond oneself." Yi Chen's imposing presence was unmistakable as he gritted his teeth, resolving to no longer conceal his abilities. The magical energy within him surged forth as he simultaneously wielded both fire and ice manipulation techniques. Fire magic, blazing flame pillar. Ice magic, 1,000 miles of ice. The advanced dual application of fire and ice magic collided with magnificent force. The flames and frost roared forth from either side, creating an explosive energy that was a testament to Yi Chen's extraordinary mastery. Water and fire, vowing to remain incompatible, clashed violently, generating a tremendous explosion at the very center where Ming Luluo stood. Yi Chen aimed to make her understand that magical power is not something she could tarnish or belittle. As the fire and ice collided, they released a cacophony of crackling sounds, and the space around them shattered layer by layer. The opposing forces of nature were powerful enough to obliterate the very rules of that space. Such might was beyond the capacity of an ordinary individual to withstand. Without the cultivation of a martial king, one could not alter the rules and thus could not endure the onslaught. Surrounding Ming Luluo was a layer of crimson spiritual barrier, a manifestation of spiritual energy, although she had reached a remarkably high level as a martial master. Being in the late stage of that realm, she had yet to attain its pinnacle. Nevertheless, her combat prowess far surpassed that of ordinary peak martial masters. However, beneath the martial king, everyone else was but an ant. Even so, she found herself utterly powerless against Yu Chen's intertwining flames and frost. The exterior crimson barrier shattered violently. Ming Luluo spat out a mouthful of blood, her breath turning erratic. If she allowed the forces to continue colliding, she would soon fall on the competition stage. Chapter 40. The Kirin Thunder God. The Ming King emerges. "Oh no, Your Highness, Ming Shenyang is in grave danger," exclaimed a martial king watching from the sidelines. The third prince furrowed his brow, taken aback by the overwhelming strength of Yi Chen's unleashed fire and ice. The collision of ice and fire created a fragmented space, sharp as blades, posing a lethal threat to Ming Luluo. Currently, she was completely restrained by Yi Chen, unable to move within the broken space. In contrast, Yi Chen maneuvered through the shattered domain using teleportation magic, deftly evading the spatial blade's attacks. Even the powerful formation capable of withstanding assaults from a martial king was beginning to show cracks. Suddenly, another surge of potent blood energy erupted from within Ming Luluo. Before Yi Chen's eyes, her willpower ignited, and blood elements swirled around her. The bloodline power of the Ming King. It is a sight to behold once more. The third prince's brow relaxed slightly, a smile gracing his face. The bloodline power belonging to the Ming King, a legacy of the peak martial king, was now displayed by Ming Luluo, a peak technique of a noble under the great martial empire. Ming King's bloodline. Weeping blood skeleton. To compel me to use my bloodline power. You are indeed a worthy opponent, Ming Luluo declared, commanding a blood-colored skeleton as she slowly approached Yi Chen. He took a step back, scrutinizing the eerie skeleton before him. The aura it emanated was dangerously ominous. Undoubtedly the reason behind her profound affinity for magical elements. It seemed he would indeed need to reveal his trump card to triumph. Yi Chen sighed. On his wrist appeared the mark of the Kirin Thunder God, a radiance of thunder erupting instantaneously. With a thunderous crack, a network of lightning enveloped the entire space, its azure brilliance shining fiercely within the formation. Even the weeping blood skeleton was forced to retreat. The gift of the Kirin Thunder God. Let us test the power of the thunder god. Yi Chen slowly extended a finger, and the lightning transformed into a bolt, shooting forth in an instant. With a sizzling sound, an arc of 100,000 volts struck the blood-colored skeleton, sending it flying. Ming Lu Luo's arm was ensnared by a lightning eel, trembling uncontrollably. Detached from the weeping blood skeleton, she dropped to one knee, her heart shaken to its core. This bolt of lightning had rendered her proud bloodline power utterly defenseless. That was the renowned technique of the Ming kings, a legacy of bloodline prowess that once bore an invincible title. Even having cultivated it to great perfection, she was still no match for Yi Chen, unable to withstand even a single blow. Ming Lu Luo raised her brow to gaze at Yi Chen, her mind racing with thoughts. She had never envisioned herself losing. This thunderous power could annihilate me. What hidden strength does he possess? Is this truly Long Lao's named disciple? Ming Lu Luo fell into silence, particularly at the thought of losing to Yi Chen, a mere practitioner at the 9th level of martial apprentice. The disparity in cultivation was vast, spanning 2 major tiers. How could she possibly concede? Yi Chen commanded the thunder, utterly extinguishing the overwhelming blood energy. Under the absolute high-level power of the Kirin thunder god, not even the natural elemental force of a martial king could contend, let alone that of a mere first-tier martial master. You are formidable. It would be a pity to kill you. Instead, how about this? Acknowledge me as your elder brother, and I shall help you unlock your potential and teach you the appropriate secret techniques. What do you say? Yi Chen proposed. Ming Lu Luo's brow instantly furrowed. His words were exceedingly grating to her ears. Her pride simply would not allow such an affront. Yet, upon observing Yi Chen's relaxed posture with his hands behind his back, she hesitated for a fleeting moment. Impossible. Ming Lu Luo snapped back to her senses, resolutely rejecting his offer. Her eyes betrayed a fierce determination to never submit, perceiving Yi Chen's proposal as an insult. Yi Chen waved his hands dismissively. Do not be so quick to reject. This secret technique will reveal to you what the right choice truly is. That I await your good news. That he grinned widely. Having purchased the low-level blood magic spell, Blood Magic, Novice, from the system store, even at the novice level, it cost him a staggering 30,000 gold coins, an exorbitant sum. Yet, Ming Lu Luo's talent warranted such an investment. Furthermore, to earn her acknowledgement, he had to make sacrifices. Otherwise, given her level of talent, it would be exceedingly difficult for her to recognize Yi Chen's capabilities. Ming Lu Luo received Yi Chen's mental transmission, about to retort but suddenly fell silent, remaining motionless as thoughts swirled in her mind. I and the audience, the third prince and the martial king, were left utterly astounded. The third prince, in particular, could hardly believe that someone as proud as Ming Shenyang could be swayed by Yi Chen. It seems I was being narrow-minded, he mused, smiling at the martial king beside him. The martial king took a deep breath. This Yi Chen is indeed an extraordinary individual. Your Highness, we must spare no effort to cultivate a good relationship with him. The position of crown prince is within reach. The martial king's tone was grave as he spoke. The third prince's eyes sparkled with interest. Of course, you should send someone immediately to obliterate the Tianshan martial house, demonstrating our sincerity. Also, expedite the acquisition of the Thunder Source crystal, and arrange for me to meet with father in the coming days. The third prince's gaze turned contemplative. You wish to see his majesty? The martial king inquired, puzzled. The third prince cast a sidelong glance at Yi Chen, a slight smile playing on his lips. I seek my father's blessing for marriage. The martial king nodded solemnly before vanishing from sight. Before long, another powerful martial king aura descended, shattering the formation and gracefully landing. Yi Chen's brow furrowed as he retreated repeatedly, clutching an intermediate magic talisman. Ember Annihilation. Are you all right? The martial king asked Ming Lu Luo, his voice laced with concern. I'm fine. Ming Lu Luo replied with difficulty, struggling to rise. I must take my leave. She departed directly, her silhouette exuding an air of profound disappointment. The imposing, dignified middle-aged martial king did not follow her, but simply watched as she walked away. The third prince approached with a smile, respectfully clasping his fists. Greetings, Uncle Ming. How have you been, Chen Xing? Ming Wang inquired politely. I am well. That I had not anticipated that my presence would stir such a reaction from you. The third prince chuckled awkwardly. However, the expression of the middle-aged martial king appeared somewhat grave. After gazing at the third prince for a considerable time, he finally spoke in a measured tone. This is a singular occurrence. Do not let it happen again. He then turned his gaze toward Yi Chen. Yi Chen, use that move which enabled you to defeat my daughter against me. The martial king, a formidable figure, unexpectedly invited Chen to engage. The third prince glanced at Chen repeatedly. Do not be concerned. Feel free to unleash your full strength. Uncle Ming will not demean himself to bully you, he reassured. Only then did Chen nod in understanding. The blessing of the Qilin thunder god manifested, and an electric arc of 100,000 volts surged forth in an instant. This time, Chen exerted 80% of his power. Boom! The thunder struck him directly. Yet it barely stirred even a speck of dust. The Ming King stood firm as a mountain. Impressive. Even without exerting his full strength, he is already this formidable. Chen Xing, boldly pursue your intentions. I, as the king, shall support you. Upon finishing, the Ming King vanished in the blink of an eye. Thank you, Uncle Ming. The third prince respectfully clasped his fists in farewell. Chen was somewhat perplexed by the Ming King's intentions. However, the third prince patted his shoulder. You have triumphed. Henceforth, you shall be a friend of my Wu Chen Xing. This palace is yours. Moreover, the maidservants of Yixinggu will deliver you to your residence. As for cultivation resources, you surely do not lack those. Master Zhao has already inscribed a 4th-grade cultivation formation. You may practice there with peace of mind. The third prince calculated and spoke in quick succession. Chen cast him a bewildered glance. Your Highness, according to our wager, you cannot recruit me. Surely, you wouldn't wish to act dishonorably? Chen furrowed his brow, taking a step back. Act dishonorably. Am I the type to act dishonorably? We have made a pact. From this moment forth, you shall refer to me as your friend. Do not call me the third prince. Simply call me Chen Xing. As friends, you must accept these gifts. Otherwise, it would be seen as a slight against me that I do not require any return gifts. The third prince articulated his points with conviction, but Chen felt a twitch of discomfort. This was akin to a veiled recruitment. Fortunately, in name, Chen was not one of his faction. I shall take my leave. You may return to Yixinggu to enjoy yourself. Utilize the teleportation array back to the Wu residence. Revisit the palace. The choice is yours. As the third prince spoke, he crushed the teleportation talisman and departed. Chen stroked his chin. The royal palace indeed seemed a splendid place for cultivation. Let us go take a look. Chen produced a key inscribed with the emblem of the Great Wu dynasty, a royal treasure. This was a mobile teleportation artifact. As long as he remained within the borders of Qiangzhou, Chen could teleport to the palace at any time. Chapter 41. The Royal Palace. The Count's residence in a flash. Chen activated the vortex door with the key and was teleported to the Royal Palace. Upon entry, he was greeted by a vast, palace-like courtyard, brightly illuminated within. The red walls and golden roofs exuded an air of unparalleled nobility. As he ventured deeper into the palace, the formation shimmered. Inside, the sounds of numerous women's laughter resonated. Gathered together to enjoy a banquet. I never imagined that one day, my sisters and I would step into the royal palace. What a myriad of circumstances life presents. Indeed, I have heard that Count Yi is aligned with the third prince. The current Great Wu dynasty is governed by the third prince, who controls the wealth of the realm. We must strive to curry favor with him for the benefit of our families. Sister Yu is correct. Women like us are born to contribute to our families. Each of us must seize this opportunity. Whoever can secure a place by Count Yu's side may very well ascend to greatness. Chen heard their chatter and felt a twitch of discomfort. He walked directly forward. These women hailed from Yixinggu. Given Yixingji's standing in Qiangzhou, they all belonged to prominent families. Newly emerged from their respective households, the third prince had undoubtedly handpicked them for Chen. Upon his arrival, the women bowed in unison. Welcome, Count Yi. Count, when did I become a count? Chen inquired, bewildered. Among the women, a mature and graceful lady in a flowing gown approached. In her hand was the Count's decree of the Great Wu dynasty. The blue contract with golden patterns bore the royal seal, inscribing Chen's name. Count Yi. Chen accepted the decree. Pursing his lips, he had not anticipated that the third prince would arrange such matters for him. So readily did it appeared he had intended to win Chen over with resources and titles from the very beginning. Ultimately, he had succeeded. Chen received the decree, and the woman in the purple gown slightly bowed before stepping back to the side. My lord, the palace has yet to be named. May I request you to bestow a title upon your residence? She continued. Among the women, there was a subtle indication of her being the foremost. A name. Let it be called Yi Liangchen. Chen stroked his chin. Speaking slowly, he took a moment to observe the many beautiful women before him. Each one possessed a visage of unparalleled beauty. Thank you, Count Yi, for the bestowed name. Since you have just arrived at your residence, may I lead you on a tour to help you familiarize yourself with your new abode? The lady in purple proposed. The other women nodded in agreement, their gazes fixed on Chen. Very well, let us explore this royal palace, this place for cultivation, Chen responded casually. The purple-clad lady, named Ziyu, guided Chen as they explored the Yi Liangshan residence. It had now formally become Chen's count's estate, occupying an area nearly half the size of the Tianlan martial mansion. Exceeding Chen's expectations, with such a vast palace, does that not mean I can do as I please? Chen stroked his chin, nodding with satisfaction. Indeed, my lord, your residence is naturally at your discretion. You may do as you wish, Ziyu replied, her cheeks flushing. The numerous women following her raised their brows, gazing intently at Chen. Why Chen was taken aback, that it seemed this group of women had misunderstood him. Ziyu glanced at him, pointing toward the moon in the sky, and smiled. My lord, the night is late. You should rest early. Pray, whom would you desire to accompany you this evening? Ziyu's words carried a subtle implication. The women immediately surrounded Chen, each revealing their beauty. They were all, in essence, already his. Yet, in terms of status, they were merely ordinary maidens. Accompany me. Chen scrutinized each woman carefully. Among them, one with a delicate and charming appearance caught his eye. You, Chen proclaimed directly. Instantly, expressions of disappointment flickered across the faces of the other women, while the chosen maiden radiated joy, as if she had won a prize. She stepped forward and bowed deeply. Thank you, Count Yi, for your favor. Upon Chen's selection, Ziyu bowed repeatedly. My lord, the maidservants shall now take their leave. With her command, the other women returned to their respective residences, leaving only the chosen maiden before Chen. Chen observed the departing figures of the women, shaking his head in disbelief. How decadent, truly, how decadent. As a young man of the 21st century, he had to exercise restraint. Once such matters commenced, they would be difficult to halt. Chen inhaled deeply, sighing as he lowered his head. He forcibly suppressed the stirrings of desire within him. These women were likely not as simple as they appeared. The maidservants sent by the third prince were, at the very least, spies. He must not let his guard down. Within the royal residence, a careless misstep could lead to dire consequences. Chen was acutely aware of the rules governing this world. Yet, the maiden before him appeared innocent and untainted, her crystal-clear eyes devoid of any impurities. Her long, fair legs were slender and graceful, her skin smooth and flawless. Most importantly, she possessed a high affinity for the wood element, making her an ideal candidate for Chen to impart magic upon. A magician, a profession non-existent in this realm, wielding the most unique of powers. Chen hoped to cultivate this power, enabling it to flourish and shine brilliantly in his hands. In this harsh world, he aspired to become a sovereign unbound by the food chain, devoid of natural enemies. What is your name? Chen inquired, leading her into one of the palaces and directly into the bedroom. I am called Shuelian. You may refer to me as Xiaolian, my lord, she said, pressing her lips together. Her appearance was exceptionally charming. Noticing Chen seated on the bed, she unexpectedly began to loosen her garments. Shedding her light blue gauze dress. As she was about to free herself from her constraints, a wave of heat surged within Chen. Hey, stop, please. He hastily raised his hand to signal her, taken aback. Shuelian paused her actions. My lord, I've already bathed, she explained, seemingly fearful of his disdain. She displayed the vermilion mark on her wrist to Chen, who regarded her with a slight nod. No, that's not my intention. I summoned you to inquire if you wish to cultivate. Chen asked. Cultivate? Can I, a mere maid, truly cultivate? Shuelian replied, her astonishment evident. In this world, the weight of fate bore down upon her. The notion of cultivation was something she had never dared to dream of. Indeed, I can impart to you a powerful cultivation secret, but you must pledge your loyalty to me in return. Chen stated directly. Upon hearing this, Shuelian suddenly knelt on the ground. Since she entered this palace, she had belonged entirely to him. Shuelian was resolutely loyal to him. Whatever he commanded, she would comply. Flustered, Shuelian exclaimed. Chen furrowed his brow, sensing that his seriousness had inadvertently caused her distress. Upon reflection, he realized that, as a count, he had indeed placed undue pressure upon her. Rise, he gestured. Yes, my lord. Shuelian's face was pale with anxiety. Not daring to lift her gaze to Chen. I require you to swear a celestial oath of loyalty from this day forth, Chen commanded. Immediately, Shuelian bit her finger and swore her allegiance to the heavens. The oath solidified their bond, affirming her sincerity. Excellent. Here is an introductory tome on wood element magic. Study it diligently. I will also provide you with a vial of apprentice mana potion to be consumed over 10 days. Chen instructed. As Shuelian received the magic book, her hands trembled, and her gaze towards Yi Chen was filled with mixed emotions. She had not anticipated that the newly appointed count by the third prince would be such a person. What are you dawdling for? Put your clothes back on and accompany me to the cultivation array. I shall teach you the basics, Yi Chen remarked, casting a glance at her. Shuelian nodded repeatedly. The two entered the array, where Yi Chen gradually imparted his knowledge of mana control to her. With the aid of a tenth of the mana potion, she astonishingly mastered it in just 3 hours. Shuelian. Magic level, magic apprentice, trait, affinity for wood element, status, elated. A smile graced Shuelian's face as she grasped a fragment of mana, equating to the prowess of a martial apprentice. Yi Chen provided her with additional cultivation resources, elevating her standing to that of a first-tier martial apprentice. Thank you, my lord, thank you. Shuelian, overwhelmed with emotion, expressed her gratitude, her eyes brimming with tears. There is no need for gratitude. From now on, this estate shall be under your management, Yi Chen said, gently patting her head with a smile. He had not expected that this woman, who had never practiced cultivation, would possess such innate talent. Yi Chen felt his own abilities were rather mediocre in comparison. After a brief period, as dawn broke outside the array, the two were about to depart when an unexpected disturbance occurred in Yi Chen's spatial realm. It seems my dragon egg is about to hatch. Chapter 42. The Emergence of the Demon Dragon. A visit. Is this the dragon egg I obtained from the demon lizard? Within the space, a tremor unsettled the surroundings. Yi Chen retrieved the dragon egg. Its dark shell riddled with cracks. A dark aura lingered within the array, powerful enough to be sensed even before its emergence. Embedded within the shell were traces of golden elemental properties, hinting at the dragon's formidable innate abilities. Yi Chen awaited in silence. Beside him, Shuelian turned pale. This overwhelming magical energy was beyond her capacity to bear. You should leave for now. Inform Ziyu that you shall be the mistress of the estate from now on, Yi Chen directed, casting a glance at Shuelian. Me. But what about Sister Ziyu? Shuelian replied, her brow furrowed with worry. In my estate, I make the rules. Go, Yi Chen insisted, gesturing for her to depart. Clearly, Shuelian was not aligned with the third prince. Yi Chen could not allow his exclusive cultivation sanctuary to be dictated by the third prince, so he needed to take the initiative. Only by appointing Shuelian as the mistress of the estate could he feel secure. Shuelian nodded slightly, her heart apprehensive yet compelled to comply. No sooner had she left than the dragon egg shattered completely. The dark magical aura erupted forth, swirling like smoke and gradually enveloping the entire array space. Come forth, little one. Let me see whether you are a demon dragon or a demon lizard. Yi Chen rubbed his hands together, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the dragon. With a crack, the shell broke, revealing a head resembling that of a turkey. It surveyed its surroundings before ultimately fixing its gaze upon Yi Chen. After a moment of casual inspection, it began to struggle vigorously, finally extricating itself from the shell. Upon seeing it, Yi Chen's brow furrowed. This creature was entirely black, devoid of feathers. Its shape suggested it was akin to a demon crow. Yet it possessed an elongated tail, indicating a lineage intertwined with that of the demon lizard. However, as its body stretched out, it unfurled a pair of wings, reminiscent of the demon-winged dragons above the skies. Its species was likely still that of a demon dragon, albeit a hybrid with the bloodline of a demon lizard, rendering it impure. Though it was not a divine beast, its potential for development was considerable. Well, since we have this connection, I shall nurture you. It would be a pity to slay you, Yi Chen mused as he stroked the little demon dragon's skin, only to be met with a sharp, painful sensation. The innate talent bestowed by the golden elemental properties endowed it with remarkable defense. Not bad, not bad. Yi Chen smiled in satisfaction. Yet unexpectedly, the demon-winged dragon's eyes shifted to a pale yellow, exuding an air of nobility while simultaneously conveying an enigmatic aura. In the next moment, Yi Chen found a hexagram mark materializing before him. Spirit Beast Contract, a particularly unique type of contract. You wish to form a contract with me? Choosing such a little creature as you would surely diminish my worth. Yi Chen's initial response was one of rejection. Given his mastery of powerful magic, he had a substantial chance of eventually learning beast mastery or even summoning magic, making it highly probable to contract a divine beast. He could not afford to be short-sighted by forming a contract with this diminutive dragon. Yi Chen shook his head, opting to decline. Before him, the demon-winged dragon's eyes flared with anger. Its golden gaze concealed an immense elemental power. Yi Chen observed the escalating values on his system panel, realizing, oh no, it's going to attack me. Startled, he instinctively dodged. In the spot he had just vacated, golden flames erupted. The sound was akin to a shattering world. This ferocious blaze spewed forth from the demon-winged dragon's mouth, Its power terrifying enough that Yu Chen's current feeble defenses could not possibly withstand it. He needed to swiftly acquire a new set of defensive gear. Even the apprentice set would be inadequate. He needed to purchase at least the basic magic armor. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen spoke, his forehead slick with cold sweat. The demon-winged dragon regarded Yi Chen once more, the beast contract appearing anew. To his astonishment, it remained unwaveringly determined. Why Yi Chen had previously rejected it, and according to the prideful nature of dragons, it would undoubtedly seek to contest him fiercely. Yet, remarkably, this demon-winged dragon still sought to form a contract with Yi Chen. An occurrence that was exceedingly rare throughout the spirit beast realm, especially for a demon dragon. You wish to contract with me? Very well. I must apologize for my earlier oversight. Yi Chen sincerely expressed his apologies. Only then did the winged demon dragon lower its wings and retract its fangs. The two successfully forged a contract, in an instant. Yi Chen's cultivation level within his body surged, ascending from the 9th layer of martial disciple to the 1st layer of martial artist. The moment the contract was sealed, his life became intertwined with that of the demon dragon. Should the demon dragon perish, he would suffer grievous harm, and his soul would be severely damaged, naturally, if Yi Chen were to fall. The demon dragon would not survive long either. Immediately after signing the contract with Yi Chen, the winged demon dragon began to gnaw on its eggshell. Having just been born, it already exuded the aura of a 2nd-rank magical beast. Once it finished the eggshell, it would likely approach the strength of a 4th-rank magical beast, formidable enough to rival a novice martial king among humans, with the winged demon dragon's formidable attributes. Even a martial king would likely think twice before provoking it. Why Yi Chen gazed at his attribute panel. Trait: affinity for magic elements. How splendid. At long last, I, Yi Chen, possess a touch of talent. I must seek out a magic-related spell to study diligently. Yi Chen was filled with excitement. Just as he prepared to immerse himself in learning, he heard Shui Lian calling from outside. Master, the young lady from the Mingwang Palace has arrived, and we cannot stop her. She insists on seeing you. Shui Lian reported. Why Yi Chen's heart leaped with joy at the sound. I understand. Let her wait for me in the main hall. Yi Chen replied nonchalantly. To think that Ming Luluo had already made up her mind to seek him out in just one night. It was well known that Ming Luluo's pride was extraordinary. Her willingness to lower herself to find Yi Chen indicated her firm resolve. Why Yi Chen's face lit up with delight. Ming Luluo possessed an extraordinary affinity for magic elements. With her talent, even basic spells would likely be within her grasp, and she might even have the opportunity to challenge intermediate spells. As for others, it was different. Ming Luluo must seek a master to learn the craft. Resolute in his thoughts, Yi Chen prepared to meet her in the main hall. Before departing, he cast a glance at the winged demon dragon. Little one, how much longer do you intend to eat? Yi Chen inquired tentatively. The latter conveyed its thoughts. At best, 3 days. At worst, half a month. In the main hall, Ming Luluo donned a black, fitted travel robe, her hair tied with a red bamboo stick, cascading down her back. She exuded an air of elegance and vigor. Why Yi Chen smiled wryly, murmuring, her face is exquisitely beautiful, yet she insists on relying solely on strength, disregarding her appearance. Truly a remarkable woman. Ming Luluo stood tall, her blood-red eyes fixed intently upon Yi Chen. Have you made up your mind? Yi Chen grinned and inquired, what about you? The crowd around them bowed in unison. Greetings, my Lord Count. Ming Luluo's expression turned serious. Her aura was steady, her voice still indifferent. I have inquired and learned that your secret techniques can be traded. Yet, for someone like you, I would never be beneath you. No, you are different. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen shook his head vigorously. Others may trade my secret techniques, but you cannot. I have changed my mind. If you wish to learn my techniques, you must take me as your master. Yi Chen's lips curled into a slight smirk, his gaze unflinching as it met Ming Luluo's. The light in her blood-red eyes gradually took on a dangerous glint, seeing Ming Luluo on the verge of anger. Yi Chen hastily lowered his hands. Hey, this is my residence. Please do not harm my maid. You are free to refuse, are you not? Yi Chen shrugged nonchalantly. Ming Luluo's gaze turned perilously intense, her fist clenched, a faint murderous intent coalescing around her. She glared at Yi Chen for a long while before finally stating, you will die. In the face of her threat, Yi Chen remained unfazed. If I die, my secret techniques will be lost. You won't be able to learn them either. When that time comes, won't you feel regret? Won't you feel sorrow? Won't you realize that you missed the greatest opportunity of your life? Yi Chen's 3 inquiries about death, though somewhat provocative, left Ming Luluo at a loss for words. She was indeed a remarkable woman, possessing an earnest heart toward the forces of the world, for someone like her. Chen felt confident in his ability to sway her. Come back when you have made your decision. Only by taking a master can one receive true teachings. Yin, see her out, Chen commanded. Waving his hand, dressed in a soft green robe, Yin appeared timid yet resolute as she stepped forward, extending her hand. Young lady Ming, please, be my guest. The other women present looked on in stunned silence. Yin was provoking a furious young lady, and even though Chen was a count, he might not withstand the wrath of the Ming Wang Palace. Not to mention, she was merely a lowly maid. Just as everyone expected Yin to face dire consequences, Ming Luluo unexpectedly turned and left without a word. Phew. Yin finally exhaled deeply. In that fleeting moment, she felt as if she had brushed past the gates of death. Chen glanced at Yin and nodded slightly. From now on, Yin would serve as the lady steward of this residence. You all must obey her. Do you understand? Chen surveyed the room. These women were ultimately unworthy of standing on the stage. Yes, my lord count, they replied, trembling as they knelt. Chen waved his hand. Within a storage space, the previously acquired outer sect disciple token gleamed. A message from an old friend in the outer sect arrived. Chen, come quickly and save me. Oh no, something has happened to Lele. I shall see which scoundrel dares to trouble me and instead seeks to harm my friend. Chen was instantly filled with rage. He hurriedly activated the teleportation array within the residence, transporting himself to Tianlan Martial Mansion. Chapter 43. Old Friends. Soaring to great heights at the outer sect of Tianlan Martial Mansion. Chen rushed to the residence of Su Lele. In the dilapidated pavilion, a portly figure with a chubby face, blackened eyes, and bruised skin awaited him. Upon seeing Chen's arrival, the rotund figure lamented. Chen, my good brother, I have suffered an undeserved calamity. That scoundrel, Lianda, brought people to beat me for no reason. What have I done to deserve this? Su Lele spoke, his voice filled with grievance. He looked up at Chen, sensing something was amiss. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback. Brother, your attire seems a bit different. Wait, you have attained the cultivation of a martial artist. Su Lele's eyes widened in shock as he stood up to scrutinize Chen. He inspected Chen's remnants of the golden falcon and was astonished by their quality. My goodness, Chen, it's only been a few days. Where did you acquire these fine items? Su Lele asked. His tone filled with awe. He regarded Chen as though he were a stranger. After all, Chen's entire aura had undergone a significant transformation, and his strength had been elevated. Rest assured, my good brother, I will never forget you. For now, let's take revenge on your behalf, Chen declared with utmost seriousness. The reason Su Lele was beaten was likely due to Chen. Upon hearing the name Lianda, Chen's heart sank. However, Su Lele found it hard to believe. Revenge? Are you out of your mind? Even with your current martial artist cultivation, how could you possibly contend with Lianda? Not to mention, his status is enough to suppress 10 of you. He is currently looking for you. Do not act impulsively and walk into a trap. I appreciate your goodwill, but, Su Lele urged, casting a worried glance at Chen. In the 3 years at the outer sect, few treated Chen sincerely. The portly Su Lele was one of them. Chen refused to let Su Lele suffer unwarranted misfortune because of him. Do not worry. Follow me. I do not wish to be ostentatious, but since someone has come to find me, I cannot allow myself to be slaughtered like livestock. Chen spoke darkly. He directly pulled Su Lele into the inner sect central area. In the residence of the inner sect disciples, Chen gathered his spiritual energy and shouted with the might of a martial artist, Lianda, get out here. His voice boomed, reverberating for 1,000 meters. Many inner sect disciples came rushing over, their eyes scanning Chen and the injured Su Lele in outer sect attire. What is happening here? One asked. Who knows? Probably seeking revenge, another speculated. Seeking revenge, how audacious. An outer disciple dares to confront an inner disciple, or perhaps it is Lianda they seek. Has he taken leave of his senses? Haha. This promises to be quite the spectacle. Numerous inner disciples chuckled mockingly. Under their scrutinizing gazes, Su Lele glanced around, feeling a wave of trepidation. Chen, let us depart. What is the need for this? Soon, Lianda will strike you before everyone, and that would be an utter disgrace. Su Lele said with concern. Chen patted the rotund fellow's shoulder, grinning as he replied, just watch closely. Today, I intend to make Lianda pay a steep price. As he spoke, Lianda, flanked by a group of inner disciples, approached, clad in a flowing black robe, with a protruding belly and a massive string of prayer beads around his neck. He exuded an air of arrogance. Behind him were several formidable figures, some of whom ranked among the elite of the inner disciples. Their cold, disdainful gazes were fixated on Chen. Particularly, Lianda sneered, you choose the path to hell rather than the road to heaven. Since you have come to me, I shall gladly vent my fury before all. With a roar, Leanda surged forward, his fist wielding tremendous force, a tempest of energy swirling around him. Flames danced fiercely as he unleashed a powerful martial technique of the profound realm, showcasing his mid-level prowess. Many inner disciples nodded in agreement. This punch would be challenging for even equally ranked martial artists to withstand, let alone the novice Yi Chen. It was almost certain that a decisive victor would emerge from this clash. Those who overestimate themselves must ultimately pay the price. Challenging Leanda was indeed a grave error. Alas, the spectacle would be harrowing. The spectators appeared to envision Yi Chen being crushed under the weight of Leanda's blows. Even Su Lele clenched his fists, gritting his teeth in anxious anticipation as he watched Leanda. Who could have imagined that Leanda would strike without mercy, leaving no room for retreat? Profound technique. Storm Blaze Fist. Boy, I will take your life. Leanda unleashed his full power, aiming a devastating punch at Yi Chen's forehead. Boom, the force of the punch landed, causing many to avert their gazes. Some unable to bear the sight. Yet, in the next instant, when they opened their eyes again, the anticipated outcome was nowhere to be seen. Yi Chen had effortlessly evaded the attack, appearing behind the empty-handed Leanda. With a swift motion, a dark dagger pierced Leanda's abdomen. A tremor coursed through Leanda's body, disbelief washing over his features, as the brilliance of the dark magic began to instill a sense of panic. Leanda's face turned pale with terror. Before he could utter a single word, he collapsed to the ground. One strike, and he was slain. Countless onlookers stared in shock, wide-eyed. What? How could this be? Did anyone witness how he maneuvered? It was undoubtedly the power of spatial manipulation, utterly terrifying. He had killed Leanda. This was monumental. Quick, we must flee. In mere moments, the gathered inner disciples scattered in panic. Two peaked disciples from the inner rankings, seemingly from the Li family, approached slowly, their cold gazes fixed on Yi Chen. Do you possess the audacity to comprehend the consequences of killing Leanda? One of the peak martial artists spoke icily. Yi Chen let out a cold laugh. I killed him, and so I shall. A killer must be met with death. He sought my life, and thus I claimed his. Yi Chen stood resolute. Su Lele, trembling with fear, remained rooted to the spot, unable to move. Very well. Elderly Xian Yang of the inner sect is on his way. The other warned, keeping a vigilant eye on Yi Chen, refraining from attacking, for even they knew they lacked the strength to confront Yi Chen alone. Only the elder could intervene. Soon, Elderly appeared, his face flushed with rage upon discovering Leanda's lifeless body. You insolent fool, to dare commit murder within the Tianlan martial house. I shall see you executed on the spot. Elderly, a formidable martial master, began to channel his energy to subdue Yi Chen. However, Li Damo intervened just in time. Halt. Young master, Yi Chen is not someone you can touch, Li Damo stated calmly. The elder from the Li family turned to face Li Damo. You dare meddle in the affairs of the Li family. Another elder from the Li clan threatened furiously. Yet, Li Damo merely smiled faintly. Remaining silent, that a group approached from behind him. At the forefront stood the son of the Jing Wang. The Li family, is it, to dare strike against my brother Yi? I deem this family unworthy of existence. Wu Jingshen's expression was icy as he spoke. Beside him stood several noble heirs, all rallying in support of Yi Chen. How brazen of the Li family! Bring forth the order to eradicate them. To challenge my brother Yi is to provoke the Xian Wang Hall. I shall see them obliterated. Yi Chen must swiftly deal with this inner elder. I will reward anyone who brings him down. In mere moments, a throng of noble heirs gathered around Yi Chen, each eager to defend him. The Li elder's face turned from red to ashen as he trembled in fear, his pupils constricting at the sight of the noble heirs. Overwhelmed by the pressure, he found himself kneeling before them. All of you kneel. The Li family has offended young Master Yi. We implore you to forgive us. The Li family is guilty. We beseech your pardon. I am willing to represent the Li family and offer my apologies. The Li family members who followed knelt in unison. On the land of Changzhou, a powerful family found itself collectively bowing before Yi Chen. Witnessing this scene, Yi Chen turned to Su Lele. The Li family has wronged you. How shall we deal with them? Yi Chen inquired. Instantly, all eyes turned to Su Lele, who, filled with anxiety, stepped forward, leaning against Yi Chen. Whispering in his ear, he said, Good brother, when did you rise to such heights? Why did you not inform me in advance? This puts me in quite an awkward position. Su Lele's voice was faint. Clearly overwhelmed by the situation, the Li family's influence loomed large in his mind. He dared not speak of their punishment. How about this? I shall decide for you. The Li family, who bully the weak, should not exist in Changzhou. They must be eradicated. Yi Chen declared, his words final. The color drained from the faces of the Li family members. turning as pale as a frostbitten eggplant. Su Lele trembled at the sound of Yi Chen's decree. Though he could not voice his agreement, he silently applauded. Meanwhile, the noble heirs eagerly rushed to serve Yi Chen, leaving Su Lele's plump face twitching in disbelief. In this moment, Su Lele found himself at a loss. Yi Chen clapped a hand on his shoulder. Brother, now that I am well, you too shall thrive. Fear not. In the future, following me will lead you to soar. Yi Chen embraced the rotund fellow, speaking grandly. Su Lele, grateful, gave a thumbs up. Brother, incredible. Yi Chen burst into hearty laughter. To indulge in a bit of audacity was indeed refreshing to the spirit. Let us head to the Crane Evening Pavilion for some delectable treats. And perhaps I shall share some good news with you. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow, signaling Su Lele as they made their way to the Crane Evening Pavilion. Chapter 44. Brothers United, their strength unbreakable. Upon entering the Crane Evening Pavilion, the numerous staff members greeted them with utmost respect. The two ascended to the top floor, where they were treated to the finest service. The pavilion's pinnacle. Enveloped in mist, the white cranes nurtured within the martial house flapped their wings by the window, creating a breathtaking scene. A maid donned in a pale red gown approached with a graceful stride, a smile illuminating her face. Her voice rang clear as she inquired, Esteemed guests, the Crane Evening Pavilion has prepared all manner of delicacies and fine wines for you. Might you have any special requests? Begone, I say. Yi Chen waved his hand dismissively. The graceful woman bowed repeatedly before retreating. The rotund Su Lele's gaze remained fixated on her alluring white legs. Utterly entranced, Lele, stop staring, Yi Chen admonished with a teasing nudge. Once we finish our meal, I shall take you to a splendid place that will surely delight you. Su Lele's eyes sparkled with excitement, his chubby face glowing with renewed vigor. Yi Chen, how could you remember our vow from years ago, that in prosperity we should not forget each other? I never imagined you'd still hold it dear. Su Lele exclaimed, his lips quivering in anticipation as he raised his glass. In a single gulp, he downed the entire drink. Cough, cough. The spirit-laden beverage overwhelmed him. Yi Chen shrugged. If you can't handle it, don't pretend to be brave. It's merely a meal. There's no need for theatrics between brothers. Yi Chen said with a hint of annoyance. Su Lele finally broke into a grin, realizing that Yi Chen had not changed at all. Then I shan't be polite, he replied with a mischievous glint in his eye, without waiting for Yi Chen's approval. He dove into the feast. The culinary delights of Yishilo were renowned throughout the Tianan martial house. Over 2 years ago, when Yi Chen first met Su Lele, he had spoken of his desire to one day savor the delicacies here. Yet, time had flown by, and it wasn't until now that his wish was fulfilled. After indulging heartily, he leaned back in satisfaction. This is truly a delectable feast, Su Lele declared. In the future, I shall follow you. Yi Chen, for days like this, I would willingly face any peril, Su Lele proclaimed with fervor. Yi Chen chuckled. There's no need for that. However, I do require your assistance with a certain matter that I have come into some fortune. And many noble heirs are eager to lend me their support. They are all intrigued by my abilities, Yi Chen explained, looking intently at Su Lele. The latter straightened, his expression turning serious. In a wonder, with their status, it is indeed extraordinary for them to back you. What kind of abilities do you possess to attract such attention? Su Lele asked, his voice lowered with curiosity. Yi Chen smiled mysteriously. Allow me to show you something. He produced an earl's insignia, gleaming with the emblem of the Dowu dynasty. Su Lele picked it up, as if it were scalding, and set it down cautiously. Only upon seeing the name Yi Chen did his eyes widen in astonishment. An earl? When did you become an earl? Can we still be friends? Earl Yi Chen? Su Lele said, a bitter smile crossing his lips. It was precisely because they had once been equals that Su Lele now felt the sting of envy as Yi Chen soared to great heights. Enough with the nonsense. Listen closely, I have serious matters to discuss, Yi Chen said, rapping the table for emphasis. Su Lele straightened, adopting a serious demeanor. Please, Earl, I am all ears, he replied. Pursing his lips. Yi Chen then unfurled a map, Jiangzhou territory, marking a large red circle encompassing 6 cities, teeming with millions of cultivators. This is my earldom. The third prince granted me this territory from the Jiangzhou domain. Typically, I lack the time to manage it, so I intend to entrust it to you. Yi Chen indicated. Su Lele gazed at the expanse depicted on the map, inhaling deeply. You want me to be an earl? Brother Yi Chen, I appreciate your goodwill. But, Su Lele hesitated, contemplating a refusal. Yi Chen quickly interjected, raising a hand. Hold your horses. If you agree to manage it, I can use the earl's insignia to grant you a baron title. Imagine, women like the one we just saw, one each day. Wouldn't you like to experience that? Yi Chen grinned. Su Lele fell into silence, clearly torn. Yi Chen, observing his conflicted expression, stifled a chuckle and cleared his throat. Of course, that was just a jest. What I truly care about is how we can leverage this territory to build our own power. Now that I possess a domain, I intend to make the most of it and establish a firm foundation in the Dowu dynasty, Yi Chen declared, his tone resolute. For 3 years in this world, he had felt like a drifting leaf, and his foremost desire was to root himself firmly. Only with a solid foundation could he aspire to long-term ambitions. Su Lele's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. How do you wish to proceed, my good brother? He inquired eagerly, his apprehension dissipating. Yi Chen took a moment to gather his thoughts before responding. I intend to seek out a group of trustworthy, aspiring youths within this territory. In the future, I will nurture them to form our own force. They must possess at least the skills to guard our gates. Nurture them? With our current capabilities? Su Lele questioned skeptically. Did I not mention that even the sons of nobles are coveting the opportunities one hold? You need only find the candidates. I will handle the training, Yi Chen assured him. To bolster Su Lele's belief, he produced the insignia of Long Lao, a legendary figure from Chi Feng Town. I am now recognized as his disciple. Do you have any further doubts? Yi Chen said with a triumphant smile. Su Lele examined the token closely, his expression gradually calming. Brother, I must join you in this endeavor, he affirmed resolutely. In his eyes, a genuine glimmer of hope emerged. Hope, a rare commodity in the harsh world of martial arts, especially for those of humble origins. Yet now, Su Lele's gaze radiated such brilliance. Truly a remarkable sight. Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction. But I sought you out for collaboration. Together, we brotherhood shall be as strong as steel. That I believe it won't be long before our names resonate throughout the Dawu dynasty, Yi Chen said, brimming with ambition. Su Lele scooted closer to Yi Chen, nudging him. Boss, my current strength is only at the martial apprentice level. Shouldn't you impart some skills to me first? Of course. That is imperative, Yi Chen replied, nodding emphatically. He procured a fire-based magic tome suitable for Su Lele from his system space, alongside a fire control technique. He also handed over his own apprentice gear, the Golden Falcon set, to Su Lele. Clad in magical armor, Su Lele's face lit up with sheer elation. The magic tome offered immense power without reliance on external cultivation levels. Upon realizing this, Su Lele's eyes brimmed with tears of joy. Rest assured, boss. I shall depart for your territory at once to make my mark. I will undoubtedly find those ambitious youths without backgrounds, eager to toil hard, Su Lele pledged. Excellent, go forth. Once you complete this task, I shall take you to Yixinga, a true paradise on earth, Yi Chen said with a playful nod. However, Su Lele repeatedly and resolutely declined. Boss, you underestimate me. Once I gain strength, women will be at my beck and call. I must take my leave now, boss. Until we meet again. Su Lele appeared to be invigorated, directly clasping his fists towards Yi Chen before taking his leave. Yi Chen waved his hand and chuckled softly. Goodness, this portly fellow is quite enthusiastic. Yet, this exuberance is beneficial, as it enhances efficiency in tasks. After Su Lele departed, it wasn't long before numerous heirs of dukes and princes ascended to Hishi building. Their expressions were sycophantic, and their demeanor was friendly. Naturally, Yi Chen was delighted. Who wouldn't appreciate a benefactor? In the outer realm, within the study of the second prince, 2 scrolls were presented. The Li family of Qiongzhou had suffered a grievous assault from multiple parties, enduring a calamity of monumental proportions. The Tianxian martial house was obliterated overnight by unidentified individuals, becoming the most significant unsolved mystery in Qiongzhou in a century. Upon receiving this news, the second prince's countenance darkened. After a moment of restraint, he let out a cold laugh. What a swift action by my third brother. It is time for me to make my presence felt. The second prince cast a glance at the formidable warrior beside him, who slightly nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 45. The Wealthy Benefactor. The Academy of Magic. The Crown Prince of Jing approached first, hastily presenting 3 resplendent spatial storage rings to Yi Chen. Esteemed senior brother Yi, please allow me to pay my respects, he continued earnestly. Senior brother, these are the resources you requested. Kindly take a look. Wu Jingshun spoke with utmost seriousness, demonstrating his sincerity. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, witnessing the dignified crown prince kneeling to seek guidance, which garnered admiration from many peers. In their eyes, the crown prince of Jing had become a paragon. For this group of typically arrogant heirs of nobility, such humility was exceedingly unusual. Yi Chen smiled as he assisted Wu Jingshun to his feet, Please, rise. There is no need for such grand gestures. You are being overly formal. Yi Chen chuckled awkwardly. He picked up the spatial storage ring and opened it. Inspecting its contents before everyone present, Wu Jingshan eagerly elaborated. Senior brother, this ginseng harbors immense wood elemental power, with a 1,000-year pedigree, sourced from the deep mountains. Additionally, the 1,000-year snow lotus was procured by my father many years ago from the northern dynasty and has been meticulously preserved. It contains the rare ice elemental force of heaven and earth. This storage ring is filled with rare and precious ores, all taken from the treasury of the Crown Prince of Jing, and they are all top-tier treasures. Wu Jingshan flattered. To his surprise, the noble Crown Prince displayed such a demeanor. Excellent, I am quite satisfied. By the way, how have you progressed with the ghost hand technique I sent you? Yi Chen casually inquired. Patting Wu Jingshan on the shoulder, they had indeed formed an unexpected camaraderie. Although Wu Jingshan's name appeared on the list provided to him by the second prince, it was of little consequence. Wu Jingshan did not seem to have obtained these resources from the Crown Prince of Jing, but likely pilfered them from his family. Thus, his allegiance might not be fully aligned with the first prince. Upon hearing Yi Chen mention the ghost hand, Wu Jingshan immediately focused, though his expression grew slightly strained. This secret technique is undoubtedly powerful, but I am too foolish to grasp it fully. I implore you, senior brother, to impart your wisdom. Wu Jingshan lamented. Not learning it is a certainty. Yi Chen replied. Without a foundation in magic, how could one possibly master it all at once? Furthermore, it pertains to dark magic, which is entirely incompatible with your innate golden elemental aptitude. Observing Wu Jingshan's earnest plea, Yi Chen nodded slightly. He procured a beginner's dark magic textbook from the system space, an intermediate version, costing only a few thousand gold coins. Here, take this book. Study it diligently. It will be of great assistance to you, Yi Chen stated, handing over the magic book with a calm demeanor. However, the Crown Prince of Jing, Wu Jingshan, seemed reluctant to accept. His face fell, and after a moment's hesitation, he said, Senior brother Yi, did you not mention that with resources in place, one could learn in a day? These resources were not easily obtained. Is there no expedited method? Wu Jingshan's inquiry drew the attention of the crowd, who turned their gazes towards Yi Chen. The notion of mastering powerful secret techniques in a day with sufficient resources was their most fundamental motivation. Who wouldn't desire to acquire formidable skills effortlessly? Yi Chen noticed the eager expressions of the noble heirs and slowly nodded. Addressing the assembly, he declared, with the right resources, it is indeed possible. As soon as the words left his mouth, the crowd's breaths quickened, their excitement palpable. Is this true? Can one really learn in a day? Senior brother Yi, you're not jesting with us, are you? They questioned tentatively. At that moment, they sought tangible proof, which fell upon Wu Jingshan. Joking, would I jest with you? If you do not believe me, Wu Shidi, be a model for them, Yi Chen instructed, retrieving the 1,000-year ginseng from the spatial ring. The system indicated a significant reduction in his gold reserves. Yi Chen needed gold to purchase apprentice magic potions to facilitate their rapid mastery of basic magic. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 420,000 gold coins. Indeed, the 1,000-year ginseng was powerful. Just one could be exchanged for over 400,000 gold coins. Its worth was beyond imagination. The Crown Prince of Jing would surely feel a pang in his heart upon learning this. Yi Chen proceeded to purchase the apprentice magic potion, spending 200,000 gold coins for a potion that would enhance magical capacity by 500 points. Naturally, it could not be consumed all at once by Wu Jingshan. Otherwise, an excess of magical energy could lead to disastrous consequences as the potion materialized. Wu Jingshan eagerly leaned forward, and the onlookers began to speculate and gossip. Yi Chen explained, this is a special potion designed to enhance your comprehension of secret techniques. This secret technique is known as magic, and this is the magic potion, an apprentice magic potion. Its specific effects will need to be experienced by tasting it. As he spoke, Yi Chen poured a mere 1/20th of the potion into a cup. Drink it, he urged Wu Jingshan. After a moment's hesitation, Wu Jingshan ultimately swallowed the dark purple potion. How does it feel? Are you all right, Prince Wu? Have you experienced any changes? Yi Chen inquired before the crowd could contain their anxiousness. Moments later, Wu Jingshan gathered a wisp of golden elemental magical aura in his palm, scrutinizing the sensation. Then, without warning, he struck a corner of the building. With a thunderous crash, a massive hole was blasted through the upper levels of Hishi building. The power was astonishing. What is this? Wu Jingshan exclaimed in disbelief, staring at his own hand, astonished that such strength was within him. No wonder I lost, he murmured in awe. His eyes widened in shock as he gazed at Yi Chen. As if he had glimpsed a profound secret, The surrounding crowd inspected the shattered array of Hishi building, murmuring their astonishment. Such incredible potency. What a wondrous potion. Please, senior brother Yi, grant me a cup of magic potion. They clamored, eager for a taste. These are my resources. Please review them, senior brother Yi, with their apprehensions alleviated. The crowd readily contributed their resources. Yi Chen's face beamed with satisfaction as he accepted one ring after another. Inspecting each in turn. It must be said, this group of wealthy benefactors truly possessed great wealth. The resources they presented were beyond what most martial kings could fathom, let alone acquire. The origin of these resources likely stemmed from the treasuries of the pinnacle martial kings, amassed over countless years. Now, they had been collectively presented to Yi Chen in one fell swoop. An exhilarating experience indeed. Whose ring is this? Yi Chen suddenly inquired upon spotting a primordial fire elemental crystal. That is mine, a rather unremarkable lad replied. Senior brother Yi, this primordial crystal was acquired by my father, Count Ghana, during his youth. Yi Chen drew him close, patting him on the shoulder. Excellent. You shall receive a generous serving of magic potion. Given your physique, which favors the fire element, I shall impart to you a powerful fire magic technique shortly. Yi Chen marveled, stating, safeguard this storage ring with utmost care. The primordial grade crystal within conceals the very essence of celestial power. Remarkably potent. If exchanged for gold coins, it would fetch no less than 1,000,000 at the very least. His words reflected the significance he placed on it, naturally prompting public commendation. Those around him eagerly reaped the benefits from Yi Chen's hands. Within the confines of the system's space, introductory texts on fire, wood, metal, earth, and water magic, among others, were being sold at exorbitant prices by Yi Chen. Strangely, the sons of dukes and lords were delighted, reveling in their newfound acquisitions. Soon enough, everyone indulged in the resources of magical potions, showcasing their internal magical prowess with an array of elemental attributes on display. Among them, one individual even harbored a latent talent for spatial elements. Yi Chen took special notice, discreetly bestowing upon him his identity token. Such a talent, if harnessed, would undoubtedly make for a valuable ally in the future. All the junior disciples had now attained the magic they desired. Yet, Yi Chen remarked, however, I must clarify that the magic you have acquired is merely at the foundational level. Observing the excitement of his fellow disciples, he poured a bucket of cold water over their enthusiasm. Upon hearing this, their expressions darkened, and their fervor was significantly dampened. Nearby, Wu Jingshan, who was training his ghostly hand technique, stepped forward first to inquire, Senior brother, while this technique is indeed powerful, it lacks the amplification of darkness and cannot unleash its full potential. If you could impart that technique to me as well, it would be of immense benefit. Wu Jingshan spoke somewhat sheepishly, feeling somewhat insecure without resources. Not a problem. That technique is called Dark Descent. When the time comes, I shall provide you with a set of equipment. With your current strength, paired with the weapons I provide, you would be capable of swiftly defeating a peak martial artist. Yi Chen shrugged, his tone remarkably relaxed. Had this been before, they would have undoubtedly questioned and even ridiculed Yi Chen for boasting. Yet now, they were all genuinely convinced, awed by both Yi Chen and the might of magic. The mere mention of vanquishing peak martial artists rekindled their inner fervor. Sensing Yi Chen's implications, the others had a general idea of what was to come. Senior brother, please speak plainly. If there is anything you require of us junior brothers, feel free to command us. Indeed, senior brother, you should lack for nothing in terms of resources. We junior brothers can assist with other matters. They chimed in enthusiastically. Haha. Indeed, we may not possess many skills, but we excel at causing a stir within the great martial dynasty. Several junior brothers affirmed. However, Yi Chen was not seeking their assistance in causing chaos. Rather, he aimed to establish a school of magic. The School of Magic. I need you to secretly construct a magic academy on Xiong's land. It must be covered by a 5th grade formation to prevent detection from the outside world. When the time comes, I will impart to you truly powerful magic. Upon mastering it, anyone will be qualified to compete for a place in the sacred land. The condition, however, is that this matter must remain confidential. Otherwise, should the great martial dynasty intervene and high-ranking nobles come, I could be captured, and your chances of learning would be thwarted, Yi Chen explained persuasively. Upon hearing this, the group nodded in agreement. As the saying goes, a common man is innocent, yet he bears the guilt of possessing a jewel. Even though Yi Chen was a named disciple of the revered Long Lao, one must remain vigilant against those with ulterior motives. Thus, Yi Chen's concerns were understandable. Rest assured, leave it to me. Young Master Xie suddenly interjected. The Xie family, currently situated within the realm of Qiongzhou, although their territory did not reside there. They were the covert rulers of Qiongzhou. You will handle it? Will you not inform your father, Lord Xie, and monopolize senior brother Ye's secret techniques? Wu Jingshun questioned skeptically, reluctant to trust Xie Xian. The latter frowned immediately and raised his hand to swear. I, Xie Xian, vow that if I disclose this to my father at this moment, I shall be struck by 5 bolts of lightning. Upon hearing this oath, the others finally nodded in agreement. Very well. It is settled then. Let us refrain from mentioning the prince for now. Wu Jingshun insisted. As a member of the great prince's faction, his blatant defiance suggested he had indeed been swayed by the allure of magic. Surprisingly, those present nodded in unison, tacitly agreeing not to disclose this matter to the various princes. Yi Chen smiled subtly, achieving the desired effect. The sons of lords and dukes also nodded in agreement. While following the princes offered countless advantages, it remained an external dependency, one that could be forsaken by the royal family at any moment. True strength lies only in one's own power. Moreover, the real might in this world does not belong to the dynasties but to the sacred lands, the fabled sacred lands. Yi Chen emphasized this point multiple times, ultimately declaring, I wish you all the best in our future endeavors into the sacred lands together. May we all rise to prominence and bring glory to our sect. The group clasped their fists in earnest acknowledgement, exuding a sense of brotherhood. After sharing a few cups of wine, Xie Xian led the others to arrange the establishment of the Magic Academy. Leaning against the window, Yi Chen pondered deeply, acutely aware of the long road ahead. Shortly after, Lu Ziyu, the young lady of the Wu family, took a seat opposite Yi Chen. Chapter 46, A Secret Meeting in the Valley. A deep confession. Yi Chen cast a glance at her. Lu Ziyu was adorned in a deep purple silk gown, adorned with pearl accessories, her earrings glistening with clarity. Her delicate, oval face was accentuated by her striking brows and large, expressive eyes, exquisite beyond measure. At first glance, she was truly captivating. Noticing Yi Chen's gaze, Lu Ziyu pressed her rosy lips together, breaking into a smile. Young Master Yi, thank you for your life-saving grace before. I am at a loss as to how I might repay you. Lu Ziyu gazed intently at Yi Chen, her eyes hiding untold emotions. This intense scrutiny made Yi Chen somewhat uneasy. He shrugged nonchalantly, replying, It was but a trifling matter. Had you not taken me to seek treasure, you would not have sustained such grievous injuries. Healing was not something Yi Chen particularly dwelled upon. However, Lu Ziyu, having had close contact with him, could not easily forget. She pointed to the white crane outside, exclaiming, The scenery here is truly beautiful, yet it pales in comparison to the charm of the waterfall at Tianlong Martial House. How about I take you to see it? Lu Ziyu extended the invitation to Yi Chen. A waterfall? I was unaware of such a place. Yi Chen replied. Intrigued, Lu Ziyu promptly stood, extending her delicate hand to grasp Yi Chen's arm. Come, I shall take you to see it, she said joyfully, with no other option. Yi Chen followed closely behind her. It was the morning. With the sun just beginning to rise, Lu Ziyu and Yi Chen made their way around the main sword peak of Tianlong Martial House. Arriving at the valley at the back. To their astonishment, upon delving deeper into the valley, they discovered a hidden waterfall. A small wooden cabin had been constructed nearby, serving as Lu Ziyu's training space as well as her private quarters. As Yi Chen stepped inside, he was greeted by a unique fragrance, the pure scent of flowers and herbs that was refreshing to the senses. The room exuded an ancient charm, with a simple yet pleasing decor that was visually delightful. Residing here, one could truly feel the purest essence of nature. The air was humid and slightly cool. Lu Ziyu poured a cup of tea for Yi Chen, its green hue light and refreshing. This tea is from the tea plants I cultivated myself. Do give it a try, she offered. After savoring the tea, Yi Chen was indeed impressed. The aroma lingered delightfully in his stomach, leaving a lasting aftertaste. This is excellent tea, Yi Chen exclaimed in admiration. Lu Ziyu's face brightened, and she promptly gifted him several packages of fine tea. I'm glad you like it. Whenever you find yourself with free time, do come visit me. I trust you have ample resources for cultivation now. Yet this place is a tranquil haven for reflection, Lu Ziyu said languidly. Her demeanor now resembled that of a considerate young lady, a stark contrast to her initial encounter with Yi Chen. As Yi Chen admired the cascading waterfall, Lu Ziyu sat beside him, producing a green flute. Judging by its material, it too appeared to be of her own making. One would not have guessed that the esteemed young lady of the Wu family possessed such skills. Yi Chen allowed a smile to grace his lips, expressing his admiration. Lu Ziyu's face blossomed with a radiant smile, her eyes glistening with affection as she gazed at Yi Chen. She began to play the flute, the melody enchanting and stirring the heart. Such artistry is not something that can be mastered in a fleeting moment. It requires years of relentless practice and refinement. As Chen listened to the tune, his emotions were stirred in harmony with the music. Gradually, he closed his eyes, enveloped in a profound sense of comfort and tranquility. Only after the final note did Chen rise from his chair. He cast a deep glance at Lu Ziyu, retrieving a tome from his possession, Introduction to Dark Elemental Magic. Here, take a look at this. Your efforts have not been in vain, Chen remarked leisurely. Lu Ziyu accepted the magic book, her face lighting up with delight. She raised her brow to meet Chen's gaze, her eyes sparkling with intensity as she solemnly stated, I did not summon you for this. Please do not misunderstand my intentions. Chen smiled but offered no reply. Let us be off. It is time to depart, he gestured with a wave of his hand. Although he relished this exquisite moment, he was acutely aware that Lu Ziyu's treatment of him stemmed entirely from his prowess, along with the accompanying status and position. Despite her denial, the truth was undeniable. Wait, Chen. I genuinely have feelings for you, and I hope you will consider this, Lu Ziyu exclaimed, spreading her arms to block his path. Her chest heaved with emotion, and expressing her feelings required considerable courage. Boldly standing before Chen, she laid her heart bare. Her crystalline eyes trembled, gazing deeply at him. Chen turned his head slightly. The air of a privileged young lady was unmistakably evident about Lu Ziyu. Though she was undeniably beautiful, she was not to his taste. Thank you for your kindness. We hail from different worlds. If you seek arcane magic, you may approach me for a trade. As for becoming partners in the path of cultivation, I must decline, Chen replied with a smile, firmly rejecting Lu Ziyu. Her brow furrowed slightly, and her expression grew increasingly sorrowful. Chen awkwardly fiddled with his fingers, preparing to leave. Yet, unexpectedly, Lu Ziyu grasped his arm. Do you find me unattractive, or do you believe I am unworthy of you? Why do you refuse me? She questioned, a hint of defiance in her voice. She was not easily defeated. Every core male disciple of the Tianlan Martial Academy held her in high regard. In terms of status, appearance, and talent, Lu Ziyu was truly exceptional. She had never contemplated the possibility of rejection. There is no particular reason. I simply do not have feelings for you, and that is all there is to it. Chen shrugged nonchalantly. After all, he was not a native cultivator. The decision to become partners was based on appearance, talent, status, and strength. Chen valued emotional connections. You do not have feelings for me. Lu Ziyu released her grip. Appearing somewhat lost, just then, an eerie sound echoed from a distant mountain peak. Chen furrowed his brow and turned his gaze toward the source. As a sorcerer, his spiritual perception was exceptionally acute. Someone was spying. How intriguing. Chen grinned. It seemed the disturbance was a reaction to his rejection of Lu Ziyu. Hearing the noise, Lu Ziyu was startled and called out, Who is there, lurking in the shadows? Show yourself, the valley echoed with her words, yet no one emerged from the other side of the mountain. Chen left the hidden place with a playful smile, while behind him, Lu Ziyu clenched her fists in frustration. Communicating to Chen, my feelings for you are sincere. I have only brought you to this cabin. I will find out who is spying and provide you with an explanation. Her voice reached Chen's ears. But he paid it no heed. The sincerity of Lu Ziyu's feelings remained uncertain. Since the day she arrived for magic, Chen knew he could never accept such a woman as his partner. Thus, his rejection of Lu Ziyu was resolute and unwavering. After leaving the valley, Chen ascended the central peak, intending to teleport back to his residence to sort through the resources he had acquired. However, unexpectedly, he encountered a figure in black waiting for him. Clutching a sword, with long hair flowing in the wind, he stood atop an ancient tree. Chen scrutinized him and inquired, You are the one who was spying just now. Are you not? A late-stage martial artist, quite formidable. The obstructive figure's strength was noteworthy, prompting Chen to activate his system panel for a closer examination. Name, Chu Xianming. Magic level, none. Specialization, necromancy affinity. Status, unknown. As the saying goes, ignorance is bliss. What a shock it was to discover the affinity for necromancy. Chen was taken aback. What kind of formidable individual possessed such a talent? He inhaled sharply. Momentarily at a loss for words, focusing intently on the figure in black, whose face remained obscured. I have a question for you. Why did you refuse the young lady? The black-clad figure suddenly asked. Glancing at Chen, his face shrouded in darkness. Yet his piercing gaze, dark as night, signaled his extraordinary nature. The Tianlan Martial Academy concealed such a terrifying prodigy that Chen's heart raced with astonishment, for no particular reason. I simply do not like her, and that is all, Chen replied candidly. However, he quickly continued, Since you have asked me a question, I shall return the favor. How about it? The figure in black remained silent for a moment, then nodded slightly. emanating an air of chilling indifference. "Where do you hail from?" Yi Chen inquired. The black-clad figure hesitated, seemingly reluctant to answer. Moments later, he clasped his head, appearing to be in great pain that he struggled to articulate. "I cannot answer that. I do not even remember where I come from. A case of amnesia." It seemed Yi Chen felt a surge of excitement. "Excellent. Since you have no origin, how about we become friends?" Yi Chen rubbed his hands together, proposing the idea that a necromancer was not someone he wished to offend. Rather, having more friends would open more paths. With such a high-level talent, Yi Chen felt a desire to recruit him. Perhaps, if they got along, he could become a formidable ally. "Friends?" the black-clad figure murmured, gazing into the distance. The term appeared foreign to him. "Are you sure you want to be friends with me?" The black-clad figure's aura suddenly erupted, sweeping the surroundings in an instant, followed by an overwhelming intent to kill that enveloped Yi Chen's mind. In an instant, the scene before Yi Chen shifted, as if he had entered the figure's mental realm. It was an ocean stained crimson with blood, an endless tsunami of slaughter. Ominous signs pervaded, and Yi Chen felt as though he might perish at any moment. "Gift of the Kirin Thunder God. Descend upon me, break." Yi Chen repeatedly called upon the power of thunder, struggling to escape the black-clad figure's mental grasp. After a prolonged effort, he finally took a deep breath, shaken but relieved, upon glancing at Chu Xianming again. He felt his lips twitch. My heavens, what level of monster is this? He can even engulf my spiritual energy. He must be capable of contending with a martial king, Yi Chen thought inwardly, becoming far more vigilant in the presence of Chu Xianming. The latter, having been breached in his mental domain, appeared slightly taken aback. You possess strength exceeding that of the heavenly tier. It seems I have underestimated you. Let us have a match. If you can withstand 3 of my strikes, I shall consider you a friend," Chu Xianming declared with overwhelming arrogance, and indeed, he possessed the strength to back it up. As he moved, the ancient tree beneath him tilted, and a fierce wind howled toward Yi Chen. With a swift motion, he approached. "Get lost." Yi Chen summoned a bolt of thunder in the palm of his hand, unleashing it with a thunderous crash. The sound reverberated as the bolt struck, creating a massive crater on the principal peak of the Tianlan Martial Mansion. Yet, despite the lightning's swiftness, it failed to connect with the figure in black. Instead, Yi Chen found himself in peril. Above him, Chu Xianming's fist, shrouded in dark energy, surged towards Yi Chen with ferocity, making it difficult to resist. Reacting swiftly, Yi Chen utilized a flicker of magic to evade the impending attack. In an instant, the space around him shattered. Hiss! This devastating force was no wonder, for it bore the mark of necromantic talent. Yi Chen gasped in awe, his heart skipping a beat. "Qilin Thunder God, surge forth." Another furious bolt of lightning was unleashed. Yi Chen chose to expend his magical energy without reservation, unleashing his full strength. Faced with such an adversary, devoid of any protective gear, he risked the possibility of imminent death. "Let me test your thunder." Chu Xianming furrowed his brow, sensing the potency of Yi Chen's lightning, and astonishingly chose to confront it head-on. His right fist coiled with energy, the turbulent winds unsettling the surrounding space, causing ancient trees to lean as if bowing in submission to him. Chu Xianming bellowed, launching his shadowy punch directly at the lightning. Yi Chen's eyelids flickered. "Are you really going to withstand my lightning, brother? Are you out of your mind?" Yi Chen scoffed. In the next moment, he was sent flying by the thunder, crashing heavily into the ground below. The blessing of the Qilin Thunder God came from the Thunder God himself. Though Yi Chen was unable to fully harness its true might, it was certainly not to be underestimated. The direct clash of the released lightning arc triggered the will of the Thunder God, amplifying its power threefold and overwhelming Chu Xianming. Yi Chen gradually descended. In the crater, Chu Xianming lay, his garments tattered and his body drenched in blood. "Cough, cough, cough. You're remarkably strong," Chu Xianming managed to say with great difficulty. Such a severe injury, without Yi Chen's magical healing, would likely leave him with lingering ailments, possibly even lifelong afflictions. No. To be fair, my technique grows stronger in the face of strength," Yi Chen replied with an awkward smile. He examined Chu Xianming's face, which was marred by bizarre black scars, rendering it grotesque and repulsive. No wonder he wore a black cloth. Anyone who beheld it would likely recoil in horror. You could say it's a bit unsightly. Yi Chen mused, stroking his chin, for he would never disdain a uniquely talented individual, regardless of appearance. Realizing his own situation, Chu Xianming hastily produced another piece of black cloth to conceal his face. "You have seen my face. I must kill you." Surprisingly, Chu Xianming erupted in fury, his entire being emanating a palpable murderous intent, clearly not a jest. Yi Chen's expression twitched. "As a friend, I see your face. And I must die?" Yi Chun inquired, displeased that Chu Xianming fell silent. Friend. In their clash, Yi Chun had endured 3 strikes. Thus they were now considered friends. Friend. Chu Xianming murmured softly, shaking his head moments later. Friends need not die. Moreover, I seem not to be your match. Chu Xianming suddenly smiled. Even he was surprised to find a smile gracing his features. Yi Chun assisted him to his feet, employing light magic to perform sunlight restoration. Preparing to heal his wounds. Chu Xianming, bewildered, gazed at Yi Chun and asked, "You would heal me? Why?" Yi Chun replied matter-of-factly, "As friends, is it not only natural to help you? Otherwise, do I seem like the kind of person who feigns brotherhood?" Yi Chun couldn't help but express a hint of sarcasm. However, his sunlight restoration was still thwarted. No need. I can heal myself, Chu Xianming proclaimed, employing a secret technique derived from his innate constitution, quickly mending his injuries. Yet the scars on his face remained stubbornly intact, unable to be removed. Self-repair. That constitution is quite remarkable, my brother, Yi Chun exclaimed, delivering a playful punch to Chu Xianming, discovering his physique to be exceptionally robust. My body possesses innate healing capabilities. Alas, these scars. Chu Xianming fell silent once more. It was evident he bore deep pain from the scars that adorned his face. Yi Chun scrutinized him closely, stroking his chin. This must be a drawback of your innate constitution. Try this. Yi Chun procured a vial of magical detoxification potion from his system. Chu Xianming eyed the potion warily. Yi Chun shrugged his shoulders. If you don't trust me, then what can I say? As friends, if there's no basic trust, perhaps this friendship should be reconsidered. With that, Yi Chun turned to leave. Wait, I will drink it, Chu Xianming declared, downing the potion in one gulp. Yi Chun nodded in satisfaction. That potion of novice magical detoxification costs 200,000 gold coins. A real loss on my part, he thought, sizing up the gold coins. You said you wouldn't drink. If you didn't, I wouldn't serve you. Fortunately, Chu Xianming understood the situation and complied. Drink it, and I promise you will retain your youth, bid farewell to acne, and shed your insecurities, living carefree until old age. Indeed, after consuming the detox potion, Chu Xianming's scars vanished. He marveled at his reflection, while Yi Chun thoughtfully produced a mirror. Here, take a look. My detox potion not only detoxifies but also enhances your appearance. No exaggeration. You should give it a good review. Yi Chun raised an eyebrow suggestively. At that moment, Chu Xianming, having resolved his lifelong affliction, trembled in excitement, rendered speechless, just as Yi Chun was about to continue fostering camaraderie with Chu Xianming. Several scars reappeared on his face. Yi Chun's expression twitched. Chapter 48, Sworn Brothers, Concealed Malice. Unexpectedly, the face that had just recovered was suddenly marred with lines once more. However, this time, the grotesque scars on Chu Xianming's face had merely transformed into lines. Although still somewhat unsightly, they were no longer repulsive and were quite acceptable. This is truly not due to the inferiority of my potion. Rather, your body's recovery power is exceedingly strong, nearly restoring it completely. But fear not. When I acquire even more potent potions in the future, I will surely assist you in healing, Yi Chun promised, patting his chest. Despite this, Chu Xianming remained immensely pleased. He excitedly grasped Yi Chun's hands, gazing intently. As a friend, I am uncertain how to repay you. Your kindness to Chu is akin to a rebirth. I am yet unaware of my benefactor's esteemed name. Chu Xianming spoke earnestly. For some reason, the atmosphere turned somewhat solemn. Yi Chun chuckled leisurely. I am Yi Chun. You may call me Brother Yi, Chen Gua, or Big Brother. Any of those will suffice. Hearing this, Chu Xianming's eyes sparkled. Chu Xianming pays respects to Big Brother Yi. Your kindness to me is as heavy as a mountain, and I can only recognize you as my sworn brother, repaying you in the future. Chu Xianming suddenly knelt down, his feet firmly planted on the ground. Entirely devoid of jest. Hey, get up. Such a grand gesture is quite overwhelming for me. Yi Chun's expression tightened as he repeatedly helped him to his feet, pondering, why do people in this world kneel so easily? They want to become sworn brothers upon first meeting. It's as if they are merely following their feelings, but it's quite all right. Chu Xianming doesn't seem like the treacherous sort, given his genuine nature. Forming a brotherhood is rather delightful. In this world where Yi Chun had few connections, having an interesting individual as a brother was certainly a welcome change. From now on, you shall be my little brother. I shan't hold back with you, Yi Chun declared, patting Chu Xianming on the back with a grin. Though he was not much younger, their differences in strength were vast. Had it not been for Yi Chun possessing the mage system and wielding formidable magical powers, a mere flick of Chu Xianming's finger could likely crush him. Big Brother Yi, Chu Xianming exclaimed, excitement evident as he clasped his fists. He touched his face, no longer feeling the uneven texture. If one examined closely in the bronze mirror, he could even see a hint of handsomeness. Chen couldn't help but chuckle and asked, "So, are you secretly in love with the young lady of the martial mansion, Lu Ziyu?" Upon hearing this, the fierce countenance of Chu Xianming flushed slightly. That he neither refuted nor denied the statement. That it was almost as if Yi Chen's conjecture was spot on. He had harbored affection for Lu Ziyu for a considerable time, but was unable to express his feelings. Otherwise, with his dawning visage, it would likely mar his entire life. "Once I restore your face, you may seek her out," Yi Chen remarked, patting Chu Xuanming's shoulder. However, the latter shook his head repeatedly, with a subtle smile playing on his lips. He responded, "While I certainly admire Miss Lu Ziyu, I have no desire to draw near to her. Such beauty is best appreciated from a distance. If I were to ever attain her, it would only lead to a futile endeavor." Chu Xuanming's words conjured a single term in Yi Chen's mind: simp. Yet, it could also be said that Chu Xuanming's cultivation might surpass others, positioning him firmly at the 5th tier. Yi Chen shrugged. Opting to refrain from further interference, the two descended from the central peak, engaging in casual conversation along the way. "So, you have been the secret disciple of Lord Lu Feihong all along?" Yi Chen inquired. Astonished, Chu Xianming nodded slowly. "Years ago, I was taken in by Lord Lu. He has been both mentor and father to me, showering me with immense kindness. I hope that you will permit me to inform him of our bond as brothers." Chu Xianming suddenly clasped his fists in supplication. Yi Chen waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. Speak freely. The Cheongzhou conference is approaching. Do you have confidence?" After a moment's thought, Yi Chen posed the question. Chu Xianming nodded solemnly, his gaze brimming with conviction. My master has said that if I cannot enter the Holy Land, then it is likely no one from the great martial dynasty will. Such an audacious statement slipped from Chu Xuanming's lips with remarkable nonchalance. Yi Chen did not challenge it. Possessing an innate physique, an affinity for necromancy, and formidable destructive power, he was capable of annihilating any opponent of equal rank. Were it not for Chu Xuanming's momentary lapse in judgment in confronting Yi Chen's Kirin Thunder, Yi Chen might not have stood a chance against him. After all, the disparity in strength was too vast. "I possess a power that can make you even stronger. Would you care to try?" Since they had become sworn brothers, Yi Chen decided to be forthright. Chu Xuanming's curiosity was piqued, and he extended his hand in inquiry. Yi Chen browsed through the 8 major magical disciplines, spending a full 10,000 gold coins to purchase an introductory tome on necromancy. The spellbook presented a somber hue, adorned with intricate, web-like patterns. "This book can only be comprehended by you, and you alone can master it. Give it a try, and should you achieve any success, come seek me out," Yi Chen advised. He handed Chu Xianming his identification token, while also acquiring his token imprint, allowing for mutual communication. "That I shall give it a try," Chu Xianming said, his expression slightly grave. Yi Chen intentionally refrained from providing him with magical potions, wishing to see if Chu Xianming could harness magic through his own efforts. Should he master magical power, his future potential would soar to unimaginable heights. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Yi Chen prepared to bid farewell to Chu Xianming and return to the palace. However, unexpectedly, a storm began to gather ominously around them. This tempest felt unusual, concealing deadly intent. Yi Chen stroked his chin and smiled faintly. Beside him, Chu Xianming, clad in black, held tightly to his sword, having not drawn it even during their previous skirmish. That sword was likely extraordinary, as Yi Chen could sense. "Who dares to disrupt? Step forth," Chu Xianming bellowed in fury. Shortly thereafter, 4 figures clad in black emerged simultaneously. Their cultivation levels exhibited noticeable disparities. 2 warriors at the 9th tier and 2 martial masters at the same level. United, they exuded a palpable aura of murderous intent. "This matter does not concern you. Stand aside, or face death," one of the pinnacle martial masters threatened Chu Xianming directly. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Chu Xianming unsheathed his sword and struck. With a swift whoosh, Yi Chen barely registered the movement before a shadow of black surged forth. One stroke of the sword and blood was shed on the spot. The 2 martial masters fell without even a moment to react. Meanwhile, Chu Xianming was enveloped in a swirling tempest of darkness. By heavens, how ferocious! After drawing the sword, Yi Chen thought, his lips twitching in astonishment. Just moments ago, he had witnessed an exquisite spectacle of slaughter, an execution executed with such ease that it was akin to plucking fruit from a tree. Beside him, the 2 martial masters trembled. Too terrified to move, their veils were torn away by Chu Xianming, revealing familiar faces to Yi Chen, Zhang Jianling, and Wu Xinhao. Yi Chen was taken aback. Zhang Jianling, the inner sect's eldest disciple of Tianlun martial house. Wu Xuanhao, the inner-sex eldest disciple of Tianxian martial house. How curious that they find themselves together. Now I understand, and no wonder you did not appear for recruitment that day. You were colluding with Tianxian martial house all along. Plotting to disgrace Tian'an martial house. Yichen accused Zhang Jianling, his expression darkening. The latter's eyes reflected terror, his focus remaining on Chu Shuaming's actions. In response to Yi Chen's accusation, he merely nodded slightly. You were indeed one of Tianxian martial house's OWN. Yi Chen, you scoundrel. I wish to know how Tianxian martial house has wronged you to such an extent that you would seek to annihilate our legacy at the behest of the third prince. Wu Xuanhao seethed, clenching his fists and glaring accusingly at Yi Chen. Yi Chen stroked his chin thoughtfully. Tianxian martial house initiated the ambush against me first. Whoever orchestrated it shall pay the price. Yi Chen retorted coldly. Upon learning that the practitioners of Tianxian martial house had previously ambushed Yi Chen, Wu Xuanhao's expression stiffened. After a long pause, he snorted softly. So those fools brought this upon themselves. Alas, what a pity for the legacy of Tianxian. With that, Wu Xuanhao closed his eyes. Finish it. Yi Chen glanced at Chu Xianming. Wu Xuanhao fell lifelessly to the ground. Zhang Jianling, overwhelmed with terror, dropped to his knees before Yi Chen. Yi Chen, what mercy can you extend to me? I possess many secrets about the first prince and the second prince's clandestine actions. Spare me, and I shall serve you. Zhang Jianling pleaded. A sardonic smile curled at the corners of Yi Chen's lips, his expression darkening. Your fate lies in the hands of Li Damo. Yi Chen stated indifferently. Soon, Li Damo appeared. Young Master Yi Chen, I have been informed of the situation. Zhang Jianling is my disciple. I thank you for entrusting him to me. Li Damo expressed, bowing repeatedly to Yi Chen. Yi Chen nodded slightly. Li Damo had treated him fairly well. He was a thoughtful elder. Those who respect me shall be respected in turn. Yi Chen handed Zhang Jianling over to Li Damo for handling. As a gesture of goodwill, after all, Zhang Jianling had deceived Li Damo for many years. Executing him outright would likely weigh heavily on Li Damo's conscience. As Li Damo departed with his men, Yi Chen remained troubled. It seemed that there were always hidden threats lurking nearby, poised to strike at any moment. Should he find himself in a vulnerable state, he could be ambushed. It was imperative to elevate his magical prowess swiftly. He needed to equip himself with basic magical gear, primary spells, and disposable magical talismans. Yi Chen resolved. After bidding farewell to Chu Xianming, he utilized the key to the palace and returned to the estate of Baron Yi Liangchen. Just as he set foot in the palace, Shui Lian rushed toward him with excitement. Clad in a blue robe, her eyes sparkled with clarity, exuding a healing aura. Yi Chen found great fondness for this pure and innocent girl. A smile naturally gracing his face. Master, I have prepared pastries for you. Please come and taste. Shui Lian invited joyously. Very well. Yi Chen's mood lifted considerably as he followed her. Chapter 49. Tidying the Residence. A place of peace. Upon entering Shui Lian's boudoir, a refreshing floral fragrance wafted through the air. What flower is this? Yi Chen inquired, feeling invigorated. Shui Lian's eyes sparkled with delight as she replied. Master, this is Ling Rue Xine. If you like it, I can plant some in your chambers. That would be splendid. Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction that he greatly appreciated the earthy fragrance of these flowers, sitting on a sandalwood chair. He savored the square pastries, finding them irresistibly delightful. Since he had begun his ascetic practice, he had seldom indulged in such authentic delicacies, in no need for spiritual materials or treasures. These pastries were crafted from the purest of ingredients, their flavors resonating deeply with Yi Chen, transporting him back to memories of 3 years ago when he often went hungry. Delicious. Such pastries are indeed a rarity, Li Chen marveled, upon receiving the compliment. Shui Lian's face lit up with delight, her small hand covering her mouth as she giggled, her eyes narrowing into crescent shapes. However, at that moment, a discordant shout erupted. Shui Lian, you wretched creature, come out at once. The garments I entrusted to you have yet to be delivered. Are you seeking death, you vile maid? The woman's venomous voice was excruciatingly grating. Li Chen's brow furrowed instantly as he glanced at Shui Lian, whose gaze was filled with innocence, although her complexion darkened noticeably. Just as she was about to step outside, Li Chen stopped her. Wait here for a moment. He strode out first. Outside, a tall woman clad in red regarded him with a dark expression. Upon catching sight of Li Chen, her pupils abruptly contracted, transforming into a look of sheer terror. She fell to her knees, repeatedly bowing her head. My Lord Count, I truly did not know you were here. I had no intention of offending you. I implore you to forgive me. The red-clad maid trembled as she pleaded. Li Chen approached her, his gaze icy as it bore into her. She lifted her head, revealing exquisite beauty, her complexion delicate and fair. Regrettably, her lovely visage was met with a resounding slap. Smack. Leaf Chen's hand struck her face, causing blood to spout from her mouth. How could an ordinary woman withstand Leaf Chen's blow? I generally refrain from striking women. However, should one offend me, punishment is inevitable, Leaf Chen stated coldly. He had anticipated that his decree, naming Shui Yin the mistress of the Count's residence, would earn him the respect of many women. Little did he know that this individual would treat Shui Yin in such a manner. What, then, of the others? The housekeeper I selected is beyond your questioning. Depart from here. Leaf Chen waved his hand dismissively, intent on ignoring her. Inside the residence, other female servants emerged, each kneeling before Leaf Chen. Upon seeing Shui Yin, their expressions turned somber. Leaf Chen regarded her and inquired, "Do any of these women suit you? If not, they shall all be dismissed." As soon as these words left his lips, the women exchanged terrified glances, their eyes pleading with Shui Yin. Yet, after a prolonged moment of hesitation, Shui Yin merely pointed towards Ziyu. "Sister Ziyu has been exceedingly kind to me," she said. While her hesitation regarding the others was palpable, Leaf Chen nodded slowly, comprehending her intent. "You may all return to Yixinggu," he ordered decisively. To be expelled and then return to Yixinggu would likely lead to altered identities and fates. Upon hearing this, the women's faces turned ashen. "No, my Lord Count, I have never wronged housekeeper Shui. I beg you to spare me, my Lord Count. If you cast us out, we would be unable to even serve as ordinary maidservants." Their cries echoed, causing Shui Yin to tremble as though she had committed some grave offense. "Umph." Leaf Chen suddenly let out a disgruntled grunt. "Keep you. Where were you when Shui Yin was being bullied? My Count's residence has no need for heartless and ungrateful individuals like you. Be gone." His tone was resolute and left no room for doubt. Several women from prominent families, still mindful of their dignity, took it upon themselves to leave the Count's residence. A few others, however, seemed intent on pleading further. One boldly declared, "My Lord Count, surely you have not forgotten that your title was granted by His Highness the Third Prince. We are all here on his command." Upon hearing this, Leaf Chen smirked slightly. "Are you referring to Wu Chenxing? He is a friend of mine. Furthermore, the title of Count was merely thrust upon me by him," Leaf Chen replied nonchalantly. The casual mention of the third prince's name left the woman trembling, rendering her speechless. As the women departed, Leaf Chen faced Shui Yin and Ziyu. The two bowed slightly in respect. From now on, Shui Yin shall be the mistress of this residence, concurrently serving as housekeeper. And you, Ziyu, shall temporarily assume the role of deputy housekeeper. Should the residence require additional personnel, you may select them yourselves," Leaf Chen articulated slowly. The two women nodded fervently. Leaf Chen then turned to Ziyu, probing, "Are you affiliated with the third prince?" "I am not, aside from myself and Shui Yin. The others are," Ziyu clarified. Leaf Chen did not doubt her words. Instead, he smiled approvingly. "Indeed, your demeanor is distinctly different from theirs. That is precisely why I have chosen to retain you. Since you have remained, it is imperative that you possess certain capabilities. Take this book to study," he said, handing her an introductory tome on ice element magic. Ziyu gazed at the azure magic book in disbelief. "Take it. The powers imparted by the master are truly remarkable. Even we can practice," Shui Yin playfully remarked to Ziyu. Only then did Ziyu accept it, bowing her head in gratitude. "Thank you, master," she replied, biting her lip. "Very well. Go practice." Leaf Chen gestured. "We take our leave." The two women departed in unison, their camaraderie evident. With the residence now emptied, it felt considerably more tranquil. This place had become a sanctuary for Leaf Chen, for he had not discovered any blatant attempts by the third prince to surveil him. "I shall first check on my contracted dragon," Leaf Chen declared, his hands clasped behind his back as he departed with a glimmer of excitement. Within the formation, the magical dragon was still consuming eggshells, a seemingly monumental task. Upon noticing Leaf Chen's arrival, the dragon cast a sidelong glance at him. "No worries. Continue your meal. I apologize for the interruption." Leaf Chen smiled awkwardly and made his exit. Reflecting on the dragon's haughty demeanor, Leaf Chen felt a sense of helplessness. Delving deeper into his residence, he concealed a formidable fifth-tier formation within. "This shall suffice," Leaf Chen declared as he settled down. Countless spatial rings opened simultaneously, leading to the classification of resources. Gold Series. Thunder Source Crystal X1. Gold Spike Crystal X40, Blue Shadow Crystal X604, Magic Diamond Crystal X476, Flame Crystal X172, Earth Crystal X20, Wood Series, Millennium Spirit Wood Root X45, Century Old Seeking Green Vine X244, Century-old ginseng X7233, century-old moon spirit flower X47. Water series, water fairy flower X66, water spirit mushroom X34, dark lake spirit fish core X1. Each storage ring contained a plethora of resources. The classification alone consumed a considerable amount of time. Among them were numerous martial arts techniques. Chen planned to entrust these to Ziyu and Shuilian for trade, exchanging them for treasures imbued with the powers of heaven and earth, which could then be converted into gold coins. However, many high-ranking nobles were discreetly assisting Chen in this endeavor. It had become common knowledge that he sought treasures infused with the forces of nature. Let the exchanges commence. Chen inhaled deeply, exhilaration coursing through him. His gaze fixated on the gold coin tally. Congratulations to the host for successfully retrieving 367,700 gold coins. Congratulations to the host for successfully retrieving 45,781 gold coins. Congratulations to the host for successfully retrieving 67,299 gold coins. Congratulations to the host for successfully retrieving 10,000 gold coins. Congratulations to the host for successfully retrieving 560,000 gold coins. This time, an even more staggering quantity of resources had been converted into gold coins. Within the system's space, the total gold coin count quickly surpassed 1 million, followed by reaching 10 million. 10 million gold coins. Chen felt as though he had fallen into a windfall, his mind racing with plans for this substantial sum. First, for the initial gear, he would opt for a high-grade version that could serve him well until the Cheongzhou conference. For initial magic, ideally, it should be a growth-type spell, offering significant potential for future mastery. He sought effective initial magic talismans, as danger loomed on all sides, with many intent on doing him harm. Before the gold coins were fully exchanged, Chen began weighing his options. Nearly a day's time was consumed in the painstaking process of recovering vast resources. Despite witnessing the burgeoning gold coin count, he could not help but feel a twinge of fatigue. Who would have thought that one day, even the act of collecting money could become such a wearisome endeavor? Alas, how superficial. Ye Chen sighed with a smile, stating without the slightest exaggeration that he likely possessed resources amounting to at least 1/10 of the Grand Wu dynasty. All of these resources had been converted into gold coins, totaling over 23.54 million. Ye Chen activated the system panel. Eager to engage in his favorite pastime of shopping, he first selected the elemental category. Thundered at this stage, the most formidable trump card was the Thunder element. Thus the Thunder set would provide Chen with the greatest assistance. The complete set consisted of 6 pieces, offering a perfect balance of offense and defense. The premier Thunder set, known as the War God set of Grey, was valued at 2.8 million gold coins, which Chen promptly decided to purchase. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the War God set of Grey. The War God set of Grey included the Thunder Rod of Grey, a lightning staff that significantly amplifies thunder elements. The Thunder Ring of Grey stores explosive thunder attributes. The Thunder Necklace of Grey enhances affinity with thunder. The Thunder Robe of Grey increases speed and amplifies the release speed of thunder magic. The Thunder Armor of Grey, heavy armor woven with thunder nets, providing both offense and defense. The Thunder Boots of Grey connects with the Earth's thunder. The set's abilities included Thunder God's Domain, Thunderstorm, Earth Thunder. Ye Chen immediately donned this set. The blue-purple radiance of thunder swirled around him, with the robe featuring a built-in cape, making him resemble a war god bathed in thunder. This is incredibly cool, Chen exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement. Looking at his fully equipped self, he felt a profound sense of transformation. 2.8 million gold coins well spent, he said with satisfaction. He then continued to browse the magic shop. Chapter 50, Promotion. Junior Mage. The shop boasted an extensive collection of magic books across various elemental schools. However, Chen's magic level remained at Apprentice Mage LV6. His low level meant that even upon mastering basic spells, he would struggle to unleash their true potential. Against ordinary martial artists and masters, he could exert some pressure, but facing formidable talents or martial kings posed a significant challenge, especially when contending with a martial king. In the realm of cultivation, reaching a threshold and mastering powerful laws signifies a qualitative leap in strength. When pitted against a martial king, Chen's elemental magic advantage would diminish considerably, unless the natural elemental force he wielded surpassed that of his opponent. For instance, if he were to possess a gift akin to the Kirin Thunder God's Boon, where the thunder elements granted by the Thunder God were more potent than the martial king's Thunder Path rules, he could stand toe-to-toe with them. He proceeded to purchase a potion for mage experience. The apprentice-level experience potion was priced at 100,000 a bottle, but the increase in experience was rather limited. Curious about the effects of the million-coin junior magic experience potion, Chen deliberated briefly before deciding to buy one. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a junior magic experience potion, consuming 1 million gold coins. Upon consuming the potion valued at 1 million gold coins, Chen felt as if the waters of a boiling lake surged within him, with various elemental forces clashing intensely, leading to a dramatic enhancement in his understanding of natural power. His mage level surged from apprentice mage LV6 directly to LV7. As time passed, the ascent did not cease there. As he advanced once more from LV7 to apprentice mage LV8, a series of alert tones echoed within the system space, signaling his promotion in mage rank, alongside the system's gift of a growth package and various magical items and equipment. The outcome was remarkable. He decided to purchase another potion. Raising his mage level would enhance all his attributes, although it would not augment his cultivation power. Magic and cultivation share commonalities in certain respects. Chen's elevation in magic level would also ease his mastery of worldly forces. He consumed yet another junior magic experience potion. Congratulations, host. Your mage level has risen to apprentice mage LV9. Following this, more packages were added to his inventory. Among them, one package was unexpectedly black. Oh, what's this package? Chen inquired, curious to open the special black package. After all, his previous reward upon reaching LV6, which granted him affinity for the ice element, had originated from a black package. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a mage advancement token. The mage advancement token allows for a promotion of 1 level at any magic rank upon reaching the threshold. The token shimmered with golden light, suggesting it was of exceptionally high quality. I'll hold on to this for now. I don't currently need such a valuable item to become a junior mage. Chen rubbed his palms together and carefully stored the token. He then spent another 1 million gold coins to purchase junior experience potions. Soon, a notification chimed in. Congratulations, host. Your mage level has risen to junior mage. Congratulations, host. You have received the apprentice mage growth package. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the intermediate ice magic talisman, ultimate frost of winter. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the intermediate magic item, substitute dummy. The rewards were plentiful, but Chen found particular value in these few items. The substitute dummy was capable of replacing Chen in death once. Chen activated it immediately, ready for use at any moment, akin to possessing a get-out-of-jail-free card. Henceforth, he could act without restraint, knowing he had a safety net, the intermediate ice talisman. While not as powerful as the fire type, still boasted considerable strength. All these rewards would prove invaluable to Chen. Most importantly, his mage level had now ascended to junior mage LV10. Chen accessed his lavish personal information panel. Host, Chen. Attributes, Thunder Element Affinity, Ice Element Affinity, Magic Level, Junior Mage LV10, Magic Power, 53,200 points, Magic Equipment, Ward God Set of Gray, Magic Items, Substitute Dummy, Soul Settling Bell, Magic Skills, Kirin Thunder God's Bone, etc. Contract Beast, Hybrid Magic Wyvern. The system panel recorded Chen's fundamental details, with a notable enhancement in his magic power. His current magic consumption was not severe. Apprentice-level spells consumed less than 1,000 points of magic power at a time, while junior spells, once mastered, would consume under 5,000 points. Thus, even without the War God set augmenting his magic power, he could still freely expend his magic in combat. Chen continued to explore the system space. He had yet to learn the junior spells, Blood of the Fire God and Ice Crystal Spear. Both spells exhibited considerable power, particularly the Ice Crystal Spear. Given Chen's hard-earned affinity for the ice element, he should find it easiest to master ice magic. Let us start with you. Chen mused. He retrieved the Ice Crystal Spear magic book and set it aside. Now, he needed to further utilize the gold coins stored within the system space. He decided to purchase the intermediate talent potion. After enhancing his strength, he swiftly resolved to elevate his talent. Having previously experimented with the junior talent potion, Chen had a profound understanding of its effects. A single bottle of the junior talent enhancement potion had allowed him to cast magic with unprecedented ease and fluidity. Therefore, the intermediate potion would undoubtedly yield even better results. This potion would cost Chen a staggering 10 million gold coins. The phrase spending lavishly had never been more accurate. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the intermediate talent potion, consuming 10 million gold coins. Chen held in his hand a bottle of vivid red potion, marveling at its allure. A million for this potion. Please don't let me down. Filled with anticipation, he drank it down. In the next instant, it felt as if a metamorphosis was occurring within him. His skin began to shed, reminiscent of a snake shedding its skin, as the outer layer transformed into wrinkles, easily blowing away. Chen trembled as he witnessed his own skin peel away. Gazing into the mirror, he appeared as if reborn, his skin smooth and flawless. He then attempted the fire control spell. To his astonishment, this time the spell did not depend on the quantity of magic power or its potency. Instead, it embodied meticulous control, with tiny flames appearing at his fingertips, demonstrating exquisite mastery, with a tenfold enhancement in talent, combined with the previous threefold increase. Chen's abilities surpassed those of 99 of people. And to claim he was 1 in 10,000 would not be an exaggeration. Chen pondered for a moment, unable to suppress a grin at this juncture. His perception of all forms of magic was extraordinarily clear. His mastery over magical energy had undergone a remarkable transformation. Indeed, his physical constitution had significantly strengthened, yet his cultivation level remained rather feeble. Thus, he resolved to first cultivate the spiritual energy. Chen mused leisurely. Currently, he lacked for nothing in terms of resources, with an abundance of cultivation materials at his disposal. Within the confines of the formation, Chen chose to enter seclusion. A vast quantity of resources was devoured by him, perfectly assimilated given his current physical prowess. After the surge of his innate talent, his cultivation power ascended in a straight line. In the moment the spiritual energy erupted, his cultivation soared from the first level of a martial artist to the second. Approaching the third level, then the fourth, and finally the fifth, he paused at the ninth level of a martial artist. It was not that he could not break through to the martial master level, but rather he wished to allow his body a moment to adjust, to prevent any harm to his foundation that might impede his path of cultivation. After all, while magic is undeniably powerful, before one encounters life-based magic, true cultivation power equates to genuine longevity. Indeed, with his current abilities, he could effortlessly wield intermediate magic. Chen nodded in satisfaction. Acknowledging his remarkable growth, observing his own physique, he realized just how much stronger he had become. He then turned his gaze to the system interface, noting that the amount of gold coins had plummeted below 10 million. He procured one-time use beginner magic talismans, 10 teleportation talismans, 10 recovery talismans, and 10 explosive talismans, depleting 3 million coins. Another wave of expenditure had occurred, prompting Chen to redirect his attention towards intermediate magic talismans. At present, he still possessed two: the intermediate fire-based talisman of incineration and the intermediate ice-based talisman of ultimate winter. After much contemplation, Chen opted against purchasing more intermediate talismans. It would be prudent to await a time of need before acquiring them. He decided to retain some gold coins for unforeseen circumstances. Subsequently, he closed the system panel and began to attempt the ice-based beginner magic. Ice Crystal Spear. Ice Crystal Spear. Manifest. Chen commanded in his heart. Immediately, his magical energy flowed effortlessly, coalescing into the ice-based magic of the Ice Crystal Spear. The efficiency displayed was akin to that of a martial emperor's effortless command of spells. The chilling elemental power of ice gathered naturally. For Chen, it felt as though he were merely going with the flow, as if he had done nothing at all. Before him appeared a spear adorned with crystalline patterns. Go. Chen commanded. The Ice Crystal Spear nearly pierced through space as it struck against the fifth-tier formation. In the next moment, the entire formation was suffused with an intense chill. Impressive power, Chen remarked with delight. He had nearly mastered a newly acquired magic tome in mere moments, achieving a proficiency level of mastery. Talent. Oh, talent. Is this what it means to possess talent? Thus, the divide between ordinary individuals and prodigies truly necessitates the term destined. He chuckled lightly, shaking his head in lamentation. One understood better than he the arduous experience of cultivation 3 years prior, when his frail body and poor talent impeded his progress. In those 3 years, he had made no advancement beyond the third level of a martial apprentice. Yet now, ascending from the first level of a martial artist to the ninth level had taken him merely a few days. The disparity wrought by talent was indeed like an insurmountable chasm. Chen could not help but let out a bitter laugh. Back then, it was said that other prodigies from Qifeng Town were born with golden keys in their mouths, while I had no key at all. Now, I finally comprehend the sensation of being a genius. It is not an exaggeration to describe it as a rebirth. With a sigh, Chen commenced his study of the Grey War God set. The power of lightning was his strongest weapon at present. Particularly, he aimed to transition the Qilin Thunder God's mark from the apprentice level to the beginner level. This marked the first step in the evolution of a growth-oriented magic. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. Yi Chen was so engrossed in his cultivation within the formation that he only became aware of the invitation letter from the second prince, summoning him to the Cheongzhou Prodigy Gathering. A prodigy gathering. Does that not mean that all manner of pretentious individuals will converge in one place? Quite splendid. Very well, I shall familiarize myself with the so-called experts of the younger generation from the great martial empire. Perhaps I might even test my mettle against them. Yi Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. He readily accepted the second prince's invitation and made his way to the main city of Cheongzhou. Chapter 51. The Prodigy Gathering, the center of attention in the main city of Cheongzhou, by the shores of the Red Lake. Within the Crimson Waters, a series of pure wooden corridors had been established, exuding an ancient elegance, brightly lit. These corridors led directly to the central palace in the lake, the location mentioned by the second prince. Clad in the gray war god robe, Yi Chen dressed simply and modestly, his mood serene as he prepared to step onto the redwood corridor. Unexpectedly, as soon as he set foot on the corridor, he was intercepted by 2 armored guards wielding swords. Halt. Who invited you? One guard questioned coldly, his gaze filled with disdain. The other guard regarded Yi Chen with skepticism as well. Judging by his attire, it was evident that Yi Chen did not measure up to the noble offspring who were drinking and discussing martial arts on the redwood corridor. It was none other than your second prince, Wu Qinyuan. Yi Chen replied nonchalantly. Such guards were fond of looking down upon others. Hence Yi Chen directly invoked the second prince's name. Presumptuous. To dare utter the second prince's name is a grave disrespect. Who is this ruffian, causing a disturbance in the royal territory? Let us seize this disrespectful wretch. The 2 guards, incensed by Yi Chen's words, bellowed in outrage. They charged forward, unleashing their earth-tier martial techniques, their martial master-level prowess laid bare. However, had this been in the past, Yi Chen might have harbored some reservations regarding these mid-tier martial masters. Now, however, he could easily dispatch them without a second thought. The royal earth-tier martial technique, blade breaking the heavens, was unleashed by one guard, his silver blade slicing through the air, releasing a torrent of blade energy that cut horizontally. The instant surge of spiritual energy created ripples in space, showcasing considerable might. The other guard executed a technique of the same origin, blade shattering the earth, delivering a vertical strike with the force to cleave the heavens. To think that these 2 guards would resort to lethal force against a young cultivator at the 9th level of martial artist was indeed a surprise to Yi Chen. Is this how you entertain your guests, your highness the second prince? Yi Chen quipped mockingly. With a gentle flick of his gray war god robe, a brilliant blue lightning erupted, engulfing everything in its wake. In an instant, the 2 devastating blades of power, potent enough to annihilate mid-tier martial masters, vanished without a trace, as if they had been entirely consumed. What? Disappeared? How is that possible? The 2 guards exclaimed in shock. Their eyes widened in terror, their faces reflecting utter disbelief. Moments ago, they had unleashed their full power in an attempt to subdue Yi Chen with a thunderous display, thereby asserting the absolute authority of the great martial empire. Who could have anticipated that Yi Chen would effortlessly counter their assault? His strength was unfathomable. The 2 guards retreated hastily to report to the second prince. On the red corridor, numerous prodigies turned their heads at the commotion. Simply by virtue of his robe, he had repelled the 2 royal blades, quite impressive indeed. His attire concealed a formidable lightning power, which was no ordinary matter. Naturally, a guest invited by the second prince could not be simple. Who knows how he measures up against the top 10 prodigies of the great martial empire? Do you think he qualifies to rival the top 10 prodigies of the great martial empire? Indeed, this formidable character possesses that capability. Several prodigies engaged in animated discussion, acknowledging Yi Chen's prowess. Even the most mundane gesture, such as a mere flick of his robe, sufficed to make him the focal point of the gathering. In fact, several exceptionally powerful peak martial masters had also taken notice of Yi Chen. Before long, within the central palace, a young man clad in golden robes and crowned with a golden diadem strode forth. He was followed by a multitude of experts, each a prodigy of martial master caliber, all of whom were of similar age to Yi Chen. Haha, Yi Chen is a friend of this prince. Merely a misunderstanding. Yi Chen brother has arrived, let us welcome him. The second prince spoke with a light-hearted laugh, his face adorned with a radiant smile as he approached, his distinctly defined features exuding an air of nonchalance and grandeur. Yi Chen slightly nodded in greeting, saying, I have the honor of meeting His Highness the second prince. Yet, after taking only a few steps, Yi Chen halted near 2 guards, his demeanor abruptly shifting to one of palpable danger. You 2 dare to attempt to take my life. By my usual standards, your deaths are all but guaranteed today. Yi Chen spoke coldly, his words dripping with lethal intent, causing the two guards to break out in a cold sweat. They immediately knelt before him, bowing their heads in contrition. Young Master Yi, please forgive our ignorance. We did not recognize the great mountain before us. We implore you to show mercy, they pleaded repeatedly. After witnessing Yi Chen's display of power, they became increasingly apprehensive. The second prince, observing the scene, shook his head, seemingly restrained by royal decorum from intervening. However, a distinguished figure behind him stepped forward in their defense, stating, though these guards have erred, their intentions are solely to protect the honor of the great Wu dynasty. Brother Yi Chen, considering their ignorance, might you show them a modicum of leniency? This nobleman patted Yi Chen on the shoulder, a faint smile gracing his lips, hinting at a status not to be taken lightly. Upon hearing this, many other nobles present also smiled in agreement. Haha, Brother Yi Chen seems to be a magnanimous person who won't hold grudges. Indeed, Yi brother's prowess is commendable. We admire it, since we are gathered here. Let us enter the palace and engage in discourse, the crowd chimed in, attempting to divert attention from the confrontation. Unfortunately, Yi Chen, now emboldened by his burgeoning strength, was not one to be easily dismissed. With a slight smirk, he replied, I do apologize. I must confess that I possess a somewhat petty nature and a remarkable memory for grievances that I may spare your lives, but the punishment for your transgressions cannot be evaded. Consider this a taste of my toxic magic. Yi Chen's palm emitted a verdant glow as he unleashed a venomous spell, causing the two guards, caught entirely off guard, to succumb instantly, under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Their faces contorted in agony as their bodies trembled violently. Within mere moments, they collapsed to the ground, convulsing uncontrollably, unable to utter a sound. The once formidable royal martial artist guards now appeared utterly defenseless, eliciting gasps of horror from onlookers. How ruthless! This individual is not to be trifled with, showing no deference even to the likes of young Master Li. Many began to regard Yi Chen with heightened wariness, having heard of his esteemed identity as the named disciple of Long Lao. While his true strength remained a mystery, his conduct today was undeniably revealing that Yi Chen was swiftly branded as a formidable character in the minds of the gathered nobles. You, the nobleman who had earlier interceded, approached Yi Chen, his demeanor radiating fury as he squared off against him. Yi Chen remained unfazed and composed, having come to impart a lesson to these so-called elites. The notion of saving face was utterly foreign to him. Their gazes locked, tension escalating as if they were poised for conflict. There is no need to let a mere altercation over two guards disrupt our harmony. They were at fault, and punishment is only fitting. Please, let us invite Brother Yi Chen into the inner hall, the second prince interjected, attempting to mediate as he patted the nobleman's shoulder. The latter snorted derisively, his eyes brimming with hostility as he gritted his teeth, and said, by all means, please proceed, young Master Yi. Yes, please do come in, Yi Chen replied nonchalantly, shrugging off the tension. Soon, the gathering made their way to the central hall. The second prince took the main seat, while the other distinguished figures arranged themselves on either side, those of lesser status remaining outside or along the corridor. In the center, several ethereal beauties danced gracefully to the melodious strains of flutes. Continuing until the guests had consumed several rounds of wine, the leading noble began introducing Yi Chen to those present. This is Li Zifeng, grandson of the Duke Li. Over there is Qian Xuanqiu, heir of the Qian family, and here is Qian Gongzi, the scion of a century-old lineage. Lastly, we have Wu Huayong, grandson of the Marquis Yi Chen nodded in acknowledgement, engaging in polite introductions with the offspring of the powerful elite of the great Wu dynasty. The second prince surveyed the room, rising to raise his cup, proclaiming, now that everyone is gathered, let us commence our match and discourse. With that, the wine was downed in one gulp, and a five-tier formation began to ascend within the hall. Before Yi Chen could take a seat, the earlier Li Gongzi fixed his gaze upon him, challenging, recently, I have heard that young Master Yi Chen of Tianlan Martial Academy possesses formidable secret techniques that have caused quite a stir. I, too, am heir to my ancestors' secret arts and wish to seek your counsel. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen chuckled lightly. Well, seeking counsel is a bit of a stretch. If you wish to spar, then let us do so. Just don't resort to underhanded tactics or wail for mercy should you lose, Yi Chen replied with a playful grin. Many in attendance couldn't help but smile at Yi Chen's carefree demeanor, particularly a woman hidden behind the second prince, who couldn't contain her laughter. As the crowd turned to her, they rose in unison, greeting, we pay our respects to Her Highness the Princess. Chapter 52, Princess Jingrue. A return of courtesy. The crowd bowed respectfully, and Yi Chen's gaze fell upon the youthful woman standing beside the second prince. She appeared charming and elegant, draped in a flowing white silk robe that exuded grace and dignity. At first glance, she seemed like an ordinary woman, but a closer inspection revealed an extraordinary aura reflected in her eyes. Aware of the attention she garnered, the princess stepped forward, saying, "There is no need for concern. I am merely here to enjoy the spectacle." Princess Jingrue smiled, her expression blooming like a lotus flower. Innocent and radiant, her pure smile was a marvel to behold within the royal confines, leaving Yi Chen astounded. The very essence of her presence brought joy to those around her. An alchemist, the thought involuntarily crossed Yi Chen's mind. Such a strong affinity for wood and earth elemental forces could only come from prolonged exposure to herbs. At that moment, Princess Jingrue turned her gaze toward Yi Chen. Yi Chen, you are quite remarkable, and no wonder you have become the youngest count of the Great Wu dynasty. I eagerly anticipate witnessing your prowess, she said, her voice bright and resonant. Many in the crowd were taken aback by her words. I am the Great Wu dynasty. The title of count was typically bestowed upon those who had rendered great service to the empire, making Yi Chen's elevation to such a rank, especially at such a young age, a matter of astonishment to count. No wonder he carries himself with such audacity. I wonder which prince granted him this title. How come I was unaware of this? The Great Wu Emperor likely remains oblivious as well, as this has never been publicly disclosed. What does a count mean for a warrior of his caliber? The hall buzzed with lively chatter. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow, unfazed by the commotion around him. He turned his attention back to Princess Jingrue but could not discern her true strength, only sensing a potent fire and wood aura emanating from her. The system panel revealed only affinities for fire and wood elements. It seems the princess herself is quite extraordinary, if you truly wish to gauge my strength. Your Highness, I invite you to test it for yourself, Yi Chen boldly proposed, eliciting gasps from the onlookers. Challenge the princess? Are you out of your mind? How can you not see that she possesses no martial prowess? Foolish. Do you think your title as count grants you the right to bully the princess? The uproar in the hall intensified at Yi Chen's audacious words. Even Princess Jingrue was momentarily taken aback, her once bright smile turning somewhat stiff. Before the second prince could interject, she gestured for him to remain silent, fixing her gaze on Yi Chen and pausing for a moment. Finally, she spoke with a calm demeanor. Young Master Yi Chen, do you harbor some misunderstanding about me? Her expression was one of feigned innocence. Yi Chen shrugged, a hint of a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Perhaps there is some misunderstanding. I hope to apologize to your Highness in private at a later date. As he spoke, Yi Chen unexpectedly tossed his identity token towards the second prince. The second prince immediately rose to his feet. Catching the token, the gaze he directed at Yi Chen was imbued with a hint of coldness. However, Princess Jingrue took the initiative to snatch Yi Chen's identity token from the second prince's grasp. I await your apology. For now, prove your strength. That if you succeed in winning, I shall persuade my mother to concoct a 5th-grade elixir for you as a reward, Princess Jingrue suddenly declared with a smile. Her rows of pristine white teeth were on full display, revealing a carefree demeanor that exuded a charming allure. Yi Chen cast a disdainful glance at the young master of the Li family. Do you look down upon me? Li Zifeng retorted, his brow tightly knitted, furious and ready to explode. Yet, Yi Chen merely spread his hands, as if to convey that he held no contempt for him. Li Zifeng clenched his fists, unleashing his cultivation, stepping directly into the central formation of the hall. His eyes glowed crimson as he pointed to the ground beneath him, signaling Yi Chen to enter. Very well, I shall stretch my limbs a bit, Yi Chen responded, stepping onto the combat stage, his body enveloped in the full set of the gray battle god armor. The azure thunder cloak billowed with a web of lightning. The booming armor was robust and formidable. The violet-blue thunder boots connected him to the earth's thunder, gradually asserting control over the entire arena. The thunder god necklace and ring crackled with electricity, sending chills down the spine of anyone who merely glanced at them. Finally, he wielded the thunder god battle staff, the core of his entire battle attire, crafted from thunderstrike wood, topped with 3 tendrils that connected to a core thunder orb, which concealed arcs of 1,000,000 volts within. Yi Chen's aura underwent a remarkable transformation. The thunderous energy radiating from him forced Li Zifeng to retreat to the edge of the formation, trembling and unable to move. Why are you standing so far away? Did you not intend to challenge me? Come, strike me. Yi Chen gestured towards the ground beneath him. Seeing this, Li Zifeng's lips twitched, his face turning ashen. Who could have imagined that Yi Chen's equipment would be so extravagant, rendering his own earthly-grade weapons embarrassing to display? Outside the arena, numerous spectators erupted in astonishment that Yi Chen had transformed in the blink of an eye. Akin to the embodiment of the thunder god, making it impossible for anyone to approach him, his appearance even caught the second prince's attention, while others nearly dropped their jaws in disbelief. What level of equipment is this? Celestial grade? It must be above celestial grade. With such weapons, who could dare to challenge him? This is simply cheating. It is infuriating to hear that Yi Chen, at the expense of secret arts, had amassed resources. What kind of terrifying resources must have been required to forge such armor? It is merely inhuman to possess such a set of thunderous armor. Who beneath the martial king can contend with him? The onlookers gritted their teeth in frustration, their expressions filled with resentment and unending curses. They could not help but feel envious. Yi Chen chuckled softly, standing still as he watched Li Zifeng, who paced nervously, still reluctant to strike. After all, the thunderous power enveloping Yi Chen was the might of heaven and earth, the authority of a martial king. Furthermore, this thunder was exceedingly explosive, something that ordinary individuals could scarcely withstand. What's the matter? Are you still not going to fight? If not, concede and stop wasting time, Yi Chen remarked, unable to suppress his sarcasm as he waited. Opposite him, Li Zifeng ground his teeth in fury, his bloodlines surging violently within him, spitting out a mouthful of essence blood. It seemed he had lost all reason and was willing to risk everything against Yi Chen. Violet thunder, go. Yi Chen casually wielded his staff, unleashing a bolt of arcane electricity. Li Zifeng let out a heart-wrenching scream as his bones were struck by the thunder, smoke rising from his body in an instant, with a resounding crack. Before Li Zifeng could make a move, he had already fainted on the spot. Hardly worth mentioning. It is evident he is no match for me. To all present, who else wishes to challenge Yi? Yi Chen scanned the surroundings, invitingly extending his hands. However, the gazes of the crowd averted, none daring to meet Yi Chen's eyes. Engaging in combat, Yi Chen simply wished to showcase his strength, nothing more. Of course, being inherently modest, he had only exerted less than a tenth of his true power. It was not that he was overly strong, but rather that these individuals were exceedingly weak. Clap, clap, the second prince applauded, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Excellent, splendid. This match has left an impression on the masses. You certainly deserve a place among the top 10 of the great martial heavenly pride rankings, the second prince praised. The entire hall fell into silence, no one daring to voice a contradiction. Yi Chen smiled faintly, shaking his head. I am unworthy of such praise. I merely benefited from my weapons and armor. My own strength is hardly remarkable. Yi Chen humbly replied. The crowd exchanged glances, a sudden realization dawning upon them. Princess Jing Rue, positioned at the top, momentarily froze before quickly regaining her composure, a smile breaking across her face. She gazed at Yi Chen, retrieving the identity token and unreservedly handing it to him. An My mother's 5th grade elixir is yours to claim at any time, Princess Jing Rue stated, looking deeply into Yi Chen's eyes. Yi Chen nodded repeatedly. Thank you, Your Highness. He glanced at the characters Jing Rue on the princess's token, expressing his gratitude. Then, he added, Your Highness's generosity cannot be refused. I cannot accept this reward without offering something in return. A simple necklace appeared in Yi Chen's hand as he presented it to the princess. Wood-type beginner magical equipment. Antlerwood necklace. Enhances affinity for wood elements and possesses the ability to gather spirit. It is an exceedingly precious treasure for alchemists. Upon receiving the necklace, Princess Jing Rue's eyes widened in shock, her mind racing with thoughts. Her intuition told her that the value of this necklace rivaled that of a 5th grade elixir. Yi Chen had gifted her such a precious token of gratitude. What could this mean? A new thought took root in Princess Jing Rue's mind, her lips involuntarily curling into a smile, warmth flooding her heart. Thank you, young Master Yi. Princess Jing Rue expressed her gratitude. The crowd turned their attention, recognizing the necklace's extraordinary nature, their hearts filled with astonishment. They understood that the quality of the necklace was comparable to the equipment Yi Chen wore. Above even celestial grade, a rarity in the world. No, it is merely the principle of reciprocity, Yi Chen replied with a slight smile, casually interacting with the princess. He cast his gaze around, taking in the expressions of the crowd. Now is the time for serious business. Ahem, ladies and gentlemen, I wonder if you might be interested in purchasing the special weapons and equipment I have on offer. As you all know, the fine items here are available for trade. Yi Chen's lips curled into a slight smirk as he squinted his eyes. Numerous young nobles exchanged glances, seemingly grasping Yi Chen's intent. At this moment, even the second prince instinctively clenched his fists. Though he maintained a calm demeanor, he could not help but feel a tumultuous stir within. Yi Chen. He muttered through gritted teeth that Yi Chen had directly disrupted his plans. Given the current situation, it seemed he was about to amass another faction of aristocratic youths. And the situation was gradually spiraling out of control. Yi Chen cast a sidelong glance at the portly fellow, whose pair of money-hungry eyes greatly appealed to him. "What is your business acumen like?" Yi Chen inquired tentatively. "Haha," the chubby man boasted without a hint of modesty. "I possess an exceptional talent for financial dealings, unparalleled among billions. I in the realm of Dawu, if I claim the second position. No one dares to assert the first. Surpassing my father in the future is merely a matter of time." Qian Wanong thumped his chest proudly. The crowd held no doubts. This fellow indeed seemed to possess some skill. "All right, since you are so confident, I shall take your word for it. Please leave your identity token for me to mark. I will seek you out again," Yi Chen suggested with a gesture. Qian Wantong immediately agreed, a gleam of joy lighting up his face. Should he truly manage to strike a deal with Yi Chen, the vast commercial resources of the Chen family would surely inflate the prices of these weapons and equipment to astronomical heights. Undoubtedly, it would be an unlimited windfall. "Little Qian, I await the good news from Brother Yi," Qian Wanong said with utmost respect, bowing deeply in gratitude, treating Yi Chen as if he were a deity of wealth. As the saying goes, every profession has its specialties. If one wishes to sell magical weapons or artifacts, it is essential to enlist the help of professionals. Yi Chen surveyed his surroundings. The scions of various powerful families also turned their attention towards him, displaying friendly smiles. "Brother Yi, might I inquire if you have any swords for sale? My current one does not suit me well." The heir of the Qian family rose, his brow furrowed in inquiry. Showcasing a purple glowing sword, the sword measured over 7 feet, its body translucent, suffused with a violet luminescence. It was of heavenly quality, powerful and enigmatic, subtly concealing a formidable sword aura, a rare treasure indeed. Yet, even this did not satisfy the heir of the Qian family. Yi Chen assessed the sword and nodded slightly. This weapon concealed a considerable amount of the essence of heaven and earth, crafted from an abundance of materials, and would certainly fetch a substantial sum in gold coins. "Yes, I have swords," Yi Chen replied, producing a golden longsword. "Behold this, the crimson gold glaze sword. Forged from golden glaze, it amplifies the sharpness of the metal tenfold, slicing through gold as if it were clay, a true king among weapons. What do you think of this sword? Are you satisfied?" Yi Chen casually tossed the sword to the heir of the Qian family, who, upon receiving it, immediately chose to bond with it through blood. Without even seeking Yi Chen's consent, his heart raced, his face flushed with excitement, and his emotions surged uncontrollably, akin to a connoisseur recognizing a prized steed. His exhilaration was utterly uncontainable. "This sword is of immense value to me. Name your conditions. I shall meet them," the heir of the Qian family pledged fervently, his gaze piercing as he looked at Yi Chen, appearing quite frantic. "Haha, calm down, my friend. It is merely a sword, since you cherish it so. I shall gift it to you." Yi Chen waved his hand, smiling faintly. The more agitated the heir became, the more generous Yi Chen felt. It was evident that the sword held great significance for him. Yi Chen had no need for material possessions. He preferred to earn the favor of a noble heir. Upon hearing this, the heir's expression shifted dramatically. He paused for several breaths, then broke into an incredulous laugh. Once he regained his composure, he repeatedly bowed in gratitude to Yi Chen. "Brother Yi is indeed not an ordinary person. To give away such a valuable treasure so casually is truly remarkable. I, Xian Xuanxiu, have shown myself to be too small-minded, losing my composure in public. How embarrassing." Xian Xuanxiu offered a self-deprecating smile, slowly continuing. "Though this purple sword pales in comparison to your crimson gold glazed sword, it represents a token of my sincerity. Please accept it as a return gift. I hope you will not find it lacking." He raised his brows, looking at Yi Chen with a hint of embarrassment. Many in the crowd chuckled, treating it as mere entertainment. "Very well, I accept it. Reciprocity is the essence of courtesy," Yi Chen replied with a grin, taking the purple sword into his possession. On the platform, Princess Jing Rue regarded Yi Chen with admiration, deeply impressed by his remarkable poise. Even those who had previously looked down upon him were compelled to nod in acknowledgement of his stature. Soon, several other notable figures stepped forward, seeking treasures from Yi Chen. The second prince, seated above, maintained a serene expression throughout, saying nothing, lost in his own thoughts. Chen, perceptive as ever, sensed the prince's displeasure and swiftly quelled the crowd's enthusiasm. With a quick flick of his eyes, he declared, "Everyone, do not rush. Since you are all so eager, allow me to engage in transactions with each of you. To the onlookers," he added, "let me make an announcement. The northern slope of Cheongzhou is my barony, and I shall be establishing a divine armory there. I welcome you all to visit my establishment and purchase exquisite weapons and equipment. I assure you, you shall not suffer losses or be deceived. Our treasures are plentiful and reasonably priced. Acquiring them is a stroke of luck and a blessing. We cater to all ages, ensuring fairness for all. Chen's smile radiated warmth as he recited familiar advertising phrases, igniting the crowd's desire to shop. Even Qian Wantong, a business prodigy, found himself astounded, staring at Yi Chen in disbelief. "What a masterful talent," he murmured, utterly captivated. Yi Chen's promotional strategy proved remarkably effective, from the onset of showcasing his wares to bestowing a sword. He had carefully orchestrated this moment, elevating his popularity with a single stroke. Coupled with the superior quality of his items, it was certain to yield substantial profits. Qian Wantong was thoroughly impressed by Yi Chen. The various disciples quickly concurred, eagerly presenting their identity tokens. "Brother Yi, here is my identity token. I require a knife, a heavy one. This is mine. It would be best if it were a rare weapon. Might I inquire if you have any spiritual folding fans for sale? I am also in need of a crimson gold glazed sword. I can wait as long as necessary." In an instant, Yi Chen collected the identity tokens from numerous noble heirs under the second prince's banner. "Haha, no problem, no problem. Leave it to me. Rest assured, 7 days hence, you may retrieve your gear from my shop. However, do remember to bring sufficient resources. Otherwise, do not expect me to remain amicable." Yi Chen exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. The crowd responded with eager bows of agreement. Naturally, Yi Chen harbored no doubts regarding their financial capabilities. Ahem, who would have thought that this martial arts competition would turn into a trade fair? Thanks to you. The second prince chuckled lightly, a hint of resignation in his tone, observing the crowd's fervor. He felt it futile to voice any objections. Yi Chen approached the second prince, whispering, "Your Highness, rest assured, the ice treasure I promised you is fully prepared. There are 3 items in total. The first is a token of gratitude. The second is a gift, and the third, well, that depends on whether your Highness is willing to accept my conditions." Yi Chen's eyes sparkled as he addressed the prince. Upon hearing this, curiosity danced upon the prince's face. "Pray, tell me more," he urged, eager to hear what Yi Chen had in store. Chapter 54. The Extreme Cold Ice Spear. Master of Forging, Yi Chen retrieved the treasures he had prepared within the system space. The first was an Ice Element Apprentice magic book. Cold Ice Pulse enhances control over ice elements and improves the quality of coldness. This secret magic tome was a token of gratitude for the second prince's prior assistance on Yi Chen's behalf. Yi Chen explained matter-of-factly as the second prince perused the book, his expression shifting to one of delight. It was evident that this magic was precisely to his liking. Next, Yi Chen presented a cold ice ring, a piece of basic magical equipment that also amplified the icy aura, with effects that could stack. Using both items simultaneously would enhance the prince's current icy aura strength by more than threefold. "This cold ice ring is a small gift from me, merely a token of advertisement for your Highness," Yi Chen, with a beaming smile, remarked. "Of course, the ring is of little significance at present. Everyone's attention is wholly fixated on the third item." He boldly inquired of the second prince whether he was willing to pay the price for the treasure, which he suspected was of considerable value. As anticipated, the moment Yi Chen unveiled the treasure, the crowd's eyes widened in astonishment. It was an ice spear, seemingly crafted from countless crystalline stones, slender and measuring 8 feet in length, its entire body a deep azure, emanating an extraordinarily potent chill. Within mere moments, the frigid air surged forth, transforming the central hall of the lake into an ice palace. The biting cold enveloped the entire structure, freezing it solid. The bone-chilling frost compelled many cultivators below the martial master realm to retreat, with some scrambling away to a distance of 1,000 meters from the palace. The icy aura radiated outward, its unparalleled chill even freezing the red water lake, rendering the wooden corridors into sculptures of ice. The formidable magical force generated by the ice spear began to spiral out of control. Observing this, Yi Chen hastily reined in the ice magic within him. Just moments ago, he had wielded the ice spear himself, unleashing its supreme ice magic elements. Its power posed a lethal threat, To any cultivator beneath the martial king level, the quality of this ice spear surpassed that of any piece from Yi Chen's Grey War God ensemble by a considerable margin. He had expended a staggering 500,000 gold coins to acquire it, making it the most formidable singular piece among all primary magical weapons currently available. This spear was named the Supreme Ice Emperor Spear. Your Highness, the second prince, are you not satisfied? Yi Chen declared with great pride. The ice spear not only boasted exceptional quality, but also possessed a potent amplification of chill. Furthermore, it inherently bore magical properties that could harness its power to unleash formidable ice magic, the potency of which was unpredictable. That Yi Chen's deliberate acquisition of such an expensive primary magical weapon clearly signaled to the second prince that this ice spear was far rarer than any piece of his Grey War God ensemble. Upon witnessing this, the second prince's expression turned notably grave. Even he could not help but lower his stature, rising from his golden chair to approach Yi Chen and accept the Supreme Ice Emperor Spear. He summoned the icy aura within him, instantly connecting with the spear. The frost-laden chill, entwined with azure light, transformed the Redwater Lake's central hall into an ethereal ice crystal palace. The second prince's gaze was fixated, his countenance solemn and stern. Once he successfully commanded the Supreme Ice Emperor Spear, the released chill erupted violently. In an instant, it surged forth. By heavens! Yi Chen exclaimed, swiftly dodging. Yet even he felt the touch of frost upon his face. The other cultivators present were not spared either. Aside from a few peak martial masters, the remaining cultivators fled the palace in terror, not daring to linger. Their faces were painted with fear, utterly shocked by the sheer power of such a treasure. What level of artifact was this? Truly terrifying. The second prince's prowess in wielding the ice spear displayed such might. Rumored to be unrivaled beneath the martial king level, it was evident that he was indeed extraordinary. It appeared that the Supreme Ice Emperor Spear was destined to fall into the second prince's hands. In that case, the first prince and the third prince would likely stand no chance against him. Alas, many present possessed innate ice talents. Yet it was a pity that such a high-caliber ice spear was unlikely to have a second in existence. The crowd buzzed with discussion, while they were astounded. Many also harbored doubts regarding Yi Chen's origins. After all, the exquisite treasures he presented were of a quality unseen before, creations that a master weaponsmith could scarcely achieve in a lifetime. Yet in Yi Chen's hands, they seemed effortlessly conjured. This was profoundly perplexing. Even the second prince, standing before Yi Chen, furrowed his brow that he could not deny the extraordinary significance of the Supreme Ice Emperor Spear to him. Possessing it would elevate the second prince's control over ice to an entirely new level. It was even said that the spear could expedite his ascent to the martial king realm. Yi Chen felt confident in his ability to sway the second prince. However, before the second prince could speak, his martial king guard had already appeared at his side, casting a penetrating gaze toward Yi Chen. This martial king, attempting to discern secrets from Yi Chen, was met with unyielding resolve. Yi Chen's formidable mental strength remained unperturbed, unfazed even by the soul pressure exuded by the martial king. With a calm smile, he disregarded the presence of the martial king and turned to the second prince, slowly stating, "Your Highness, if this ice spear does not meet your liking, consider it as if I have said nothing." As he spoke, Yi Chen feigned an attempt to reclaim the Supreme Ice Emperor Spear from the second prince's grasp. However, the second prince promptly rejected him, waving his hands impatiently and saying, "If you have any demands, simply state them. Humph, I have cultivated to this point, and apart from my father and elder brother, no one has ever dared to command me." The second prince regarded Yi Chen with a dangerous glint in his eyes, his aura intensifying, the power within him gradually spiraling out of control. Yi Chen understood that this fellow was eager to exhaust his full strength to unleash the maximum potential of the Supreme Ice Emperor Spear, to demonstrate the formidable combat prowess he could wield with it. Yet unexpectedly, the martial king beside him intervened just in time, whispering a few words into his ear. The second prince suddenly regained his composure, his aura calming significantly. He then patted Yi Chen on the shoulder, smiling as he said, "To be honest, I am quite fond of this ice spear. Therefore, I have decided to agree to any conditions you may propose, as long as they are within my capability." Last, the second prince made his promise. Hearing this, Yi Chen's heart leaped with joy. Rubbing his palms together, he unabashedly stated, "If I am not mistaken, the renowned array master known throughout the great martial empire, Bai Li, is indeed a guest of yours, Your Highness." Yi Chen continued straightforwardly, I hope that you could lend me Master by Li for 7 days to construct several formations. That Wei Chen did not shy away from directly requesting the array master from the second prince. After all, within his own palace, all formations were derived from the third prince. Should anything unforeseen occur, the third prince could directly dictate his fate. Moreover, Yi Chun harbored an unsettling feeling that the third prince might exploit some means to manipulate him through the power of formations. This notion greatly troubled him. Consequently, Yi Chun sought out the formidable array master, Bai Li, who was the most skilled in constructing formations throughout the entire great martial empire, with the Magic Academy and the Magic Armament Pavilion both in the process of establishment. It would be ideal to have this array master come to construct defensive formations. Only then could Yi Chun completely evade the watchful eyes of the three princes of the great martial empire. Otherwise, existing in this region would be akin to brazenly exposing himself to the scrutiny of royal power and influence. Upon hearing Yi Chun's request, the second prince immediately grasped his intent. He nodded repeatedly. I can agree to this. However, you must also provide me with another powerful defensive ice treasure. The second prince huffed lightly, his demeanor steady as a mountain, his eyes gleaming with sharpness, exuding a calculating air. Yi Chun's lips twitched. He did not expect that this royal scion would also be so calculating. Reluctantly, Yi Chun decided to play along, fully committing to the act. Your Highness, I assure you, I possess no second item of such caliber. Yi Chun feigned a distressed expression, lamenting, if you truly desire it, you might as well seek out a source crystal of ice essence. I can craft a treasure for you free of charge. Upon hearing this, the second prince's body jolted. It seemed he suddenly recalled something. Glancing at Yi Chun with a furrowed brow, he inquired, are you the one collecting rare minerals imbued with the power of heaven and earth? His astonishment was palpable, his complexion paling. Even with his typically composed demeanor, his pupils dilated in disbelief as he regarded Yi Chun. Yi Chun, too, was taken aback. It appeared that this explanation made perfect sense. Otherwise, where would Yi Chun's treasures originate? It could only be that he crafted them himself. Yi Chun's mind raced with thoughts as he glanced at the gray war god armor adorning his frame. And he instinctively patted his chest. Holding up his armor, he proclaimed, ha ha ha. You've uncovered my secret. This suit of armor is crafted from the thunder source crystal bestowed upon me by His Highness the Third Prince. I intended to interact with you as an ordinary person, yet here I am, discovered. Since the ruse is up, I shall no longer pretend I am a master blacksmith. Yi Chun spread his arms wide. Reflecting on a famous saying, he casually remarked, if His Highness the Second Prince desires it, he should procure the ice source crystals, and I shall gladly forge them at no cost. A friendly reminder, the more source crystals, the better the quality of the crafted treasures. Raising an eyebrow, Yi Chun gestured accordingly. The second prince, taken aback by this revelation, found himself overwhelmed with emotions. Struggling to process the information, Yi Chun cast a sidelong glance at the second prince and could not help but stifle a chuckle. Had you not said anything, I would have remained oblivious to my own prowess as a master blacksmith. The audacity of the second prince to make such guesses was impressive, and Yi Chun was equally bold in his acknowledgement. Truly, this was unprecedented. Upon learning that defensive treasures could be crafted, the second prince's interest piqued, and he eagerly shared his excitement with the formidable martial figures by his side. They promptly departed, leaving behind a message. Master Bailey will come to seek you in a day. Yi Chun, you may summon the old man at will. The ice source crystals are exceedingly rare. This prince must venture into the court to obtain them, hoping that the treasures you forge will not disappoint. The second prince quickly vanished from sight. Hearing this, Yi Chun nodded in satisfaction. Meanwhile, numerous noble offspring gravitated towards the Red Lake Ice Palace, eager to engage with Yi Chun. However, to their surprise, Princess Jing Rui intercepted them first. Casting a knowing glance at Yi Chun, feeling somewhat embarrassed, Yi Chun waved his hand at the crowd, saying, my apologies, everyone. If you require anything, please visit my magical armory, and I shall treat you to drinks as an apology. As soon as he finished speaking, the noble youths erupted into laughter, fully understanding Yi Chun's intent. Subsequently, he and Princess Jing Rui strolled away toward the banks of the Red Lake, leaving behind a throng of envious noble scions. Gazing longingly at the retreating figure of Princess Jing Rui, astonishingly, he was a master blacksmith. This lad is truly remarkable. Not only did he openly tease Princess Jing Rui, but he also captured her heart in the end. Who could argue otherwise? It was utterly unexpected that he not only wielded mysterious and powerful secret arts, but was also a hidden master blacksmith. It seems I must hasten to prepare some elemental crystals to commission a treasure from him. Indeed, is he not planning to establish a weapons shop on the northern foothills of Cheongjo? With the strength of my family, we ought to acquire dozens, if not hundreds, of treasures. With these thoughts, the noble youths dispersed in a flurry. Not far away, a powerful martial king and a young man adorned in a golden crown appeared atop the deserted lake palace. The martial king surveyed the surrounding ice crystals, his expression grave as he spoke. Your Highness, the icy power unleashed by the second prince now surpasses you. Yi Chun possesses a remarkable talent for winning hearts. Currently, within the great martial dynasty, many noble youths have chosen to align themselves with him. With his mastery of enigmatic secret arts and these rare blacksmithing treasures, he is bound to achieve greatness. The martial king's countenance reflected deep concern. He observed every one of Yi Chen's moves. Beside him, the young man clad in a dragon robe, his hands clasped behind his back, wore a solemn and cold expression. After a long pause, he spoke with authority. This lad, if he can be utilized by our great martial dynasty, will undoubtedly become a national treasure. If he cannot serve our dynasty, he will pose a significant threat. The crown prince held Yi Chun in high regard. This assessment was not merely based on status, but rather a comprehensive evaluation of character and strength. Yi Chun does not seem like someone who would stand by our side, the martial king remarked solemnly. The crown prince smiled enigmatically, revealing nothing of his intentions. What does your highness imply? The martial king inquired, puzzled and tentatively probing. Chapter 55. The princess's fate. A sincere warning. Though he had already begun to form a conjecture in his mind, the crown prince turned away coldly, leaving behind a chilling remark that sent shivers down the martial king's spine. I do not favor those who exceed my control, no matter how valuable they may be. Upon hearing this, the martial king's gaze turned steely, exuding a dangerous aura. He fixed his eyes on Yi Chen's direction, filled with murderous intent, muttering under his breath, since you've chosen the wrong side and seek your own demise, do not blame me for being ruthless. By the banks of the Red Lake, the atmosphere was cool and serene. Yi Chen and Princess Jing Rui sat facing each other. Suddenly, Yi Chen could not suppress a sneeze. Achoo! Who the hell is cursing me? He grumbled irritably. Hee hee. Princess Jing Rui stifled a laugh at Yi Chen's exclamation. Is it that amusing? Yi Chen replied, somewhat speechless. I don't know why, but the moment I laid eyes on you, I couldn't help but chuckle. It feels as though you and I inhabit entirely different realms. Princess Jing Rui said, laughing heartily and speaking with ease. Her words. Yi Chun felt a shiver run down his spine. The intuition of women is indeed formidable. They had barely exchanged a few words, and he nearly exposed his own background. Why Yi Chun resolved to be meticulous in his speech when conversing with women. Cautious in words and actions is never a mistake. We are indeed from different worlds. Yi Chun shrugged, his expression calm. He was but an ordinary cultivator. Even with the noble title granted by the third prince, he remained incomparable to the royal Princess Jing Rui. No, you need not feel that way. I have never wished to regard myself as a princess. If given a choice, I would absolutely prefer not to be born into royalty. Princess Jing Rui shook her head repeatedly. Yes, she spoke. A hint of helplessness appeared on her face. It was perplexing for Yi Chun to witness a princess of the great martial dynasty expressing such sentiments of discontent regarding her fate. Princess Jing Rui, your words render many women in the world envious, Yi Chun remarked, grinning. However, her expression gradually settled into tranquility as she savored the tea in her cup, letting out a deep sigh. Her demeanor did not seem feigned. Only someone genuinely lamenting their unjust fate would wear such a sorrowful and helpless expression. When Yi Chun first arrived in this world, his body was frail, and his talents were lacking. He had once felt similarly despondent when he could not improve his cultivation despite exhausting every means. Fortunately, he maintained a positive mindset and managed to secure a place in the Tianlan Martial Academy, thanks to his lineage from Qingfeng Town. In contrast, Princess Jing Rui's predicament appeared far more severe. Yi Chun rapped the table lightly, inquiring, might I ask, Princess Jing Rui, what troubles do you encounter as a princess? Observing her forlorn mood, Yi Chun casually probed. Princess Jing Rui opened her storage ring, producing a marriage contract. Upon seeing the contract, Yi Chun's brow furrowed. In an instant, he comprehended the situation from his recollections in a distant era. The value of royal princesses was often tied to marriage alliances. It would not be an exaggeration to label them as instruments of the royal family. He had not anticipated that in this world, a princess's fate would mirror such a fate, to enjoy a life of luxury in the first half, only to be married off to a foreign land in the latter half, becoming a pawn for her homeland. I see. Yi Chun did not examine the contract, yet he nodded in understanding. Princess Jing Rui offered a self-deprecating smile and said, "What can I say? I am the eldest princess, after all. Thankfully, my mother supports me. And my father dares not hastily marry me off. She is a renowned fifth-grade alchemist within the great martial dynasty. Even the emperor would hesitate to offend her. Otherwise, I might have already been sent to the great Yin dynasty by now." Princess Jing Rui said, pursing her lips. The smile on her face evaporated, replaced by a shadow of gloom, leaving Yi Chen feeling somewhat guilty. "That I apologize for bringing up a painful topic." Yi Chen scratched his head awkwardly. "It's nothing. You are quite an interesting person. If I were not born into royalty, perhaps we could have been friends." Princess Jingrui gazed at Yi Chen, a smile once again gracing her delicate features. Yi Chen returned her gaze, a sudden flutter of emotion stirring within him. The princess's smile was remarkably pure, reminiscent of willows swaying gently in the breeze during the month of February, evoking a sense of lightness that uplifted the spirit. It was akin to the tea in his cup, less potent than wine, yet imbued with a unique fragrance. As a royal princess, Jingrui had reshaped Yi Chen's understanding of the nobility. "You belong to the royal family. Yet does that mean we cannot be friends?" he remarked with a hint of indignation. "Just days ago, the third prince was calling me his brother." He stroked his chin, his tone reflecting disbelief. Upon hearing this, Jingrui's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "You have become friends with my elder brother. How delightful. But wait, is there something amiss? My title as a count was granted by him." Yi Chen, taken aback, inquired, "Is that so?" Indeed. If you can befriend my elder brother, then surely we can also be friends. He is undoubtedly the most affectionate among us siblings," Jingrui replied with a smile. Suddenly, her expression shifted as if recalling something important. "But you must be exceedingly cautious of the second prince. His heart is the most inscrutable. No one can fathom his intentions. Even our father holds a certain wariness towards him," she warned gravely. Yi Chen furrowed his brow, perplexed. "The second prince? Wasn't he just assisting me?" In his eyes, the second prince had always been a figure of respect. Before he could voice his thoughts, Jingrui continued, "Although currently the second prince may not match the strength of the first, there will come a day when he surpasses all his siblings." Her words carried significant weight. The fact that a royal such as Jingrui viewed the second prince in this manner signified his complexity. Yi Chen could sense the sincerity in her warning, his expression remaining calm as he nodded slightly. Had it not been for her caution, he might have remained oblivious to the potential depths of the second prince's character. He realized that the second prince, being part of the royal lineage, might have ulterior motives for his previous assistance. Yi Chen had believed the second prince to be a man of genuine character. "So, what I have witnessed may merely be a fade." He pondered, a frown etching his features. Previously, he had gone so far as to express gratitude through multiple gifts, convinced that the second prince was a worthy ally. Now, it appeared he must maintain vigilance towards every member of the royal family. The second prince's true nature was well concealed. Were it not for Princess Jingrui's timely warning, he might have remained oblivious for quite some time. The imperial court was a realm rife with power struggles and intrigue. It was prudent for him to tread carefully. Yet, he felt a growing sense of entrapment. As he surveyed his surroundings, he contemplated deeply. In that moment, Jingrui remained silent, allowing him the space to deliberate. "Thank you for your counsel, Princess. I believe I have gained some understanding," Yi Chen said with a slight nod, though he spoke with assurance. Confusion still lingered in his heart regarding the second prince. Jingrui, however, chose not to elaborate further. Instead, her gaze shifted to the exquisite necklace Yi Chen had gifted her, marveling at its craftsmanship. After some contemplation, she resolved to pose a question to him. "How did you discern that I harbor latent power within me? Even a martial king should not be able to perceive the seals that bind my strength," she asked, an expression of bewilderment crossing her face. Her unwavering gaze made Yi Chen feel somewhat self-conscious. "To be frank, I cannot perceive your power directly. However, I can gauge your strength through other means. The force you wield is formidable enough to contend with even the peak of martial masters. Even the frigid energy unleashed by the second prince wielding the supreme Frost Ice Emperor spear could not shake you," Yi Chen suggested, his tone tinged with mischief. He had observed closely when the second prince had unleashed a torrent of icy energy, repelling everyone in the vicinity. Yet, this princess had remained unfazed, her power seemingly capable of suppressing the ice elements without any hindrance. Thus, Yi Chen was convinced that Princess Jingrui's strength surpassed even that of the second prince in his peak state, concealing her true prowess. Jingrui smiled in response. You are astute that I indeed possess considerable strength. But before I ascend to the rank of martial king, this level of power is hardly noteworthy, she replied nonchalantly, a fierce determination hidden in her eyes that even Yi Chun could not help but feel inspired by. He ventured to speculate. Once you break through to the martial king realm, you shall be able to alter your destiny. She nodded in affirmation. Indeed, upon becoming a martial king, I will be able to transcend my identity as a mere pawn of the royal family. As they conversed, an almost imperceptible storm began to coalesce around them. Yi Chun and Jingrui exchanged a glance, both sensing the presence of this unusual force. Be cautious, Jingrui urged urgently. Yi Chun's brow furrowed with concern. Instinctively, he activated the full capabilities of his gray war god armor. Earth Mantle Thunder. Faced with this unseen threat, he summoned all the power of his gear. Earth Mantle Thunder. Crackling sounds resonated as lightning wove a vast network beneath his feet. Channeling the earth's might to amplify his thunderous elements. How audacious. A high-ranking martial king dares to ambush me, a mere martial artist. How shameless. Yi Chun exclaimed with ire. The martial king, however, merely grunted in response, remaining concealed. Soon after, he made a decisive move. Chapter 56. Taking the initiative, thunderstorm pearl. The sky darkened abruptly, reminiscent of the darkness that had once enveloped Yi Chun's world. However, the perilous ambience created by the martial king was several times more daunting. Yi Chun felt his perception severely hindered. Beside him, Jingrui furrowed her brow, rising to her feet to confront the encroaching dark clouds with an unfriendly glare, equally unable to discern the identity of the approaching foe. The martial king deliberately concealed his identity, disregarding even Yi Chun's taunts. This provocation ignited Jingrui's fury. How dare you? Regardless of whether you are my elder brother's or second brother's ally, cease this at once. Otherwise, under the great martial dynasty, there shall be no refuge for you. She threatened with palpable anger. Her status was sufficient to instill fear even in a peak martial king. Yet, despite Jingrui invoking her identity as the fifth princess of the great martial dynasty, it did not deter the mysterious martial king that he continued to advance, the dark clouds swirling with increasing speed. Yi Chun, now intrigued, pondered, to disregard a princess so boldly. Could this martial king not be affiliated with the royal family or any of the princes? Who could it be? Perhaps a member of the Tianlan martial house. It is quite possible that a martial king from Tianlan is making a move, or perhaps from the Tianqin martial house. There is even the possibility that those noble scions who have not received my magic are involved in this. The possibilities were too numerous for Yi Chun to ascertain. After all, given his current predicament, there were many who wished him harm. Contemplating this, he shook his head decisively. In his hands, he summoned numerous disposable magic talismans, ready to adapt to the situation. Whoever you are, if you dare to strike at me so brazenly, I shall not shy away from revealing the power of my magic talismans, and you will pay the price. Very well. Let you be the first martial king I vanquish, so that others may see and understand before they dare to confront me. Yi Chun declared coldly. The thunderous power beneath his feet surged with increasing ferocity. The effects of the gray war god armor were fully unleashed. In the darkness, Yi Chun appeared as if the god of thunder had descended, gathering a tempestuous force of lightning. The unleashed bolts flickered with tens of thousands of volts, tearing through the darkness to create a massive gash in the shroud of shadows. The force erupting from within Yi Chun intensified. His cultivation aura had far surpassed that of a mere martial apprentice, rivaling that of a peak martial master. In this state, he found his control over magic stronger than ever before. It was undeniable, clad in powerful gear. His combat prowess was indeed on another level. Gray War God Staff. Let me test whether the thunderstorm forged from 300 points of magical energy can pose a threat to the martial king. Yi Chun refrained from directly throwing the intermediate magic talisman to intimidate the formidable martial king. Prior to that, he was more inclined to test the limits of his peak strength, to ascertain whether he was worthy of engaging with beings of the martial king realm. A surge of 3,000 points of magic power erupted forth. The thunder rod, as if possessed, voraciously absorbed the thunderous elements from its surroundings, devouring the spiritual energy of the cosmos, within a radius of 100 miles. Any force associated with the natural elements of thunder was wholly consumed by the thunder rod. A radiant thunder pearl materialized above the staff. The crackling sound of thunder reverberated, resonating with a tremor that seemed to shake the very soul. The brilliant blue arcs of electricity invoked a transformation in the natural laws, with the rules of thunder asserting dominance over the space. Gradually, the surrounding area began to fracture, producing violent sparks of ions. In that moment, Chen, wielding the staff, conjured a thunderstorm pearl that concealed the power to annihilate worlds, instilling awe and dread in all who beheld it. Thunderous phenomena erupted across the heavens, transforming the sky into an ocean of lightning. Princess Jing Rui's eyes widened in astonishment, her entire being quivering with an indescribable sense of shock. She promptly summoned her own cultivation power, her aura surpassing that of a martial artist. Yet, even so, she dared not linger too long, utilizing this surge of power to retreat 1,000 meters away from Chen, observing him from a distance. Meanwhile, within the dark cloud, the martial king grimaced in furious frustration, his teeth grinding in anger. How infuriating! How could this young man command such power over the laws? Earlier, in battle, he had not exhibited such prowess. It seemed he had underestimated him gravely. Should he reveal himself and act, he would undoubtedly be seen by the princess, but if he refrained from action, he would surely incur the wrath of the crown prince. Cursed be this predicament, the martial king found himself in a dilemma. Torn between action and inaction. In contrast, Chen's thunderous power was coiling and ready to strike. The thunder rod of the gray war god Set had completed the casting of the thunderstorm spell. Having expended a remarkable 3,000 points of magical energy, beyond the limits of ordinary beginner magic, that moment, he exhaled a sigh of relief. This was the first time he had expended such a vast amount of magic to unleash a spell. Were it not for the enhancement provided by the talent potion, amplifying his magical comprehension, he might not have been able to perform such a high-level spell as Thunderstorm in one go. Still not intending to show yourself, it appears your intentions are not merely to kill me, but rather to capture me. You wish to seize me without revealing yourself. How laughable! You truly underestimate me. Chen scrutinized the martial king, initially planning to await his next move, but suddenly realized something, letting out a cold snort. Despite the dark storm coalescing, the martial king remained inactive. He had opened an entrance to the dark cloud, evidently intending for Chen to take the initiative and confront him within the cloud. Such shamelessness was utterly disgraceful. Chen surmised his intentions. This martial king did not wish for his immediate demise. Instead, he sought to extract secrets and treasures from him before ending his life. You think I would be foolish enough to walk into your trap? You wretched creature, a martial king, and yet you behave like a rat hiding in the shadows. Upon discerning his opponent's motives, Chen unleashed a torrent of scornful remarks. The elderly martial king seethed with rage, his eyes aflame, his teeth grinding audibly. He was caught in a quandary, unsure whether to advance or retreat. Just as he hesitated, Chen ceased waiting and thrust the thunderstorm pearl forward. Very well, since the rat refuses to act, I shall take the initiative. Let this thunderstorm pearl give you a taste of its power. Chen mocked with a smirk. With all his might, he wielded the thunder rod of the gray war god, launching a pearl the size of a luminous orb, as if it were a bullet fired from a chamber. Whoosh! As it neared the dark cloud, Chen recited an incantation, and a unique rune flickered upon the staff point. 3 bolts of lightning converged into a single mark, weaving intricate patterns, drawing upon the thunder beneath the earth. He detonated the thunderstorm pearl that a resounding explosion echoed in an instant. The thunderstorm pearl erupted, unleashing a torrent of electric arcs that radiated outward like a blooming flower. The entire space became suffused with lethal lightning. The cerulean light illuminated the entire main city of Cheongzhou. In mere moments, a tempest began to converge, disrupting the very fabric of natural laws. As Chen released the spell, he utilized a flickering magic to flee. Observing from several thousand meters away, the devastation wrought by the thunderstorm obliterated the entire Red Lake. Tens of thousands of volts of thunder swept through, annihilating everything within a kilometer radius, leaving no living soul behind. This destructive force undoubtedly reached the level of a martial king. Chen inhaled deeply, satisfaction swelling within him. However, in the next instant, his smile froze. As the thunderous display dissipated, he found no trace of the martial king. The thunderstorm pearl had obliterated the dark cloud conjured by the martial king, but had failed to inflict any true harm upon the formidable being, let alone pose a threat. Even though the lightning had brushed against the threshold of the laws, it had not shaken the martial king in the slightest. Just how formidable must this martial king be? Chen took a deep breath, his vigilance heightened as he surveyed the banks of the Red Lake, ever prepared for a potential ambush from the martial king. Chapter 57. Intermediate Magic. Becoming a consort. At that moment, the enigmatic martial king suddenly appeared behind Yi Chun. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Chun discarded a disposable intermediate fire magic talisman. The frigid winter, unleashing its chilling essence. The overwhelming power momentarily left him breathless, followed by an intense sense of dread that enveloped him. Damn it! What is this? The martial king was instantly thrown into a panic, instinctively exclaiming in alarm. His reflexes were remarkably swift as he tore through space with his bare hands, vanishing in an instant. Simultaneously, he whisked away the chilling essence released by the intermediate ice magic talisman from the vicinity. Yi Chun stood frozen in place, his expression blank for a prolonged moment. That a few strands of frost appeared upon the gray war god's set, and as the cold energy seeped from his body, he regained his senses, trembling uncontrollably that he hastily employed a disposable beginner magic recovery talisman. Warm, gentle green magic gradually infused his body. The lethal chill of winter was thoroughly expelled from him. Hiss! Intermediate magic can be so terrifying. Yi Chun exclaimed in horror. The gap between beginner and intermediate magic was not merely a difference in terminology. It was a chasm of cosmic proportions that Yi Chun had nearly perished by his own hand. The disposable magic talisman proved to be a double-edged sword. Soon, the residual chill from afar began to dissipate, its intensity gradually waning. This intermediate magic did not seem to have claimed the martial king's life. TSK that it appears that the martial king who visited this time possesses exceptionally high cultivation, likely in the late stages of the martial king realm, or even at its pinnacle. Thus, he must belong to the royal family. However, whether he is aligned with the crown prince's faction, the second prince's faction, or even the slim possibility of the third prince's faction remains unknown. That martial king did not even unleash a single martial technique, leaving no chance for pursuit. Yi Chun felt a cold sweat break out all over him, having narrowly escaped death, and his heart remained unsettled. Phew, I must be even more cautious from now on. This time I was fortunate, but next time, luck may not be on my side. Yet, in a way, he has afforded me the opportunity to experiment with intermediate magic. I must exercise extreme caution in its use going forward and make a hasty retreat thereafter. With my current strength, confronting a martial king is exceedingly challenging. Only against early-stage martial kings can I dare to test my mettle. Yi Chun pondered this, weighing the pros and cons given his current level as a beginner magic user at LV11. It would be difficult to contend with a martial king. Once I ascend to the mid-level of beginner magic, expending over 10,000 points of magic to construct spells, I should be able to genuinely challenge a martial king. By that time, I will no longer have to cower in fear of the great martial empire. Yi Chun reflected on the martial king, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Princess Jing Rui took a deep breath, approached slowly, and applauded in admiration. Seeing that Yi Chun was unharmed, she smiled broadly and remarked, "Truly impressive. I did not expect to find such a skilled individual among the younger generation." Yi Chun, upon hearing this, quickly shook his head. "I am hardly worthy of being called a skilled individual. That I nearly lost my life, and yet I did not even catch a glimpse of the murderer. I feel utterly ashamed." Yi Chun lamented helplessly. Confronting a warrior of the martial king realm indeed leaves one feeling somewhat powerless. Upon hearing this, Princess Jing Rui huffed in indignation. "Humph. It is best that I do not discover who it is. Should anyone dare to disregard me, I shall make them comprehend just how formidable the summoning abilities of an alchemist truly are." At that moment, Princess Jing Rui, in her rage, appeared adorably naive, especially with that defiant expression. Yi Chun could not help but stifle a laugh. "No need to be angry, Your Highness. That individual was targeting me, so they would not dare to harm you. Besides, lurking in the dark clouds likely indicates they were afraid of being recognized by you." Yi Chun explained. Princess Jing Rui nodded slightly, as she understood Yi Chun's implication. The fact that this person deliberately avoided her suggests that she might very well know this martial king, thereby revealing their origins. They hail from within the great martial dynasty. I shall return and warn them. Whoever dares to touch you shall not escape my wrath, Princess Jing Rui declared vehemently. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun was taken aback. When did this fifth princess develop such a close relationship with him? He cast a sidelong glance at Princess Jing Rui, who playfully blinked her eyes. "Perhaps we shall become good friends, shall we not?" Princess Jing Rui hinted subtly. "Not for any particular reason, but simply because it is quite agreeable. Sometimes, fate can arrive unexpectedly." Catching one off guard, Yi Chun could not help but burst into hearty laughter. Repeatedly cupping his fists in gratitude, the illustrious princess is willing to befriend a mere commoner like myself. I am truly honored. I, Yi, am most fortunate. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. Yi Chen began jesting, discovering that this fifth princess bore no semblance of royal airs and was exceedingly approachable, in stark contrast to those haughty scions of nobility. Moreover, her temperament seemed to resonate well with his own. You may not believe it, but I truly do have a matter for which I seek your help, Princess Jing Rui replied, seamlessly transitioning back to the topic at hand, observing her naturally astute demeanor. Yi Chen sensed she had come up with something on the spur of the moment. Curiosity piqued. He inquired, "Oh, please, do not hesitate to share. I, Yi Chen, am known for my hospitality and shall gladly assist." Yi Chen scrutinized Princess Jing Rui's expression, attempting to discern whether she was jesting or genuinely sought his aid. Princess Jing Rui stepped directly in front of Yi Chen, leaning closer to whisper conspiratorially in his ear. Yi Chen, intrigued, assumed a posture of attentive listening. Soon, a soft whisper reached his ear. "Yi Chen, would you be interested in becoming a consort?" After speaking, Princess Jing Rui took a step back, awaiting Yi Chen's response. However, Yi Chen was momentarily at a loss for words. His pupils dilated in astonishment as he gazed incredulously at Princess Jing Rui. "WTF? Become a consort? Are you out of your mind?" Yi Chen's eyes widened in disbelief, his mind racing with questions. What could this mean? The princess herself was proposing he become a consort. Was this a declaration of affection? So sudden. Could it be that my earlier display of strength and exceptional talent has captured the heart of this beauty? Or perhaps my extraordinary potential has led her to harbor secret admiration? Or is it that my magical weapon might soon bring me wealth beyond measure? Yi Chen locked eyes with Princess Jing Rui, his heart a whirlwind of emotions, a cacophony of thoughts swirling within. Was this the onset of an extraordinary turn of events? With a myriad of questions clouding his mind, Yi Chen stammered, "Didn't we just meet? Is it not a bit too hasty to become a consort?" Chapter 58. Terrified, eager to hear more in response to Yi Chen's inquiry, Princess Jing Rui's expression suddenly changed as she stifled a giggle behind her hand. Witnessing this, Yi Chen's face darkened. He realized he had been played. How infuriating. This was an act of treachery that could not be tolerated. Yi Chen's mind raced, plotting his revenge. How could he have fallen for such a blatant trick? It was an utter humiliation. Reflecting on Princess Jing Rui's demeanor, Yi Chen began to reconsider his own feelings, growing increasingly agitated and distressed. Enough of this jesting. I truly do have a matter for which I seek your assistance. To defeat the sixth prince of the Great Yin dynasty. Shaozhongshuan. Princess Jing Rui abruptly returned to the matter at hand. She could see that Yi Chen was somewhat displeased, so she swiftly shifted to the main topic. While Yi Chen stroked his chin, realizing that in order to avoid further trickery, he needed to clarify things. What is the strength of the sixth prince of the Great Yin dynasty? Why must I defeat him? Yi Chen cautiously inquired. He possesses the cultivation of a mid-stage martial master, yet he is hailed as the strongest martial master in the Great Yin dynasty in a century, ranking first on their list of prodigies. As for why, because he is set to marry me on behalf of the Great Yin dynasty. If you defeat him, the Great Yin dynasty will be utterly humiliated, and he will have no face left to claim my hand. Moreover, you would gain significant benefits from this, making a name for yourself. In the future, whether it be your sect's inheritance or the sale of your weapons, you will reap the rewards, Princess Jing Rui explained with a smile. Considering every angle, even enticing Yi Chen with the potential benefits, upon realizing her intentions, Yi Chen could not help but chuckle. Princess Jing Rui's reasoning was indeed quite astute, even amplifying the advantages to her own benefit. However, should he truly engage in defeating the sixth prince of the Great Yin dynasty, he would likely become a thorn in the side of another powerful dynasty, a target for retaliation. Was it not better to stay alive? Certainly. This was a treacherous situation fraught with chaos, and one must tread carefully. Yi Chen promptly reminded himself to avoid seeking unnecessary risks and to refrain from boasting without cause. Thus, he chose to decline. Your Highness, it is not that I am unwilling to assist. Rather, this task exceeds my capabilities. While I sympathize with your predicament, you cannot push me into a perilous situation. Moreover, the sixth prince of the Great Yin dynasty is the most formidable martial master in a century. I am merely a humble cultivator at the 9th level of martial arts. How could I possibly contend with him? Yi Chen said with a sheepish grin. His eyes darted around. Then he reminded Princess Jing Rui. By the way, Your Highness, you still owe me a medicinal pill. How about this? You return to refine the pill early, and we shall part ways, each to our own families. Chen declared, waving his hands dismissively. Just as he intended to leave, he was stopped by Princess Jingrue. Clearly, she was not willing to let him go so easily, trailing closely behind him, her lively eyes intently studying his profile. Are you frightened? Princess Jingrue attempted to provoke Chen. Unfortunately for her, this tactic proved ineffective. Chen nodded earnestly. Indeed, I am utterly terrified. Your Highness, you are asking me to confront the sixth prince of the great Yin dynasty. On the surface, it may seem like a duel against a single individual, but in reality, it is a challenge to the entire great Yin dynasty. How could I stand a chance? How could I not be afraid? Chen unabashedly chose to concede. His demeanor suggested he was quite justified in his fear. After all, while reputation is important, one's life is singular and precious. Furthermore, the risks and rewards were not commensurate. Chen had no desire to engage in such foolishness. Princess Jingrue sighed in resignation, her eyes reflecting a deep sense of sorrow. She glanced at Chen, her lips poised to speak, prompting him to inquire further. In truth, it is not entirely impossible. As the saying goes, one must be prepared to take risks to reap rewards. If sufficient benefits are to be had, I would still be willing to serve your Highness. Chen suddenly changed his tone and remarked that, in his view, this situation was not a deadlock. There remained a possibility for circumvention. After all, fortune favors the bold. Chen was in urgent need of resources to elevate his status as a magician and enhance his innate perception. At present, within the great martial dynasty, the resources he could scheme for had dwindled to a mere handful. Higher-grade resources were accessible only to cultivators above the rank of martial king, making it exceedingly difficult for Chen. Given his current strength, to procure them. If he could establish a reputation within the Great Flame Dynasty, perhaps by selling magical tomes and equipment, he might be able to seize resources from within that realm as well. To Chen, resources transcended mere magical equipment. They represented experience and even the capacity for enlightenment. For him, the gold that could be exchanged for resources was of paramount importance. As long as he possessed sufficient gold, he could, in a short span, leap from the rank of a novice magician to that of an intermediate magician. At that point, the so-called centennial and millennial dynasties would merely appear as colossal beasts. Subservient to his will, the identity of an intermediate magician would elevate him above all dynasties. However, dreams are often grand, while reality is stark. Chen, barely on the verge of breaking through to the novice magician level, could only indulge in such thoughts. Even a basic experience potion was valued at 1,000,000 power units. Without several billion gold coins, aspirations of advancing to an intermediate magician were futile. Gradually, Chen conceived the notion of amassing a considerable fortune, prompting him to negotiate with Princess Jingrue. The latter cast a deep glance at Chen, interpreting his intentions in ways she had not anticipated. With a slight smile, she said, "Could it be that you, young Master Chen, wish to rescue me from peril and truly aspire to become my consort?" As she spoke, her delicate, fair visage flushed with a rosy hue, akin to the manner in which Chen had previously been deceived. In this moment, Princess Jingrue misinterpreted Chen's intentions. Chen burst into hearty laughter. "Your Highness, you have misunderstood. What I mean is, as long as the resources and benefits are adequate, I can serve as your enforcer. It all depends on how much you are willing to invest." Chen's countenance radiated joy. This time, the advantage lay with him. "You." Princess Jingrue gritted her teeth, her body stiffening noticeably, observing her embarrassment. Chen could not suppress a chuckle. In the world of martial arts, one must endure hardships. In this life, one always pays for their choices. After a prolonged silence, Princess Jingrue forced herself to calm her emotions and, with a hint of defiance, gazed at Chen, saying, "Very well, name your desired resources. My mother is the most powerful fifth-tier alchemist within the great martial imperial city, and we are never short of resources." Princess Jingrue spoke with conviction, yet she could hardly fathom the extent of Chen's appetite. Chen extended a finger, a smile gracing his lips as he said, "I require 100 pieces of primal crystal stones. Any primal crystal stone of earth or sky attributes will suffice. You need only provide me with 10 as a deposit, and I shall swiftly deal with the sixth prince of the Great Flame Dynasty. If necessary, I can take on all the princes of the Great Flame Dynasty, as long as they are beneath the martial king level. I assure you, they will be left utterly humiliated, let alone marrying you. They would lose face even within their own dynasty." Chen could not contain his bravado. Typically, he maintained a low profile, But when it came to resources, he reminded himself, when it's time to act, one must act. However, his demands were exceedingly steep. 100 primal crystal stones was a sum that even martial king powerhouses would hesitate to pursue. Even a fifth-tier alchemist would find it challenging to amass such a quantity of pure primal crystal stones. Princess Jing Rui's lips twitched, shaking her head repeatedly. 100 primal crystal stones, you dare ask for that? Even my mother cannot procure such a number. 30 stones might be negotiable, she replied, casting a displeased glance at Chen. Was it truly impossible? Chen remained skeptical, attempting to push for 50. The foundation of the great martial dynasty, built over thousands of years, should be ample. Princess Jing Rui shot Chen an exasperated look. To demand 100 primal crystal stones, you truly are audacious. How could there possibly be that many within the great martial dynasty, even if my mother sought to acquire them from other realms? It would be unfeasible. Princess Jing Rui spoke with irritation. Yet, suddenly struck by a thought, her expression shifted. However, it is not entirely impossible. As her demeanor gradually calmed, she spoke coolly. Upon hearing this, Chen's interest peaked. Do tell, I am eager to hear more. Chapter 59. The Origins and the Great Gamble. Chen's eyes gleamed with anticipation. If he could indeed secure 100 primal crystal stones, it would be sufficient to exchange for over 100 million gold coins, propelling him toward the mid-level of a novice magician. After much contemplation, Princess Jing Rui finally spoke. Listen closely. The reason the Great Martial Dynasty is sending me to marry into the Great Flame Dynasty is due to the recently discovered Hellfire Gold Mine, which is rich in both gold and fire attribute primal crystal stones. With this vein, the Great Flame Dynasty has already produced 2 formidable martial kings, wielding an unparalleled power that terrifies the surrounding realms for 100,000 miles. 3 years ago, the Great Flame Dynasty unearthed the second Hellfire Gold Mine. With these 2 veins, the Great Flame Dynasty is assured of its dominance in the vast southern polar region for a millennium. Standing by the banks of the Crimson Lake, Princess Jing Rui gazed into the distance as she spoke. Her demeanor was as calm as water, each word laden with invaluable information for Chen. Not only was the Great Martial Dynasty seeking to ally with the Great Flame Dynasty, but several other prosperous dynasties were also vying for the opportunity to associate with the Great Flame Dynasty, hoping to reap benefits from the newly discovered Hellfire Gold Mine. If I marry, the Great Flame Dynasty will allocate 1/4 of the new mine to the Great Martial Dynasty. Consequently, the national strength of the Great Martial Dynasty will experience exponential growth, significantly increasing the chances of assisting the national master in ascending to the rank of Martial King. Princess Jing Rui spoke matter-of-factly. She elucidated the intricate details surrounding the proposed union. That it was no wonder the great martial emperor was willing to marry off such a precious daughter of an alchemist. He was undoubtedly set to gain substantial benefits. Moreover, her mother was a 5th-tier alchemist. This was why the Great Flame Dynasty was willing to offer 1/4 of the mine as a bargaining chip in exchange for Princess Jing Rui. Chen nodded slowly. From the perspective of the Great Martial Dynasty's framework, this princess's marriage would undoubtedly yield more advantages than drawbacks. Yet, it was unfortunate for Princess Jing Rui, who clearly did not wish to marry so far away. She continued, given the current power of the Great Flame Dynasty, it is unmatched. Only a few ancient dynasties hidden within the southern polar region can rival it, and even those have existed for millennia. Once the Great Flame Dynasty establishes itself using the mine, it will inevitably become the sole hegemon of the southern polar region. Princess Jing Rui stated with utmost seriousness. One could only imagine the magnitude of power that mine possessed. I share all this merely to convey the value of that mine. If the Great Martial Dynasty could secure one of its veins, its imperial strength would soar, solidifying its foundation for a millennium. But how can we obtain it? Chen inquired with a light chuckle. Since ancient dynasties that have existed for millennia dare not seize it from the Great Flame Dynasty, there must be a reason. At this moment, a smile broke upon Princess Jing Rui's face. She had been anticipating Chen's inquiry and seized the opportunity to explain. There is indeed a way to obtain it. If you agree to challenge the 6th prince of the Great Flame Dynasty, everything becomes possible. Is that so? For now, let us consider my agreement. Do elaborate? Chen responded, somewhat incredulous, as he continued. Excellent. I am thrilled that you are willing to accept the challenge. I shall promptly inform my father of the situation and delineate the boundaries of the 6 states of the Great Martial Dynasty. Engaging in a wager with the Great Flame Dynasty regarding the newly discovered mine, Princess Jing Rue exclaimed, her excitement evident. Her complexion flushed slightly, indicating a surge of emotion. Given her current state, she seemed somewhat unstable. You want me to duel that sixth prince? To engage in a monumental gamble? A mine at stake, along with the territory of 6 states. Goodness, that Yi Chen's eyelids twitched in surprise. Oh, you truly have such faith in my victory? If I were to lose, the territory of the great martial dynasty could change hands. Yi Chen felt somewhat perplexed. Was Princess Jing Rue truly seeking revenge against the great Wu dynasty, regardless of the cost? The expression on Princess Jing Rue's face remained unchanged as she nodded repeatedly. Those who understand me, Yi Chen included, are aware that you cannot possibly lose. When the time comes, I shall inform Father Emperor of my secret affections for you, and my unwillingness to marry into the great Yin dynasty. He will undoubtedly disapprove, as long as I convey to him that your power surpasses all others. Even the 6th prince of the great Yin dynasty pales in comparison to you. My father will certainly acquiesce to this grand gamble. Princess Jing Rue spoke with considerable confidence, not only in her strategy but also in her belief in Yi Chen. Although, from Yi Chen's perspective, her confidence seemed rather unfounded. Your strength will be verified by my father, as long as you can pass his test. With his ambition, he will undoubtedly wager everything against the great Yin dynasty. If you can publicly defeat the 6th prince of the great Yin dynasty, I shall not have to marry into a foreign land. The great Wu dynasty will also reap great benefits. Princess Jing Rue calculated with delight. Yi Chen stroked his chin, pondering, and said, So, according to you, I am truly destined to become your husband. What? Are you reluctant? Is it my plain appearance that fails to captivate you? Princess Jing Rue immediately protested that as a princess, her pride was unparalleled. Moreover, she was a woman of exceptional strength and extraordinary ambition, a refined alchemist. Yi Chen fell into silence. This woman gave him a rather unique impression. Being both intelligent and clever. In terms of appearance, with just a touch of makeup, she outshone those gaudy women from the mundane world. Her character was also quite appealing, and most importantly, the two of them resonated well together. No matter how Yi Chen considered it, he found it quite agreeable. The only concern was that their acquaintance was still rather brief. Love, after all, is simply about feeling fondness. Why should an old bachelor overthink? After a moment's hesitation, Yi Chen nodded in agreement. Very well. You may issue the challenge. Give me a month's time. I need to gather sufficient resources to ensure my victory. Yi Chen looked at Princess Jing Rue and nodded. Rest assured that I will spare no effort to procure the source crystal. With my mother's influence, I can easily reach out to numerous neighboring dynasties and secure it for you. I shall return to the palace at once to report everything to Father Emperor. Upon hearing Yi Chen's consent, Princess Jing Rue's eyes sparkled with excitement. She beamed with joy, pacing on the spot, her speech trembling slightly, much like a withered flower on the brink of death that suddenly blossoms. Yi Chen simply nodded slightly. From his expression, Princess Jing Rue did not perceive him to be particularly elated. She glanced at her pure white garments, seemingly recalling something, and approached Yi Chen. Yi Chen. No, brother Yi Chen. Please do not overthink. In my eyes, you are a celestial blessing bestowed upon me, destined to rescue me from peril. The moment I laid eyes on you, I knew we were fated. Therefore, this is not merely a transaction. Princess Jing Rue blinked and hinted. Not merely a transaction? Then what is it? Yi Chen shrugged, once again inquiring. Princess Jing Rue covered her mouth, stifling a giggle, casting a playful glance at Yi Chen. You will understand in time. I look forward to our next meeting. You will certainly change your attitude towards me. By then, do not fall too deeply for me. Princess Jing Rue blushed, giggling as she departed, leaving Yi Chen in a state of bewilderment. What does she mean by not falling too deeply for her? Is this princess a bit self-absorbed? She does not seem like that kind of person. Well, becoming a husband to a princess was once my dream. With resources assured and a beauty seemingly provided for free, I certainly do not stand to lose. Yi Chen stroked his chin and grinned. Just as he was turning to leave, a message from his portly companion, Lele, arrived. Yi Gu, come quickly. There is trouble in the territory. Upon seeing the message, Yi Chen furrowed his brow. Could this trouble be related to the magical armament pavilion? Previously, he had sent a message via token for Lele to build it. And now, trouble arises almost immediately. Could it be too coincidental? Upon receiving the news, Yi Chen hurriedly made his way to the relay station, heading towards the northern foothills of Qiongzhou. Chapter 60. The Earl's Territory. The Donglin family. The land of Qiongzhou is vast and boundless, Within the expansive Great Wu dynasty, Qiangzhou belongs to the larger states. Moreover, it is not a marquis fief but is divided among several earls of the Great Wu. Among the royalty, only the Xie family, residing nearby, holds considerable influence over the land of Qiangzhou. This region also hosts 3 major royal martial academies. Wielding immense influence from any perspective. In the northern foothills of Qiangzhou lies the bustling core city of Beijiang. Home to numerous prominent families and powerful factions, the number of cultivators here amounts to several hundred million. Whether in martial cultivation or resource trade, they lead the trends. In this favorable location, the portly Su Lele planned to establish the magical armament pavilion that Chen required. Aiming to attract cultivators from Qiangzhou and even the entire Great Wu dynasty to purchase weapons and trade resources, this city and the surrounding fiefs all fall under Chen's jurisdiction. His Earl's token holds absolute authority in this territory. However, prior to Chen's arrival, this city did not belong to anyone specifically. It was managed by several neighboring earls. Naturally, they were unwilling to let Chen easily take control of Beijiang City. At the very least, this core city could not be seized without a fight. Over the years, they had poured considerable blood into that city, and the notion of directly handing it over to Chen was unacceptable. Thus, they collectively obstructed Su Lele from establishing the magical armament pavilion. For him, the other earls posed a significant problem, necessitating that Chen step in to resolve the matter. Chen arrived in Beijiang City and took a leisurely stroll. Discovering that the city possessed distinctive regional characteristics, both the city and the towns favored gray wood and red tiles for their buildings, mostly featuring low, exquisitely crafted structures. The cultivators within the city were largely unpretentious. Indifferent to fame and fortune, this custom and habit are undoubtedly linked to the long-standing absence of a true ruler in the northern foothills of Qiangzhou. Sitting in a tavern, Chen casually ordered a pot of wine. Listening to the lively banter of passers-by, the atmosphere remarkably harmonious. Such a territory evokes a sense of homeliness. Unlike the main city of Qiangzhou, filled with those tirelessly chasing fame, resources, and power at a truly commendable city. Even if I become the lord, I shall not alter the customs and atmosphere here. Yet, should the people of Beijiang City be willing to practice the magic I provide, transforming this city into a magical stronghold, they would enjoy their peace while possessing formidable self-defense capabilities, perhaps achieving a win-win situation for all. Chen pondered joyfully as he sipped his wine. Before long, Su Lele arrived, sitting directly opposite Chen. Without uttering a word, he downed the entire pot of wine in one go, letting out a satisfied sigh. This feels good, my good brother. In these past few days, I've been running around for you, gradually taking over all the territories that belong to you. Most others have been quite accommodating. However, there are 3 stubborn earls who refuse to negotiate and are even obstructing the construction of the magical armament pavilion, which compelled me to summon you here. Lele lamented, spreading his hands in exasperation. It seemed he had endured quite a bit of hardship. Although he held Chen's earl token, his pure strength was insufficient to sway those entrenched earls. Chen couldn't help but chuckle. It was indeed a challenge for him. No worries. Since I am here, these individuals must be dealt with. They say a new official takes office with 3 fires. I don't need 3. 1 will suffice. Anyone who dares to obstruct the establishment of the magical armament pavilion shall face my wrath. Chen grunted. With his current status and strength, he had nothing to fear from ordinary earls. Moreover, he had numerous servants and disciples at his disposal. Just a couple of them would suffice to create significant trouble for those earls. Upon hearing Chen's words, Lele let out a deep breath. Those rascals dare to look down on me, the portly one. In 2 years, when I, Lu Yi, have achieved great success, I shall personally teach them how to conduct themselves. Su Lele remarked with dissatisfaction. Chen listened and burst into hearty laughter. Calm down. You've worked hard during this time. Now that I'm here, you can take a few days to rest. Just hand me the list of those earls, Chen instructed, producing a fire-type apprentice magic book, which he handed to the plump Su Lele. Upon seeing the magic book, Su Lele's eyes lit up with joy. Having dabbled in the introductory fire magic previously, he had made significant progress in his cultivation. This new book appeared to be of an even higher caliber. Once mastered, he could hope to surpass the threshold of a martial apprentice and step into the realm of martial artists. Wonderful! Here is the Earl's token. I shall leave those rascals to you. Just in time, as I am quite fatigued these days and could use a chance to relax at a superior training venue. Su Lele said with a smile, taking the magic book and departing. Compared to his former lazy self, Su Lele had undergone a remarkable transformation that Yi Chen was naturally pleased to witness this change. With Su Lele's current fighting spirit, it wouldn't be long before he became a martial master. Perhaps he would even secure the opportunity to participate before the recruitment at the sacred ground. In that case, having him as a partner during the trip to the sacred ground would provide Yi Chen with an additional ally to look out for him. He savored the fiery liquor in his cup. Feeling it dance like flames within him, he had a deep fondness for Beijiang City, and thus, he would not permit any other earls to exert their influence over this city. After obtaining the personnel list, Yi Chen proceeded to the Donglin family in Beijiang City. The Donglin family was one of the 4 major families in Beijiang City and one of the clandestine rulers of the city. The significant figure behind them was Earl Donglin. Yi Chen learned that Earl Donglin's true lineage was also rooted in Qiangzhou, though the main family resided in the eastern region. The Donglin family within Beijiang City was merely a branch of the Donglin clan, existing to profit from the city. Over centuries of control, the majority of the city's resources had flowed into this family. However, according to the rules of the Great Wu Dynasty, now that Yi Chen had become the Earl of this land, even though the Donglin family hailed from elsewhere, they were still obligated to obey Yi Chen's commands. Otherwise, they would face either destruction or relocation. Yi Chen directly descended upon the Donglin family. The architectural style of the family stood in stark contrast to that of Beijiang City. From a distance, the halls appeared resplendent. Upon closer inspection, even the entrance was adorned with gold-infused minerals, exuding opulence but lacking any sense of elegance. It was utterly incongruous. Where is the head of the Donglin family? Come out! Yi Chen bellowed without restraint outside the Donglin family estate. At his waist hung the Earl's token, the emblem of the Great Wu Dynasty. Unmistakably conspicuous. 2 guards rushed out, ready to reprimand Yi Chen. However, upon seeing the Earl's token at his waist, their expressions of anger swiftly morphed into panic. Quickly, notify the family head. It's that Earl's token again, but this time it's a different person. Who knows what scheme he is plotting? Just have the family head come to settle this. The 2 guards quickly urged. Despite their respect for the Earl's token, they did not seem particularly intimidated by Yi Chen. As Yi Chen approached, they neither bowed nor invited him inside, displaying open hostility. In the very center of Beijiang City, the Donglin family's estate occupied a space larger than the entire bustling street, a gross waste indeed. Establishing a magic armory here would be the ideal choice. Yi Chen mused. He resolved that his first order of business in commanding Beijiang City would be to dismantle the Donglin family. Soon, a middle-aged man adorned in splendid robes and a ceremonial had emerged from the Donglin family estate. Upon encountering Yi Chen, he had the audacity to stand with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze exceedingly haughty. And who might you be? Summon the true owner of this token to meet me. I, the family head, have no time to waste on you children, the head of the Donglin family declared arrogantly. Yi Chen couldn't help but chuckle lightly at the words, weighing the token coldly as he replied, I am the owner of the token. Yi Chen, Chapter 61. Immediate demolition. Consequences to bear the azure-hued Earl's token shimmered brilliantly, engraved with Yi Chen's name, now radiating light to affirm his identity. Indeed, he was the rightful owner of this token. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the head of the Donglin family quickly opened his hands, stepping forward to respectfully clasp his fists. I greet you, Earl. Despite any lingering disrespect he harbored, he was compelled to pay his respects to the esteemed Earl of the Great Wu Dynasty. Otherwise, Yi Chen's mere title was enough to cost him his life. This was the protocol of the Great Wu Dynasty, and as a humble head of a minor family, he dared not defy it. Witnessing their leader's submission, those around him hastily dropped to their knees, their faces filled with trepidation. They had not anticipated that a distinguished Earl would personally visit their Donglin family. Even the Earl Donglin, a figure of immense significance to them, paled in comparison, now, with another Earl present, and one who was an adversary at that. How could the Donglin clan dare to remain unperturbed? Observing their capitulation, Yi Chen let out a cold snort. The token is as good as my presence. If this token is insufficient to intimidate your insignificant family, it seems the Donglin family has some backing, Yi Chen insinuated. The head of the Donglin family's eyes flickered as he realized the implications, and he tentatively inquired, Earl Yi Chen, have you already met Earl Donglin? I have not. Call him here. I have matters to discuss, Yi Chen replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing that Yi Chen sought Earl Donglin, the head of the Donglin family recognized that this individual before him was likely no ordinary character. To dare confront Earl Donglin without a hint of trepidation was a testament to his status, likely surpassing that of Earl Donglin. Moreover, His confidence and extraordinary presence could not be measured by mere age. Furthermore, Earl Yi-chun was personally bestowed the title by the third prince. It was plausible that his connections extended to the third prince himself. Should he truly provoke the third prince, even Earl Donglin would not escape disaster. The expression of the head of the Donglin family grew grim as he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, his hand trembling slightly. Earl Yi-chun, I am but a humble head of the Donglin branch family. Unable to contact Earl Donglin. If you seek him, you must go to the main family and request the elders to relay your message, he said helplessly. His authority was insufficient to reach the level of an earl. It seemed that the title of earl held considerable weight within the Great Wu dynasty. Yi-chun, having gathered this information, nodded in acknowledgement. He strode directly into the Donglin family estate, disregarding the family head and the approaching elders. Onlookers were filled with confusion as they witnessed Yi-chun's bold entrance. However, with the head of the Donglin family behind them as a deterrent, the crowd parted, unwilling to approach recklessly. Inside the estate, numerous family members busied themselves, engaged in tense commercial transactions. This family existed solely to amass wealth. As various members of other families hurried about, they were taken aback upon seeing Yi-chun's arrival, particularly upon noticing the earl's token at his waist, which sparked a sense of astonishment. Your family has established quite a remarkable presence, Yi-chun remarked in admiration. The head of the Donglin family awkwardly chuckled and nodded, thinking to himself, it seems Yi-chun is not as difficult to handle as I initially thought. Thank you for your praise, Earl. The Donglin branch family in Beijiang City has been established for over a century, built on the hard work and sincerity of our ancestors to attain this present state. The head of the Donglin family replied with a hint of pride. Little did he realize that his family was already entrenched in crisis. Very well, indeed. Yi-chun chuckled lightly. Haha. Your flattery is excessive, Earl. The head of the Donglin family responded, his spirits lifted, along with those of the elders. Yet, the next moment, their expression shifted in unison. If it's so good, then let's simply demolish it, Yi-chun suddenly declared, making a complete turn. This land is quite splendid. I shall reclaim it. Yi-chun turned his head, casting a serene glance towards the head of the Donglin family. His tone was remarkably calm, as if he were discussing an utterly ordinary matter. However, the patriarch of the Dongming family stood frozen in place, utterly bewildered. Dismantle the Donglin family. The head of the Donglin family was momentarily at a loss, struggling to comprehend the situation. The numerous elders surrounding him also appeared momentarily stunned, their hearts sinking as if struck by a thunderous blow, leaving them speechless for an extended period. Yi-chun observed the Donglin family, trembling slightly, their expressions darkening, hesitating as if weighing their options. Their gazes gradually turned vacant, especially when looking at Yi-chun, who seemed utterly indifferent to their existence. Even the Earl of Donglin behind them lacked sufficient intimidation. Realizing this, the head of the Donglin family understood that Yi-chun was probably no ordinary individual. How could this be? Previous investigations into this Earl revealed no notable achievements. How could he exude such overwhelming presence? His confidence was unerringly robust, bordering on terrifying. Yi-chun was affiliated with the third prince. Could it be that the third prince had secretly dispatched him to take control of Cheongzhou? The Earl of Donglin was still in discussions with the king of Xia, and there had been no conclusion as of yet. Was it truly the case that our Donglin branch would hastily abandon Beijiang City? That would mean relinquishing vast resources. The head of the Donglin family was besieged by countless thoughts. Succumbing to silence, after a long pause, he reluctantly inquired, Earl, congratulations on your control of Beijiang City. Given the current resources and strength of the Donglin family, we can provide you with significant benefits. The head of the Donglin family was prepared to negotiate earnestly with Yi-chun. Unfortunately, they had missed their opportunity. Yi-chun merely waved his hand dismissively, stating, You're overthinking it. The Donglin family is of no consequence to me. They are utterly useless. The 1,000-year foundation of the Tianshan martial house can be overturned overnight. You, a mere Donglin family, should not be so unperceptive. I shall grant you but a single day to dismantle your family and depart. I will return tomorrow, and if this family still exists, you shall bear the consequences. After surveying the surroundings and finding nothing of concern, Yi-chun directly ordered the Donglin family to dismantle their stronghold, with a deadline of 1 day. Upon hearing his words, the patriarch of the Donglin family was thrown into a state of panic. Earl, the Donglin family cannot be dismantled. We are willing to offer you 80% of our profits. Please reconsider. The head of the Donglin family hurriedly pursued Yi Chun. The many elders of the Donglin family, too, were flustered and at a loss. Regrettably, Yi Chun left the Donglin family without looking back. The Earl, seeking trouble, had not only targeted the Donglin family, but also two others that Yi Chun was pressed for time and unwilling to linger. As he could not see the Earl of Donglin in person, he had no desire to engage in idle chatter with them. It was only after Yi Chun's departure that the patriarch of the Donglin family came to his senses. Collapsing onto the ground, behind him, an elder appeared. The family's grand elder. Patriarch, there is still no news from the Earl of Donglin. Should we dismantle or not? The grand elder spoke with a furrowed brow. Struggling to voice his concerns, before the patriarch could respond, the second elder stormed in with an imposing demeanor. Dismantle the family? Impossible. We absolutely refuse. This brat is merely playing psychological games with us. I want to see what he can do if we do not comply. After all, we have the Earl of Donglin backing us. Does he dare to annihilate us all? The second elder declared loudly, his voice resonating with authority. They all turned their gazes towards the patriarch of the Donglin family. Yet the middle-aged patriarch sighed regretfully. Dismantle it. Within a day, as swiftly as possible. His eyes were vacant, devoid of fighting spirit. The elders protested vehemently, each clamoring to voice their opinions. However, the patriarch suddenly bellowed, "Silence! Do you think I desire this? What is the Earl of Donglin to us? Even the formidable Tianxian martial house, with its numerous martial kings, was annihilated in a single night by the third prince. Earl Yi Chun was granted his title by the third prince just days ago. Do you understand how the Tianxian martial house was obliterated?" The patriarch admonished the crowd. The Donglin clansmen were left perplexed, completely unaware of the underlying circumstances. "You do not know, but I do. The Tianxian martial house merely sent 2 martial artists to assassinate Yi Chun. And that very night, they faced retribution, leading to their annihilation. The Zhao family of Cheongzhou, who offended Yi Chun's friends, was also exterminated on the same day. These incidents have stirred great commotion across Cheongzhou. Is there any doubt? To offend Yi Chun is to offend the third prince. The patriarch's face flushed crimson as he spoke, his emotions spiraling out of control. The elders, having received the news, fell silent. "Ah!" The second elder roared, and with a single punch, he shattered the entrance of the Donglin family. Although he was reluctant, Yi Chun's mysterious aura and overwhelming presence instilled fear in everyone, making them hesitant to gamble with the lives of their entire clan. Consequently, in the heart of Beijiang City, the Donglin family sprang into action. They expelled all foreign guests and began swiftly recovering resources, severing all ties with the family within Beijiang City. They also hurriedly initiated the dismantling of their family. Countless members of the Donglin clan swiftly boarded the transmission array to leave Beijiang City in a short span. The other 3 major families in Beijiang City learned of the news and were thrown into a state of panic. They all understood that Earl Yi Chun had arrived, coming to his territory and visiting Beijiang City. Upon his appearance, he had swiftly expelled the Donglin family with a thunderous show of force. The second family to face his ire was the Gonyang family. Just as the patriarch of the Gonyang family paced anxiously in the hall, a servant rushed in, panicked and breathless, kneeling before him and exclaiming, "Patriarch, it's bad. Earl Yi Chun has arrived. He wishes to see you." Upon hearing this, the Gonyang patriarch waved his sleeves frantically. "Quick, prepare to receive our guest. Gather all the family elders. Promptly invite Earl Gonyang." The patriarch of the Gonyang family ordered repeatedly. He had been waiting for this moment and hastened towards the main hall. Unlike the Donglin family, the Earl of Gonyang had been awaiting Yi Chun's arrival within the family. Ready to welcome him. It was precisely this Gonyang family that had opposed Yi Chun the strongest. After all, they had forsaken their own territory to expand in Beijiang City. The Gonyang family was also the most powerful among the 4 major families in Beijiang City. They clearly would not easily relinquish their standing. At the very least, they intended to negotiate with Yi Chun to secure sufficient benefits. However, Yi Chun had no intention of acquiescing to their desires. His visit to the Gonyang family was, after all, well prepared. He had refrained from immediately dismantling the Gonyang family to allow others ample time. Chapter 62. Gonyang bows down, arrogantly declines invitation. Yi Chun arrived at the Gonyang family. Upon lifting his gaze, he beheld 2 enormous crimson ram horns standing majestically at the entrance. The entire family estate was adorned in hues of golden flames, embodying the grandeur of a palace-level family. Most of the cultivators within the clan possessed a natural affinity for fire attributes. This family was particularly suited for practicing fire-based magic. Compared to the Donglin family, the Gongyang family displayed a semblance of courtesy, at least inviting Yi Chen into their main hall and arranging seats for his reception. It seemed they had awaited Yi Chen's arrival for quite some time. He took a seat in the guest chair, and the middle-aged head of the family gestured for the servants to withdraw. In their place, two elders, both at the pinnacle of martial mastery, joined the negotiation meeting. I pay my respects to Earl Yi Chen. The head of the Gongyang family, Gongyang Taiha, stepped forward to greet Yi Chen. Particularly after learning of Yi Chen's capabilities, he dared not show any disrespect. He stepped down from his seat, standing before Yi Chen with his head bowed, exuding a submissive demeanor, as if awaiting judgment. Yi Chen casually waved his hand, displaying little interest in these individuals. "Where is your Gongyang Earl? Have him come forth. I have no time for idle chatter," Yi Chen remarked. Before long, a one-armed middle-aged man entered from outside. He possessed only one arm, and his face bore numerous scars, presenting a robust physique. Despite his disability, he exuded an undeniable vitality. "Count Yi Chen, I have awaited you for quite some time," the Count of Gongyang said in a gruff voice. Yi Chen casually glanced at him and nodded slowly. "So, you are the Count of Gongyang. What brings you to North River City? Forsaking your own territory?" Yi Chen inquired first. The latter couldn't help but chuckle lightly. "Ha ha ha, my territory? It is indeed laughable. I, Gongyang Luchi, have contributed significantly to the Great Wu Empire. Yet I sustained grievous injuries, plummeting from the realm of kings, ultimately earning merely the title of a count. I have not only lost my noble title but also received a dilapidated fief, and you, young man, have merely cultivated a close relationship with the third prince to be bestowed the title of count. It is utterly ridiculous. Why should you possess the affluent North River City while I am left with a meager, barren land? I refuse to accept it," the Count of Gongyang bellowed indignantly, his frustration palpable as he lamented to Yi Chen, revealing the depths of his resentment. Yi Chen's expression darkened, his lips twitching slightly. "Your discontent with the Great Wu Empire is of no concern to me. Now that I am here, this city is under my command. You may take your leave," Yi Chen stated bluntly, unwilling to beat around the bush with the Count of Gongyang. Observing his rugged demeanor, Yi Chen surmised that he was likely a straightforward individual. The Count of Gongyang immediately smiled, a hint of malice creeping into his expression. "Young man, when I battled the Great Yin Empire, you were not even born yet. The generals of the Great Yin Empire could not sway my will. What makes you think you possess the qualification to make me leave?" the Count of Gongyang retorted vehemently. Yi Chen's face gradually revealed his displeasure as he set down his teacup, standing to confront the Count directly, a smirk slowly forming on his lips. The two locked eyes, casting a tense atmosphere over the entire hall. The head of the Gongyang family, Gongyang Taiya, along with two elders, dared not utter a word. They stood aside, utterly anxious, watching the confrontation between the two counts with great trepidation, for this territory now belonged to Yi Chen. The Count of Gongyang's obstinate stance suggested a potential clash of sorts. "I lack qualification. Whether or not I am qualified is not for you to decide. However, I must inform you that in the future, you ought to speak to me with a measure of respect." With that, Yi Chen unleashed a powerful punch, accompanied by the immense voltage of the Grey War God armor. His strike was swift and devastating. In an instant, the Count of Gongyang barely had time to react. With a thud, he managed to withstand the blow, but his body was sent reeling backward, his vital energy surging, and a flush spreading across his face. As the thunderous force coursed through him, he became increasingly flushed. A spurt of blood erupted from his mouth. As an esteemed general of the Great Wu Empire, the Count of Gongyang possessed his own pride. How could he endure such a blow from Yi Chen? "You! How dare you!" He hastily readied himself for a counterattack. However, as soon as he moved, he found himself immobilized. Yi Chen's thunder magic generated a force of regulation, stirring the winds and clouds within him, rendering his spiritual energy unmanageable. A crackling sound echoed as the paralyzing effect of the thunder magic caused the spiritual energy he had just summoned to dissipate in an instant. Clad in the complete Grey War God armor, Yi Chen struck first, leaving no opportunity for the Count of Gongyang. Moreover, his thunderous power had already grazed the threshold of regulation. The faint aura of regulation came into contact with the Count of Gongyang's unhealed wounds, triggering the eruption of hidden ailments. Blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, and he quickly lost the ability to fight back. He could not match Yi Chen in a direct confrontation. "You possess the power of the thunderous regulation," the Count of Gongyang exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at Yi Chen, speaking reluctantly. He could hardly fathom that someone so young as Yi Chen could touch the threshold of regulation. In his own time, it had taken him nearly a century to approach the realm of the martial king, ultimately barely breaking through, after suffering severe injuries in battle and subsequently falling in cultivation. He was left with but one arm at that moment. No one understood better than him the arduousness of reaching the threshold of regulation, and yet, Yi Chen had managed to achieve it at such a young age. By this merit alone, his title of count was undoubtedly justified. Moreover, he was the youngest count in the history of the Great Wu Empire. Observing the astonishment on the Count of Gongyang's face, Yi Chen waved his hand dismissively and said, as the saying goes, a true hero does not dwell on past glories. Although the Great Wu Empire indeed lacks compassion, there is no need for you to cling to past grievances. This world inherently respects strength. The third prince bestowed upon me the Count's token not merely due to a favorable relationship. Furthermore, has your worth truly diminished to the point of being measured by the quality of your territory? Enough of this. You may leave. I have no desire to engage in combat with a wounded, retired, disabled elder, as it would seem like I am taking advantage of your misfortune. Yi Chen retorted with irritation. The Count of Gongyang, Lu Qi, suddenly fell into silence. Was he now attempting to elicit sympathy? Meanwhile, the head of the Gongyang family and the two elders, having witnessed Yi Chen's power, stood dumbfounded, too intimidated to approach. Return to your fief. Consider it a gesture of goodwill. Since I am here, I shall declare a change in governance over North River City, Yi Chen pronounced with authority. His gaze sharpened, and his presence radiated an overwhelming dominance. In that moment, the Count of Gongyang sighed deeply, gradually realizing that the third prince would not easily bestow a count's token upon Yi Chen. Yi Chen's talent and strength might well exceed his expectations. A young man who had grasped the principles of regulation possessed immense potential for the future, far beyond what he, an elder barely having broken through to the realm of the martial king, could compare to. Coming to this realization, Gongyang Lu Qi clenched his teeth tightly, then slowly relaxed. Alas, to the victor goes the spoils. Indeed, I am aging and no longer of use. What is there to resent? It is simply the law of the jungle. Since you are stronger than I, the Gongyang family shall vacate North River City by the end of the day. You may depart now. Someone, see our guest out, the Count of Gongyang declared, closing his eyes and waving his hand. Yi Chen smiled slightly, unwilling to linger further, and promptly exited the Gongyang family estate. Immediately, the head of the Gongyang family and the two elders hurriedly approached to support the Count of Gongyang, whose vital energy was in disarray. Yi Chen's strike had nearly cost him his life. My lord, what do you think about contesting with Lord Xie? Gongyang Taiha, the head of the Gongyang family, inquired with a troubled expression, still harboring lingering regrets and unwilling to relent. However, the Count of Gongyang merely chuckled lightly and simply replied, Lord Xie is just outside. He has already tacitly approved. Count Yi Chen is no ordinary individual. He deliberately waited for Lord Xie to arrive, allowing Lord Xie to witness with his own eyes as he decisively defeated me. In light of this, let us depart. There is no need to seek humiliation. The Count of Gongyang's words left the Gongyang family utterly despondent. Indeed, Yi Chen had awaited the arrival of the Xie family's lord before sensing his presence and entering the Gongyang estate. He intended to make it unequivocally clear to Lord Xie that North River City could not accommodate outsiders. After all, the Count of Gongyang had once been a subordinate of the Xie family lord. As a major noble, Yi Chen certainly held some reservations. Nevertheless, on his own territory, Yi Chen felt no fear in challenging him. Just then, as Yi Chen exited the Gongyang estate, Lord Xie appeared before him, accompanied by Count Donglin. Although the latter wore a rather grim expression, evidently displeased with Yi Chen's handling of the Donglin branch family. Ha ha ha, young brother Yi Chen, a pleasure to meet you, Lord Xie greeted. Donning a long crown and sporting a mustache, stepping forward to extend his salutations to Yi Chen. Yi Chen sensed the formidable strength of Lord Xie, who ranked among the top in the realm of martial kings. Yi Chen smiled slightly, remaining vigilant in the presence of such a powerful martial king, yet feeling no fear whatsoever. I have heard of Lord Xie. I regret not welcoming you properly as you have come a long way to my territory. And I apologize for the lack of suitable accommodations, Yi Chen said modestly. No harm done. No harm done. My unexpected visit has indeed caused some disturbance. In the future, we shall have ample opportunities to enjoy drink and merriment together. Lord Xie replied. Xie Wang spoke with great courtesy. Observing his demeanor, It was evident that he bore no resentment towards Yi Chun regarding the matter of the Gonyang family, why Yi Chun nodded slightly. Genuinely surprised by Xiao Wang's unexpected attitude at that moment, Xiao Wang turned his gaze towards Count Donglin, who repeatedly clasped his fists in apology, saying, Baron Yi Chun, I must sincerely apologize for the previous family division. The Donglin family will vacate Beijiang City at the earliest possible time. I hope for your understanding. Count Donglin bowed deeply, his attitude markedly sincere, though it's merely a trivial matter, Yi Chun replied with an awkward smile. When you come to my territory, you are all guests. Why Yi Chun, being a proponent of amicability, would not dwell on such minor grievances as long as Count Donglin did not instigate further trouble. Before them, Xiao Wang and Count Donglin exchanged glances and suddenly made a gesture of invitation, saying, Young friend Yi Chun, our visit is not solely in regard to the Gonyang family and the Donglin family. There is indeed another pressing matter. His Royal Highness, the fourth prince, requests your presence for an important discussion. Xiao Wang spoke earnestly. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun was momentarily taken aback. It was no wonder these two individuals appeared unconcerned about the situation in Beijiang City. It turned out there was a fourth prince involved. Could it be that they were aligned with him? It seemed quite probable. During the meeting at Hishi Tower, the scions of the nobility had not been particularly friendly towards Xiao Wang's heir. It was likely that Xiao Wang's heir stood with the fourth prince's faction. Why had a fourth prince suddenly emerged? The intricacies of royal factions were indeed perplexing. Presently, my resources are not in a dire state. The Magic Academy is still under construction, and the Magic Armory also requires urgent development. I have yet to allocate my forces, and I truly have no time to cater to the fourth prince. Thus, I shall simply decline the meeting with him. After all, the fourth prince holds little power or influence within the Daowu dynasty. Offending him is of no concern to me. After some contemplation, Yi Chun resolved to act with boldness. He smiled slightly, saying, I apologize, gentlemen. Beijiang City is currently in turmoil, and as a baron, I bear my share of responsibility. There are numerous matters I must attend to, and I simply do not have the time. Please convey to His Royal Highness the fourth prince that we may meet again when fate allows. With that, Yi Chun turned and departed, leaving Xiao Wang and Count Donglin in a state of astonishment. The two could hardly fathom that Yi Chun had outright declined the fourth prince's invitation. Who gave him such audacity? Should we pursue him? Count Donglin inquired in disbelief. No need. Simply report back to the fourth prince. Xiao Wang replied coldly, casting a deep glance in Yi Chun's direction as he left, shaking his head. Chapter 63. Seizing the moment to establish authority, a thunderous fist after bidding farewell to Xiao Wang. Yi Chun descended upon the city lord's mansion of Beijiang City. Within the silver-gray castle, numerous barons and viscounts were filled with trepidation, hastening to kneel before Yi Chun. We pay our respects to Baron. We welcome Baron Yi Chun's arrival in Beijiang City. Please, Baron Yi Chun, enter the hall. The various nobles within the town displayed utmost respect and courtesy upon meeting him. Yi Chun nodded in satisfaction and proceeded into the core area of the city lord's mansion, where the viscounts and barons stood aside. Who among you is the deputy city lord? Yi Chun inquired, scanning the assembly. An elderly man with a white beard stepped forward, clasping his fists and stating, I am Viscount Nanfeng, the current deputy city lord of Beijiang City. How may I assist you, Baron? The old man bowed deeply in deference. Yi Chun appraised him. This elder possessed the peak martial artist's cultivation, exuding a formidable aura with a strong metallic essence emanating from within, indicating a profound understanding of weaponry. I hereby command you to clear a 10-mile radius surrounding the Donglin family. Tomorrow, I intend to establish a castle there, which will become the new core of Beijiang City. I will implement a new set of rules, Yi Chun declared forthwith. From the outset, Yi Chun sought to dismantle the core status of the city lord's mansion and abolish the existing regulations, instituting a rapid transformation that defied expectations. Upon hearing this, the faces of those present changed dramatically, particularly among the viscounts, who had long adhered to a comprehensive system of interests established over centuries. The immediate prospect of upheaval threatened their vested interests. One middle-aged martial artist from the Viscount faction could no longer contain himself and stepped forward to challenge Yi Chun, saying, Baron, this course of action is highly inappropriate. The city lord's mansion has preserved the wisdom passed down for hundreds of years. How can it be discarded so easily? Is this not a denial of our ancestors, an act of treachery? He continued, although the Donglin family occupies the city center, the feng shui there is quite poor. relocating the city core may not yield favorable outcomes for Beijing City. The middle-aged martial artist's remarks appeared reasonable as he debated with Yi Chen. Yi Chen chuckled lightly, bemused by the notion that the city's core should be determined by feng shui. While the existence of feng shui was indeed acknowledged in this world, such concerns were far beyond the comprehension of these individuals. Naturally, if his assertions bore the weight of serious consideration, Yi Chen would have to reflect upon them. However, from the perspective of establishing a magical castle, there was no need for a mage to heed such matters. Thus, after a brief contemplation, Yi Chen resolved to disregard his suggestions. I am here, and everything will be conducted according to my rules. What you say is of no importance. Just carry out my orders. Yi Chen waved his hand dismissively, unwilling to entertain the Viscount's perspective. Unexpectedly, the Viscount's expression shifted dramatically, his fists clenched tightly, and he pounded on the table in outrage. Not important? Humph. What do you, a mere young upstart, understand? Even if you became a baron through the influence of the third prince and acquired this city, what of it? To me, you are nothing but an arrogant fool. Do you presume to command me? Not a chance. The middle-aged martial artist's fury erupted, and he appeared poised to storm off. Yi Chen's brow furrowed deeply as he coldly regarded the Viscount. Such insolence could not be tolerated in his presence. Halt! You dare to act so presumptuously before me, brazenly shouting and thinking you can leave my territory at will. How audacious! Yi Chen interjected, displeased, initially intending to send someone to clear the area around the Donglin family and prepare for the construction of the magic armory. He had not anticipated such a furious outburst from this individual, who had also insulted him, igniting Yi Chen's growing ire. Humph! Do you think a mere martial artist can stop me? The middle-aged man retorted. Blaring defiantly, I am a dignified Viscount of the Dewu dynasty. I can come and go as I please in Beijing City. What can you do about it? He spoke without a trace of fear, revealing no respect for Yi Chen. This blatant defiance ignited Yi Chen's murderous intent. You dare provoke me? You look quite displeased. Do you think my martial artist cultivation makes me insignificant in your eyes? Very well, receive one of my strikes. If you can withstand it, I shall relinquish my title of baron to you. If not, then there shall be no grudges. Yi Chen proposed suddenly, a hint of provocation in his tone. The surrounding barons and viscounts gasped in astonishment, their eyes widening in disbelief. It appeared that Yi Chen intended to create a scene upon his arrival, challenging the Viscount to a direct confrontation, which would undoubtedly leave the gathered nobles in shock. After all, such intense disputes had not occurred in Beijing City for many years. Yi Chen had only just arrived, and he was already willing to gamble his title of baron against the life of a Viscount in this initial clash. It was clear to any observer that Yi Chen sought to establish his authority. The Viscount stood as a natural target for this display of power. The atmosphere within the hall grew tense. The two figures locked in a standoff, neither willing to yield. The deputy city lord sighed softly, feeling the tension rise. He had not anticipated that Yi Chen would choose such a confrontational approach to assert his dominance over his subordinates. Before Yi Chen, Li Zhibiao's face flushed with anger. It seemed Yi Chen's provocation had ignited a fire within him, and he unleashed his martial artist prowess without reservation. Breathing heavily, he stood before Yi Chen and roared. Very well, Baron, should you desire my life, do not hesitate to strike, for all present shall bear witness. If you can inflict wounds upon me or even take my life, Li Zhibiao shall die without regret. However, should you fail to subdue me with this attack, you must honor your promise and relinquish your title of Count. From that moment forth, depart from Beijing City and never set foot here again. Li Zhibiao stood tall, raising his hand with an imposing presence. Instantly, the many viscounts and barons behind him turned their gaze, nodding in admiration. Very well, we shall bear witness to this. Viscount Li resolved to defend against this move with all his might. The city's system is a legacy from our forebears, not to be discarded lightly. I stand with you. The assembled nobles voiced their support. Yet, in Yi Chen's eyes, their words held no significance. They could merely serve as witnesses. Good. Splendid. Yi Chen replied in agreement, turning to the deputy city lord, who promptly led the viscounts and barons out of the arena. Only then did Yi Chen truly confront the self-destructive Li Zhibiao. Words alone bear no weight. Let us sign in blood. Yi Chen produced a written agreement, and both men pricked their fingers to confirm. At this juncture, there was no turning back. With a cold snort, Yi Chen activated the full power of the Thunder God armor. Crackling sounds erupted as azure lightning illuminated the entire hall, unleashing a surge of tens of thousands of volts in Yi Chen's palm. He harnessed 100,000 volts of electricity, the pinnacle of his ability to temporarily manipulate lightning. The overwhelming thunder unleashed by the armor momentarily connected with the earth. The martial technique he conjured was magnificent in its momentum. Outside the arena, the spectators, including the tree man, widened their eyes in disbelief, their hearts racing as they realized the audacity of a mere martial artist daring to confront a master. This lightning alone was sufficient to obliterate a peak martial master. Within the hall, none could match him. Li Zhibiao, witnessing this, turned ashen, his expression darkening that he gritted his teeth, feeling thoroughly deceived. Yet he had no choice but to exert all his strength, despite his fiery temperament and unwavering nature. His martial prowess was indeed formidable, being at the mid-level of a martial master, and his robust physique suggested remarkable defensive capabilities. Earth-grade martial technique, lion-tiger constellation, earth-grade body technique, steel muscles, and iron bones, earth-grade protective technique. Vitality barrier, Li Zhibiao unleashed his three techniques simultaneously, creating an impenetrable wall that felt impossible to breach. This level of defense was undeniably challenging to penetrate for anyone below the martial king realm, especially with only a single attack to rely upon. Chen had to employ some tactics, otherwise, it would indeed be difficult to dismantle his defenses. Very well, allow me to demonstrate my 100,000-volt thunderstorm orb. Yi Chen's brow darkened, his expression slightly menacing. In his palm, he seemed to gather a sphere of electric light, brimming with 100,000 volts, and hurled it forward with a punch. Thunderstorm, may you perish. Yi Chen struck fiercely, unleashing his punch. With a resounding boom, amidst the flashes of lightning and thunder, this punch shattered all defenses and struck Li Zhibiao's abdomen. Li Zhibiao witnessed the lightning punch approaching, his pupils constricting into tiny black dots, his face contorted in sheer terror, and his expression momentarily frozen. The next instant, his body was propelled like a cannonball. Thud, thud, thud. The North Jiang City Lord's residence was violently breached, creating a massive hole. Yi Chen approached to find Li Zhibiao drenched in blood, his eyes vacant and devoid of life, gravely wounded and on the brink of death. I ask you, do you submit now? Yi Chen inquired coolly. The latter trembled violently, desperately attempting to speak, but failing to do so. By the time the deputy city lord and others arrived, he had already breathed his last. The distinguished martial viscount had fallen before the eyes of all present, and the viscounts and barons were left in shock, their expressions pale and uneasy. They dared not meet Yi Chen's gaze. This man, whom they had deemed a privileged youth, was not a mere wastrel, but a true powerhouse. No one had anticipated that Yi Chen's strength was so formidable. Even an ordinary count might struggle to defeat Li Zhibiao in a single blow, let alone cause his immediate demise. Yi Chen's might was undeniable, and his methods were decisive and unyielding. This seemingly youthful individual was far from the inexperienced brat Li Zhibiao had described. Especially evident was the thunderous power he unleashed, which concealed a mysterious aura. None present had encountered it before, yet they could surmise that it represented the power of rules, a hallmark of a martial king. Indeed, just moments ago, Yi Chen had wielded 100,000 volts, concealing a hint of thunderous rule within the lightning. It was this very force that rendered Li Zhibiao's formidable defenses utterly ineffective against his strike. It seems you have accepted your fate. What a pity to lose a viscount in vain. Considering that you had the city's interests at heart, I shall not hold it against you. Deputy City Lord, bury him and return him to his homeland. Yi Chen clapped his hands, speaking in a nonchalant tone. As you command. South Wind replied respectfully, his eyes betraying a profound sense of awe. The others around him bowed their heads in deference. Undoubtedly, they chose to submit to Yi Chen and dared not question his decisions any further. As they returned to the inner hall, Yi Chen surveyed the room, noting the suppressed expressions of those gathered, and chuckled lightly. You are all elders of North Jiang City, born and raised here, since you are unwilling to relocate the city lord's residence. I am amenable to leaving this estate as is, and we may delay the reforms of the regulations. All can be negotiated. Yi Chen, am quite reasonable, he continued. Rest assured, my presence here will not bring harm to North Jiang City. On the contrary, I shall endeavor to strengthen it further, and surpassing the imperial capital in the future is merely a matter of time. A hint of awkwardness flickered across the faces of those present, their hearts softening somewhat. Though they did not believe Yi Chen's boast that North Jiang City would one day surpass the imperial capital, they could accept his assurance that he bore no ill will towards the city, as it remained his fief. Gradually, they nodded, facing each indirectly. Thus, you need not be overly concerned, nor should you regard me with suspicion. The deputy city lord shall continue to be South Wind, and I shall largely refrain from interfering in the city's affairs for the time being. However, one thing is certain. Once my magical castle is completed, no one is permitted to step foot inside. Understood? Chen declared. In managing his fief, he opted for a friendly approach, seeking to stabilize the situation. At the same time, he established his authority, balancing both grace and might. He could not allow his subordinates to harbor any notions of overstepping their bounds, nor could he allow significant rifts to emerge. Otherwise, this homeland would lose its essence if the bonds between people were severed. Qiongzhou was the land of Chen's birth, and he wished to honor it as his homeland. In addressing the many nobles of North Jiang City, Chen unleashed a thunderous punch, intending to use it as a warning, a symbolic assertion of his status as master. Judging by the outcome, it was indeed a satisfactory display. We shall obey the esteemed count, they proclaimed in unison. A multitude of individuals clasped their fists together, smiles gracing their faces, as long as their interests remained unperturbed. This assembly would naturally refrain from opposing or ostracizing Chen. Observing their demeanor, it was evident that their respect had deepened. Upon receiving their identity tokens, Chen dispatched them forthwith. A moment of dazed realization swept over everyone as they comprehended that Chen had genuinely seized control of the city of Beijiang, heralding a new era for it. Chen scrutinized the map, first delineating the boundaries of Beijiang City, assigning personnel to guard its four corners. He was resolute in ensuring that this city would belong entirely to him. As night fell and the full moon illuminated the skies, Chen found himself alone in his study, perusing scrolls that chronicled nearly a century of history pertaining to Beijiang, as well as the events that had transpired across Qiongzhou. He sought to familiarize himself with the customs and traditions of his homeland and the world at large. The people here possessed a simplicity of character. For a century, Qiongzhou had been largely devoid of significant strife, with neither grand familial conflicts nor power struggles having occurred. Only the three great martial houses persisted, dedicated to nurturing prodigies and promoting martial arts. Overall, Qiongzhou appeared peaceful and serene, exuding an aura of tranquil beauty. However, Chen understood that in the realm of martial arts, such tranquility was often a fragile illusion, susceptible to collapse at the slightest external disruption. Qiongzhou lacked nobility and its resources were scant. Presently, in the northern foothills, Beijiang City, as the core stronghold, boasted no formidable force, but Chen resolved to expedite the establishment of the Magic Armament Pavilion and the Magical Guardian Legion, particularly seeking out the promising youths identified by the rotund man. If nurtured from a young age to become mages, they would undoubtedly flourish into great talents, becoming the backbone of the Magical Guardian Legion. That evening, with the moon at its zenith and silver light cascading through the window, Chen reclined in a chair, closing his eyes to ponder. The current development necessitated leveraging the identity of the Grand Earl and the influence of the aristocratic disciples. Once my Academy of Magic, the Magic Armament Pavilion, and the Magical Guardian Legion are fully established, the so-called aristocrats, even those wielding royal power, shall be inconsequential. Chen reflected to himself, harboring an immense ambition for dominance. His current low profile, marked by discretion, was a strategic ploy to secure a firm foothold in this land one day. Utilizing the Earl's identity and the privileges of the aristocracy was merely a means to lower the royal family's guard, avoiding undue attention. Only in this manner could Chen afford the time to elevate his mage ranking and establish a foundation that truly belonged to him. Steadily and deeply entrenched, tomorrow awaited the arrival of the Master of Formations. The resources at my disposal are sufficient for him to construct the most formidable fifth-tier formation at that juncture. Even a peak martial king would find it impossible to glean any insight into my affairs or meddle with my burgeoning influence. It is likely that those legendary martial emperors would not deign to stoop to such underhanded tactics against me. Once the fifth-tier formation is completed, I shall undoubtedly leverage the Grand Earl's foundation to elevate magic to new heights. Chen gazed at the full moon, tightly clenching his fists. The unknown dangers were manifold. Now, with the emergence of the Xie Wang and the fourth prince, who knows if a sixth prince or the likes of Zhao, Qian, Sun, and Li nobility will arise. I must hasten to bolster my strength. Chen inhaled deeply. Each nightfall brought him unease. Behind him lurked a formidable martial king, poised to strike at any moment. Thus, securing a master of fifth-tier formations held immense significance for Chen. This was precisely why he was willing to expend great resources to borrow the formation master from the second prince for a few days. If only I could secure a royal-level guardian. Yet, with my current status and strength, how could I possibly engage a martial king as a guardian? Yi Chun began to contemplate that in this world, there exists almost only one profession capable of such a feat: the alchemist. However, I am not adept at alchemy. Becoming an alchemist is an endeavor of astronomical difficulty, not worth considering. But then, an epiphany struck. While I may not excel at alchemy, magical potions serve a similar purpose. This is something I could inquire about with Princess Jingrue, to see if my magical potions could prove useful. Perhaps I might encounter a critically injured peak martial king, on the brink of death. If I could heal him, securing him as a formidable aid for a decade would be delightful. With such an arrangement, I would no longer live in constant trepidation and would gain a martial king as my personal guardian. Yi Chen's spirit soared, a smile gracing his lips as visions of profit flooded his mind. He promptly sent a message to Princess Jingrue. My dear Princess Jingrue, do you happen to know of any severely injured martial kings? I may require their contact information. As he retrieved the token, he felt an urge akin to sending a message on WeChat. Soon, the token shimmered, and Princess Jingrue promptly replied, I will ask my mother to keep an eye out for you. If any severely injured martial kings arise, I will get in touch. Regarding the gambling matters, I have already informed my father. He will likely send someone to test your strength soon. Yi Chun, you must be cautious. The individual dispatched by my father is likely a royal hidden guard under the Qianlong Pavilion. Each dragon guard is exceedingly dangerous and may resort to lethal means. So please, exercise caution. Upon receiving her subsequent message, which sternly cautioned him, Yi Chun was momentarily taken aback, his face twitching. What the? Why can't they engage in a fair and square confrontation? Must they resort to covert testing? I'm already on guard against the peak martial king, wary of those who would do me harm, and now I must also be wary of the emperor's probing. By the heavens, I find myself in the position of a beleaguered commoner. Yi Chun found himself in a state of despair, tears unshed, as the presence of Princess Jingrue exacerbated his already precarious situation. Reluctantly, he resolved to dedicate his time to the diligent practice of magic. Relying solely on magical potions to elevate his status as a sorcerer was not a sustainable strategy. Training in the casting of spells, engaging in combat, and vanquishing foes would all contribute to his advancement in magical prowess. In Chapter 65, titled Practicing Magic, Solidifying Strength, Yi Chun entered the training formation within the Lord's Manor. In this domain that belonged to him, he was at liberty to unleash his magical abilities without restraint. He commenced his training with novice-level spells, beginning with the fire control and ice control techniques. Given his current level and innate talent for comprehension, he found these spells remarkably easy to master. With the fire control, flames danced at his command, while the ice control allowed him to freeze at will. Yi Chun adeptly wielded both fire and ice magic, achieving an unparalleled level of proficiency. Next, he tackled the highly practical novice spell known as Blink. Although it was merely a novice-grade spell, it involved concepts from the realm of spatial manipulation. Consequently, Blink proved to be significantly beneficial for Yi Chun at this stage. He had become quite adept at it, reaching an extraordinary level of mastery. Currently, a novice sorcerer could utilize this spell to teleport up to 5,000 meters away, a considerable distance even against peak martial artists, including formidable martial kings. Moreover, Yi Chun could almost continuously employ this technique, making it invaluable for both close-range combat and distant escapes. Gradually, Yi Chun endeavored to intertwine these spells into a more coherent application. For instance, he experimented with combining Blink with the thunderstorm from the Grey War God set, delivering a powerful strike in mere moments with tens of thousands of volts of lightning. With the aid of the Grey War God set, Yi Chun's strength had reached the pinnacle of martial prowess. However, stripped of this armor, facing a mid-tier martial artist would pose a significant challenge. Thus, he realized he could not place all his hopes on external weaponry and armor. The foremost priority remained enhancing his own mastery of magic. Additionally, he explored the earth-based novice spell, Earth Escape, in conjunction with the shadow magic, Phantom Grasp and Shadow Blade, creating a formidable combination. Yi Chun had now reached a point where he could swiftly cast shadow magic without relying on magical implements. Achieving an exceptional level of skill, particularly with Shadow Blade, a shadowy strike, his current understanding of shadow magic allowed him to execute ambush tactics capable of instantaneously eliminating a mid-tier martial artist. The combination of earth escape and phantom grasp facilitated surprise attacks, making the execution of such maneuvers effortless. At this moment, the disparity in strength between novice and primary magic was not overtly pronounced. Both belonged to the realm of rudimentary spells. After all, neither was sufficient to challenge the martial kings wielding immense rule power, yet they posed a lethal threat to martial artists. As long as he had not crossed the threshold of the martial king. Any spell Chen invoked would summon the elemental forces of nature, yielding terrifying results. Martial practitioners below the rank of martial king, unable to commune with the heavens, naturally found it difficult to compete. Initially, Chen had intended to methodically learn powerful magic, striving for mastery across all schools of magic. However, following his previous encounter with a peak martial king, a shadow of doubt crept into his heart. He felt compelled to hasten his pursuit of advanced magic. The limits of novice magic, when it brushed against the rules, hinted that intermediate magic could certainly contend with the martial king's authority. Chen resolved to select a particular school of magic to study until he reached an advanced level, mastering the corresponding intermediate spells before considering a broader development. After familiarizing himself with novice magic and warming up, he turned his attention to practicing primary magic. The first spell he focused on was the gift of the Qilin Thunder God, a lightning-based magic that he resolved to master completely. This time, he chose to remove the Grey War God set and relied solely on his own strength to summon thunder. The azure lightning mark on his wrist glimmered brightly as magical energy surged around him, manifesting violent arcs of lightning. With his own power, Chen could only form a faint echo of the thunderous rules, necessitating the assistance of the Qilin Thunder God's mark. The runes on the mark whirled continuously, allowing Chen to feel the tempestuous abilities of the Qilin Thunder God. Gradually mastering the surrounding lightning, Chen began to tentatively manipulate the electric forces. The thunder transformed into a tempest. Swirling through the confines of the chamber, his innate talent heightened. He swiftly acclimated to the electric environment and unleashed a torrent of lightning. The explosive sounds of high-voltage arcs reverberated within the training formation, causing the fourth-grade formation to collapse. Soon after, the lightning spiraled out of control, obliterating the underground chamber into a chaotic ruin. The power of lightning magic was indeed formidable. The very ground buckled beneath the destructive force of Chen's unleashed wrath. Fortunately, the Lord's manor was situated in a remote area with considerable space. While the outside world might sense the fluctuations of energy emanating from the manor, they could not witness the cataclysmic lightning Chen unleashed. Nevertheless, as time passed, a massive crater began to form in the ground of the manor that Chen's forehead glistened with sweat. The lightning resembled untamed beasts, impossible to tame. That night, a colossal storm cloud gathered over Beijiang City, followed by a cacophony of thunder. As winds converged and rain cascaded down, Chen unleashed the full force of the Qilin Thunder God's gift, instantly capable of altering the natural environment of an entire city and even reshaping the rules, triggering a change in the weather. After rigorous practice, the growth-oriented magic of the Qilin Thunder God's gift progressed from novice to primary level. With the elevation of its magical rank, Chen could distinctly perceive its burgeoning strength. The beastly emblem of the Qilin Thunder God on his wrist appeared more vibrant and lifelike. Wiping the sweat from his brow, a smile broke across Chen's face. The recent rise in magical rank had indeed demanded considerable effort. However, he was relieved to have succeeded in his magical growth. With the assistance of the Qilin Thunder God's gift, the power he could invoke from the rules of thunder grew ever more formidable. The sensation of wielding lightning was truly exquisite, beyond words. That Chen murmured softly, suppressing his excitement. Now, when confronting martial artists, he would find it considerably easier. Any practitioner below the martial king, regardless of their innate talent, would find it impossible to rival the powers he now commanded over thunder. Should he don the Grey War God set again, Chen would even feel confident in challenging early martial kings, able to contend with them in a few exchanges. The enhancement of the Qilin Thunder God's gift directly signified a substantial increase in Chen's strength. Following that, he turned his focus to the ice-based magic. Ice Crystal Spear. The Ice Crystal Spear was not merely an offensive spell. It also possessed control elements, capable of freezing opponents with the power of frost. Simultaneously, the Ice Crystal Spear boasted the characteristics of a spear, allowing it to pierce through formidable defenses. Previously, the powerful protective measures employed by someone like Viscount Li were effortlessly shattered by the Ice Crystal Spear. It combined the inherent sharpness of a spear with the freezing potency of ice crystals, creating a force to be reckoned with. Chen decided to delve deeply into the study of this spell. He aimed not only to conjure a single ice crystal spear, but to simultaneously create two. Channeling 3,000 points of magical energy, he focused on summoning ice crystals with both hands, the frigid aura coalescing around him. In an instant, two ice crystal spears took shape. The magic construction was remarkably swift, with Chen skillfully controlling the ice elements, his proficiency reaching impressive heights. With great confidence, he hurled both spears simultaneously. With a whoosh, the ice crystal spears shattered the barriers of space, instantly traversing the confines of the Lord's manor and encasing two ancient trees outside in a frozen sculpture. Successfully penetrating the wall and hitting the target, Chen snapped his fingers. The sound of shattering ice followed as the two towering ancient trees crumbled into a shower of icy fragments. Indeed, if he could conjure hundreds or thousands of ice crystal spears simultaneously, even a martial king would likely find themselves unnerved. Chen's lips curled into a faint smile, and he nodded in satisfaction. He continued his training, harnessing his innate affinity for ice elements to practice ice magic, which proved to be more accessible than other types of magic. Before long, he perfected the ice crystal spear, capable of launching up to 3 spears simultaneously. Achieving mastery in any basic magic signifies the ability to grasp a fragment of the rules of energy. Currently, the ice crystal spear bestowed upon Chen the power to wield the forces of the ice rules. Although merely a wisp, it represented an unimaginable qualitative transformation for practitioners in this world. Such a breakthrough could take years, even decades, or centuries for others, yet Chen accomplished it in just a few hours. One cannot underestimate the importance of talent. Having mastered the basic ice magic, he then turned his attention to the basic fire magic. The blood of the fire god harbored a formidable backlash power, which Chen had previously been hesitant to experiment with. Its extreme nature posed a significant risk of self-harm if not controlled properly. However, now that he had transcended to the rank of a basic magician and enhanced his talent, he resolved to give it a try. The blood of the fire god required the use of his most precious blood essence to invoke its power, although its quality did not rival that of the Kirin thunder god's blessing. Its potential devastation was comparable. By sacrificing his blood essence, he could summon a thread of the fire god's strength, unleashing flames that could amplify his magical prowess threefold. Among the various elemental magics, fire magic inherently leans towards powerful offensive capabilities, and this particular spell escalated its might beyond threefold. The potency of this magic was indeed formidable. Taking a deep, apprehensive breath, Chen initiated his first attempt. He expended merely 500 points of magical energy and a drop of blood. Using his blood essence as a sacrifice, he called forth the power of the fire god. Fire magic, blood of the fire god. As he converged his magic, his blood essence ignited instantaneously, enveloping him in flames. At that moment, Chen felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. Ignite, he commanded, thrusting his fist into the earth. To his astonishment, the flames ignited the ground beneath him. With wide eyes, he inhaled sharply, hastily retracting the flames. That single punch nearly ignited the entire city lord's residence. Chen paused briefly, then proceeded with utmost caution, meticulously controlling the flames. The blood of the fire god was a purely destructive magic, wielding annihilative power. Captivated by this spell, Chen became increasingly immersed in its workings. Soon, he had expended 3 drops of blood essence, leaving him fatigued and drenched in cold sweat. The continuous use of the blood of the fire god magic pushed his body to its limits. If he persisted, backlash was inevitable, prompting him to cease. Nevertheless, the utilization of those 3 drops of blood essence allowed Chen to master the blood of the fire god to a remarkable extent. Lacking affinity for the fire element, he still had not fully mastered it. Ultimately, this spell could only be deemed a tentative initiation. Just as Chen contemplated a moment of rest, he inadvertently received a notification from the system. Congratulations, host. Your magician level has ascended to Basic Magician LV12. Elated, Chen heard the system announce an accompanying reward. Congratulations, host. You have received the Basic Magician LV11 growth package. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1 chance to draw a lottery. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Basic Wood Magic, Withered Wood Rebirth. To his surprise, he had obtained a healing series of basic magic. Chen's eyes sparkled with interest. The practice of healing magic was relatively simple, and its execution was quite effortless in no time. He successfully mastered this spell that he was astonished to discover that the withered would rebirth magic possessed remarkable efficacy for individuals on the brink of death. It could even temporarily restore the souls of those who had perished, allowing them to return to life briefly. The formidable healing capabilities of wood magic were indeed commendable. Chen nodded in satisfaction. Simultaneously, the system space provided several magical items. However, these items held far less value for Chen now compared to the past. With the Grey War God set at his disposal, he saw no need to replace his current basic magical gear. Even weaker magical equipment, which he had no use for at present, could be recycled back to the system for a modest amount of gold coins. After a series of transactions, Chen's system space still contained 2.3 million gold coins. The magic armory was set to open soon. The scions of the affluent would undoubtedly bring an abundance of resources to purchase equipment from him. This 2 million gold coins would serve as the perfect stock for supplies. Surely, the resources brought by those individuals would amount to tens of millions of gold coins. As Chen rested, he perused the magical equipment available in the system shop. An array of basic magical gear awaited him, catering to various attribute types. Purchasing individual pieces was relatively inexpensive, with some costing merely tens of thousands of gold coins. Even those priced at tens of thousands of gold coins were rare treasures in this world. Chen needed not expend much effort, casually stocking up without concern for unsold items. After a thorough selection, he spent less than 1 million gold coins to acquire dozens of pieces of basic and apprentice-level magical gear. This collection included not only the coveted items sought by the aristocratic youths, but also several additional special pieces. Weapons, in particular, were in high demand. Once the magic armory officially opened to the outside world, it was likely to attract powerful warriors of the martial king realm. Many would undoubtedly be keen on the various magical weapons and equipment. For at the level of basic magical gear, one could easily integrate with the rules at will. The extremely cold ice emperor's staff that Chen had previously given to the second prince could actively utilize the weapon's power to manifest rule forces. The value of magical equipment was on par with that of magic itself. Unintentionally, Chen concluded his shopping spree at the magical shop. Outside, dawn had broken, and the first rays of sunlight illuminated the sky. Chen decided to utilize his lottery chance, curious to see what fortune awaited him in the morning. Initiating the lucky wheel, the needle spun rapidly as Chen intently focused on the golden segment. Alas, it ultimately landed on the green section. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Magic Lord's Potion, Clarity Elixir, the system announced. Clarity Elixir? A tonic for refreshing the mind. Of little significance, but let me taste its flavor. Chen promptly drank it in an instant. He felt invigorated, as if he had transformed into a spirited young man. Ahem, not bad in flavor, he remarked, feeling both energized and elevated in demeanor. Chen's fatigue from practicing magic vanished entirely. Master Bai Li, I hope your formations will meet my expectations, he murmured, gazing at the token in his hand. The Donglin family had departed early, and the magic armory had been completed overnight. Now, they awaited the arrival of the Formation Master. Chapter 66. The Heavenly Dragon Formation, Royal Secrets. In the morning, the autumn breeze was brisk. North River City bustled with its usual lively and harmonious atmosphere. The storm from the previous night seemed to have cleansed the sky, banishing the clouds and leaving behind an endless expanse of blue. In the heart of the city, the core region once belonging to the Donglin family was abuzz with countless cultivators engaged in construction. Their fervor palpable. Hurry up, move faster. That palace is missing bricks. You, go carry some. The main castle had been completed, and the 4 great halls were on schedule for completion. Workers toiled industriously under a grand ancient tree whose branches swayed gracefully. Chen reclined leisurely in a lounge chair, savoring the fragrant tea gifted by Lu Ziyu, relishing the unique flavor. He had already received word from Master Bai Li, who awaited quietly at the periphery of the nearly finished magical castle. Before long, an elder approached swiftly, stepping on a hovering platform. Even from a considerable distance, Chen could sense his presence. This aura had reached the level of the martial king realm, to one's surprise. Master Bailey is not merely a 5th-rank array master, but also a formidable martial king practitioner, which indeed comes as a slight astonishment. Mastering both martial and array techniques, he appears to be quite a prodigy. Chen rose to his feet, directing his gaze towards Master Bailey, who instantaneously materialized before him. The master, with his long white beard, possesses a clean and refreshing demeanor, his eyes deep and mysterious as the moon. Despite his snow-white hair, he does not resemble an elderly man at all. At such an age, he remains remarkably composed. Is this the exalted state of mind befitting an array master? Chen pondered, nodding in admiration upon their first meeting. Welcome, Master Bailey. I trust that His Highness the Second Prince has already conveyed my requests to you. Chen stated directly, without any preamble. Master Bailey scrutinized Chen carefully, particularly noting the Grey War God armor adorning him at this moment. Apart from the Grey War God staff, which he did not hold, he was fully equipped, prepared for any ambush. Unexpectedly, Master Bailey seemed rather intrigued by Chen's gear. After a prolonged silence, Chen could not help but inquire, Master Bailey, are you interested in my armor? No. The armor is of little consequence. Rather, I am intrigued by the unique power contained within it. This set of equipment inherently possesses formidable martial techniques, the strength of which even causes me to feel a twinge of apprehension that it appears you have touched upon the realm of rules. To possess such armor at your age is indeed remarkable, Master Bailey remarked with a faint smile, gazing deeply at Chen. He understood that the second prince had invited him to assist Chen, who, of course, could not be just some feeble young master. Haha, esteemed elder, you flatter me. The quality of this weaponry is indeed high. If you are interested, I can gift you an item of equal caliber as a token of gratitude once our task is accomplished. Chen replied with a smile, feeling quite confident about gifting a mere piece of low-level magical equipment. Moreover, should Master Bailey successfully construct an array that meets his satisfaction, what would it matter to expend a few more resources? Your willingness is commendable. Now, let us dispense with idle chatter. Pray tell, what type of fifth-rank array do you wish to construct? The elder said, stroking his beard as he returned to the matter at hand. Instantly, Chen adopted a serious demeanor. He gestured towards the magical castle being erected before them, tracing a complete circle with his finger. Right here that I hope, esteemed elder, you can erect the most powerful array you have ever studied throughout your life. Chen gazed earnestly at the elder, sincerity radiating from his words. However, this statement caused Master Bailey to raise an eyebrow. You wish to build my most powerful array here. You are quite audacious. While this notion is commendable, the resources required for my strongest array are not something you can easily procure. The elder shook his head, his scornful gaze indicating that Chen was still too young and inexperienced. Nevertheless, Chen was not one to back down. That he tentatively probed, Master Bailey, why not share the resources required for the array? Perhaps I could acquire them. Chen rubbed his palms together. Chuckling lightly, he had ample resources at his disposal. And with a plethora of magical equipment within his system space, selling them would grant him enough resources to exchange for millions of mid-grade spirit stones. As long as the resources could be obtained. Chen felt it worth a shot. The elder chose not to argue further. He produced a list from his possession and handed it to Chen. Heavenly Dragon Array, a pinnacle fifth-rank array. Upon reading this, Chen's expression gradually stiffened. Not to mention the other requirements. Just one line. 300 primal crystal stones, each of differing attributes, was already daunting enough to deter anyone. Previously, when he reached an agreement with Princess Jingrue for a mere 100 primal crystal stones, it compelled her to risk the territories of 6 great states in a monumental gamble to satisfy his conditions. Now, needing 300 primal crystal stones was akin to chasing a fool's dream, utterly impossible. However, this was not the most terrifying aspect. As Chen continued to read, he found that the 300 primal crystal stones were merely the first and most easily obtainable of the numerous materials required for the Heavenly Dragon Array. The remainder consisted of rare treasures and extraordinary minerals, many of which he could not even recognize. Judging by their ages, he could glean some understanding. Thousands of years, tens of thousands of years. And there was even a material requiring 1,000,000 years. Is this truly the most powerful fifth-rank array on the surface? Is this indeed the culmination of Master Bailey's lifelong studies? My apologies for the intrusion. It seems my understanding of your mastery over fifth-rank arrays is still rather superficial, Chen said, his face turning awkward as he sheepishly returned the blueprints to Master Bailey. He could not help but feel that by the time he gathered the resources listed on this blueprint, he might very well have become an intermediate mage. Master Bailey observed Chen's pale countenance and chuckled softly. You need not feel embarrassed. I am aware of your capabilities. However, you must understand that I am the pinnacle fifth-rank array master of the great martial empire. Even with my ability to amass wealth, I could not construct such an exquisite fifth-rank array. let alone you. The elder's words seemed to evoke memories of the past that Yi Chen immediately realized that this old man was about to begin boasting. Nevertheless, Yi Chen had no choice but to listen attentively. With hands clasped behind his back and his lips pursed, the elder spoke with precision. 300 years ago, I constructed the heavenly dragon array during the fierce conflict between the Great Martial Empire and the Great Qin Empire. The two empires were like oil and water, ultimately igniting the imperial war. At that time, the Great Martial Empire expended vast resources, with me leading a multitude of array masters to create the heavenly dragon array. A process that took 49 days. Once the array was completed, it unleashed a bloodbath, ruthlessly slaying hundreds of martial kings from the Great Qin Empire and severely wounding a martial emperor in that battle. The Great Qin was defeated, solidifying the Great Martial Empire's foundation for 300 years. To this day, the Great Qin Empire still languishes under the shadow of the Great Martial Empire. Do you now comprehend the power of the heavenly dragon array? The elder fixed a serious gaze upon Yi Chen. Yi Chen was momentarily taken aback, his eyes wide with astonishment. It was not the formidable power of the array that surprised him, but rather Master Bailey himself. In just a few breaths, the elder's demeanor had elevated significantly, his whole aura gradually transcending, even his tone taking on an air of superiority. Truly a man of character. Yi Chen understood then that when a person is caught up in self-importance, they often become quite easy to handle. Yi Chen quickly nodded, exclaiming in awe, I understand, esteemed elder. The heavenly dragon array is indeed terrifying, possessing such formidable power, slaughtering hundreds of martial kings. That surpasses the realm of fifth-rank arrays. To even wound a martial emperor. How astonishing. I had thought only a sixth-rank array could rival a martial emperor, but I never imagined you, Master Bailey, could achieve such feats. Could it be that you are a sixth-rank array master? Yi Chen's expression morphed into one of utmost fear as he looked at the elder, showering him with flattery. As expected, this array master was beaming with delight. His mood evidently lifted. Yi Chen felt reassured that his flattery had struck the right chord. Haha, those were the heights of my past. In truth, I too wish for the heavenly dragon array to re-emerge in this world, but alas, resources are severely limited. Back then, the Great Martial Empire spared no effort, utilizing the power of its imperial heritage to provide me with the necessary resources to achieve that feat now. It is indeed a challenge. The elder sighed wistfully. He turned to Yi Chen, casting a deep glance. Do not lose heart. With that thunderous armor of yours, you could exchange it for a considerable number of primal crystal stones. If you possess several sets, you might even be able to construct a rudimentary version of the heavenly dragon array. Even a basic form of the heavenly dragon array would be sufficient to contend with martial kings. By your appearance, it seems you have attracted the attention of a certain martial king. Have you not? The elder, with his hands clasped behind his back, spoke thoughtfully, seemingly able to see through Yi Chen. Yi Chen nodded repeatedly. Your insight is truly remarkable. Esteemed senior, it's evident that I am deeply ensnared in a dire predicament. Currently being scrutinized closely by a formidable martial king, with the ever-present threat of peril looming over me. This sensation is far from pleasant. Thus, I hastily sought the assistance of the second prince. Requesting your esteemed presence here, Yi Chen expressed with a demeanor that suggested he understood the gravity of his situation. As the saying goes, when one is under a roof, one must bow their head. Yi Chen firmly believed that if he properly flattered the right individuals, the heavenly dragon formation would inevitably stand tall upon this land. At that time, the nobles and dukes of the Great Martial Dynasty would have to weigh Yi Chen's significance. Even a prince would need to consider the consequences of challenging him. The elder couldn't help but chuckle. At a peak-level martial king, you say? That indeed presents some challenges. Which prince have you offended to warrant the attention of a former personal guard? The elder inquired curiously, casting a glance at Yi Chen. Yi Chen promptly gave a thumbs up. He surmised that the martial king sent after him likely belonged to the first prince's faction. The first prince? You truly have a knack for choosing your adversaries. Given his standing in the Great Martial Dynasty, he is poised to become the crown prince. If you have crossed him, it may prove exceedingly difficult for you to establish yourself in the Great Martial Dynasty. Even if you manage to form the initial structure of the heavenly dragon formation, it would make little difference. Master Bailey shook his head, his tone somewhat cold. His words served as a wake-up call for Yi Chen. No wonder the first prince had not approached him for the secretary magic, but had instead sent someone to capture him. It appeared that the first prince was indeed quite assertive. He was unafraid to offend others, even if it meant placing Yi Chen in grave danger. This revelation was exceedingly ominous for Yi Chun. His mind raced as he conjured a knife in his hand. This knife did not belong to him, but to a martial artist currently constructing a magical fortress. Yi Chun summoned the flying knife and hurled it forward, swiftly slaying a passing bird. The knife then returned to the hands of the practitioner. Yi Chun cast a glance at the elder, a smile gracing his face. The elder nodded in acknowledgement. Are you suggesting that one can kill with another's weapon? It seems there is indeed a formidable blade within the royal family. I wonder if you are aware of it, the elder remarked. Eyeing Yi Chun with a feigned air of intrigue, Yi Chun immediately felt a shiver run down his spine. He was contemplating how to leverage this situation against the first prince when it seemed the elder was about to provide him with some valuable information. Yi Chun's face brightened with a smile. Such a remarkable blade. I hope you can enlighten me further, esteemed senior. I never anticipated that you would possess such knowledge regarding the secrets of the great martial dynasty. Your standing within the dynasty must be beyond imagination. I hold you in the highest regard, Yi Chun praised earnestly, silently signed to himself. Ultimately, he had become the very person he despised most. However, there was little he could do. He was currently navigating a survival game. A true test of his character. Surviving was paramount. Once he firmly established himself, he could then begin to reverse his fortunes. Master Bailey reminisced about the past, letting out a soft sigh. I wonder if His Highness the Fourth Prince has ever sought you out? If you stand opposed to the first prince, I believe the fourth prince would surely come looking for you. After all, the fourth prince's mother was directly harmed by the first prince. This grudge he cannot possibly leave unavenged. Master Bailey slowly articulated to Yi Chun. Yi Chun was taken aback. What? Such a thing exists. He had not anticipated that he would inadvertently uncover such a shocking scandal within the royal family of the great martial dynasty. So that was it. The fourth prince indeed wanted to find me before, but I turned him down, Yi Chun lamented. Master Bailey paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. I never imagined you would dare to refuse an invitation from the fourth prince. Quite impressive. I admire your spirit. At such a young age, with such strength, yet still willing to humble yourself and go to great lengths to flatter me. It's not easy to navigate this world without facing some hardships. It seems you are not merely